Chapter 2026, Chapter 2022, Seizing the Interstellar Base. No problem. Let's see what we can do. Several elders from the 5 directions nodded. They also wanted to take this opportunity to show off the power of the cultivators. Previously, during the experiment of attacking the Karis enforcers, the cultivators had been intimidated by Bella. Now, they were all holding back their energy. They wanted to prove that their hard work could not be compared to these so-called technological weapons. You guys continue to attack these battleships. Tianka, Tian Song, you two follow me. The Wang family elder ordered the disciples beside him. Yes. The 2 outstanding disciples nodded and teleported into the galactic base behind the Wang family elder. Xiao Wenlong, Xiao Wenhu, follow me. The Xiao clan's elder didn't show any signs of weakness. 4th elder, I'll go with you, Xiao Yuhan said. Miss, we also need someone to command us from the outside. You'd better stay behind and keep watch. The 4th elder of the Xiao clan didn't dare to let Xiao Yuhan go with him to risk her life, so he advised her to stay. Alright then. Xiao Yuhan also knew that this trip was very dangerous. Although her strength wasn't bad, she was still far from reaching the true immortal level. If she insisted on going, she might not be able to help. On the contrary, she might even drag 4th elder down to protect her. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, she didn't insist on going. After appeasing Xiao Yuhan, 4th elder of the Xiao clan teleported into the interstellar base with 2 disciples. Let's go in as well. Yulingji nodded, then motioned for the other disciples to continue fighting on the outside, while she led 2 deacons into the interstellar base. Sister Bella, they have entered the interstellar base. When these cultivators broke into the interstellar base, Lux reported the situation to Bella. Yes. Send the images back. Bella nodded. Okay. Lux agreed. Then, the big screen in front of Bella immediately split into several small monitors. These small monitors showed the images of the cultivators who broke into the interstellar base. Because the goggles worn by those cultivators had video transmission equipment, Bella was able to see all the information in their field of vision. After these cultivators barged into the interstellar base, Lux immediately led them to a different path to the central control hub. That was where the players of the resistance gathered. The cultivators who had barged into the interstellar base divided into teams according to their respective forces. They split into 3 groups and headed straight for the central control hub. It was naturally impossible for the interstellar base to not have defensive facilities. Those automatic weapons began to stop the cultivators from advancing. However, all the cultivators who had barged into the interstellar base were experts. Each of their 3 teams had at least 1 true immortal expert at the elder level leading the team. The remaining disciples were also experts at the Mahayana stage. As for the Hard Moon God sect, there was no need to even mention them. They were formed by 2 true immortal level deacons and Yulingji, who was at the tribulation transcending stage. Their combat strength was even better than the other 2 teams. Therefore, in front of these experts, a mere automatic weapon was nothing to be afraid of. After all, these weapons were only used in the interstellar base to defend against intruders. Their power could not be comparable to the main cannon of a battleship. Otherwise, if this cannon went on, it was still uncertain whether the enemy would die or not. This interstellar base was not worth it. Hesitating, these automatic weapons with weak firepower could not stop the footsteps of the cultivators. Therefore, these 3 teams did not encounter any obstacles and quickly approached the central control hub. F***CK! We can't let these intruders in! One of the players in the central control hub shouted. But these guys are too powerful. Those automatic weapons can't stop them at all. Another player said helplessly. Forget it. I'll make a trip myself. One of the players, with a cold face, stood up. Che! Burn the bag! We just bought a powerful carrier. Now we want to try it. Seeing that someone was in the limelight, the players, who were naturally unhappy, said sourly. Cole! Zach! I can't stop 3 groups of people by myself. You 2 should move too. The cold-faced guy said to the other 2. Hey! Alright. For your sake. Ost. Let's move. A burly player also stood up. How annoying! Do such a thankless task. A thin guy also stood up. But he looked very impatient. These 3 guys could be said to be the star players of the resistance. They had obtained very powerful carriers either by chance or because they were rich. By the standards of the world of 5 directions, the combat strength of these 3 guys was above the true immortal level. Just like Aemon in the Imperial Army camp. Some players of the resistance had also obtained powerful carriers. However, In the battles of the players, the victory was decided by the bombardment of warships. Therefore, these guys were rarely useful. When the cultivators had launched a surprise attack on the resistance fleet, the commander of the resistance had actually asked the three of them to fight. However, because the price had not been agreed upon, the three of them had deliberately delayed their actions. Now that they had already fought to their doorstep, the commander of the resistance had no choice but to compromise. After offering a price that was enough to satisfy the three of them, the three players finally made their move. The 3-star players also split into 3 groups and faced the cultivators of the 3 forces. One of them was the cold-faced Oster, who was fighting against the 3 members of the Wang family, while the burly Cole was blocking the 3 members of the Xiao family. Finally, the skinny Zack was responsible for blocking the 3 members of the Moon God sect. A few minutes later, the burly Cole was the first to meet the 3 members of the Xiao family. "Who are you?" the 4th elder of the Xiao family asked. As a cultivator expert, the 4th elder had the arrogance of a cultivator. Before a battle, he needed to know the name of his opponent. The nameless ghost would not die in his hands. "Cut the crap! Go to hell!" As a player, Cole naturally did not have the mood to waste his breath on an NPC. He launched a killing move. "Rude boar!" The 4th elder of the Xiao family frowned. He had never seen such a disgraceful expert. However, the other party had already made his move, so he could not retaliate. Facing Cole's attack, the 4th elder of the Xiao family calmly dodged it and then attacked. The 2 people exchanged moves and started fighting. In terms of strength, Cole had the upper hand in terms of absolute strength. However, in terms of martial arts techniques, Cole was far from the 4th elder. He was merely a player who relied on hard moves like skills to fight. On the other hand, the 4th elder of the Xiao clan had been immersed in the clan's martial arts techniques for 100 years. It could be said that he had practiced his martial arts techniques to perfection. Therefore, the 2 of them could not be compared in terms of techniques. Chapter 2027, Chapter 2023. After exchanging a few moves with the 4th elder of the Xiao family, Cole quickly discovered that he was unable to take down his opponent. Moreover, after using all of his skills once, Cole became increasingly powerless. Although players could easily obtain super strength through their carriers, they would use their skills to release their strength when they attacked. As a result, this resulted in the players' attacking style being very simple. When they used all their skills once, the effect would not be particularly good when they used them again. The cultivators of the 5 directions of the world had gone through dozens, or even hundreds of years of training. Their martial arts and techniques had long been perfected. After using the same move in front of them once, it was very easy for them to find flaws when they used it again. Therefore, as time passed, Cole, who originally had the upper hand in terms of raw strength, began to be suppressed by the 4th elder of the Xiao family. As expected, they are a group of boorish people with empty strength, the 4th elder of the Xiao family said coldly in his heart. Originally, in his heart, the people of the outer universe were all trash. Although when he first met experts of the same level, he was somewhat surprised. However, after exchanging blows, he quickly discovered that the opponents were all like pewter spearheads. They simply looked good but were useless. Their martial techniques were very weak, and they only exchanged 2 moves after tossing and turning. Therefore, after figuring out the opponent's true strength, the 4th elder of the Xiao family changed from defending to attacking. At the same time, he also began to explain the opponent's flaws to the 2 disciples beside him. It was as if he had already entered the teaching mode. Damn it! On this side, Cole's heart also became increasingly anxious. While the opponent was exchanging blows with him, he actually had the leisure to explain to the disciples. This was simply an insult to him. Therefore, after exchanging blows a few times, Cole's anger also rose from his heart. An evil feeling welled up in his heart. He gave up on fighting with the 4th elder of the Xiao clan and turned to attack the 2 disciples of the Xiao clan. He wanted to kill them to vent his anger. Wen Long, Wen Hu, all of you retreat. The 4th elder of the Xiao clan naturally could not sit by and watch the 2 outstanding disciples die. At the same time, he immediately intervened and ordered the 2 disciples to retreat in order to avoid being affected by the aftershocks of the battle. Damn it! When Cole saw that his attack was blocked by the 4th elder of the Xiao clan, he could not help but feel even more irritated in his heart. All of you can go to H.L. Cole lost his rationality in his rage, and he began to give up on suppressing his strength. He wanted to use all his strength to kill the 2 disciples of the Xiao family to vent his anger. Damn it! Cole, what are you doing? If you dare to destroy my base, Not only will you not get your pay, but you will also have to accompany my loss. The fourth elder of the Shao family had yet to react. The leader of the resistance, who was far away in the control room, was already furious. After all, Cole was currently fighting inside the interstellar base. If he were to unleash his full power, then it would be no different from activating the main cannon of a battleship inside the base. Annoying! Cole roared angrily, but he did not lose his temper inside the base. As a mercenary, he earned the money of the players of the resistance. If he were to destroy the base now, at that time, not only would he not be paid, but he would also be involved in a lawsuit. It would be difficult to earn money in the future. Old man, do you dare to fight outside with me? Cole, who did not dare to destroy the base, shouted at the fourth elder of the Shao family. Why wouldn't I dare? The fourth elder of the Shao family sneered. He had already seen through Cole's external strength, so he gladly accepted the challenge. Let's go! Cole directly teleported out of the interstellar base, and then teleported a few times in a row, creating a sufficient distance between him and the interstellar base. In this place, he could completely do whatever he wanted. Kid, you're courting death. The fourth elder of the Shao family followed up. Old man, die! Cole didn't say anything else and directly raised his fist and charged forward. He fully displayed his strength, causing the fourth elder of the Shao family to have no choice but to dodge, due to the difference in strength. Although the fourth elder of the Shao family had the absolute advantage in terms of martial techniques, he had no choice but to dodge the edge in this kind of battle where his strength was fully unleashed. Then, he used the advantage of his movement technique. He surrounded Cole and launched an attack. Old man, do you dare to fight me fair and square? After a few exchanges, Cole roared angrily. At this moment, he felt the discomfort of an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. Although he had all the strength in his body, he could not hit the enemy. Instead, he was being harassed by the enemy's attacks, causing him extreme pain. Hee hee. Boor! Did you learn your martial arts from your master's wife? The fourth elder of the Shao family was an old man who had lived for almost 200 years. How could an old and cunning guy like him fall for such a shallow provocation? What did you say? Cole failed to provoke him. Instead, he was angered by the fourth elder of the Shao family. In his fury, his moves became even more chaotic. He simply released his skills after the cooldown was over. However, in this way, the more he released his skills, the lower the accuracy of his skills. He was practically being led by the nose by the fourth elder of the Shao family, while Cole and the fourth elder of the Shao family were fighting fiercely. The experts of the Wang family on the other side also encountered Ost. I am the third elder of the Wang family. Who are you? The Wang family's elder was also from a large mansion, so he had the same problem as the elder of the Shao family. After meeting, they would first tell each other their names before making a move. Humph! OST sneered and directly attacked. Moreover, his target was not the Wang family's third elder, but the two disciples beside him. Obviously, OST had already sensed the powerful aura of the Wang family's third elder, so he chose to attack the soft persimmon. You two go first. Leave him to me. The Wang family's third elder obviously could not let his disciples die. After he blocked OST, he signaled the two disciples to continue forward. Want to leave? It's not that easy. OST's mission was to stop these people from approaching the control room, so he naturally could not let the two players' disciples go. This OST was clearly stronger than Cole, under his full force obstruction. Although the third elder of the Wang family had saved the lives of the two disciples beside him, it was not that easy to break through. Oster's goal was clear. He did not care about the third elder of the Wang family at all. He relied on his own strength to kill the two disciples even if he had to take 2 attacks from the third elder. As such, the third elder of the Wang family was afraid. He had brought his disciples here to train, not to fight for Jiangfei. If his disciples were injured, what was the point of taking down the fortress? Therefore, in order to protect the two disciples, the third elder of the Wang family had to fight with Oster and constantly block his attacks. After all, Oster's attacks relied on his skills. Therefore, the third elder quickly became familiar with the routine. Therefore, he could not do anything to the 3 members of the Wang family. As a result, the 4 of them were stuck in a stalemate. Chapter 2028, Chapter 2024. Just as the first 2 teams were stuck in a stalemate, the 3 members of the Moon Goddess sect were the first to break the deadlock. Just like the other 2 teams, the 3 members of the Moon Goddess sect had also encountered the Interceptors. However, they were the strongest of the 3 teams. However, they only encountered the weakest of the 3, Players. After Zack separated from his two companions, he quickly found his opponent. However, to his surprise, among the three enemies, there was actually a beauty. Moreover, it seemed that this beauty was the leader. Speaking of which, if Yulingi were to wash herself clean, she would really be a great beauty. However, she always liked to put on some heavy smoky makeup. In Jiang Fei's words, this little girl was practically the senior sister of the buried love family. However, this skinny Zack obviously had a different taste. When he saw Yulingi, he almost drooled. Come and play for a while, girl, Zack said with a cheeky smile. Huh? Yulingi frowned. Although she was usually a little unrestrained and occasionally flirted with Jiang Fei, as the last disciple of the leader of the Moon Goddess sect, who would dare to talk to her like that? How dare you? Not only Yulingi was disgusted, but the two deacons beside her could not stand it anymore. This kid in front of her was rude to the young master of her sect. That was equivalent to slapping their faces. Get lost. You two lackeys. Zack rolled his eyes at the two deacons of the Moon God sect. At this moment, his attention was all on the beautiful Yuling. The power of the two deacons had long been forgotten by him. Hee hee. Little brother, do you want to play? Yuling was stunned at first, but then she beamed. The two deacons beside her looked at each other, thinking that this kid was going to be unlucky. Yeah. Girl, play with me. I have so many tricks up my sleeve, Zack said and wanted to kiss her. However, Yuling took 2 steps back and said to Zack, Little brother, there are too many people here. I will be embarrassed. It's okay. Let's go to my room. At this time, Zack only had beautiful girls in his eyes. He had forgotten everything else. He had long forgotten about the dam blocking mission. Okay. Yulingi smiled and gave a look to the two deacons beside her. Okay. The two deacons understood and moved to the side. Ha ha. Seeing that the two bodyguards of Yulingi had moved away, Zack thought that his charm had won the heart of the beauty in front of him. So he went up to greet her with joy. Little brother, what do you think this is? Yulingi took advantage of the time Zack was not in front of her to raise her hand, and a stream of black smoke flew straight to Zack's face. After all, the Hard Moon sect was a famous cult organization. They played some extremely sinister games, such as the black fog that Yulingi sprinkled, which was the famous insinuation. This insinuation was picked from the body of a creature unique to the Time Star. This creature lived in the sea of the Time Star. Every 10 years, it would go ashore to search for food. It was hidden in the shallow talk. When it encountered an enemy, it would shoot out a type of poisonous sand. This poisonous sand was extremely powerful. Even if it didn't hit the enemy and only touched the shadow of the enemy, the prey would die without a doubt. The kind of insinuation that Yulingi used was to use this kind of poisonous sand with 9,999 vengeful souls. After sealing these things, they would set up an altar to worship and extract the essence of the sun and moon to refine for 99 to 81 days. In the end, they would be able to obtain this kind of extremely poisonous insinuation. After this thing was sprayed out, let alone being contaminated by even the slightest shadow, it would be able to kill a tribulation transcension stage expert. Even if a true immortal expert was stuck with this kind of poison, it would still be difficult to resist. Zack was not from the 5 directions, so he did not know that there was such a poison in the world. After seeing Yulingi sprinkle a handful of black fog, he thought that the beauty was playing with him, so he casually blocked it to protect his face. The remaining poisonous sand was not wasted, and it was all on his body. Ha! You are quite naughty! Zack, who was covered in innuendo, did not care at all. He continued to tease Yulingi with a smile. But after a moment, he could no longer smile. Little brother, do you feel a little itchy on your body? Yulingi smiled sweetly. Not only is my body itchy, but my heart is even itchier. Just as Zack said this, he felt his body suddenly start to itch. What's going on? After a moment, Zack realized that something was wrong, because his body was getting itchier and itchier, and the itchier slowly turned into pain. A pain that was engraved in his heart. Ah! You little b***tch. You set me up! Zack cursed. He never thought that a true immortal level master like him would fail in such an easy task. Humph! You took advantage of me. You really don't want to live anymore. Yulingi sneered. Little b***tch. Go to H.L. In his rage, Zack suppressed the pain in his body and threw a punch. He wanted to kill Yulingi, but Yulingi had 2 true immortal level bodyguards with her. They immediately stepped forward to help Yulingi block the attack. What did you do to me? After throwing a punch, Zack began to panic because his own strength was declining at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had regressed to 14 to 15 million combat power. At this level, even Yulingji could easily kill him. Don't worry. There's more to it. Yuling was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, she smiled as she watched Zack suffer in pain. Little B asterisk TCH. I won't let you off. Zack had already made up his mind. When he resurrected, he would kill this little B asterisk TCH first. If you can resurrect, then come find me again, Yuling said with a sweet smile. How could she have known that these players could really resurrect? Moreover, Zack was different from the other two. The other party had obtained the true immortal tier carrier through his ability and luck. On the other hand, he had obtained it purely because he was rich. This guy was a tycoon just like Eamon. Therefore, it was not a big deal to buy a true immortal tier carrier after coming back to life. Just you wait. Zack endured the pain in his body and said his last words before he went offline. After all, as a player, he did not need to suffer in such a situation where he would definitely die. On the other hand, unlike Jiang Fei who could use the 10th dimension to stop players from logging off, Yulingji and the others could only face the SH.L that Zack had left behind. Why is there no reaction? Yulingji saw that Zack had no reaction other than twitching on the ground. She immediately lost interest in watching. Therefore, she had the two bodyguards beside her kill Zack's body. After killing the roadblocks, the three members of the Moon God sect continued to move toward the central control room according to Lux's instructions. Chapter 2029, Chapter 2025. First contribution. After killing Zack, Yulingji and the others continued to rush toward the core hub of the interstellar base. At this time, they were not the only ones rushing toward the core hub. On the other side, Cole was fighting with the fourth elder of the Shao family. However, the two of them had already been teleported to the outside of the interstellar base. Although the two of them could fight freely, no one cared about Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu. The two of them took the opportunity to charge toward the central control hub. Brother, it seems that we will get the credit for this. Xiao Wenhu smiled as he rushed forward. Don't be careless. There might be experts guarding this place, Xiao Wenlong reminded. Yes, that's true. We should be more careful. Xiao Wenhu nodded. Although Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu were only at the Mahayana stage, ordinary automatic defense weapons were unable to hurt them. The shutters that blocked their way were also vulnerable to the two of them. Therefore, without the super experts blocking their way, these two people were unstoppable. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu were the first two brothers to arrive outside the main door of the central control room. Brother, are we going to do it? Xiao Wenhu asked. Come on! The people from the other families should have arrived by now, Xiao Wenlong said after taking a deep breath. Okay. Xiao Wenhu nodded and took out his natal flying sword. A beam of sword energy slashed at the door of the central control room. Boom! The closed door of the central control room was smashed into pieces by the sword energy. Although the super alloy was very strong, it was still as fragile as paper when facing the attack of a Mahayana stage expert. The fourth elder said not to leave anyone alive. After the door was opened, Xiao Wenlong said to his younger brother. I know. Xiao Wenhu nodded. He also knew that when facing an unknown enemy, curiosity would often kill him. It was safer to let the enemy die completely. Kill! Following a shout, the Xiao brothers rushed into the central control room. Damn it! They've rushed in! The players in the central control room were more or less panicking. They could have stopped the enemy by sending out 3-star players. But unexpectedly, they were still killed in the nest. Ah! Damn it! With a series of screams, these ordinary players were no match for Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu. They might have been able to deal with these cultivators when they were driving their battleships. But now, in a face-to-face fight, they didn't have a high-tiered carrier, so they could only be slaughtered. Shwa! Just as the Xiao brothers were wantonly harvesting human lives, a cold light suddenly flashed from the side. Ah! Xiao Wenhu cried out in surprise. A sharp blade had slashed through his ribs. Although there was no fatal injury, it was already red. Good kid! He actually hit in the dark and shot a cold arrow. Xiao Wenhu was furious. His opponent's strength was also around the Mahayana stage. However, this guy had always been in the middle of the crowd, so he didn't attract the attention of the two brothers. Now, this guy suddenly attacked. If it weren't for Xiao Wenhu's solid foundation, this sword attack could have taken half of his life. Damn it! I actually didn't kill this guy! The player who launched the sneak attack felt a wave of frustration in his heart. In his opinion, The two people in front of him were about the same level of strength as him. If he could kill one of them with a sneak attack, then the remaining one would be easy to deal with. However, the other party had dodged it. If it was 1 against 2, he had no chance of winning. In fact, this player was thinking too much. Even if he killed one of his opponents, he wouldn't be a match for a real cultivator. After all, the strength the player obtained through the carrier wasn't his real strength, just relying on the release of skills to attack. It was impossible for them to defeat an opponent of the same level. Not to mention that he was facing a cultivator with superb martial skills. Despicable scoundrel. Prepare to die! The furious Xiaowen attacked with his sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the player's choked throat. When the player saw Xiaowen's sword stabbing over, he hurriedly waved the short sword in his hand to block. However, Xiaowen's wrist turned, and the treasured sword drew a sword flower. The tip of the sword avoided the opponent's short sword, and then moved inward. It hit the player right on his wrist. Ah! With a miserable cry, the player lost his hand on his short sword. Then, he hurriedly took 2 steps back and covered his injured wrist as he looked at Xiaowen in astonishment. So weak! Xiaowen was also stunned. Although he knew that these guys only had strength, their techniques were extremely poor. However, he didn't expect that these trash would actually be so weak. They couldn't even last 1 move in front of a cultivator of the same level. Go to hell! The opponent was too weak, so Xiaowen didn't have the mood to fight anymore. He simply swept his sword and went straight for the player's head. Ah! You? In the panic, the player could only dodge in a panic. But in terms of movement techniques, he wasn't as agile as Xiaowen. Therefore, when he dodged left and right, not only did he not shake off Xiaowen, but he was also forced into a corner. He'll fight it out with you! The player had no choice but to fight it out. He was different from a tycoon like Zack. It was not easy for him to guess this Mahayana stage carrier. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to throw it away. You're courting death! Xiaowen could not help but laugh coldly in his heart when he saw that the player actually took the initiative to rush up. Ka! PFFT! After that, player charged forward. His fist went straight for Xiaowen's chest, but the other party dodged it in a flash. Xiaowen, who had dodged the attack, changed his footwork and circled behind this player. Xiaowen immediately turned around and slashed out with his sword. Under the sweep of the sword's blade, that player did not even have the time to react before his body was dismembered. Swoosh! 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 The sword in Xiaowen's hand danced in the air. After a series of sword lights, the player's body was dismembered, as he had never encountered such an opponent before. If he didn't let the opponent die completely, Xiaowen was still worried. After Xiaowen killed this Mahayana stage player, Xiaowen Long had almost finished his work. At this moment, all the other players in the central control room were also dead or injured. TCH. They actually beat us to it. At this moment, Yulingji had just arrived. When she saw that there weren't many enemies left in the central control room, she and the 2 deacons beside her took action one after another. At the very least, they could be considered to have snatched some merit. Congratulations. You 2 brothers have made a great contribution, Yulingji said with a slightly sour tone. Although they were from a cult, they were allies at this moment. Moreover, the 4 great clans were inextricably linked to the Heart Moon God sect. Therefore, Yulingji did not hate the members of the 4 big families as much as she did the people of the valiant Martial Hall. Young Master Yu is too polite. The 2 brothers of the Shao family were very humble. Although they were allies, these cultists would do anything. Therefore, they did not want to offend each other. Chapter 2030, Chapter 2026. While the 2 brothers of the Shao family were being polite to Yulingji, a blue light flashed and Lux appeared in the central control room. Thank you very much, everyone. You've worked hard. Lux smiled at these cultivators. You are? Yulingji and the others were stunned. Although they had heard Lux's voice in the communication device and came here according to her guidance, this was the first time they saw Lux's image. I am Lux, the artificial intelligence that guided you before, Lux explained. Oh, you are that guide. Yukari and the others nodded. As for what an artificial intelligence was, they didn't know. That's right. Lux smiled and continued. Now that the enemy has basically been eliminated, I have to start working. Please protect the safety of this place. Lux was ready to seize control of the interstellar base. However, during this time, the fleet of the resistance would definitely not sit idly by. They would definitely launch a crazy counterattack. Before Lux completely seized control of the interstellar base, she had no way to provide protection for the interstellar base. Therefore, during this period of time, she would have to rely on these cultivators to provide protection. No problem. What should we do? The two brothers of the Shao family asked. You have to join the other cultivators and block the enemy fleet outside the base. You can't let them attack this interstellar base. Lux explained the mission objective simply. In short, it's to protect this castle. Right? Asked Yulingji. She didn't care whether the interstellar base was an interstellar base or not. In her eyes, this was just a castle in outer space. That's right. Lux confirmed. All right then. Yulingji nodded. Oh right. And these two guys. Help me deal with them too. Lux transmitted the images of Cole and Oster through the projection. What a waste. Yulingji curled her lips and said. She had just seen the Shao brothers snatch the first credit. So she thought that they had already killed their opponent. She didn't expect that they would only delay them. You? Although the Shao brothers had heard that Yulingji was disrespectful to their elders, they did not dare to flare up due to the other party's strength. All right. Go and help them clean up the situation. Yulingji did not argue with the two brats of the Shao family. She only asked the two deacons beside her to help deal with the two players. Yes, young master. The two deacons nodded and rushed to the battlefield. Although Cole and Oster were able to fight against the elders of the Wang and Shao families for so long, they could not withstand the arrival of the two deacons of the Moon Goddess sect. Originally, these two players had relied on their hard strength to hold on until now. They had already gone from a wild attack to a barely able defense. As soon as the two deacons of the Moon Goddess sect arrived, under the situation of 2 against 1, they immediately collapsed. A few minutes later, the remaining two star players were killed one after another. The cultivators who had gathered also knew of the new mission target, so they all teleported outside of the interstellar base to stop the counterattack of the resistance fleet. Sister Bella, I'm going to start, Lux said to Bella, although her projection also existed in the central control room of the interstellar base. For an artificial intelligence, multi-threaded missions were not difficult. It was even more common to project 2 images and chat with 2 people at the same time. Let's start. It'll get Tesla to help stop the enemy. Bella nodded. Following Bella's orders, Tesla's fleet finally advanced. They arranged themselves in formation and advanced step by step, constantly compressing the space of the resistance. They tried to drive the resistance fleet away from the vicinity of the interstellar base. Boss, our interstellar base is under attack. I saw it. Didn't the shield of the interstellar base just break? No. They are seizing our base. What? The commander of the resistance panicked when he heard that. He had spent a lot of money on this interstellar base. After all, the cost of building an interstellar base was about 10 times that of a main ship. This was not a small amount of money. If they were to be snatched away just like that, it would really cause people to vomit blood in anger. Stop them! The commander of the resistance shouted. Boss, it seems like we can't stop them. The opponent's photon processor is extremely terrifying. It's almost taking control. Damn it! Since we can't stop it, then destroy it for me, the commander of the resistance said angrily. Since the losses were irreparable, then even destroying this interstellar base was better than funding the enemy. I've already mobilized the fleet, but the enemy fleet has also come to stop it. Charge forward. Destroy the star base at all costs. Yes, boss. With the command of the commander of the resistance, all the resistance battleships turned in unison and aimed at their own interstellar base. Fire! Boom! 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 Hundreds of warships bombarded the interstellar base, causing it to shake violently. Its incomparably sturdy armor was also shattered by the bombardment. Fortunately, the armor of the interstellar base was thick enough. After one layer was destroyed, there was still another layer, although their bodies were on fire from the bombardment. Destroying it was not something that could be done in a day. Damn! These iron boxes are really powerful. The cultivators responsible for protecting the interstellar base were all stunned by the scene in front of them. The scene of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time was really scary. Moreover, the main cannons of these battleships fired at the same time. The power of each cannon could not be underestimated. The power of those main battleships could even threaten the elders of the true immortal realm. Don't just stand there. Go and harass them. These cultivators were not stupid. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, The best way was to use their flexibility to pin down the other party after getting close. Swish! 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 After a burst of teleportation white light, these cultivators rushed to the front of the resistance warships one after another. Then, they unsheathed their weapons and began to attack those warships. Boss! We're under attack. Ignore them! Blow up the star base for me. But these guys' attacks are also very strong. If we leave them alone, we won't be able to hold on for long. Damn it! Let a part of the small ships deal with them, and the rest will continue to bomb. At this time, the commander of the resistance had no choice. When the small ships like the frigates bombed the interstellar base, the power was simply not enough. So it didn't matter whether they attacked or not. It was better to let them deal with the attacks of those powerhouses. In short, this interstellar base had to be destroyed. Otherwise, once it was taken over by the Imperial Army, their battle line would move forward by a large margin. Even the entire Salhu corridor would fall into their hands. Chapter 2031, Chapter 2027 Destroying Starships. Faced with the Resistance's desperate counterattack, Tesla ordered the fleet to attack head-on, while the cultivators from the 5 directions also harassed them from the side. As a result, although the Resistance was still bombing the interstellar base, the effect was not as good as before. Send a team of Star-class robot cruisers over. Tesla gave another command, and it was this command that caused the Resistance to sink into despair. A fleet of Starship-class robot cruisers, escorted by 2 teams of Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers, arrived at the back of the interstellar base, because the interstellar base was blocking the attack from the front. Therefore, the Resistance fleet was completely unable to harm the Starship cruisers that were hiding at the back. Maintenance robots have been dispatched. After arriving at the designated location, these Starship-class robot cruisers began to release the maintenance robots that they carried. After these robots landed on the interstellar base, they began to quickly repair the armor and structures that had been damaged by the attacks. In just a few minutes, the damage caused by the Resistance had been completely repaired. At this time, other than the shield still not being activated, the interstellar base was practically brand new. Boss! It's over! We can't dismantle it anymore! A player of the Resistance said with a look of despair. Send a Starship Destroyer over! The commander of the Resistance was really anxious. All right. After receiving the order, the 2 teams of starships began the journey of death. Actually, in the hearts of these players who were piloting the Starship Destroyer, they did not think that they could complete the mission because the speed of the Starship Destroyer was really too slow, and their range was still short. Although the Starship Destroyers were equipped with tremendous power, they were also very easy to intercept because of their slow trajectory. Normally, when the starships were used, after clearing out all the fleets in the enemy's space, they would use the starships to dismantle the planet's ground defense facilities. Then, they would either destroy the planet or send a landing force. But now, not only were there Tesla's fleets eyeing the rebel fleet, there was also a large group of cultivators harassing them from the side. It was almost impossible for these slow and fragile starships to reach their attack positions, not to mention launching star-destroying missiles. Boom, boom, boom! As expected, these starships had just separated from the fleet when several of them were killed by the cultivators. The Gareth enforcers escorting them were simply unable to intercept these cultivators, who were moving quickly. I'll leave those Gareth enforcers to you, Tesla said to Eamon. No problem. Eamon had just seen Tesla's fleet eating meat, and he could not hold it in any longer. Now that he had received the order, he immediately led the fleet to attack. And the first wave was the Radiance of Purification. Those Gala's enforcers at the front did not even have the chance to reorganize their bodies before they were vaporized on the spot. Following that, a large number of Destruction Warrior spaceships, together with groups of Enlightening spaceships, launched a fierce attack on the Resistance. Boom, 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 boom! Almost all the Imperial Army players' warships used beam weapons. This type of weapon consumed a lot of energy, and its firing speed was slow, but its power was incomparable. Their attacks instantly disintegrated a large number of the Resistance warships. A moment later, the escort fleet was completely destroyed. Charge! At this moment, the Resistance players piloting the destroyed starship were also anxious. After the escort fleet was destroyed, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their slow speed and heavy weapons, it made it impossible for them to fight against the warships. Therefore, the only way out now was to break through the enemy's blockade and launch an attack on the interstellar base as much as possible. The starships that had completely given up on attacking all channeled their energy into the power room and shield. They braved the enemy's torrential attacks and charged forward. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The starships were blasted into fireworks in space. In just a few minutes, there were only 3 starships left from the 2 teams. They're almost within range! The 3 players of the Resistance revealed excited expressions. Kalai, you complete the attack. Well, cover the rear. A player piloting the destroyed starship shouted in the communication channel. His so-called cover the rear was actually using his own starship to block the incoming cannon fire for his allies. But? No buts! Don't let us die in vain! The 2 destroyed starships slowed down on their own initiative. They had put all their energy into the shield. The overloaded shield generator was already overloaded and was about to be destroyed. However, this was not important to the 2 destroyed starships. Their task now was to block the attack for 1 or 2 seconds for Kalai. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 destroyed starships that were in the rear were blasted into 2 balls of fireworks. However, they also bought time for Kalai to rush into the firing range. Lock on to the target! Creed's eyes were red. He stared at the interstellar fortress in front of him. As long as the lock was completed in 2 seconds, then the Star Destroyer would be able to launch. The Imperial Army's battleships behind him had just finished firing. With the slow loading speed of the beam weapons, they had no time to fire and destroy themselves in these 2 seconds. It's done! Just as Creed locked onto the interstellar base, Lark's voice rang in Bella's ears. BZT, BZT. Lark's, who had completely taken control of the interstellar base, had gained full control of the interstellar base. Under her control, the interstellar base's shield generator was reactivated. A pale blue light film enveloped the outer surface of the interstellar base. Hostile vessel sighted. Target number 1. Level, Starship Destroyer. Danger level, medium. Defensive weapons engaged. Swish. Just as Creed locked on to the starbase, all of the starbase's defensive weapons were aimed at him. Launch! At this time Creed is desperate. He did not think to live back at all. Whoosh! 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 2 star-destroying missiles were fired from the missile compartments on both sides of the starship. This was the maximum number of missiles that Kalai could fire at once. Moreover, there was no time for him to fire a second time. Boom! 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 Almost at the moment when the star-destroying missiles were fired, Kalai's starship was drowned by a large amount of artillery fire. Target identified. Star-destroying missiles. Interception procedure initiated. Because the interstellar base had been completely rebooted, its defensive weapons had been fully activated. So a mere star destroyer could not pose a threat to it at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 phase missiles were fired after locking onto the star destroyer that was flying towards the interstellar base. A second later, the 2 star destroyer were intercepted in the middle. Boom! Boom! The star-destroying missiles that were intercepted detonated in advance. The violent shockwave caused the newly formed shield of the interstellar base to shake for a moment. But it still persisted in the end. Chapter 2032, Chapter 2028, Surprise Attack. When the starbase controlled by Lux survived the explosion of the star-destroying bombs, the Imperial Army's counterattack began. 4th and 5th fleets. Flank them from both sides. Annihilate them all. Tesla ordered the general attack. Brothers, charge with me. Don't let those NPCs take all the credit. Amon's side also led the fleet to charge forward. Charge all the fortress weapons. Release the drone formation. Lux controlled the weapons of the interstellar base and began to counterattack. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! The commander of the resistance saw that the situation could not be salvaged and immediately gave the order to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Imperial Army had the advantage to begin with. Not only did they surpass the resistance in terms of fleet size, but they also had a large number of cultivators supporting them. Their strength was strong enough to destroy the resistance fleet. Now that the interstellar base had been seized by others, the resistance was even more powerless to resist when all kinds of fortress weapons were fired at full power. A few hours later, the battle had completely ended. The resistance fleet only had 1 main ship and more than a dozen frigates fleeing for their lives. The rest were all annihilated in Salhu Corridor. The Imperial Army, which had won a great victory, began to celebrate wantonly after cleaning up the battlefield. However, the resistance was in a bad mood. After hearing that there were a large number of experts in the Imperial Army, the Vasily Legion had no choice but to send their own troops to participate in the battle. Unfortunately, the Vasily Legion's upper echelons did not know that their so-called experts were not worth mentioning in front of the cultivators of the 5 directions. Other than the Vasily Legion sending out their own core fleet, the players of the resistance were not idle either. The various large guilds all mobilized, and their main forces all headed for the Sar corridor. It was obvious that they were planning to block the Imperial Army's fleets within the Sargo cloister. After all, after leaving the Sargo cloister, the resistance would have nothing to defend against. Behind the Sargo cloister was a vast star region. This place was densely populated with planets, and there were gravity wells that could warp everywhere. The Imperial Army had countless attacking routes that they could choose. It was impossible for them to concentrate on defending. Hence, in order to defend against the enemy, the players of the Resistance Army and the Vassalid Legion were practically all out, wanting to defeat the Imperial Army's attack. However, just as the main fleet of the Resistance Army was about to enter the Salhu cloister, Aurelia's fleet quietly arrived in the Dominic Galaxy. "Lord Commander, we are about to enter the Vassalid Legion's territory," the adjutant reported to Aurelia. Back then, the Merchant Alliance and the Vassalid Empire had split up a portion of the Dominic Galaxy. Although both sides had given up on the Dominic Galaxy ever since the appearance of the players, the boundaries of the former territories were still effective. Send a few Lone Star class unmanned scout ships to scout ahead. The Vassalid people are good at using gravity mines. We have to be careful, Aurelia said. Yes, Lord Commander. The adjutant immediately relayed the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen Lone Star recon ships left the fleet and sped forward. They would help the fleet to scout for air mines and scout the situation ahead. I wonder how Bella and the others are doing, Aurelia muttered to himself, because they were separated by dozens of galaxies, and there was a lack of communication markers in Salhu cloister. Hence, it was not easy for Aurelia to get in touch with Bella. The massive fleet slowly entered the Vizari Legion's territory. However, as they were still in the Dominican Galaxy, and the Vizari Legion had completely withdrawn their troops from here, they knew nothing about Aurelia's surprise attack fleet. The players off the Vizari Legion and the resistance camp knew nothing about it. Commander, we have found a large number of air mines ahead. As expected, when the Vizari Legion retreated, they left behind a large number of air mines. If not for Aurelia being careful enough, they would have lost a lot in this area. Get the scout ships to clear the air mines immediately, Aurelia ordered. Yes, sir, but because there are so many air mines, it will take some time, the adjutant reported. All right, have the fleet stand by. Aurelia nodded. Air mines were like this. Although they might not be able to hit the enemy, even if they were detected by the enemy, it would take a lot of time to clean them up. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Lone Star scout ship in front had finally cleared the air mines. Aurelia's fleet was finally able to continue moving forward. Commander, we have arrived at the Stargate, the adjutant said to Aurelia after more than 10 hours. Let the scout ship go over and take a look at the situation first, Aurelia ordered, because the other end of the Stargate was the actual enemy's territory. If the enemy had a large force of defense, then it would be really difficult to fight. Time passed by minute. A few Lone Star scout ships passed through the Stargate and arrived at the opposite Kruger's galaxy. On the other side of the Stargate, Aurelia used her finger to gently tap on the armrest of her seat. It showed that she was very nervous at the moment. If the other party defended strictly, it would not be an easy task to pass through the Stargate, even if Aurelia's fleet had a large number of main ships and heavy cruisers. Against an opponent who was waiting for their labor, they had just passed through the Stargate and had to restart their engines and shields. They would definitely suffer heavy losses in the first wave of enemy attacks. As time passed, the atmosphere in the bridge of Aurelia's ship became more and more serious. If there was no news from the dozens of scout ships, it meant that the enemy had set up a sufficiently strong defensive firepower. Swoosh! At this moment, a light flashed through the Stargate. Aurelia's fleet immediately began to recharge their weapons to prevent the enemy from launching a countercharge. However, as the light faded, Aurelia and the others finally felt relieved. A Lone Star unmanned reconnaissance ship returned from the Stargate. Very quickly, the information from the reconnaissance ship was uploaded to Aurelia's flagship. Commander, the enemy has only set up some orbital defense facilities outside the Stargate. There is also a small fleet, only a dozen heavy patrol and supporting ships. There is no trace of the main fleet, the adjutant reported to Aurelia after sorting out the information. It seems that Bella and the others have succeeded. Aurelia's eyes flashed with a bright light. It was obvious that the main fleet of the Resistance Army had been attracted by Bella and the others to the Salhu corridor. There were only a few old and weak soldiers left here. All troops, attack! Attack the Kruger system! Following Aurelia's order, all the ships turned off their engines and began to pass through the Stargate. Chapter 2033, Chapter 2029, was a complete victory. Thousands of warships passed through the Stargate, and Aurelia's fleet finally arrived at the Kruger system. All ships, immediately restore your shields and restart your engines, Aurelia ordered after passing through the Stargate. Alert! Alert! The enemy has locked onto us! The moment Aurelia gave the order, the spaceships at the outer perimeter of the fleet sounded a piercing alarm. Boom, boom, boom! A large amount of artillery fire came. Although the Vizari Legion did not have a large army guarding the other end of the Stargate, there were still many orbital defense devices set up here. Furthermore, a small fleet stationed at the Stargate also discovered Aurelia and the others. Has the battle damage report been released? After the first round of artillery fire, Aurelia asked. It's out. 42 brown bears are damaged. The starship has already begun repairs, the adjutant reported. Aurelia nodded. The Vizari Legion was indeed lax in their defenses here. Even the garrison here did not expect the enemy to invade on a large scale. Hence, in their haste to respond, they were unable to focus their fire on their target. Otherwise, how could they not destroy a warship in such a situation? A moment later, before the second wave of attacks from the Vasily Legion arrived, Aurelia's fleet had already rebooted their shields. Although the engine still needed a few seconds to be rebooted. With the shields, the weak firepower of the Vasily Legion was nothing to be afraid of. Boom, 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 boom! At this time, the Vizari Legion's second wave of attacks had arrived. However, because Aurelia's fleet had activated their shields this time, their cannon attacks only caused the shields to fluctuate. There was no effect at all. Commander, the engines of the 123rd Assault Fleet have been rebooted. At this time, the adjutant said to Aurelia, order the 1st and 2nd Assault Fleets to charge. Destroy the enemy fleets, Aurelia ordered. Yes, sir. The adjutant immediately passed down the order. Order the 3rd Assault Fleets to cooperate with the Javelin-class missile frigates to clean up the orbital defense facilities, Aurelia ordered in an orderly manner. Yes. Following Aurelia's order, the two squadrons broke away from their respective squadrons and began to charge forward. As the warships of these two assault squadrons were almost all Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers, under the acceleration of the destroyer's advance engine, they quickly caught up with the Vasily Legion warships that were about to retreat. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the enemy and themselves was too great. Moreover, the people stationed here were not players. Each warship had hundreds to thousands of crew members, who would be willing to stay here and die. Unfortunately, these warships of the Vasily Legion were old and weak soldiers. The first-rate fleets had all been transferred to the Vasily Cloister. The garrison here was just some local fleets. As the Vasily Legion was born from a bandit organization, their military discipline was not too strict. The regular army of the Legion was still passable. These local fleets were simply examples of how to defend against the enemy and disturb the people. Therefore, when they first discovered that the enemy had passed through the Stargate, they even fired 2 shots. When these guys realized that the enemy's fleet was tens of times larger than their own, these guys almost turned around and ran away. You want to leave? You're too naive. The commanders of the 2 assault fleets laughed coldly. These guys were all from the military schools of the Merchant Alliance. Basically, they were all top students from poor families. Because these guys were from poor families, joining the army and making contributions had become their only way to rise. In order to not live a hard life, these guys were more and more belligerent. Because without battle achievements, they could not get promoted. If they did not get promoted, they would have no future, no house, no money, and no wife. Therefore, in order to live a good life in the future, these guys were all on the battlefield as if they were on stimulants. Charge! Kill these pirates! Charge! Along with the shouts, the 2 assault fleets instantly caught up with the Vasily warships that were trying to escape. Close in and fire! The captains of the assault fleets roared. Because the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser itself was a model of tough and thick skin, although the shield was not strong, and the quality of the armor was also average. However, the cheap materials made their armor extremely thick. Therefore, when faced with close-range stray bullets and shrapnel damage, they were even tougher than those high-tech warships. After getting close to the enemy warship through the destroyer's assault engine, the Brown Bears unleashed their full firepower. Thousands of automatic cannons spat out flames. The dense bullets were like a torrent of steel as they shot towards Vizari's battleship. As the distance between the 2 sides was too close, coupled with the fact that the shields were not effective against solid ammunition, even though the Brown Bear's firepower was not strong, the lethality effect was very shocking. Boom, 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 boom! The first ones that could not withstand the attack were the Vizari Legion's frigates. although their technology was stronger than the Merchant Alliance. And they were all made of biochemical metal structures. However, the frigates that were cut by the steel torrent at close range were still very quickly pierced through, and even torn apart by the Brown Bear's automatic cannons. The exploding Vasily frigates were very close to the attacking Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser. Their fragments inevitably crashed into the Brown Bear's body, leaving deep scars. However, although the Brown Bear's armor was average in strength, due to its extremely high thickness, this kind of injury did not penetrate the hull at all. This was just damage to the outer armor. To a guy with thick skin like the Brown Bear, it was not important at all. Moreover, these guys were followed by a Stargrade Nani ship that was undergoing maintenance at any time. If the Vasily Legion's warships could calm down and turn their heads to face the battle, they might still have a chance of survival. At least, they could cover a portion of the evacuation. However, it was a pity. These local fleets that did not have any combat discipline did not resist at all. They were all trying to escape. However, in front of the Zerglers that rushed into the engines, these guys had no way to escape. Boom, boom, boom! Following a series of violent explosions, none of the Vasilis warships could escape. They were all sunk near the Stargate. Commander, the enemy fleets have all been destroyed, the adjutant reported to Aurelia. Yes. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd assault fleets to meet up and sweep out those orbital defense facilities, Aurelia said. Yes, my lord. The adjutant immediately passed down Aurelia's orders. Very quickly, under the reasonable sweep of the 3 fleets, all the orbital defense facilities were cleared out, as the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, and the maintenance of the Star-class Nani ship was also very timely. Therefore, Aurelia's fleet almost did not suffer any losses in this battle, and could even be said to have completely defeated their opponent. Chapter 2034, Chapter 2030 Signal. Although the fleet stationed at the Stargate had been completely wiped out, the Vizari army must have already sent the news back. Therefore, Aurelia ordered his adjutant to send a scout ship back to inform Jiang Fei. In fact, Aurelia was not wrong at all. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Vizari army were like ants in a hot pot. Previously, they were already in a terrible state because of the collapse of Sargo Cloister. Now, they had sent all their forces to Sargo Cloister. Their goal was to salvage the situation. But now, the Imperial Army actually had a powerful fleet. They actually invaded from the Kruger's galaxy and had already broken through the Stargate. What should we do? Now that the Imperial Army is menacing us, we no longer have the strength to stop them. Why don't we pull back some of the fleets that are heading for Sargo Cloister? Humph! Is there still time? The fleets have already set off for so long. When they come back after receiving the news, I'm afraid half of our territory will be lost. Losing half of our territory is still better than being beaten to the ground. All right. Stop arguing. I'll go look for the Holy See emissary and see if they have any ideas. The higher-ups of the Vizari army argued endlessly. Some suggested that Salha's frontline fleet should come back to rescue them. Some said that such a long distance would not quench the thirst of the enemy. Moreover, if the troops of the Salhu Cloister were to be transferred back, once the situation on Salha's side collapsed, the situation would be even more serious than it was now. In the end, it was still Jiang Fei's old acquaintance, Ano, who suggested to look for the player for help. Speaking of which, this old fellow had been doing quite well in the Vizari army recently. He was originally one of the higher-ups of the army. Because he had a good relationship with the player, he had now become one of the most powerful figures in the Vasily Legion. After coming out of the hall of the Legion's parliament, Ano went straight to the embassy district of the Holy Messenger. I want to see Ambassador Sardilla, Ano said very politely to the embassy staff. Ambassador, you are very busy. Do you have an appointment? The staff asked. I am Ano from the Vizari Legion. I have an urgent matter to see Ambassador Sardira. Please inform him. I think Ambassador Sardira will see me. Although the other party was only a small staff member, Ano still maintained a smiling face. Having been in the circle of power for so many years, what did he not understand? There was a saying that the King of Hell was easy to deal with. If such a small figure deliberately caused trouble for you, no matter how big the matter was, it would be delayed. All right. The embassy staff nodded and turned around to enter. Not long after, the staff member came out of the embassy and said, Lord Ano, please follow me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the trouble. Ano was full of gratitude. Very soon, Ano met another clone of Velen in the conference room, Sardilla. Master Ano, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Velen asked, even though he already knew the answer. He was the one who had tricked Jiang Fei into this. Now, He was asking about someone else. That's right. Master Ambassador. The resistance is now in a crisis, Ano said with a serious face. Oh. Velen glanced at Ano. Then he continued to pretend. Although we lost some battleships in the Battle of Salhu, I don't think it's a big loss. Victory and defeat are common among soldiers. Please don't take it to heart. Sir Ano. No. I'm not talking about the Salhu cloister, Ano said anxiously. Oh. Then what is it? Vinland's acting was also quite realistic. The Imperial army is coming from the Kruger's galaxy, Ano said anxiously. Kruger's? That's not our defense zone, Vinland said with a shrug. That is indeed not the defense zone of your Saint's emissary. However, because we have transferred all our forces to Salhu, there is a vacuum in our forces there. Now that the Imperial army is coming, please quickly think of a way, Ano said with a pleading face. What can I do? My people are also at Sara Cloister, Vinland said slowly. But? Ano wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Vinland. Lord Ano, you don't have to say any more. Although I really want to help you. My people are also at Sara Cloister. Even if I transfer them back now, it's too late, Vinland said with his hands spread out. You can't just ignore us now. Ano was at his wit's end. He could only place his hopes on the holy envoys. All right, I'll think of a way. Vinland hesitated for a long time before finally giving Ano a little hope. Thank you. Thank you. Ano could be said to be extremely grateful to Vinland. After sending off Ano, Vinland's body swayed and he disappeared. Unlike Jian Fei and the others, Vinland was the manager of this universe. He could appear anywhere at any time. I just arrived here, Vinland muttered to himself as he looked at Aurelia's fleet in the void. At this moment, his body was in a state of nothingness. Outsiders could not see him at all. Looks like I have to give them some motivation. Vinland smiled after thinking for a moment. Then, his figure disappeared. At the same time, the scattered players in the Kruger's galaxy all received a quest. As long as they attacked Aurelia's fleet, they would receive rewards. Even if a frigate was killed by the enemy before it sank, they would still receive rewards. As the manager of the game, although Vitaling could not directly interfere in the game, he could use the form of issuing quests to exert his influence. Therefore, very soon, the scattered player warships came over to die. At this moment, the players from the major guilds were all heading towards Sara Cloister together with their own fleets. The only ones left here were a few players. Not only were their levels low, but their ships were also rotten. There was no guild that would take them in. Hence, when they saw such a good mission, they immediately rushed over. Lord Commander, enemy ships have been discovered. On this side, Aurelia had also received a report from her adjutant. Why are there scattered frigates? And armed merchant ships? Aurelia frowned. She did not know why these guys were in such a hurry to die. Commander, what should we do? The captains of the fleet were ready to make a move. Although these small ships were rotten, they were still battle merits. Pursue them, Aurelia said after thinking for a moment. Sir, could it be a trap set by the enemy? The adjutant asked with some worry. No, Aurelia said with certainty. At this time, she had confirmed that this situation came from Vitalon's hidden help and signal. Chapter 2035, Chapter 2031. The Ace Spy. After understanding Vinland's intentions, Aurelia immediately ordered the army to move forward at full speed, directly charging towards the capital planet of the Vasily Legion. 5 days later, Ano rushed over to see Vinland again with a tired expression. Ambassador Sardira, please save us. Ano was so anxious that his mouth was filled with burning bubbles. There was no way that Aurelia's fleet could charge straight in during these 5 days, and had already conquered 4 galaxies in 2-star regions. As the Kruger star system was the most prosperous star system of the Vasily Legion, there were many stargates there. Although these stargates usually brought convenience to the people's transportation, it allowed people to not waste a large amount of time on interstellar travel. However, now is the time of war. These stargates actually provided convenience to Aurelia's fleet. As a result, they were advancing at a speed that was equivalent to a galaxy a day. Although the Vazari army had organized a few fleets to resist the invasion of the Imperial army, the scattered troops formed by these fleets were unable to stop Aurelia's regular army. Their resistance was almost instantaneous. Some fleets had already fled before they even saw Aurelia's army. In Aurelia's eyes, her invasion was not a war at all. It was just an armed parade. Furthermore, Aurelia's invasion was to buy Jian Fei time. to attract the attention of the development team. She did not occupy those planets at all. This way, her marching speed would not be slowed down. As a result, in just 5 days, Aurelia's fleet was only 3-star systems away from Vasily Legion's capital planet. In less than a week, her army would be at the city gates. Sigh. My people are already fighting the Imperial army at the Salhu corridor. There's no way to retreat. Vinland pretended to be troubled. But if this continues, our Vasari Legion will be finished. Ano was also playing tricks at this moment, because the Vasari Legion's fleet was currently on the way back to rescue. Although they could not mobilize the player troops, their own fleets still obeyed orders. It was just that these fleets were far away, and it would take time for them to rush back. Humph. Trying to trick me? Do you think I do not know that you have already moved back to your own fleets? Vinland laughed in his heart. In truth, he had already leaked the information about the Vasari Legion's main fleet. At this moment, these fleets that had just withdrawn from the battlefield had probably been ambushed. I will try my best to think of a way. Lord Ano, do not be too anxious. Although he was very disdainful in his heart, Vinland still played along with Ano. Lord, these rebel battleships are very strange. At this moment, on the flagship of Aurelia, the adjutant was discussing something with her. It is indeed a little strange. These guys seem to be coming over to die at a certain rhythm. Aurelia also frowned. Could it be that they are trying to express something? That's not right. No one would use collective suicide as a signal to others. The adjutant shook his head. After all, there were hundreds or thousands of people on a battleship. Who would use dozens or hundreds of battleships to send a signal? Oh! The adjutant's words reminded Aurelia. It was true that ordinary people could not use such a form of signal. But Vinland could. Bring up the previous record of destruction. Aurelia immediately ordered. Yes, the adjutant replied. Soon, a chart appeared in front of Aurelia. 1, 2. 1, 1. 2. Aurelia looked at the kill record in front of him and seemed to have an epiphany. Use this kill record as a password to crack it, Aurelia said to the adjutant. Sir, is this possible? The adjutant had a puzzled expression. Do as I say, Aurelia ordered. Yes. The adjutant saw that Aurelia was so serious, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He handed the kill data to the communication officer who specialized in this field and asked him to crack the password. A few hours later, the adjutant came to Aurelia with a piece of paper with a shocked face. Sir Commander, the password has been cracked. Bring it to me, Aurelia immediately said. Yes. The adjutant immediately handed the piece of paper over. Taking the piece of paper with the cracked content, Aurelia was also stunned, because on it was written the scale of the Vasari army's reinforcements, as well as the arrival route and time. Sir, could it be that we still have an insider in the upper echelons of the Vasari Empire? The adjutant asked with a shocked expression on his face. If this was true, then how high was the rank of the Empire's agents in the Vasari army? Only then could he obtain such confidential information and be able to transmit it over in such a manner. Adjust the course and prepare for battle. Aurelia did not go to explain to the adjutant. She did not want to, and did not have the time to explain. According to the time and location indicated in the information, the enemy's reinforcements were about to arrive. Aurelia had to lead the fleet to a specific area immediately to complete the ambush accurately. Yes, sir! The adjutant was excited. Based on Aurelia's reaction, he was sure that there was a spy among the higher-ups of the Vasily Legion. And it was an ace spy. In fact, the adjutant did not know that his so-called ace spy was Vinland. As the manager of the game, Vinland could see almost everything in the universe. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had information about the reinforcements of the Vasily Legion, because he also had the authority to issue missions. Therefore, it was not difficult for a small number of players to come in a specific formation at a specific time to die. A few hours later, Aurelia's fleet arrived at the designated location. This was a warp point where Vasari's reinforcements had rushed back. According to the information, Vasari's reinforcements would arrive here in half an hour. Aurelia then began to adjust the formation of the fleet. He had all the main spaceships around this warp point in a hemispherical shape. When the enemy still had 2 minutes to arrive, he began to recharge the main cannon. A minute and a half later, Aurelia's fleet had already set up their formation. At this time, the warp point had become the focus of Aurelia's fleet's firepower. As long as the enemy appeared, they would suffer a devastating blow. As time passed, a white light flashed. The first spaceship rushed out of the phase space and arrived at the warp point, followed by the second and third spaceship. because this was the hinterland of the Vizari Legion, and it was not in the same direction as Aurelia's fleet. The Vizari Legion's fleet did not expect to encounter the enemy here. Therefore, in order to rush the time, they did not place the scout ships before every warp, causing the unprepared Vasily fleet to plunge into the encirclement of Aurelia. Chapter 2036, Chapter 2032, Perfect Ambush. Schwa schwa schwa. A large number of Vasily warships appeared at the warp point. Furthermore, as they had just completed their warp, their engines and shields were all switched off. This could be said to be their most vulnerable moment. Fire! Following Aurelia's order, the Imperial Army's fleet fired their 10,000 cannons at the same time, instantly completing a round of baptism for Vasily's fleet. Damn it! What's going on? Sir, there's an ambush. How did the Imperial Army know our route? Damn it! There must be a traitor. Hurry up and restart the shields. Start the engines. Reporting casualties. Sir, in the attack just now, we lost 150 frigates, 30 auxiliary cruisers, 84 heavy cruisers, and 10 unmanned aircraft carriers. Apart from that, there are also close to 200 warships that were damaged, and they are currently undergoing emergency repairs. Damn it! The commander of Vizari's fleet slammed the table. This was only the first round of attack, and his fleet had already lost close to 20%, and 20% of the warships were also damaged. The overall combat strength of the fleet had already been reduced by almost half. Sir, the shields of all the ships have almost recovered, but the enemy's second wave of attacks is about to arrive. Shrink the formation. Let the garrison forcers block the outside, and all the ships are free to counterattack. Vizari's commander was, after all, from the regular army, although he was caught unprepared. But he would not be like the players, who were at a loss in their panic. Boom 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 boom. The second round of attacks from the Aurelia fleet arrived. Although the Vasily fleet had raised their shields, they were currently at the center of the Aurelia fleet's firepower. Under such intense attacks, even with their shields, they still suffered heavy losses. This was especially so for the warships that had just been injured. Some of them had even damaged their engines, and they could not hide behind the heavy patrols. As a result, they were destroyed on the spot. Damage report. Sir, we have more than 30 warships sunk, and more than 50 warships are injured. Damn it! We can't just passively take the hits. We have to rush out. The commander of the Vasari fleet knew very well in his heart. Their current position was really too bad. They were completely the focus of the enemy's firepower. The enemy's damage was not wasted at all, and they had practically taken all the damage. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They had accidentally entered the enemy's ambush. It was inevitable that they would be attacked, even though it was due to their own negligence. However, now was not the time to hold them accountable. Therefore, the commander of the Vasily fleet only wanted to break out of the encirclement. Abandon those warships with damaged engines. I will give them 3 minutes to transfer to other ships through the landing ship. After 3 minutes, they will break out of the encirclement immediately. The commander of the Vasily fleet said. Yes, sir. Just as Vasari's fleet was about to break through, Aurelia did not sit idle. After 2 rounds of attacks, the enemy's warships were almost 1/3 damaged, and their combat strength was more than average. This way, Aurelia would not just settle for long-range artillery attacks. The first and second assault fleets are ready to attack. All Aiken-class battlecruisers. Open the target uplink. Flagship. Open the concentrated position. Aurelia gave the order methodically, and the entire fleet was soon ready for the decisive battle under her command. Break out! Charge! The commanders of both sides gave the battle orders almost at the same time, but their objectives were completely different. Under the orders of the commanders of both sides, the warships on both sides began to move. To avoid being accidentally injured by their own artillery fire, Aurelia's fleet was a hemisphere-shaped warp point. Therefore, if the Vizari fleet wanted to break out of the encirclement, their best path would be to retreat with their backs to Aurelia's fleet. However, this way, they would completely give up resisting and completely expose their backs to the enemy. Fire! Following Aurelia's order, her fleet fired as they pursued. The first to be destroyed were the abandoned battleships. Their engines had been damaged during the first 2 waves of attacks. They could no longer retreat, so they were abandoned after the crew moved to other ships. First and second assault fleets. Charge! Fight the enemy. Don't let them escape. Following Aurelia's order, the 2 assault fleet's Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers all activated their Annihilator assault engines. Their speed instantly increased to the maximum, instantly biting the enemy's tail. Duh. The Brown Bear's automatic cannons also fired. With the support of the target's uplink, the Brown Bear that was originally close in range also received a certain range enhancement. Damn it! These guys are catching up! Leave a team of Gala's enforcers to cover the rear. The rest of you, continue to retreat. Once you reach a safe distance, immediately warp, the commander of Vizari ordered. Because warping required turning off the engines and shields. If they were to warp under the enemy's firepower, the battleships without shields would almost be unable to hold on until the warping engines broke through the spatial barrier. Boom, boom, boom! The remaining Gala's enforcers began to retaliate, although they were carrying out a mission that would undoubtedly lead to their deaths as the rear-end fleet. However, these elite Vizari warriors were resolutely carrying out their mission. Damage battleships. Retreat! The battleships beside you! Fill up the positions! The moment they exchanged blows, a few Brown Bears were injured. In terms of individual combat strength, the Brown Bears and the Gala's enforcers, who were both heavy cruisers, were simply incomparable. Although the Brown Bear's automatic cannons were quite powerful in close combat, it still depended on who they were compared to. The plasma wave cannons of the Karis enforcers were several times more powerful. In terms of defense, although the Brown Bear's crudely made armor was very thick, its quality was very average. The biochemical armor of the Karis enforcers was not only stronger in defense than the Brown Bears, it even had the ability to self-repair. As for the shield, the two sides were not even on the same level. However, the powerful Karis enforcers also had a fatal flaw, which was that they were expensive. Extremely expensive. The high cost of building this kind of warship made it slightly more common among the players of the Resistance Army, in the hands of the Vizari Legion. These spaceships were very rare. Therefore, almost all of their fleets were frigates. It was impossible for them to build a large group of Brown Bears like the Imperial Army, which cost nothing to build. Activate the reconfiguration! After a few Gala's enforcers were seriously injured, they activated the reconfiguration. The powerful biometal began to repair itself. In just a few minutes, the originally serious injuries turned into minor injuries. Although this ability could not be activated indefinitely, and could only be used once before returning to the factory for major repairs, it instantly gave them an extra life on the battlefield. This meant that the Karis enforcers were not unreasonably expensive. Chapter 2037, Chapter 2033, Destroy the Flagship. Although the Karis enforcers had regained their combat strength after reassembling their bodies, they were still powerless against the numerous Brown Bears. There was a saying that a hungry tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves, and a wise man could not withstand a large number of people. Although their individual combat strength was far superior to the cheap Brown Bears, the Karis enforcers were quickly defeated by an enemy that was several times their own. Boom! Following a violent explosion, one Gala's law enforcer was sunk, followed closely by the second and third ships. Although a team of Gala's law enforcers had built a solid line of defense for the retreat of their allies, in the face of the continuous attacks of the enemy, this line of defense still could not hold on for long, especially after the auxiliary ships behind the Brown Bear arrived. These Gala's law enforcers were affected by various control skills, and were quickly sunk. At that moment, the retreating Vizari fleet had already escaped for more than 10 light seconds. As long as they were a little further away, they would be able to activate the warp drive. Pursue! On the other side, Aurelia also gave the order for the entire army to pursue. She knew very well that her mission this time was to create enough pressure on the resistance and put them in danger. Only then would the development team be able to attract their attention and buy time for Jiang Fei's next move. Commander, the enemy is activating the warp drive! A few minutes later, the adjutant's voice made Aurelia frown. If the reinforcement fleet escaped, it would undoubtedly give the resistance a glimmer of hope. This way, their crisis might not be enough to alert the development team. All main ships, charge the ion thunderbolts! Aurelia immediately ordered. Yes, sir! The adjutant immediately relayed the order. A moment later, the 5 Aiken-class battlecruisers in Aurelia's fleet began charging their powerful weapons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of bright blue light shot towards the warping Vizari fleet in the distance. The range of this type of super main cannon was not something an ordinary cannon could compare to. Boom boom boom! Faced with the rain of ionized thunderbolts, the Vizari fleet that was activating their warping engines could not dodge at all. When the warping engines were activated, the main engines and shield systems would be switched off. Hence, not only could these Vizari warships not dodge, they did not even have shields. Hiss! Hiss! The Vasily warships that were hit shone with bright blue electric light, although the hull of the warship was almost unharmed. However, The high-energy ions had already destroyed most of the electronic systems in the warship. When the warship was instantly disabled, the warp engines that had been turned on were also switched off. Sir, many warships have been disabled by the enemy's main fleet. Ignore them. The other warships continue to warp. The commander of the Vasily Legion was also a ruthless person. He made a prompt decision and gave up on the paralyzed warships. Because he knew very well in his heart, if his own fleet stayed behind to cover the paralyzed warships, then what awaited him was total annihilation. It was better to abandon these warships and let the others have a chance to escape. Brown Bear Fleet, speed up and advance. Destroy as many enemies as possible. Seeing that the Vasari fleet was determined to escape, Aurelia was a little anxious. Yes! Following Aurelia's orders, all the Brown Bear class heavy cruisers activated their destroyer advance engines, instantly increasing their speed to the maximum. The Brown Bear's automatic cannons fired first. After charging into the firing range, they began to bite their targets to death. And at their fastest speed, they wanted to destroy their targets. Sir! We have lost 2 Galas enforcers and 7 Lavassa fighters. The vassals of the Vasari Legion were also sweating. Their fleet had already been bitten by the Brown Bear's tail. But the warp engine was still not fully activated. There were still dozens of seconds before they jumped into the phase space. Loss is inevitable. We have entered the enemy's ambush this time, so we will definitely have to pay the price. However, it is impossible for them to wipe us out. Compared to the nervousness of the adjutant, the commander of the Vasily fleet was calm at this moment. Based on the current situation, although their fleet was destined to lose more than 50% of their warships, the remaining people would definitely be able to escape. Hong! At this moment, Commander Vasilis' flagship was hit by an ion bolt. Sir! Our ship is paralyzed! The adjutant shouted in panic. Sir! The ship has been completely paralyzed, and the escape system cannot be activated. We cannot retreat through the landing ship! At this time, the main engineer of the flagship shouted. Commander, order the other ships to stop warping. The adjutant's meaning was obvious. He was ordering the other ships to stay behind to cover the flagship's retreat. Bulsh asterisk T. My life is my life. Aren't the lives of those children my life? The commander of the Vasily fleet slapped his adjutant. He was definitely not the kind of person who was afraid of death. Order the other ships to continue the warping, the commander said with determination. Sir, our ship has been completely disabled. The communication system is the same. The other ships can no longer receive our orders. The communications officer shouted. Damn it! The commander of the Vasily fleet closed his eyes. He knew that many brave warriors would die with him. As expected, when many Vasily warships realized that their flagship had stopped warping and could no longer communicate, they also took the initiative to turn off the warping engine and began to turn the bow of the ship. A defensive circle formed behind the flagship. Charge! At that moment, the main force of the Aurelia fleet finally reached their firing range, especially those Javelin-class guided missile frigates. Don't look at them as frigates. However, they were equipped with cluster warheads and possessed firepower that far surpassed the Brown Bears. Under the simultaneous firing, they instantly dealt a devastating blow to the Vasily warships. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions rose and fell in the void. Vasari's position was like the midair of a grand ceremony night. Clusters of fireworks exploded. However, the fireworks were accompanied by laughter during the night of the ceremony. And behind every cluster of fireworks here, it represented the death of thousands of people. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the battleships that were still warping finally managed to endure until the warping engine was fully activated. They instantly sank into the phase space and finally escaped from the Azura Purgatory. As for the Vasily warships that were left behind, regardless of whether they were left behind passively because they were struck by the ion lightning bolts or because they took the initiative to stay behind to protect their flagship, their ending did not make the slightest difference. In the end, they were all destroyed under the artillery fire of the Aurelia army. Chapter 2038, Chapter 2034 Passing through the light membrane. Not long after the remnants of the Vasily fleet escaped, the news was sent back to the capital planet. For a moment, the entire Vasily Legion's upper echelons were shocked. The rescue fleet was ambushed, and more than 2/3 of the fleet was lost. The commander was killed. After this news was sent back, it was like a bolt from the blue on the capital planet. The entire Vasily Legion was in a panic. Originally, they thought that once the reinforcements arrived, they would be able to stop the Imperial Army's invasion even if they did not counterattack. At the very least, they would be able to delay until the arrival of the Saints' emissaries' troops. Now, the Vasari Legion's most powerful fleet was almost completely wiped out. The remaining warships were also almost all injured. Who knew how long it would take to return to the factory for major repairs? Even if they were repaired, with only 1/3 of the fleet, they would not be able to compete with Aurelia's fleet. In desperation, Ano found Vinland, who had transformed into Sardilla for the 3rd time. Master Sardilla, you must save us! Ano might have been putting on an act before, but this time, he was really desperate. Unlike the other Vizari higher-ups, even if they surrendered in the battle, they could still ensure their own prosperity. At most, they would lose their power. However, he could not do it. Now, everyone knew that Jiang Fei was the commander of the Imperial Army. Furthermore, the enmity between Ano and Jiang Fei was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. Ano had even sent Jiang Fei to the Tel Aviv Advance Army to die. If Jiang Fei were to end up in Jiang Fei's hands, it was obvious what would happen to him. Therefore, within the entire Vizari army, anyone could surrender. Only Ano could not. Therefore, this time, he came to ask the players. It could be said that he was forced into a dead end. Lord Ano, don't be anxious. I'm also thinking of a way. Vinland was still playing the game. Sir Ambassador, please send reinforcements. Ano begged bitterly. My men are all at Sarl's margin corridor. If we send them back, then after the Imperial Army rushes out of Sarl's margin corridor, there will be nothing that can stop them, Vinland said. But Ano was really panicking at this moment. He knew that Sala Marsh corridor must not be lost. Otherwise, even if the crisis caused by Aurelia was resolved, they would be in the same situation as now. Moreover, once the Imperial Army pincer attacked from both sides, they would be even more unable to resist. But Lord Ano, please rest assured, I will not ignore it. I have already asked the Holy City of the Holy Envoys for help. At this moment, Vinland gave Ano a glimmer of hope. Is that so? Thank you so much. Lord Ambassador, when will the reinforcements from the Holy City arrive? Ano quickly asked. It's hard to say. I will ask again later, Vinland said. If the development team interfered, then the reinforcements would arrive in a matter of minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Ano thanked him again and again before leaving. After Ano left, Vinland finally returned the message that he had already designed, telling the development team that there was a problem with the game. The Imperial Army's NPCs were unprecedentedly strong. The Resistance Army was temporarily unable to hold on. After the message was returned, it indeed attracted the attention of the development team. Their game was now operating very successfully and had attracted many players. So, it was time to earn money. At this time, Vitaland reported back that the game was out of balance. If left unchecked, the Imperial Army would win the final victory and end the game early. This was not what the development team wanted to see. After all, every day the game was running, they would earn an extra day's worth of money. Therefore, the development team immediately began to discuss how to balance the game. Moreover, this intervention would not cause the Imperial Army to be overly suppressed, causing the Resistance Army to greatly increase. As a result, the Resistance Army would obtain victory in the game in a short period of time. As there were many factors that needed to be weighed, the development team's attention was all drawn to it. How to increase the strength of the resistance without causing them to become overly powerful had become the focus of the development team's attention. They needed to conduct a large number of tests on the frontline battlefield to determine the final solution. At this moment, Jiang Fei's shuttle had already arrived at the Dominican Galaxy. I'm finally going to the other side of the light membrane. To be honest, Jiang Fei was very excited. Although Vitaland had given him the map on the other side of the light membrane, seeing it with his own eyes and seeing it on the map were two different concepts. As the distance between the shuttle and the light membrane got closer and closer, Jiang Fei's heart began to race. Although Vitaland had promised him repeatedly that he was now a friendly boss, who knew if the security system would go crazy, if he were to be fired at, it would be bad. Although Jiang Fei's current strength was already heaven-defying, Jiang Fei was still uncertain when facing the security ship in the player safe zone that had absolute instant kill authority. Stop the spaceship in front. Just when he was less than 100 light seconds away from the light barrier, a security ship intercepted Jiang Fei's path. Phew! Although he had been intercepted, Jiang Fei was relieved. If he had not been recognized as an ally by the guard ship, he would not have been intercepted but destroyed. Please show me your identification. The guard ship sent a message. Okay. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and directly sent out his Grand Marshal's identity number. Identity confirmed. Identity confirmed. Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army Jiang Fei. Identity level extremely high. Permission granted free movement in the entire region. Identity confirmed. Permission granted. After the guard spaceship confirmed Jiang Fei's identity, it left as if it had never seen him before. F***CK! This is a real NPC! Jiang Fei said angrily in his heart. These people from the high-dimensional space actually used living beings like him as NPCs to slaughter them. This was simply insane. After the guard ship left, Jiang Fei continued to drive the shuttle closer to the light membrane. When he approached the light membrane, because his identity had been confirmed and because of the identity of the Grand Marshal, he had also obtained the permission to freely travel through the entire region. Therefore, the light membrane automatically opened a gap and let him in. Swoosh! After entering the light membrane, Jiang Fei's vision suddenly became clear, because the light membrane covered a star area. This area was still very vast. According to Vinalon's map, this star area was both a safe area and a novice village for players. There were many simulated small merchant ships and small monsters. Here, the purpose was to allow players to adapt to the game's mode. The core area of the light membrane was a super large space station, or a space city. Behind this space city was a huge wormhole. That was where the players were born. It was also the place Jiang Fei wanted to go the most. Chapter 2039, Chapter 2035. After entering the light barrier, Jiang Fei's area was relatively empty. There were only a few armed merchant ships scattered here and there. In order to take care of the novice players, these armed merchant ships were in passive attack mode. As long as one did not provoke it, it would only wander around in a fixed area and would not actively attack others. At that moment, Jiang Fei was only piloting a shuttle that did not have any attack power. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to provoke those small monsters, merchant ships. BIU. The signal of the exchange of fire came from afar. However, the players here were all pure newbies. Their system initial ships were not much stronger than the armed merchant ships. Therefore, the battle between the two parties was like a child's play in Jiang Fei's eyes. It seems that this game is quite profitable. There are actually so many new players. Now, Jiang Fei noticed many signs of battle on the radar. However, because he was the mark of a friendly NPC, no players came to find trouble with him. Jiang Fei flew the shuttle forward. His first destination was the huge space city. After all, he was not a player. This was his first time here, and he was heading straight for the distant wormhole. This was a little too eye-catching. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to use his identity as a high-ranking general of the Imperial Army to disguise himself as an NPC who gave out quests. He would first go to the player safe zone to find out what was going on. If there was a chance, he would go to the vicinity of the wormhole to gather more information. On the way, Jiang Fei was rather successful. No one stopped him. After all, as the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, Jiang Fei had already obtained the permission to freely travel. The novice players did not care too much about him. Although in the eyes of the players, Jiang Fei had a big Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army tag on his head. He did not give out quests. Therefore, no one paid him any attention. They just treated him as a decorative NPC who was wandering around. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei finally approached the giant space city. Docking request accepted? After Jiang Fei sent out the docking request, he quickly received a response. Under the guidance of the guided ship, Jiang Fei's shuttle entered the spaceport of the giant space city and landed on the designated tarmac. However, after arriving at the giant space city, Jiang Fei was not welcomed as warmly as he was in the Empire's capital. Star Pazerns, the people in charge of running the space city here were all serious NPCs. They were all created by the development team. Their intelligence was generally low. They only provided some necessary help to novice players and issued some simple missions. They were not smart enough to receive high-level allied generals. The NPCs in the giant space city could not receive Jiang Fei, so the players would not care about him. Who had ever seen an NPC who did not issue quests come to the novice village, only to be greeted by a large number of novice players? Therefore, Jiang Fei left the spaceport alone, although it looked rather disappointing. To Jiang Fei, this was the best thing that could happen. If many people surrounded him, how was he going to find a chance to explore the secrets of the giant wormhole? However, just as Jiang Fei walked out of the tarmac, he saw an old acquaintance of his Eamon. Eamon was really unlucky. Originally, when Bella brought the experts and fleets of the 5 worlds to provide support. The Imperial Army's fleets won a great victory and almost wiped out the player fleets of the Resistance Army. However, after the Resistance had sent all their reinforcements, the two sides had entered a stalemate again. At that time, the battle between the two sides had become a win-win situation. However, Aemon himself was greedy for battle achievements. In one battle, he had pursued too much and was ambushed by the Resistance. Not only did the fleet suffer heavy losses, but his flagship was also destroyed. He could not even save his life capsule. He was completely destroyed by the players of the Resistance. He could only return to the beginner's village to resurrect. Grand Marshal, what are you doing here? The normal players did not know Jiang Fei, but Aemon had dealt with Jiang Fei before. I have something that I need help with, Jiang Fei said. Since he had come here as a quest NPC, he had to continue acting. Grand Marshal, is there anything that you need help with? Aemon had just lost a large number of battleships. Even his flagship had been destroyed. Of course, he now hoped to receive some rare quests to recover his losses. To him, meeting a high-level NPC like Jiang Fei was like a pie falling from the sky. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then said to Aemon, I'm afraid you can't do it yourself. I need more manpower. Aemon was also a little troubled. There were many people in his guild, but almost all of them were in Salhu Cloister. When they were ambushed previously, the guild players had their ships destroyed. However, the lifeboats were still there. They could all resurrect at the frontline base, especially since Bella had already seized an interstellar base. Those players didn't have to run so far to resurrect back in the novice village. Aemon was the only one who relied on his main ship to specially modify it. Therefore, he rushed to the front. After being beaten up, he didn't even manage to escape from the lifeboats. His eggs were directly destroyed by the players of the Resistance. Therefore, he could only run back to the beginner's village to resurrect himself. At this time, if he called his guild members, it would take them a few days to sail over. However, if he asked his guild members to kill themselves and resurrect themselves, the loss would be too great. If the reward of the quest was not good enough, would it not be more than a loss? However, just as Aemon was in a dilemma, he suddenly had an idea. He asked Jiang Fei, Grand Marshal, is there any requirement for this quest? There is no requirement, but it requires at least 10 people, Jiang Fei said. All right, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. Aemon was overjoyed. Although his guild members could not come, there were many newbies in the novice village. As long as he offered a small reward, naturally, there would be people to form a party. Soon, Aemon bought a valid notification authority in the novice village. We are recruiting 9 members for the quest. Please be obedient. After the quest ends, each person will be rewarded with a frigate. What? Rewarded with a frigate? Really? This guy seems to be the guild leader of a big guild. He can't be lying. Right. F***CK. Hurry up and register. If you're late, there won't be any spots. Aemon's announcement blew up the novice village in an instant. Although a basic version of a frigate that was not equipped was nothing in the outside world, in the novice village, it was a treasure. After all, these rookies were still operating armed merchant ships for missions. If they could have a regular warship, how much more efficient would the mission be? Chapter 2040, Chapter 2036 made use of players. In just a few minutes, Aemon's party was assembled. After another 10 minutes, Aemon and 10 other party members appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Grand Marshal, all of our party members have arrived. Now, can you tell us the details of the quest? Aemon said to Jiang Fei. Can this guy really accept quests? I don't know. He just flew past me. It doesn't look like he could issue quests. Perhaps our levels are too low. The players behind Aemon whispered among themselves. At the same time, they were also sizing up Jiang Fei. After all, as a novice player, these people had never seen an NPC of Jiang Fei's level. I need you to gather some data. When you're done, I will pay you some light shipborne weapons and ammunition, said Jiang Fei as he handed out some small instruments to the players. These small instruments were all made by Jiang Fei through the factory in the spatial ring. Their purpose was to collect spatial signals. No problem, Grand Marshal, Aemon nodded. Although this quest was very simple. So simple that a high-level player would not even be interested in it, because he knew that Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. Therefore, Aemon felt that things were not that simple. This quest should be the prelude to some super hidden quest. Therefore, Even though Jiang Fei's quest reward was almost negligible, Eamon still accepted the quest. Although Eamon did not care about the quest reward. For those novice players, this reward was considered pretty good, especially when Eamon had previously promised them a frigate each. This way, they would not have to worry about assembling the spaceship. After all, it was impossible to go out and fight with just one warship. One had to assemble their own spaceship, including weapons, ammunition, additional armor, shields, and various engineering parts. If they were to fly a naked spaceship, it would only be a living target for them to beat up. The newbie players were very tight on funds. Even if they got the frigate, they would not be able to use it immediately. They had to save a lot of money to equip the spaceship. Now that they had Jiang Fei's quest reward, they could save a lot of money. Therefore, the newbie players were naturally very happy. Grand Marshal, where do you need us to collect data? Asked Eamon. Anywhere is fine. I'm just testing these instruments. You guys just need to gather the data nearby. However, you need to spread out a little so as not to affect the accuracy of the data, said Jiang Fei. Although he wanted to gather the data around the wormhole the most, it was easy to arouse suspicion if he said it directly. He did not divide the specific collection area now. The players would definitely complete the mission as soon as possible. They would collect the data around the space city. Jiang Fei also told them to collect the data as separately as possible. Therefore, some players would naturally run to the wormhole. That way, Jiang Fei would be able to get the data that he wanted. Yes, sir. We are leaving. Before Eamon could say anything, Jiang Fei had already left. Those players who were newbies had already accepted the mission and left. They quickly left the spaceport and began to collect spatial signals around the space city. Grand Marshal, I'm going to help too. I believe that your quest will be completed soon. Eamon smiled at Jiang Fei. Then, he drove a scout ship and went out to collect signals. The speed of the scout ship was naturally not something that the novice ships could compare to. Therefore, Eamon quickly collected the spatial signals around the space city. In this way, the other players could only avoid collecting repeated signals. They could only sail further away. Grand Marshal, I have collected some signals. Eamon returned in about half an hour. After all, he was collecting them nearby. Moreover, the ship was very fast. Therefore, he was the first to collect all the storage space of the instrument. Very good. I still need more data to verify the accuracy of the instrument. Jiang Fei immediately fulfilled the reward of his quest. Anyway, he could produce the basic weapons and ammunition in the spatial ring. Jiang Fei already had enough energy to produce them. All right. Eamon casually called the real NPCs in the space city and asked them to transport all the ammunition and weapons to the guild warehouse. After that, he set off again. Although this reward was not worth mentioning to him. However, he firmly believed that this quest was only the prelude to a certain super hidden quest. Therefore, he decided to continue doing it. As time passed, Eamon had already returned 2 to 3 times. The other players had also handed in their quests one after another. After Jiang Fei fulfilled the quest reward, he asked them to continue collecting signals, as the signals near the space station had already been collected. These players could only go further away to collect signals. Grand Marshal, do you think I can complete this mission as a team? Eamon was a little tired of doing this after his 5th return. After all, this mission was too boring and the reward was too little. To him, this was simply a waste of time. However, Eamon was not willing to give up on the so-called follow-up mission because in his opinion, Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, could not test some equipment for no reason. The more tedious this mission was, the more difficult it would be. The follow-up quest behind it would be harder to come by. Of course, Jiang Fei said with a smile. His goal was to collect spatial signals near the wormhole. Therefore, the more players there were, the better. That's great. Eamon was delighted. He immediately bought the announcement and expanded the fleet's capacity. With Eamon's announcement, the small fleet of 10 people quickly expanded to more than 50 people. Although Eamon had to pay more for the frigate, he did not mind. After all, time was the most precious thing to him. If paying for some low-level battleships could save a lot of time, he was willing to pay for it. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also very happy. After Eamon's fleet expanded, there would be players coming to submit quests almost every once in a while. Although these players still had not spread to the wormhole. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. After all, the space within the light membrane was only so big. These players would sooner or later collect the spatial signals near the wormhole in detail. Jiang Fei had only paid for some low-level weapons and ammunitions. He could completely produce these things himself. There was no need to worry about the quest reward being insufficient. Chapter 2041, Chapter 2037 data obtained. As time passed, about 2 to 3 hours later, almost all the players in the beginner village were working for Jiang Fei. The entire interior of the light membrane was filled with players, beginner ships. These new players did not fight monsters anymore. They just ran around and used their equipment to collect data. The brain is indeed a good thing. If I went to the vicinity of the wormhole to collect information, I would definitely be suspected. Now, with these guys working for me, not only would my efficiency increase, but I would also not have to take any risks. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. At this time, a portion of the players had already started to approach the vicinity of the wormhole. As more and more players were doing the signal collection task, there were fewer and fewer places that had not been explored. Therefore, these players did not need Jiang Fei to guide them. They also knew to run to those remote places. This included the vicinity of the wormhole. After another half an hour or so, Jiang Fei received the first signal data about the wormhole. However, the data collection point was still far away from the wormhole, so the signal was very blurry. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. With this beginning, he believed that more detailed signal data would be sent to him soon. Grand Marshal, how much longer do we need to collect this data? At this time, Eamon was too lazy to collect the data himself. He stood beside Jiang Fei and watched as the other players in the party handed in their quests. As the boss, after all, he had paid these people a frigate as their salary. Therefore, he did not work for the other members of the party and did not say anything. I need to verify the accuracy of these signal collection devices. Therefore, the more signal collection devices, the better, Jiang Fei said calmly. I see. Although Eamon was a little anxious, he did not dare to urge Jiang Fei to issue the next phase of the quest. Therefore, he could only wait patiently at the side and chat with the people in the guild. He wanted to understand the situation at the front line. At this moment, the battle situation in Salhu Cloister was very tense. Bella had ordered Tesla's fleet to do nothing. The cultivators from the 5 directions were also doing the same because they were all led by elders. These old fellows were all smart people. Therefore, they had long seen through Bella's thoughts. When they saw that Bella was unwilling to contribute, they naturally would not let their disciples become cannon fodder. With that, the main force of the battle became the player squadron under Eamon, and the opposing resistance army was the same. Due to the threat of Aurelia, Vazari's direct descendants had already withdrawn from the battle. They had also quickly returned to help. So the remaining were all player squadrons. Of course, these Vazari's direct descendants didn't manage to get anything, and they were almost wiped out by Aurelia's squadron. Therefore, the Salhu Cloister had returned to its original state. Both times, the player fleets were fighting against each other. There were wins and losses. Without exploding their eggs, the players could be resurrected at the frontline base. They would also receive new battleships and participate in the battle again. This way, it would be impossible to determine the outcome of the battle within a certain period of time. Compared to Jiang Fei and Bella's ease, Aurelia's side was much more laborious. In order to buy more time for Jiang Fei and to attract more attention, so that Jiang Fei's actions would be more covert, Aurelia had almost racked her brain. She was crazily attacking and conquering the territory of Vazari's army. Unlike before, when she went straight into the capital star, Aurelia's fleet this time swept through all the enemies in front of her. It was as if they wanted to wipe out the Vasily Legion. Facing Aurelia's growing threat, the Vasily Legion was anxious. The development team was even more anxious. At this time, the game was making money. A large number of new players continued to pour into the game. It brought them considerable profits. If the game ended with one side winning, the loss would be too great. Hence, after some urgent discussions, the development team decided to send more NPC legions to the Vasily Legion's hinterland. These NPC legions had nothing to do with the players of the resistance. Their mission was to protect the hinterland of the Vasily Legion. They did not participate in the invasion. The idea of the development team was not bad. With such a legion that was only in charge of defense, they could solve the current crisis of the resistance and not threaten the safety of the Imperial Army. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. However, they had made a mistake, and that was to hand this legion over to Vinland to manage. However, for the development team, this was also a matter of course. First of all, They had to deal with bugs of all sizes every day to maintain the balance of the game. It was impossible for them to send people to personally command this legion. Moreover, this group of developers would not command the fleet. Furthermore, the development team had a lot of trust in Vinland. In their eyes, Vinland was the game manager, the game mastermind. Who would have thought that this guy already had self-awareness and had the intention to rebel against the creator? Hence, for various reasons, the development team gave the newly deployed NPC fleet to Vinland with great confidence, allowing him to command this fleet to resist the invasion of Aurelia. The arrival of the new fleet made the entire Vizari higher-ups rejoice. After all, the reinforcements they had relied on had already lost their combat strength due to Aurelia's attacks, and the legion was on the verge of destruction. Now that the reinforcements of the Holy Advent emissary had finally arrived, the Vizari higher-ups finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Vizari higher-ups were clearly happy too early. This was because with Vinland's deliberate cooperation, the newly deployed fleet of the development team did not achieve too good a result. Although they had won and lost in the battle with the fleet of Aurelia, they only managed to repel Aurelia's attack when they won. However, when they lost, they would lose a large number of warships. Therefore, after a few exchanges, the development team realized that the fleet of Aurelia did not seem to be that easy to deal with. However, in order to maintain the balance of the game, they could not directly wipe it out. Therefore, they had no choice but to focus their attention on this side so that they could replenish Jiang Fei's new battleship in time after Vinland's defeat. Aurelia was also very cooperative with Vinland. The two of them worked together to buy time for Jiang Fei to attract the attention of the development team for him. In this way, Jiang Fei's side was left alone. In the next 2 to 3 days, he collected almost all the spatial signal data of the interior of the light membrane, including the area around the mysterious wormhole. Although he did not have time to sort out the data, Jiang Fei was already excited. This was the first time he felt so close to the gamma space. It was also the first time he felt so close to victory. Chapter 2042, Chapter 2038. Cracking the data. After collecting all the spatial signal data, Jiang Fei naturally stopped the collection quest. At that moment, Eamon immediately came forward excitedly. After all, he had been waiting for the follow-up quest for several days. Grand Marshal, is it time for the next step? Eamon came up to Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. If he stopped issuing quests at this time, it would be too sudden. Moreover, there were so many players that he could use. If he did not use them, wouldn't that be a waste? Therefore, Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said to Eamon, the test device is only the beginning of this quest. The next thing that will happen might be more troublesome. Grand Marshal, it's okay. If you need any help, just let me know. When Eamon heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately became excited. This meant that there was indeed a follow-up to the previous quest. Moreover, the final reward for the normal series of quests was very powerful. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Eamon, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll leave this difficult quest to you. Grand Marshal, don't worry. I promise I won't let you down. Eamon immediately said. When he heard the word difficult in Jiang Fei's words, his heart was even happier. After all, the more difficult the quest was, the better the reward. All right. Use the equipment that I just gave you. Go to these few locations and test it out. If you encounter any enemies, destroy them. If you complete the quest, I will unlock a new type of spaceship for you, said Jiang Fei. Yes, General. Eamon immediately accepted the quest. He did not expect Jiang Fei to give such an attractive reward. Unlock a new type of spaceship. This was the best reward for players, because once it was unlocked, they could buy it directly from the system. These are the coordinates. Jiang Fei then passed a few coordinates to Aaron. These coordinates were basically the locations of some powerful pirate nests. This was what Jiang Fei had obtained when he killed Rivendell, the former emperor of the empire. Rivendell was the biggest profiteer in the universe. If he did not collude with the pirates, it would be a miracle. After killing Rivendell, Jiang Fei learned from Malachi that not only did Rivendell collude with the pirates, he even personally raised a few waves of powerful pirates. After killing Rivendell, the coordinates of these Piratesh hideouts naturally fell into Jiang Fei's hands. Grand Marshal, I will set off now. I believe that you will hear the news of victory soon. Eamon promised. Don't worry. You had better form a team to go. These places are very dangerous. You need a strong fleet. Jiang Fei said. The strength of these pirate hideouts was actually relatively average. After all, they were not a regular army. It was already very good that the pirates could get some retired warships. Most of them were armed merchant ships that they had modified themselves. Therefore, their combat strength was very poor. However, the coordinates that Jiang Fei provided were not only these pirate hideouts. The last coordinate that Jiang Fei marked was the Tel Aviv Advance Army. When Jiang Fei and his men left Tel Aviv, the place had basically been abandoned. After all, the Vizari army could not send so many people to resist the beast tide at once. Therefore, the place had become the territory of the giant beasts. If it was just an ordinary space beast, it would not be a big deal. Aemon would be able to sweep through everything with his main ship. However, the problem was that the beast tide included the space beasts. Each and every one of them was more ferocious than the last. Each and every one of them had the ability to hunt down hidden powerhouses. It would not be easy to deal with them. General, don't worry. Aemon did not care about Jiang Fei's warning. After all, in his opinion, the main ship was the only one that could fight against the main ship. Other than that, it was nothing in front of the main ship. Okay, you can leave now. Of course, Jiang Fei could not care less about Aemon's own death. Anyway, he only wanted to send Aemon away so that he could have time to study the spatial signals. As soon as Aemon left, Jiang Fei immediately packed up and left. The remaining novice players could not be bothered to take care of them no matter how much they begged for the quest. Seeing that Jiang Fei was no longer giving out quests, the novice players, who were still busy leveling up, left him one after another. After that, Jiang Fei found a secluded place. He began to study the spatial signals that he had obtained from the vicinity of the wormhole. Now that there was an additional support system in the ring, Jiang Fei naturally did not have to do everything himself, although he still had to do the specific data analysis himself. However, the basic screening could be left to Maleki to complete. Yes, Master, Maleki replied. Then, he began to select the content that Jiang Fei needed from the huge amount of data. A few hours later, Maleki completed the initial selection. A set of data was brought to Jiang Fei. This is a lot of work, Jiang Fei gasped. Although he had already gone through the initial selection, Maleki still gave him a lot of data. However, Maleki could not help him with the rest of the things. After all, he was only a program. When it came to understanding space, he could not compare to Jiang Fei. Come on! Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Then, he first read through the works left behind by the 3 Dragon Sage Lords before he began to organize the data in front of him. A large amount of data was rapidly calculating in Jiang Fei's mind. Even his developed brain was somewhat laborious. However, as time passed, Jiang Fei's calculation became more and more smooth. Moreover, as he compared multiple sets of data, Jiang Fei's understanding of space became clearer and clearer. So that's how it is. It seems that this high-dimensional space is a little different from what I thought. Jiang Fei quickly became engrossed in it. As more and more spatial signals were being compared, he had a greater understanding of the shape of the existence of high-dimensional space. As Jiang Fei was immersed in exploring the unknown, he sat down for more than 10 days without realizing it. While Jiang Fei was working hard, something happened on Bella's side. As Jiang Fei had arranged a new mission for Aaron, the kid ran over excitedly. At first, he faced the pirates and whatnot. Aemon did not waste any time. He drove a heavy patrol-level destroyer and took care of the pirates. However, when he arrived in Tel Aviv, Aemon was dumbfounded. Before he could react, the giant beasts that filled the sky were killed by a group of giant beasts. After the failure of the quest, Aemon could only transfer manpower from the guild. Then, he would bring a powerful fleet to Tel Aviv. However, this way, there would be fewer players from the Imperial Army at Salhu Cloister. This caused the resistance to show signs of counterattack. Chapter 2043, Chapter 2039. Counterattack. Due to Aemon taking away the main force of his guild, the strength of the Imperial Army in Salhu Cloister was greatly reduced. In addition, Bella had previously ordered Tesla to lead the fleet to watch from the back. Therefore, the Resistance Army, who had been given a breather, began to counterattack in an attempt to recapture their lost interstellar base. Miss Bella, the enemy has launched another attack. Tesla had previously used the interstellar base and nearby fortresses to repel the attacks of the Resistance players several times. However, these players were not afraid of death at all. Once the battleship was destroyed, they could take it directly from the guild. After the battleship was assembled, they could move to the front line to fight. Therefore, Even if Tesla used the geographical advantage to defeat the enemy's attacks a few times, it still did not solve the problem at the root. You use the orbital defense facilities to hold them off for a while. I will go and let the cultivators move around. They have been living too comfortably during this period of time, Bella said after thinking for a moment. Tesla's fleet was all Jiang Fei's direct descendants. If these people died in battle, it would be a loss. However, the cultivators of the 5 directions were different. These people could only be considered as cooperating with Jiang Fei. The Wang family and Xiao family were fine. As for the Moon Goddess sect, those people and Jiang Fei were just using each other. If they were not sent to their deaths at this time, could they send someone else? A few minutes later, Bella met the leaders of these cultivators in a meeting room of the transport ship. Everyone, you may have heard that the enemy has attacked again, Bella said straightforwardly. Yes. Miss Bella, do you need our help? Xiao Yuan asked. Our Wang family is also willing to help you, the third miss of the Wang family also said. Yo, you guys are quite active. In that case, I reckon that your Wang and Xiao families will be able to deal with the enemy. In that case, it'll go back to sleep, Yu Lingji said with a strange smile. What did you say? How dare you? Yu Lingji's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Wang and Xiao families. Seeing their young master being bullied, the elders couldn't sit still and immediately berated her. What? Do you want to spar? Calling you the 4 great families is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Xiao Yuan and the third young miss of the Wang family had the support of the elders. But Yu Lingji didn't come alone. She had 5 deacons of the Hard Moon sect behind her. These people also had the strength of true immortals. And the number of people was 1 more than the Wang and Xiao families. What are you doing? Are you going to fight among yourselves? The elder of the Wang family asked. Fight among ourselves? I think you are the ones who are causing trouble. You haven't done anything yet. But you are already bootlicking. What about the 4 great families? Don't you know how to write the word face? The elder of the Moon God sect said in a strange tone. That's enough. Everyone. It's best for everyone to be united in the face of a great enemy. Xie Tianqing could not stand it anymore. After all, she was invited by Jiang Fei to take charge. If she allowed Yu Lingji to destroy the internal unity, she would not be able to answer to Jiang Fei. As soon as Xie Tianqing spoke, the meeting room immediately fell silent. Although everyone was a true immortal level master, there were still strong and weak people among them. To the elders of the Wang and Xiao families, and the executors of the Moon Goddess sect, their strength was actually not much different. So it was naturally the strength of numbers. However, when it came to Xie Tianqing, numbers were useless. This fierce beast clan's expert had a strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary true immortal level expert. She alone could easily crush all the true immortals present. Therefore, as soon as she opened her mouth, those people became obedient. This included the people of the Hard Moon Divine Sect. Although this group of fanatics did not respect the law and did not follow the rules, they knew to obey the strong. Because the more lawless these evil people were, the more they understood that the other party could kill them without any scruples. Therefore, when facing the strong, they often showed more respect than the decent people. All right, everyone. The enemy is already under the city. Let's get down to business. Seeing that the cultivators were silent, Bella said, You have a big fist. You can say it. Moon Spirit Ji shrugged. At this moment, she had no choice but to give in. Our 2 families are at your disposal. Xiao Yuan and the third lady of the Wang family were even more straightforward. Before they came, they had already been instructed by the family head to listen to Jiang Fei's orders. Now that Jiang Fei was not around, Bella was Jiang Fei's spokesperson. Naturally, they had to listen to Bella's orders. All right. Bella nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she was glad that Jiang Fei had invited Xie Tianqing to take charge. Otherwise, she would not have been able to control these arrogant cultivators by herself. Tesla's fleet will attract the enemy's attention later. After that, I will place you all here, Bella said as she pulled out the Battlestar map. Are you asking us to ambush them from the flanks? Yu Lingji asked. That's right. Bella nodded. Then I think this place is better. Yu Lingji pointed at a corner of the star map and said. Although she didn't know much about interstellar warfare, she had her own unique insight. What do you think? Bella looked at Xiao Yuan and the third miss of the Wang family. We don't really understand. Xiao Yuan and the third miss of the Wang family shook their heads in confusion. The Galactic War was something new to them. Even though they had participated in it once before, they were asked to express their opinions. At the moment, they couldn't say anything. From this point of view, even though Yu Lingji was a member of a cult, she was still much more talented than the girls from the Wang and Xiao families. Following that, Bella transmitted the attack point Yulingji had suggested to Tesla. After all, he was a professional military officer who had graduated from a military academy, and his understanding of the space station far exceeded that of Bella and the others who had just left the academy. Miss Bella, although this attack point is more effective, it is also more likely to be the focus of the enemy's fire. Therefore, I still recommend attacking from the previous attack point, Tesla said. No need. Bella waved her hand. Tesla also had Tesla's limitations. He was a proper military officer and had studied battleship-to-battleship warfare. In his opinion, although the attack point proposed by Yulingji was good, it was also easy to be the focus of the enemy's fire. However, for cultivators, their size was too small, so it was impossible for them to focus fire. Moreover, cultivators all had amazing sixth senses. Often, before the enemy's main cannon was aimed at them, they would sense the danger and escape in advance. Therefore, for the cultivators, this was indeed the best place to attack. As long as Tesla attracted the attention of the resistance fleet, Bella would be able to drop these cultivators to the designated location unexpectedly. Then, she would deliver a fatal blow to the rebel fleet. Chapter 2044, Chapter 2040, The Battle of All Out. After everything was discussed, Tesla began to organize a fleet to fight head-on according to Bella's instructions. This was because he had the firepower support of the interstellar base and the orbital defense facilities. Although Tesla's fleet was not as good as the Resistance's player fleet in terms of quality, with the convenience of defense, he was not at a disadvantage. The gap between the battleships could not be made up for. Although Jiang Fei's fleet was developing rapidly, it was built on the foundation of the Merchant Alliance's technology. Even the Vizari battleship that was upgraded by player technology was much stronger than Jiang Fei's battleship, let alone the Imperial Army's player fleet that was purely player system. However, in terms of tactics, Tesla's command skills were not something that the players of the Resistance could compare to. To the players, they were not officially military school graduates. They were just playing a game. As long as the fleet was gathered together, they could just randomly bombard the enemy. If they were much stronger than the enemy, they would win. If they were not as strong as the enemy, or were about the same strength, they would have to wait and see. After all, the players were not afraid of death. Therefore, when the players' fleet attacked, Tesla immediately ordered his warships to hide behind the orbital defense system and find an opportunity to attack the enemy. Although a heavy warship like Brown Bear could not bring the enemy into its range, a spaceship like the Javelin-class missile frigate could still display a lot of strength. The Javelin-class guided missile frigate could be said to be the main firepower output point of the original Merchant Alliance fleet, before Jiang Fei brought the destroyer's advanced engine to the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser. The Javelin-class guided missile frigate was the main firepower output point of the Merchant Alliance fleet. Brown Bear was just playing the role of a sandbag. Its output still depended on the Javelin. Now, because of the orbital defense facilities as a cover, even the interstellar base could provide a certain amount of shield support. Therefore, the Javelin-class guided missile frigate could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. With the support of the Aiken-class battlecruiser's target uplink, the Javelin-class missile frigate's range and hit rate were greatly increased, causing their cluster missiles to be almost flawless. This caused huge losses to the Resistance warships. Release the drones, Tesla ordered. In the previous battles, because his fleet was carrying out reaping and supporting missions, there was no need for them to go all out. But this time, they couldn't. He had to reveal all of his assets. Yes, Lord Commander. Following Tesla's order, the Grey Horse-class drone carriers at the rear of the fleet still released the drone squadrons. These light carriers were the same as the other battleships of the Merchant Alliance. They were all modified from merchant ships. These Grey Horse-class light drone carriers were initially long-distance cargo ships that transported energy blocks. Their only characteristic was that they carried a lot of cargo. As for speed and defensive firepower, they could not be compared to battleships. They were still at the level of an armed merchant ship. However, it was precisely because they carried a lot of cargo that they were developed into light drone carriers. Every Grey Horse-class drone carrier had a drone production line and a hangar platform that could accommodate 2 drone squadrons. Under Tesla's orders, these Grey Horse-class drone carriers that were at the end of the battle line began to release their drone squadrons. A large number of drone bombers and fighter jets were released like a swarm of bees. Then, they charged straight at the Resistance fleet in the distance. Attack! Fire the main cannons! On this side, the commander of the Resistance was also ordering the fleet to launch a frenzied attack. Although almost all of their artillery fire hit the orbital defense system, in order to take back the interstellar base, these orbital defense systems had to be dismantled. Therefore, there was no difference whether they attacked early or late. Boss, the Karis enforcers and Lavassa fighters at the front are almost unable to hold on any longer, one of the underlings shouted. Although the performance of the resistance, players, warships was much better than Tesla's side, but under the concentrated fire of the Javelin-class missile frigate, they also took a lot of damage. Let the Sioux and overseers at the back support, the commander of the resistance ordered. Yes! The player, underlings at the bottom immediately took action. These Sioux and overseers were Vasily Camp's auxiliary cruisers. They could spray a protective nano-armor cloud onto the surface of an ally ship, providing the ally with a temporary armor SH.L. Moreover, its strength was even higher than the warship's own armor. After receiving the support of the Sioux and overseer, the Gala's enforcers and Lavassa fighters at the front once again became lively. However, at this time, the Imperial Army's drone fleet also arrived. A large number of unmanned bombers began to fire missiles at the Rebel Army's fleet, instantly doubling the Imperial Army's firepower. In this way, even with Supervisor Sioux and support on the side, the Gala's enforcers and Lavassa fighters in the front couldn't hold on any longer. Boom, boom, boom! Following the explosions of fireworks, the battle entered a white-hot state. Move the Jones Watchmen to the front. Damn it! These drones are too annoying! The commander of the resistance shouted. These Jones Watchmen were on the same level as Jiang Fei's guard airships. They were super light frigates. Their defense was very weak, and their firepower was not strong. However, they were flexible enough, and their muzzle tracking speed was very high. When it came to fighting against the drones, they had a much greater advantage than the large airships. Yes, boss! Very soon, a large number of Jones Sentinels were deployed to the front line. As expected, once these airships arrived, the Imperial Army's drone fleet could no longer be as arrogant as before. Under the concentrated phaser missiles of Jones Sentinels, a large number of drones were destroyed. However, the drones themselves were a kind of consumable. As soon as this side was destroyed, the production line on the Grey Horse-class drone carrier at the rear was activated. It would not be long before a new batch of drones arrived on the battlefield. Boom, 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 boom! The battle had entered a stalemate phase. One by one, the rebel warships that were at the front were destroyed. At the same time, a large number of orbital defense facilities on the Imperial Army's side were also destroyed, although the damage to the warships was minimal. However, these orbital defense facilities were not unlimited. After these bunkers were destroyed, Tesla's fleet would have to fend off the enemy's artillery fire. It's about time! Everyone, get ready to set off! At this moment, Bella said to the cultivators. Okay! On one hand, the cultivators were in a cooperative state with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, they were also pressured by Xie Tianqin. Therefore, they nodded and led their disciples to the teleportation room. Sister Nina, please! Bella nodded at Nina. Although they were using the teleportation device of the transport ship, they still needed Nina's help to teleport so many experts over such a long distance. Chapter 2045. Chapter 2041 had its own master. With a flash of light, Nina activated her spatial ability, instantly sending the cultivators, who needed to participate in the battle, to the designated location. Who? Nina panted heavily. Although she had relied on the transport ship's long-distance transmission device, and the cultivators were all very cooperative, sending so many experts to such a distant place in one go, it was also quite difficult. Sister Nina, you've worked hard, Bella said with concern. It's fine. I can't help much in combat. This is all I can do. Nina raised her head and smiled. Sister, you're already very powerful, Bella said sincerely. Without Nina's help, it would be difficult to send these experts to the target location with such precision with the transport ship's transmission device alone. While Bella was concerned about Nina, the cultivators of the 5 directions had already arrived at the battle location. The moment they completed the teleportation, they each drew their weapons. Then, they charged toward the rebel army's battleships not far ahead. Swish! 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 Sword lights slashed across the sky, immediately causing a huge blow to the rebel army's flanks. Those relatively weak frigates simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. It would have been fine if it had been just one, but with so many of them working together, several frigate-class boats were blown up on the spot. Boss! Not good! Those guys are coming again! After the repairman appeared, immediately, Someone reported it to the commander of the resistance, because in the previous battle, the cultivators had caught the players of the resistance by surprise, and even caused the resistance to lose their star base on the front line. Therefore, these players had a very deep impression of the cultivators. "Boss, what should we do?" a subordinate asked. "You want to use the same move on me twice?" The commander of the resistance sneered, and then turned on the internal broadcast of his battleship. "Everyone, it's your turn. As long as you repel the enemy, I will definitely keep my word," the commander said. "Leave it to us." A very confident voice came from the communicator. A moment later, a large number of experts flew out from the commander's flagship and pounced on the attacking cultivators. "Kill! Kill them ruthlessly!" Following the command of the leader, the group of experts brandished their weapons and attacked the cultivators of heaven and earth who were besieging the battleship. Ah! One of the Wang family's disciples, who was ambushed, was killed. He was shot through the chest by a cold arrow. As soon as his nascent soul was released from his sea of consciousness, he was cut in half by a sword light. "Jiaming!" The Wang family's elder let out a sorrowful roar. Then, he turned his head to look in the direction of the ambush. A group of experts was charging over with weapons in their hands. "Yuan Qian? All of you!" When the elder of the Wang family saw who it was, his face was filled with confusion. This was because these people were the members of the Yuan family who had been sent by Jiang Fei to Sara Cloister. "Humph! Wang Jinlong, what's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Yuan Qian laughed coldly. "Why did you sneak attack the members of the Wang family?" Wang Jinlong asked with a face full of grief and indignation. "Can't you see that? Everyone has their own master. So fighting is inevitable," Yuan Qian said indifferently. "Don't tell me your Yuan family wants to be enemies with the Wang and Xiao families?" Wang Jinlong also dragged the Xiao family down with him. "Hee hee. This is not the five directions heaven and earth. Since everyone is out for training, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. If you want to bring the grudges here back to the five directions heaven and earth, then our Yuan family doesn't mind playing along to the end," Yuan Qian said with a sneer. Now that he had obtained a lot of treasures from the players, he naturally no longer placed the Wang family in his eyes. "What are you talking to them for? Since you have decided to turn hostile, let's do it." Yu Lingji, who came from a cult background, did not want to continue bickering like these reputable sections. She directly waved her hand. The disciples of the Heart Moon Divine sect behind her charged over. Boom! The deacon of the Heart Moon God sect made his move. A blood banner blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Even in the void of space, one could feel a thick bloody aura. "Ayo! Hiss hiss!" Amidst the blood light that filled the sky, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves reached everyone's hearts. The disciples of the Heart Moon God sect by Yu Lingji's side had long become accustomed to all of this. However, the others could not do it, let alone the disciples of the Yuan family. Even the people of the Wang and Xiao families, who were allies, felt a chill run down their spines. "Kill!" Under the blood banner, the people of the Moon God sect seemed to have been injected with stimulants. They waved their weapons and summoned their own poisons, crazily charging at the people of the Yuan family. "Kill!" Yuan Qian waved his hand, and the disciples of the Yuan family on this side began to fight. However, under the blood banner, the disciples of the Yuan family all felt as if they were in mud. They felt uncomfortable all over, especially the bloody smell. The tormented people were going crazy. "Go to H.L." A disciple of the Moon Goddess sect found an opportunity and slashed at the back of a disciple of the Yuan family. This sneak attack was supposed to be a sure kill attack. However, just as the sword was about to hit the disciple of the Yuan family, a golden light flashed, and his attack was blocked. "Kid, you dare to sneak attack me? Go to hell!" The disciple of the Yuan family reacted and swung his sword, forcing the disciples of the Moon Goddess sect to retreat one after another. "Damn it! You actually have such a precious treasure on you!" The Heart Moon sect disciple fought back while retreating. However, this time, the Yuan family disciple did not care about the other party's attack at all. Every move he made was aimed at the other party's vital points. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life to fight with the other party. However, the Heart Moon sect disciple's attacks were all blocked by the golden light. However, he was beaten black and blue all over his body. Ding 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 ding. The phenomenon of the golden light protecting the body did not only appear on this one disciple of the Yuan family. During the battle, many of the disciples of the Yuan family lit up with golden light. Under the protection of the golden light, they completely ignored the attacks of the disciples of the Heart Moon sect and turned the situation around in an instant. Originally, under the blood banner, The disciples of the Hard Moon sect had gained the upper hand. They were simply suppressing the disciples of the Yuan family to fight. However, after the disciples of the Yuan family revealed their trump cards, the battle situation was reversed in an instant. Now, the disciples of the Yuan family were suppressing the disciples of the Moon God sect to fight. "There's something strange about these guys," a deacon of the Moon God sect said. "Nonsense. It's obviously a reward that they got after they submitted to the new master." Yulingji snorted coldly. "Then what should we do?" the deacon of the Moon God sect asked. "Ask Bella. See if she knows what's going on. At the same time, let those people who are watching the show participate in the battle. If they continue to watch the show, I'll quit too," Yulingji said. Chapter 2046, Chapter 2042 The Threat of Death. "Do you two want to continue watching the show? If you two continue to stand by and watch, we won't play anymore." The deacon of the Moon Goddess sect passed the message to the people of the Xiao and Wang families. "Let's do it." The third miss of the Wang family looked at Xiao Yuhan, who was beside her. "Okay." Xiao Yuhan nodded. The Moon Goddess sect had just taken the lead and tested the Yuan family's strength. If they didn't take action now, it would be a little unreasonable. As the third miss of the Wang family and Xiao Yuhan nodded, the people of the Xiao and Wang families made their moves. Although they could not gain any benefits under the blood banner, they were not restricted like the people of the Yuan family. After the Xiao and Wang families joined the battle immediately stabilized. Although the people of the Yuan family were protected by the golden light, the other party had more people. The Moon Goddess sect had sent more people than the three families. Now that the Yuan family wanted to fight against the remaining three families alone, it was obvious that they could not hold on. However, with the golden light, although the Yuan family was once again at a disadvantage, there were still no casualties. On the other hand, on the Xiao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect side, a few disciples were accidentally killed by the Yuan family. Although not many people died, they were still their own disciples, especially the Xiao and Wang families. Those who died were all family members. How could they not feel sorry for them? Just as the Xiao and Wang families were about to join the battle, a deacon from the Moon Goddess sect contacted Bella and asked about the origin of the protective golden light. "That is a defensive item. It can block attacks of any intensity," Bella explained. This kind of player item was very common among players. Although it looked powerful, its weakness was very obvious. Therefore, when the player experts encountered Jiang Fei, these items had almost no effect. "Absolute defense? Does that mean that there is no way to fight?" The deacon of the Moon Goddess sect was shocked. "Don't be fooled by the effects of that item. They have a limit to the number of times they can attack. Moreover, they do not care about the strength. As long as you touch them, they will consume the number of times. It should not be difficult for you to swing a few hundred swords in a second." "Right," Bella laughed. "It's that simple?" the deacon of the Hard Moon sect asked in surprise. A few hundred to 1,000 attacks a second was nothing to the experts of the five directions. On the contrary, this was an offensive method that they had already eliminated. In their opinion, this kind of technique was only used by the little guy around the Oris Core stage for training. In a real battle, it was better to simplify the complexity. The simplest attack was the most effective. This kind of attack, which was hundreds to thousands of times per second, would only weaken the power of a single attack. Moreover, the more times the attack was launched, the easier it would be for the opponent to find a flaw. Therefore, in the end, almost none of the experts of the Five Directions world used this kind of method to attack. It's that simple," Bella said with a smile. After obtaining the method to crack it from Bella, this deacon immediately passed it on to Yulingji. "It's that simple. That's easy." Yulingji nodded. With the effect of the blood banner and the advantage in numbers, the Xiao and Wang families and the Moon God sect's strength far surpassed the Yuan families. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to use this kind of attack a few times. Previously, they had suffered many losses. It was precisely because the other party's protective golden light was immune to attacks. As time passed, the blow to their momentum was too severe. Following which, under Yulingji's instructions, the deacon passed on the method to the members of the Moon God sect. "Ha ha! Your time has come!" After the members of the Moon God sect received the method, their morale was greatly boosted. Swish! 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 Sword lights burst out from the crowd. This kind of attack that occurred hundreds or even thousands of times per second looked very gorgeous. In the eyes of true cultivators, this kind of attack was flashy and unreal. However, This kind of attack was unprecedentedly effective when fighting against the players' absolute defense tools. Soon, one Yuan family disciple's absolute defense was exhausted. Then, under the siege of a few people, he was soon beheaded and killed. It's effective! After seeing one Yuan family disciple killed, the other disciples of the Heart Moon sect became even more excited. They all brandished their weapons, looking for an opportunity to launch this kind of attack. Soon, the absolute defense of the Yuan family disciples was broken, so it can break the golden light shield of the opponent. Although Yulingji didn't tell the people of the Xiao and Wang families the method to break the golden light shield, they weren't stupid. After seeing the technique they used, they immediately learned it. When everyone learned this technique, the end of the Yuan family would come. Damn it! How could this thing be broken so quickly? Yuan Qian's face was very ugly. He knew that if this continued, none of his Yuan family members would survive. Retreat! Retreat! Yuan Qian gave the order to retreat while asking for help from the players of the resistance army. The enemy has broken our defensive tools. We can't hold on anymore. Yuan Qian asked the resistance army's commander for help, because of the absolute disadvantage in numbers. When the protective golden light failed, the members of the Yuan family were immediately massacred. Hold on a little longer. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. The commander of the resistance naturally did not care about the lives of a group of NPCs. He was currently in a stalemate with Tesla's fleet, so he was determined not to let his flank be threatened. But we can't hold on any longer. Yuan Qian felt bitter in his heart. He was practically watching his own disciples die one by one in front of him. Hold on for another 5 minutes. The commander of the resistance said. All right. I can only hold on for another 5 minutes. After saying that, Yuan Qian joined the battle. At this moment, he could only rely on his true immortal level strength to buy time for his disciples. All right. After the commander of the resistance agreed to Yuan Qian, he said to one of his underlings beside him, order the main ships to lock onto the left wing X region and prepare to fire the phase missiles. Yes, boss. The main ships immediately began to carry out the order. As a player, the commander of the resistance naturally did not care about the lives of Yuan Qian and the other NPCs. Therefore, in his order, Yuan Qian and the others were also included in the attack range. In the eyes of the players, as long as they defeated their opponents, what was the big deal about accidentally injuring a few friendly NPCs? 3 minutes later, a few main fleet level Vaxnose destroyers completed their target lock-on and launched a large number of phaser missiles. The overwhelming barrage of phaser missiles caused the cultivators to tense up. An unprecedented sense of danger appeared in their hearts. Whether it was the Xiao and Wang families that helped the Imperial Army, or the Moon Goddess sect, or the Yuan family, who were helping the resistance, these cultivators all felt the threat of death. Chapter 2047, Chapter 2043, the elders of the Yuan family who had been driven mad. What's going on? The cultivators on the battlefield were all panicking. Except for those true immortal level elders. All the others felt their hair stand on end. And a sense of crisis rose from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone, please relax your bodies. Don't be nervous. And don't resist. At this moment, Nina's voice sounded in the earphones of every cultivator. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuan family were not included, because they were part of the resistance. The communication channels were different. Okay. The cultivators of the Imperial Army camp nodded in unison. At this moment, they were very uneasy. So with someone leading the way, everyone could not help but obey Nina's command. Shwa! A white light flashed, and all the cultivators of the Imperial Army camp were summoned back to Nina's transport ship. Although the cultivators of the Imperial Army were teleported back, Nina, who had already consumed a lot of energy, vomited blood due to this serious injury. Sister Nina, are you okay? Xiao Yuhan immediately saved Nina, who was on the verge of collapse. This is a sacred healing product made by our Wang family. Sister Nina, quickly take it. It will help with your injuries. The third miss of the Wang family also came over. Thank you. This time, for a rare occasion, Yulingji did not defame the Wang and Xiao families, because she knew that Nina had overused her injuries in order to save them. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were members of a cult. Although Yulingji and the others were unscrupulous in doing things, they still understood the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. In fact, in this regard, the members of a cult were even better than decent people. Just as you summoned all the military cultivators of the Empire back to the transport ship, the phase missiles launched by the main force of the resistance army arrived. A large area of missiles rained down. Although the cultivators of the Yuan family used short-distance teleportation to dodge, they still couldn't escape the area covered by the explosion. Boom! 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 In the violent explosion, almost all the disciples of the Yuan family were annihilated. Only 2 true immortal elders survived. Ah! Yuan Qian cried out in grief. He never thought that the moment he brought the Yuan family's disciples to the outer universe, they would be completely annihilated. If he returned to the 5 directions heaven and earth, how was he going to explain it to the family head? However, Yuan Qian was thinking too much. Without Jiang Fei's 9 rotating astrolabe, he would never be able to return to the 5 directions heaven and earth. Good heavens! These so-called technological weapons are really not to be underestimated. Through the porthole, an elder of the Wang family looked at the miserable situation in the distance, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If Nina had not rescued them, even though they were true immortals, their disciples would have been finished. Sister Nina, thank you for saving our Xiao family's disciples. Please accept Yuhan's bow, Xiao Yuan said, as she was about to bow down in front of Nina. This time, she was sincerely grateful to Nina. If Nina had not sacrificed herself to save them, the young elite disciples of the Xiao family would have been finished. Sister, there's no need to be like this. We are all partners. When everyone is in danger, how can I just stand by and watch? Although Nina's face was pale, she still squeezed out a smile. Sister Nina, our Wang family owes you a favor. The 3rd miss of the Wang family also said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. This favor is appreciated by the Star Moon God sect. At this time, Yu Lingyi was also very shocked by the destructive damage caused by these technological weapons. Speaking of which, the damage caused by these phaser missiles just now was no weaker than the full force attack of a true immortal level expert. While the cultivators of the Imperial Army were rejoicing, the Resistance Army in the distance was also rejoicing. They didn't know that these cultivators had been saved by Nina. They had thought that these guys had died under the phaser missiles. Boss, the threat from the left wing has been removed. Those guys are all dead. A subordinate shouted excitedly. Boss, what about the 2 APCS? Another player noticed Yuan Qian and another Yuan family elder. These 2 people had true immortal strength. Therefore, although the phaser missiles had consumed a part of their strength, it was not enough to kill them. TCH, they are just 2 APCS. Ignore them. The commander of the resistance snorted disdainfully. Although Yuan Qian had just led people to work for him, in his heart, he did not care about these NPCs at all. Alert! High energy reaction on the port side. At this moment, the flagship of the resistance suddenly sounded the alarm. What's going on? The commander of the resistance immediately brought up the image on the port side. At this moment, there were 2 cultivators on the port side of his ship holding their long swords up high. 2 long sword beams were emitting a cold killing intent. At this moment, Yuan Qian and his cousin, Yuan Kawu, had gone crazy. They had brought out the most elite young disciples of the Yuan family. In the end, they had all died in this battle. None of them could bear this responsibility. Moreover, the person who had killed their family's disciples was actually their ally. This was something that Yuan Qian and Yuan Kawu could not accept no matter what. Therefore, under endless self-blame and grief, the 2 of them launched a desperate counterattack. They wanted to die together with the resistance. Therefore, the 2 of them displayed the ultimate secret of the Yuan family. And at the price of burning their primordial spirits, they turned out to have far more power than usual. They wanted to take revenge on the players of the resistance. Damn it! Kill them for me! The commander of the resistance was shocked. He did not know when these 2 NPCs had appeared beside his ship. And judging from the looks of them, the power of this attack should not be weak. Therefore, after supplying all the energy of the warship to the shield, the commander of the resistance began to ask for help from the allies beside him. Boom! Boom! 2 sword beams slashed down directly, hitting the flagship of the commander of the resistance army, causing the main ship to shake violently. Although the shield was still intact, it looked much thinner. An opportunity! Lock on to that weak enemy ship! At this moment, Tesla, who had sharp observation skills, seized the opportunity. Focus fire on that battleship, Tesla ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The Imperial Army's Javelin-class missile frigate fired at full force, and countless cluster warheads pounced on the rebel commander's ship like locusts. Damn it! Intercept those missiles for me! The rebel commander was so scared that cold sweat broke out. He immediately ordered the frigate beside him to help him intercept those missiles. Because the Merchant Alliance was used to making crude missiles, their missiles were just very common guided missiles. At most, they would strengthen their warheads, which was completely different from the Vasily Legion's phase missiles. Because the Vasily Legion's phase missiles flew in the phase space during the attack, the probability of being intercepted was extremely low. Only when they were just launched and about to hit the target could they be intercepted. However, the Merchant Alliance's missiles were different. They could be intercepted and destroyed throughout the entire process. However, due to their low technology and low cost, the Merchant Alliance's missiles were as if they were free. Once they were released, there would be a large group of them, making it impossible for the other party to block them. Chapter 2048, Chapter 2044. Victory. Boom! 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 A large number of missiles were intercepted by the rebels' frigates, but a considerable number of them still managed to evade the interception and hit the rebel commander's flagship. Go to H.L. On this side, the Yuan Qian brothers were also desperately attacking. Both of them had burned their primordial spirits. As long as the time for the secret manual was up, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, before they died, they had to drag the culprit down with them. Boom! 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 A large number of missiles hit the rebel commander's flagship, quickly breaking its shield and piercing through its armor. Although a few Su-Wen overseers were releasing nanoscale armor clouds for the rebel commander's ship, under the vast number of missile attacks, this bit of nanoscale armor was simply a drop in the bucket. Moreover, not only was the rebel commander's flagship hit by the missiles of the Imperial Army, but it also had two burning primordial spirit true immortals by its side. These two old fellows' life-risking attacks were no weaker than the main cannon of the main ship. After a few strikes, the rebel commander's ship was almost cut in half. Boom! In less than 5 minutes, the rebel commander's flagship disintegrated because it was heavily damaged. After disintegrating, the main ship went into violent martyrdom, even affecting the surrounding escort ships. You? Brother, I have let you down this time. Yuan Qian looked at Yuan Kawu and said, Sai, it's not your fault this time. Our Yuan family has underestimated that Jiang Fei. If we could take a long-term view like the Wang and Xiao families, I'm afraid we would not be where we are today. Yuan Kawu said. At this point, it's useless to say anything. You and I don't have much time. Now, killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Yuan Qian held the long sword in his hand. That's right. Let's see who can kill more. Yuan Kawu laughed. You've loved competing with me since you were young. Today, it'll satisfy you. This is our last competition anyway. Yuan Qian nodded. Then let's begin. After saying this, Yuan Kawu raised his sword and charged towards one of the frigates. Boom! As Yuan Kawu raised his sword and swung it down, this Lavisar fighter was torn to shreds by a sword beam. As a true immortal expert who had burned his primordial spirit, Yuan Q's full-power attack was comparable to the super main cannon of a main ship. How could a frigate be able to withstand an attack of this level? Not even an extremely high-tech Vasari Legion warship. Thus, the Lavisar fighter did not even have time to activate its body to reassemble before it was torn to shreds by the sword beam. It'll come too. Yuan Qian laughed loudly, and then he began to slaughter like a madman. The two brothers of the Yuan family were wantonly charging and killing within the rebel army's fleet. Ordinary frigates and auxiliary cruisers were completely unable to withstand their attacks. While frigates could be destroyed with a single strike, while auxiliary cruisers could be destroyed with 2 or 3 strikes. As for the heavy cruisers and main cruisers, the two brothers did not touch them at all. They knew that they did not have much time left. Therefore, in order to kill as many enemies as possible, they wanted to avenge their own people. Both of them chose to attack those fragile warships. However, the two brothers clearly did not know the player's background. In their opinion, destroying a warship should mean that hundreds or even thousands of people would be buried with them. However, they had learned all this knowledge from Jiang Fei's Skoda Star. It was not applicable to the players. Although the players would not really die, the Yuan brothers' wanton slaughter had also caused the rebel army's formation to fall into chaos. Especially when the flagship was destroyed and the commander died. The rebel army had lost their command. As a result, they had lost most of their combat power. Brown Bear Squadron. Attack. Starchild Squadron. Follow up and resupply. How could Tesla let go of such a good battle situation? He immediately ordered the squadron to attack the enemy formation. Hong. The destroyer engine of the Brown Bear class heavy cruiser was activated. These clumsy brown bears ran faster than rabbits and instantly reached the front of the formation. The automatic cannons of the brown bears were activated, and a large amount of solid pills shot towards the resistance fleet like a torrent of steel. Retreat. Retreat. At this time, the resistance formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. There was no way for them to organize an effective counterattack, and they could only flee in panic. In such a crushing battle, how could Tesla let the enemy retreat unscathed? He immediately ordered the entire fleet to attack and give chase to the enemy. In a space battle, it was very dangerous to be chased by the enemy. The main cannon of a warship was usually at the front of the warship, and the rear of the warship was almost always the nozzle of the engine. When one was chased by the enemy, there was almost no ability to fight back. On the contrary, it was very convenient for the enemy to fire the cannon. With one chasing and one fleeing, a large number of rebel warships were destroyed. In the end, less than 1/3 of the vast rebel player fleet escaped, and the vast majority of the warships were destroyed in this void space. They became unclaimed space trash. Alright, Tesla, stop chasing! Bella stopped Tesla's pursuit because he had already chased for a few hundred light seconds. If he continued to chase, he would be chased out of Salhu Corridor, which was the territory of the Vasily Legion. If he rushed into the enemy's territory without any preparation, then it would not be fun. Yes, Miss Bella. Tesla was also a person who knew to quit when things were good. Moreover, this victory could already be considered glorious. As a precaution, he immediately ordered the fleet to stop chasing and return to the interstellar base. After Tesla's fleet returned, they checked on the battle losses. In the entire battle, the Imperial Army only destroyed 7 or 8 warships, and they were all frigates. The losses could be said to be extremely slight. However, the number of battleships that had destroyed the enemy was hundreds. The patrol alone had destroyed dozens of them. They had even destroyed one of the enemy's main battleships. This was an extremely rare achievement. After that, Bella ordered the officers and soldiers who had died in battle to be buried and their families to be compensated. The Imperial Army under Jiang Fei's command was different from players. They were all living people. They had family and friends. One person had died in battle. Often, it would affect a family. Therefore, Jiang Fei had previously instructed them to minimize their losses in battle. If someone died in battle, they had to pay heavy compensation. After the fleet had made arrangements, Bella went back to the transport ship. After all, there were casualties on the cultivator side. Although the people who died in battle were killed by the Yuan family, they were still fighting for Jiang Fei. Thank you for your hard work, Bella said to the cultivators. It's okay. This time, it's all thanks to Sister Nina's timely rescue. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble, Xiao Yuhan said. In fact, regardless of whether it was the Wang and Xiao families or the Moon Goddess sect, although a few of them had died, no one blamed Jiang Fei or Bella for it. In the eyes of these cultivators, since it was training, there would definitely be fights. It was very normal for people to die. Another point was that their people had died at the hands of the Yuan family. If they had died at the hands of outsiders, they would have more or less resented Jiang Fei because they were fighting for Jiang Fei. However, this time was different. After all, the Yuan family was also a part of the world. Therefore, in the eyes of the three families, the Yuan family was a traitor. Their resentment had fallen on the Yuan family. Naturally, they could not blame Jiang Fei. Chapter 2049, Chapter 2045. The key question. After comforting the restorers, Bella returned to her room. Bella, what's wrong? Nina saw that Bella was still frowning. Sigh. Although we managed to beat back the Resistance's counterattack, this matter is still not over, Bella said with a frown. Under normal circumstances, after a squadron suffered such a heavy blow, it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, Bella's enemies were different. These players would not die at all, so they never lacked captains and crew members. In addition, their warships could be purchased directly from the system. They also did not need time to produce and build, so these guys would soon make a comeback. Then what should we do? Nina asked. They were different from the players. Although Bella's losses in every battle were far smaller than those on the players' side, no matter how small the losses were, after all, that was still a loss. Moreover, as the Sara cloister was far away from Skoda Star, it was not easy for Bella and the others to replenish the damaged battleships. As for the lost repairmen, it was even more difficult to replenish them. We can only take it one step at a time. We should try our best to help our husband stall for time, Bella said helplessly. Sigh. Nina sighed helplessly. Just as Bella was trying her best to hold on and defeat the resistance again and again, Jiang Fei finally had a result. Phew! The mystery of this space is really too profound. Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. He had finally woken up from his meditative state. During this meditative state, Jiang Fei used his developed brain to carefully analyze the spatial data. After careful comparison, Jiang Fei had basically confirmed that the theories that the dragon race's third-generation sage had said in the trial space were basically true. Because the spatial data near the wormhole showed that the space there was distorted. Although it was extremely small. So small that it could not be detected unless it was magnified tens of billions of times. The distortion did exist. Moreover, the closer he was to the wormhole, the more distorted the space was. Combined with the theory of the three-generation sage, Jiang Fei could basically confirm that the fourth dimension's gamma space was a new dimension formed by the extreme distortion of the three-dimensional space. But how do I enter that space? Jiang Fei hesitated at this moment. Although the wormhole was right in front of him, Jiang Fei knew that he could not pass through the wormhole. It was just like how flat figures in two-dimensional space could not really enter three-dimensional space, due to the limitations of the dimensions. Even if they were aware of the existence of a higher dimension, they would not be able to break through the dimensional barrier, because they lacked a dimension. Low-dimensional creatures or objects were unable to enter the higher dimension. On the contrary, if high-dimensional creatures or objects wanted to enter the lower dimension, they only needed to sacrifice one dimension. They could enter the low-dimensional space through projection. However, there was a price to pay for entering the low-dimensional space through projection. The creatures in the high-dimensional space would lose their divinity. They would lose their control over the low-dimensional space as they wished. Suddenly, Jiang Fei thought of some Western religions on Earth. They claimed that God was omnipotent. At the same time, they also said that God had never truly descended on the human world. They had always managed the human world by sending messengers. Now that he thought about it, weren't the gods that the Western religions claimed to be living beings in the high-dimensional space? They were indeed omnipotent in the low-dimensional space of Earth. If they needed a flood, they would draw a big river. If they needed a landslide or tsunami, they would just start writing. However, at the same time, they could not really appear in the low-dimensional space of Earth. They could only manage the world by drawing an angel or a saint. Someone once raised a difficult question to prove to the world that the omnipotent God did not exist. The question was, since the God was omnipotent, could he create a rock that no one could move? If the rock was created by the God, could the God move it? If not, then the God was not omnipotent. If the God could move it, then he also did not create a rock that no one could move. This proved that the God was not omnipotent. However, based on Jiang Fei's current knowledge, the God in the high-dimensional space could indeed solve this paradox, because he could indeed draw a stone and define it as a stone that no one could move. At the same time, because God could not appear in the low-dimensional space with his real body, he could not really touch the stone. Therefore, there was no way that he could move it. F***CK? Then I can't go in at all? Jiang Fei looked at the wormhole not far away from him, and felt extremely disappointed. Perhaps I can upgrade my dimension. That way, I should be able to go in. Since he was already here, Jiang Fei would not give up so easily. However, upgrading a dimension was not an easy thing, due to the limitations of his own space. Jiang Fei could not understand what the fourth dimension was. Therefore, upgrading a dimension was even more difficult. Oh right! There are still two guys locked up in my 10th dimension. I might be able to get some inspiration from asking them. Jiang Fei had an idea. He had killed 2 players before and locked their consciousness in the 10th dimension. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei immediately opened the 10th dimension and entered it. After entering the 10th dimension, the place was still empty. Although Jiang Fei had moved quite a number of things, they were nothing to this slow and endless space. Jiang Fei sensed around for a while, and found that the consciousness bodies in the 10th dimension seemed to be quite active. Because time was still here, the only thing that could remain active was the mind. Swoosh! Jiang Fei appeared in front of Unintentional's consciousness body, and used his spiritual power to control him. You? What are you doing? Unintentional was just an ordinary player. He did not expect to end up like this. He originally thought that he was just playing a game. Although the game was very realistic, the most he could do was to forcefully log off. However, now, he could not log off at all. His body in the real world had probably been judged to be brain dead and euthanized. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Answer them obediently. I won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Fei smiled, as if he had seen Little Red Riding Hood's wolf grandmother. Go ahead and ask. Please don't torture me anymore. Unintentional's mental strength was not high. With Jiang Fei's mental strength, he could torture him as he pleased, although his body was already gone. However, the torture of mental strength would make one's life worse than death. This was also why Unintentional was so afraid of Jiang Fei. Chapter 2050, Chapter 2046 was unexpected. Come! Tell me, what does space look like in your eyes? Other than the 3 dimensions in our view, what else is there? Jiang Fei asked directly, because Heartless had been scared out of his wits. Therefore, there was no need to beat around the bush at this time. Heartless hesitated for a moment. What? You're not going to say it? Jiang Fei immediately used his spiritual power to pierce Unintentional. The pain caused his spiritual power to tremble. No! It's not that I'm not going to say it. I just don't know how to describe it. Unintentional shouted. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know how to describe the 4th dimension to you, because there are no related words in your language system. Moreover, there is nothing related to it in your logical thinking. Even if I said a noun that I don't want to do, you would not be able to understand it, Unintentional said. Then, tell me what the 4th dimension looks like, said Jiang Fei. Because there is nothing about the 4th dimension in your logic system. I have no idea how to describe it. Unintentional was also in a difficult position. This was like explaining the height to the people in the 2-dimensional space. It sounded like some meaningless syllables. They could not think of anything related to it. If I ask you to say it, just say it, Jiang Fei said impatiently. All right. Unintentional was forced by Jiang Fei to explain the 4th dimension once. However, Jiang Fei could not understand a single word. This was not because he did not have enough knowledge, but because of his own limitations. The people in the 3-dimensional space could only perceive the structure of the 2-dimensional space. Coupled with logical thinking, they could only describe the 3-dimensional space. Therefore, it was simply impossible for them to understand the 4th dimension. Damn it! After torturing Unintentional several times, Jiang Fei finally gave up. Under his torture, Unintentional tried to explain the 4th dimension to Jiang Fei in different ways. However, everything was like casting pearls before swine. The content that Unintentional said was directly negated in Jiang Fei's understanding. For example, Jiang Fei could not understand the fact that a single point shot out 4 straight lines, and the 4 straight lines were perpendicular to each other. As a person in the 3-dimensional space, Jiang Fei could only imagine the 3 straight lines of length, width, and height. He could not imagine the straight lines that pointed to the 4th dimension at all. Therefore, Jiang Fei's idea of asking for help from the 4-dimensional creature was also destroyed. Is it impossible for me to enter the 4th dimension? Then, how can I defeat these guys from the Gamma dimension? Jiang Fei was very disappointed. F***CK. I don't care. Even if I die, it'll still rush over and take a look. In the end, Jiang Fei, who was on the verge of mental breakdown, decided to go all out. He rushed straight towards the wormhole in the distance at full speed. I want to see what kind of world is behind you, Jiang Fei roared as he rushed towards the wormhole. As he continued to get closer, Jiang Fei's body began to distort slightly. This kind of distortion was impossible to discern with the naked eye. Only super powerhouses, who had a high degree of control over their own bodies, could sense it. However, even if his body was already affected by the 4-dimensional space, Jiang Fei still could not understand the space that he could not sense at all. Come! Let me see your true face! At this time, Jiang Fei was already prepared to die. He could not care less as he was about to collapse mentally. He just wanted to know what the 4th dimension looked like. As Jiang Fei got closer to the wormhole, his body became more and more distorted. Even so, Jiang Fei still could not see through the world that he could not understand. Swoosh! Jiang Fei rushed into the wormhole. In the void vortex, Jiang Fei's body became extremely distorted under the eyes of outsiders. However, to Jiang Fei, his body was still very normal. Even the slight distortion from before had disappeared. Immediately after, Jiang Fei felt the world spin. The entire space became illusory. He felt as if he was deep in the clouds, or as if he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The feeling was indescribable. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be no concept of time in this place. This made Jiang Fei think of his 10th dimension. Perhaps my space is not the real 10th dimension. I might not even know what the real 10th dimension is. Jiang Fei was already lost. The more he knew about space, the more he felt that he was ignorant. It was as if the essence of space was completely different from what he knew. In the emptiness and silence, Jiang Fei experienced novelty, loss, helplessness, despair, and eventually numbness. During this period of time, the only things that supported Jiang Fei and prevented him from going crazy were the girls and family that he missed. The girls and family that he missed. Because there was no concept of time. Jiang Fei did not know how long he had spent in this kind of hesitation. It might have been an instant. Or it might have been 10,000 years. Finally, the colorful sky and the emptiness came to an end. Everything around him returned to darkness. Darkness was usually terrifying. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei felt extremely at ease. Swoosh! A light appeared in the distance. It was like the darkest moment before dawn. It summoned Jiang Fei to fly toward the light. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei was getting closer and closer to the light. The light grew bigger and brighter. Finally, Jiang Fei came close to the light. At the center of the bright light was a crystal ball the size of a fist. Inside it were densely packed runes. Jiang Fei did not know what language or symbol this was. But he was certain of one thing. He did not know these runes. If it was just that he did not know these runes, it would not be surprising. After all, there were hundreds of millions of existing or past civilizations in the universe. There were also countless runes left behind by them. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to know all of them. However, the magic of these runes was that even though Jiang Fei did not know them, he could read the contents of the runes. It was a strange language that one had never seen before, but could read it easily. Jiang Fei was stunned after reading the contents of the crystal ball. He could basically confirm the origin of his thing. According to Jiang Fei's guess, the words recorded in the crystal ball should be the words used in the gamma space. The content recorded in the crystal ball was the so-called expansion pack of this game. As a player who had played games before, Jiang Fei could easily understand the meaning of the crystal ball. It was the expansion pack that the development team had pre-updated in this universe. Although it was not open to the players yet, it already contained all the new content and new data. Chapter 2051, Chapter 2047. Requirements. Jiang Fei quickly browsed through and memorized the contents of the crystal ball. Although he did not manage to enter the gamma space as he wished, he did not return empty-handed. The information in the crystal ball contained a large amount of information about the principles and technology of the new battleship. After obtaining this data, although Jiang Fei was unable to fundamentally solve the threat posed by the gamma space, he could at least obtain more capital when fighting against players. At the very least, he could obtain more capital when fighting against players. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Fei's developed brain finally managed to memorize all the knowledge and information in the information. Sigh! I've been busy for so long and spent so much effort. In the end, I only managed to obtain this much. Jiang Fei sighed. Clearly, he was not satisfied with his gains this time. However, no matter how unwilling Jiang Fei was, the truth could not be changed. It was clearly not easy to enter the gamma space through the wormhole. Therefore, there was only one path left for Jiang Fei. That was to continue to comprehend the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He would try his best to grasp the power of the inheritance space. He would strive to one day be able to borrow the power of the supreme inheritance to elevate his dimension. At that time, he could enter the gamma space directly. Sigh! The shortcut really isn't working. Looks like I still have to go to the 10th dimension. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Since things had come to this, Jiang Fei did not stay in the wormhole space any longer. After all, Bella, Aurelia, and the others were desperate to buy time for him. Therefore, when they realized that the wormhole path was not working, Jiang Fei immediately began to turn back. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei finally returned to the player safe zone from the wormhole. Fortunately, no one was alerted. Jiang Fei looked around. Everything was as usual in the safe zone. The novice players were still doing simple quests. They were in groups of 3. The 5 of them were chasing after the armed merchant ships in the novice village. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and head to a wider universe. After coming out of the wormhole, Jiang Fei did not have any intention of staying in the novice village anymore. He directly flew his own shuttle out of the spaceport and headed out of the light membrane. As he had the authority to travel across the entire region, Jiang Fei did not encounter any obstacles when he left the novice village. Only a few novice players who had once accepted his quest came over and tried to set off for a new quest. However, all of them were rejected by Jiang Fei. After leaving the safe zone of the players, Jiang Fei's goal was very clear. That was to return to his nest Skoda star. Although Jiang Fei's plan had failed this time, he did not enter the gamma space. However, his trip was not in vain. In the wormhole space, Jiang Fei had obtained a large amount of information and data about the new expansion pack. These new technologies were enough for him to build a more powerful battleship. It would be more effective against players. After tens of days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei finally returned to planet Skoda. Grand Marshal, you're back. As soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the airport, someone immediately greeted him. Gather all the senior engineers to the office building for a meeting. The first thing Jiang Fei said when he came out of the shuttle was this. All right. The officials below naturally did not dare to disobey Jiang Fei's orders. Therefore, an hour later, all the senior engineers of Skoda Star gathered in Jiang Fei's conference room. Take a look at these data and information first. Jiang Fei directly showed them all the technological knowledge that he had obtained from the wormhole space. The entire conference room was silent. The engineers could no longer be bothered to exclaim in surprise. They were all immersed in these unprecedented knowledge. Some of the theories were even beyond their imagination. After 2 hours of silence, the engineers began to discuss in low voices. At first, they were skeptical. After all, these technologies and theories were unprecedented. However, very soon, after continuous discussion, the engineers realized that these technologies and theories were actually feasible. This shocked the engineers. After all, they were all top scientists. To be able to be indifferent to high-level engineers in a super arsenal like Skoda Star was enough to prove their knowledge and ability. However, Jiang Fei had actually come up with technology that could crush them. Moreover, it was a finished product. This made them almost treat Jiang Fei as a celestial being. Grand Marshal, are you still human? Did you develop all these technological achievements? An old engineer said with a trembling voice. Yes. These technological achievements are enough to raise our technological level by hundreds of years. Another engineer shouted. A few hundred years? I think that with the current speed of our technological development, we might not be able to master all of these technologies in 10,000 years. That's right. That's right. The Grand Marshal is like a god. All right. Save the flattery for later. I need you to make use of these technological achievements. I need a new battleship. Jiang Fei clapped his hands to calm everyone down and said, Sir, don't worry. We will definitely come up with a design as soon as possible, the old engineer said, with these technological achievements. In fact, the engineers could not wait to turn these technological achievements into real objects. All right. I will make a few simple requests here. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the engineers, First of all, I don't need ordinary battleships anymore. Rather than wasting these technological achievements on the crude brown bear, I might as well redesign a few main battleships. Yes, my lord. I think so too. The design concept of the brown bear is too backward. Even if new technology is added, it won't be able to improve much. Redesigning a new battleship is the best plan, said the old engineer. Second, not only do I need more main battleships, I also need super battleships that are stronger than main battleships. Jiang Fei proposed his second request. Moreover, the reason why Jiang Fei had made this request was very simple. In the near future, after the development team had unlocked the expansion pack, the players would obtain a super battleship called the Titan. This super battleship had the ability to crush the main battleships. If Jiang Fei did not have a super battleship that could rival it, his fleet would be very passive in the future war. Yes, sir. We will come up with a plan as soon as possible. The old engineer nodded. Then, he began to organize the engineers to study the specific plan. Chapter 2052, Chapter 2048, Martha-class Dreadnought. After Jiang Fei had arranged for the engineers to develop a new battleship, he began to send people to inform Bella and Aurelia to withdraw their troops. After all, he had already completed his task. There was no need to let Bella and Aurelia lead the fleet to risk their lives at the front line. That afternoon, the two scout ships departed from Skoda Star. They would convey Jiang Fei's order to Bella and Aurelia to withdraw. However, as Skoda Star was too far away from the front line, it would take at least a month for Bella and Aurelia to receive Jiang Fei's message. In the following days, Jiang Fei spent most of his time in seclusion. Although there were many girls on Skoda Star who stayed behind to guard the place, it was difficult for them to see Jiang Fei. This trip to the beginner's village, it had dealt a huge blow to Jiang Fei. The wormhole trip had completely cut off any possibility of taking shortcuts. Therefore, Jiang Fei was now focused on studying the Supreme Dragon race's inheritance. He hoped to find a way to enter the Gamma space in his own inheritance space. For cultivators, It was uncertain how long it would take to enter seclusion. It might take 3 days, or 300 years. This was also the case for Jiang Fei. When he was in seclusion to study the inheritance space, the passage of time was no longer an issue for him. Therefore, 3 months passed in a flash, and Jiang Fei still did not show up. At this time, Bella had already led her army back to Skoda Star. During the Battle of Salhu, Tesla's fleet had received a lot of experience. Many of the young captains under his command had experienced actual combat for the first time. It could be said that this battle had greatly helped the captains to grow. The cultivators from the 5 directions could be said to have gained nothing. At most, they had learned about the power of the technological weapons in this universe. However, their losses were not that great. Each family only lost a few disciples. Moreover, almost all of these people had died at the hands of the Yuan family. Therefore, their hatred had been attracted by the Yuan family. These people did not have any complaints about Jiang Fei. After returning to Skoda Star, the cultivators were once again arranged to stay in the hotel. The young disciples quickly adapted to the technological society. After all, in the technological society, there were many more things to play with in the 5 directions. This was quite attractive to the young people. When Bella, Nina, and the others learned that Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation, they did not disturb him. The girls continued to manage the normal operation of Skoda Star after they were reunited. However, there was still no news from Aurelia. Although there was no news from Aurelia, neither Jiang Fei nor the girls were too worried. If anything happened to Aurelia, Vitolin would definitely send a message to Jiang Fei. Vitolin remained silent. That meant that there was nothing wrong with Aurelia and her fleet. The reason why there was no news from Aurelia was mainly because the place where she fought was different from Bella. Although Bella was also fighting at the front line, the Salmarsh cloister was basically under the control of the Imperial Army. At this time, Eamon had also completed the task that Jiang Fei had given him. The players in his guild had basically returned to the Salmarsh front line to coordinate with the galactic base and fortress there. The entire Sara cloister could be said to be impregnable. The scout ship easily sent the news to Bella. On the other hand, Aurelia was different. She was fighting behind enemy lines. Although Villan had been secretly helping Aurelia, it was still the hinterland of the Vizari army. Although Aurelia's fleet was powerful, she had almost defeated all of the main fleet of the Vizari army. However, she did not have the ability to occupy the planet there. Therefore, Aurelia's fleet was like a guerrilla fleet. All of the supplies were stolen. There were no fixed tracks. It was not easy for the scout ships to send messages to her. Therefore, after Bella returned to Skoda Star, she sent more than 10 scout ships to send messages to Aurelia. However, many of these scout ships were destroyed after entering Vizari's territory. Although the main fleet of Vizari's army had been destroyed by Aurelia, it was not a problem to destroy one scout ship. Therefore, until now, Aurelia had not received any orders from Jiang Fei to retreat. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this period of time, Aurelia and her fleet could be described as wreaking havoc in the hinterland of Vizari's army. The Vizari's army had organized a few raids. However, they had failed to achieve any results. Even the development team had sent troops to the Vizari's army at least 10 times. Each time, they had sent a large fleet to Vinland. However, they were ambushed and annihilated. Although Aurelia's fleet had suffered some losses, compared to the Vizari army, the losses were negligible. In fact, there was a reason why the Vizari army had repeatedly failed. As the commander of the encirclement of Aurelia's fleet, Vinland was on Jiang Fei's side. Everyone who had played the game before knew that if one side had an actor, it would be too difficult to win the game. If the actor was still the highest commander on their side, it would be impossible to win. Therefore, after being played by Vinton, not only was the Vizari army unable to destroy Aurelia's fleet, they had also suffered heavy losses. This way, Aurelia's name would be known throughout the entire universe, especially on the Vizari army's side. When the female god of war, Aurelia, was mentioned, the entire military world trembled. On Skoda Star, where Jiang Fei was, after almost 9 months of research and development, the engineers had already submitted 12 designs. Although the super battleship that Jiang Fei requested was still in development and design. However, the prototypes of the 12 main battleships had all been completed. As long as they were verified, they could be mass-produced. As Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation, Bella was in charge of verifying the prototypes of the main battleships. In the end, she decided on the design of 5 main battleships from the 12 prototypes. She began to put them into mass production. Among the main ships that were decided on this time. Other than the auxiliary main ship like the Aiken-class battlecruiser, Bella also chose a few main ship-type ships. After all, after getting used to the radiance of purification of the Aemon fleet, the captains under Jiang Fei's command also very much hoped to have such a strong battle-type main ship. This time, among the prototypes designed by the engineers, the Martha-class dreadnought was the best among the main 4 ships. The star-destroying cannon installed on the bow of the ship could fire radiation warheads. A single volley of shots could blast a hole in the enemy's fleet. The missile launchers that covered the entire hull could also fire a missile rain that was as large as a fleet in a short period of time, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. Chapter 2053, Chapter 2049 came to an end. Other than the Martha-class dreadnought, Bella had also decided on 4 main ships. They were the main battle-type Cole-class battleship, the support-type Danov battlecruiser, and the extended Zephyr battlecruiser, and the Sova-class aircraft carrier. If the Martha-class dreadnought was a spear created by engineers using the technology provided by Jiang Fei, then the Cole-class battleship was a shield that came with it. Unlike the Masha-class dreadnought, the Cole-class battleship sacrificed its own firepower in exchange for extremely heavy armor and shields. Its survivability on the battlefield was definitely the best among the Imperial Army's battleships, especially when the adaptive stance was activated and the ship's onboard computer was overloaded. The battleship would become an indestructible fortress to withstand unimaginable damage, because most of the firepower was sacrificed. The Cole-class battleship was only equipped with a Gaussian rail gun as its main cannon, and the rest was equipped with a large number of anti-aircraft guns. This made it effective against drones and light frigates, but against the same level of main ships or heavy patrol units, the Cole-class battleship alone would be a little powerless. All in all, this main force ship was designed to act as a meat shield for the fleet, absorbing damage for the fleet and also acting as an air defense. The Danov battlecruiser was similar to the Aiken battlecruiser. Both were auxiliary main force ships. However, its ability did not increase the firepower output of the fleet like the Aiken class, but rather provided security for the fleet. This support-type main ship was modified from a cargo ship. It had a huge amount of space inside, and it could carry a huge amount of energy blocks. Furthermore, through a large long-range shield transfer array, the energy from these energy blocks would be converted into shield energy and transferred to the friendly ships. In addition to replenishing the shields of the friendly ships, the Danov battlecruiser could also weaken the enemy's warships. It was equipped with an electromagnetic pulse transmitter, and it could release a powerful EMP impact on the enemy ships, while causing huge damage to the enemy's electronic facilities. It would also burn the antimatter energy reserves of the enemy's warships, causing the enemy's main ships to lose the energy to activate their super weapons. As it was a main ship modified from a cargo ship, the huge storage space of the Danov battlecruiser allowed it to carry a large amount of antimatter energy. When the war reached its climax, it could burn the antimatter to form a strong magnetic field to provide the surrounding friendly warships with antimatter wireless transmission, so that the friendly warships, especially the main ships, could use super weapons. They were no longer restricted by their own antimatter reserves. To use the terminology in the game, the Danov battlecruiser could not only shield the tanks on their side, but also replenish the mana of the main DPS, allowing them to freely release their skills. And they did not have to worry about not having enough mana to cast their spells. Other than the Aiken-class battlecruiser and the Danov battlecruiser, which were 2 auxiliary main ships, Bella also approved another auxiliary main ship, the Danov battlecruiser. To put it bluntly, this main ship was a transport ship that had been enhanced by new technology. It was designed to accommodate the powerhouses from the 5 directions. There were not many weapons and equipment on this main ship, other than the heavy armor and shields. There were a few level 2 main cannons used for self-defense. Their firepower was only equivalent to 2 or 3 heavy patrols. They could not be compared to the main ship's warships. However, there was a luxurious living space installed inside this ship, compared to the crew cabins of other warships. Living on this ship was like living in heaven. Of course, the greatest ability of this ship was its teleportation device. This was all developed using the information chip technology. With this teleportation device, the expanded Joseph battlecruiser could be sent to any corner of the battlefield without Nina's assistance. It could also send the repairmen to any corner of the battlefield at will. The last main ship that Bella approved was a real aircraft carrier. Compared to the Grey Horse-class drone carrier, this Sova-class aircraft carrier was much more powerful. The number of WAs it carried was almost equivalent to a Grey Horse fleet. Moreover, the Sova class could use its own computer system to greatly enhance the attack efficiency of its own WAs, coupled with the aircraft carrier's own weapon system. This allowed it to greatly make up for the Empire's lack of firepower. After obtaining Bella's approval, these main ships entered the mass production process. The entire Skoda star began to move. They stopped all previous orders for ships and turned to mass build the main ships. This was to counter the counterattack of the players after the future expansion pack started. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Aurelia was still fighting on the territory of the Vasily Legion. With Vinland's cooperation, although Aurelia was facing the heavy siege of the resistance army, he was still at ease. He kept the resistance army within the borders of the Vasily Legion. With the development of time, the development team seemed to accept the fact that Aurelia was wreaking havoc within the borders of the Vasily Legion. At this point, they no longer focused on attacking Aurelia's fleet. Instead, they started to attract the players of the resistance. The players of the resistance, who like PvP, were led by the development team to the Sargo Cloister. That place had already become a PvP battlefield. The players of the Imperial Army and the resistance were wantonly killing each other in the Sargo Cloister. They were earning honor and money. The players, who did not like PvP, under the guidance of the development team, began to form a fleet to fight with Aurelia. In the description of the development team, Aurelia had become a super boss that attacked cities. The players, who liked PD, could take on defense missions. While defending their homes, they could also earn experience and equipment. The entire universe seemed to have calmed down once again. Although the Vizari army seemed to be facing enemies from both sides, the two battles had basically stabilized. Although they were fighting every day, it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. On this day, Jiang Fei, who had been in closed-door cultivation for almost a year, finally woke up from his meditation. His eyes opened and shot out two cold lights. It was as if he had struck a thunderbolt in midair. "I need more cores of will." This was the first sentence that Jiang Fei said after opening his eyes. While he was in closed-door cultivation, Jiang Fei's brain was running at a rapid speed. He was constantly doing calculations. He wanted to explore the true secrets of the inheritance space. Unfortunately, although Jiang Fei's brain had been developed before, although his mental strength was already very strong with the support of the core of will, Jiang Fei, who had 1/100th of 100,000th of a bloodline, was not a true blue-eyed white dragon after all. Even after changing his blood, Jiang Fei was already able to use the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. But the essence of his body was still human. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was trying to comprehend the inheritance space, he still encountered a bottleneck. Now, he needed more will cores to strengthen his mind power and his inheritance space. Only in this way could he understand the true mystery of the inheritance space. Chapter 2054, Chapter 2050 Interstellar Travel. The girls were the happiest when Jiang Fei came out of his closed-door cultivation. They had not seen Jiang Fei for almost a year. Therefore, after Jiang Fei came out of his closed-door cultivation, everyone cherished their time with Jiang Fei. After a group of people gathered and chatted for a while, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that one of the girls was missing. "Where's Aurelia?" Jiang Fei asked. "She's still at the front line," Bella said. "What is she doing at Salhu Cloister? Isn't that where the players are fighting?" Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect Aurelia to not return ever since she went to the hinterland of the Vizari army. "No, Sister Aurelia is still at the hinterland of the Vizari army." Ariel told Jiang Fei the truth. "Ah?" Jiang Fei was shocked. However, he quickly calmed down. Since Vinland did not come looking for him, it meant that Aurelia's side was normal. However, Jiang Fei still felt bad for Aurelia, who had been fighting alone for more than a year. Therefore, he asked Bella and the others, "Didn't I ask someone to inform you to withdraw your army when I returned? Why is Aurelia still at the front line when you have withdrawn?" "Bella? Sigh. I only have enemies on the front side of the Salhu Cloister. The scout ship at the rear can easily send the news over. However, Aurelia is different. She has already entered the hinterland of Vizari's army. Moreover, her whereabouts are still unknown. Our scout ship is unable to send the news over," Bella explained. "Then, didn't you send the fleet to rescue her?" Jiang Fei asked. After all, when he was in closed-door cultivation, Bella had become the leader of Skoda Star. It had been a year since Aurelia was in danger, but no one had come to rescue her. This made Jiang Fei a little dissatisfied with Bella. "Husband, don't accuse Sister Bella. Sister Bella once wanted to send the fleet to rescue Sister Aurelia, but Violin stopped her," Ariel said on Bella's behalf. "Virion?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes." He descended on one of our engineers and found Sister Bella. He told Sister Bella not to act rashly. It was best to maintain her current state. Only then could the game run smoothly and buy more time. Ariel said, I see. Jiang Fei's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Then, he apologized to Bella. I'm sorry, Bella. I was wrong about you. It's okay. It's my fault that I did not tell you about this at the first moment. Bella shook her head. Although Jiang Fei's misunderstanding had made her a little sad. Since Jiang Fei had already admitted his mistake sincerely. What else could she say? After the matter was resolved. Although Jiang Fei did not blame Bella anymore. He still wanted to visit Aurelia in Vizari's army's territory. After all, this girl had been fighting outside for him for a year. Although Aurelia had been on backing her up. Leading a lone army to fight in the enemy's territory was not something that an ordinary person could bear. After Jiang Fei told the girls his thoughts. The girls all agreed with him. After all, they could understand Aurelia's hardships. Husband, I'll go with you. Bella took the initiative to ask. Although Jiang Fei had wronged her just now. In Bella's heart, she felt that she owed Aurelia something. Although it was Vinland's request. After all, it was her order that caused Aurelia to fight alone in the enemy's territory for a year. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Recently, Planet Skoda was in the midst of a major production period. All the production lines had already started moving. They were currently working on a new type of main ship. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others were not busy for the time being. It would not affect them much to go to the Vasily Legion's territory. I want to go too. Sylvie saw that Bella wanted to go. So she naturally did not want to be left behind. Bring us along too. Si Tang and Silila also shouted. Alright. Let's go together this time. Jiang Fei smiled. It had indeed been a long time since he had gone together with the girls. Yay! The girls cheered. Although they had always been with Jiang Fei on planet Skoda. Because Jiang Fei had always been in closed-door cultivation. They had almost no time to spend with each other. Therefore, everyone was very happy to be able to have a long interstellar journey with Jiang Fei. Although it was said that they were going to the hinterland of the Vizari army, Jiang Fei was still quite assured in terms of safety. After all, with his current strength, it was almost impossible for him to hurt the girls around him under his protection. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei dared to agree to bring the girls to the hinterland of the Vizari army. After making the decision, Jiang Fei began to make preparations. With such a large group of people moving together, it was naturally impossible to use a shuttle. This was because the space of this small aircraft was too small. It could only accommodate 2 to 3 people at most. Moreover, they were all seats. There was not even a room that could be used to rest. During long-distance interstellar travel, using a shuttle was a very difficult thing to do. Therefore, after some consideration, Jiang Fei finally chose a modified Lonely Star scout ship. This specially modified scout ship had removed a lot of scout equipment, thus freeing up a portion of space. It had also been modified into a comfortable guest room. The reason why Jiang Fei chose a scout ship instead of a main ship was mainly because the scout ship had a smaller target and was not easy to be discovered by the enemy. Moreover, the scout ship's flying speed and warp activation speed were much faster than the main ship. This could also save a lot of time during interstellar travel. As for martial prowess, with Jiang Fei's protection, there was no need for any ship-based weapons. If they encountered an enemy that Jiang Fei could not handle, it would be useless even if they drove the main ship. After everything was ready, Jiang Fei and the rest set off. Before they set off, Jiang Fei had made all the arrangements on Skoda Star and left Xie Tianxin in charge. After all, the cultivators from the 5 directions were still stationed on Skoda Star, without a powerful expert in charge. They really could not control these people. This time, Jiang Fei brought along the girls as well as Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui. With such a little girl around, it saved the girls from boredom during the journey. As the scout ship left the skyport of Skoda Star, Jiang Fei and the others set off on their journey. Their first stop was the capital of the Universe Empire, Planet Pizernes. This time, besides visiting Aurelia, Jiang Fei actually had a second goal in mind. That was to collect more cores of will. Although these things could only be found by chance, they could not be sought after. However, the Merchant Alliance was very wealthy. They might have some collections. Currently, the Universe Empire was governed by Jupiter. Jiang Fei felt that he might be able to obtain something from him. Chapter 2055, Chapter 2051, A Pleasant Surprise. On the way to Pizernes, Jiang Fei and the rest were very successful. After all, this was the hinterland of the Universe Empire. There were no foreign invaders nor bandits. Therefore, after a few days, Jiang Fei and the rest successfully arrived at the gravity well on Pizernes Star. Jiang Fei's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the Universe Empire, including the newly ascended emperor, Jupiter. This new emperor knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. In the beginning, Rivendell was killed by Jiang Fei in his own lair that he had been operating for many years. Peter Zhu knew that he did not have Rivendell's scheming mind, nor did he have a strong lair like his. Therefore, ever since Jiang Fei had helped him become the new emperor of the empire, he could be said to be very respectful to Jiang Fei. He had never dared to treat Jiang Fei as his own subject. Therefore, when Jiang Fei arrived at planet Pizerns, Jupiter immediately brought a group of high-ranking officials from the Universe Empire to welcome him. When they saw the smile on his face, those who did not know better would think that Jiang Fei was the emperor. He was a subject. General, what brings you here? Jupiter held Jiang Fei's hand and smiled. I was just passing by. I thought I'd stop by. Jiang Fei smiled and asked. Speaking of which, we've been apart for more than a year. How are you doing in Pizerns? Thanks to you, the Empire has been running smoothly. I've been keeping an eye on this house for you. Jupiter spoke very humbly. Although he was the Emperor of the Empire, from his words, he was keeping an eye on the house for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was the real master of this house. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not have the slightest respect for the Emperor of the Empire. After all, Jupiter was able to become the Emperor because of his support. If it was not for Jiang Fei's unwillingness to stand out, even if he became the Emperor of the Empire, no one would dare to oppose him. However, because he was afraid of being targeted by the development team, Jiang Fei had always been very careful when doing things. Therefore, he naturally would not stand out and become the Emperor himself. After some small talk, Jupiter brought Jiang Fei and the others to his palace. It had been more than a year since he ascended the throne. Naturally, Jupiter would not use Rivendell's palace anymore. After all, he had plenty of money. It was not a big deal to build another palace. On the way to the palace, Jiang Fei was also observing. He realized that this Jupiter was indeed not simple. Although he was able to ascend the throne because of his own support, it seemed that Peter Zhu had already taken control of the situation on planet Pizerns. At the very least, these high-ranking officials of the Empire had completely acknowledged his throne. However, Jiang Fei was not very concerned about the fact that Peter Zhu had taken control of the high-ranking officials of the Empire. After all, the main fleet of the Empire was in his hands. Moreover, Vinalin, who controlled the Allied army, was also on his side. Peter Zhu would not be able to cause any trouble. If he were to be honest and be his emperor, everything would be peaceful. If he wanted to be like Rivendell, Jiang Fei would not mind helping him. After arriving at the palace, Peter had already arranged everything for Jiang Fei and the girls. The girls were not in the mood to talk about politics with Jiang Fei, so they went out to shop. As the capital of the Merchant Alliance, the business here was extremely developed. Therefore, it was quite attracted to the girls. After the girls left, Jiang Fei asked Peter to dismiss the miscellaneous people. Then, he said, "This time, in addition to visiting you, there is one more thing that I need your help with. Sir, just say the word. I will definitely do it." After there were no outsiders, Jupiter no longer put on the airs of an emperor. After Jiang Fei sat down, he simply stood by the side and appeared extremely humble. "All right, I will be frank then." When Jiang Fei saw Jupiter like this, naturally, Jiang Fei understood that Jupiter was trying to curry favor with him again. However, this at least showed that Jupiter was in awe of him. This way, he would not be able to cause trouble for Jiang Fei. "My lord, please speak," Jupiter said. "Do you know about the energy core?" Jiang Fei asked. "This is a great treasure. My lord, are you interested in this thing?" Jupiter immediately nodded. This energy core was a super treasure that only had a few of them in a galaxy. As a top-tier merchant, how could he not know about it? "That's true. Do you know where I can find such a treasure?" Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Sir, to tell you the truth, I have 2 of them at home," Jupiter replied. "Oh!" Jiang Fei was stunned. This was a pleasant surprise. "One of the 2 energy cores in my house is of the strength attribute, and the other is of the spatial attribute. If you need them, sir, I'm willing to offer them to you," Jupiter said without Jiang Fei asking. "Yes, I do need these treasures. Don't worry. I will not take your treasures for free." Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He would do anything to get his hands on treasures of such a level. "You are too kind. Sir, it is only right that I give you something as a gift," said Jupiter with a smile. other than these two energy cores. Do you know the whereabouts of the other energy cores? Jiang Fei continued to ask. About that. Jupiter pondered for a moment. Then, he said, the other old guy should have some too. However, they will definitely not publicize treasures of this level. Therefore, I am not too sure. Jupiter's meaning was very clear. The other big shots in the Universe Empire most likely had energy cores in their hands. However, they were very tight-lipped. Therefore, Jupiter did not know how many energy cores these guys had. He also did not know what their attributes were. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Since the other big shots also had energy cores in their homes, Jiang Fei had to think of a way to get them to hand them over voluntarily. Oh right. Sir, I think there's another place that also has energy cores. And there are quite a number of them. Suddenly, Jupiter suddenly raised his head and said, Where? Jiang Fei was also interested. Rivendell's treasure house, Jupiter said. Rivendell's treasure house? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. That old fellow died suddenly. His treasure house must not have been moved. However, this old fox is very cunning. I have been in control of Pycenes for so long. And I have also found his treasure house. When Jupiter said this, there was a somewhat depressed look on his face. After all, he knew that there was an ownerless treasure vault on planet Pycenes. But he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. This was something that would tickle anyone's heart. That's right. How could I have forgotten about this old man? Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Rivendell was the biggest profiteer in the Merchant Alliance. His wealth was uncountable. Moreover, this guy was a cyborg. He had no relatives at all. Naturally, his treasure vault would not be moved by others. Moreover, Rivendell's treasure house was top secret to others. However, to Jiang Fei, finding his treasure house was very easy. Chapter 2056, Chapter 2052 The Treasure House of Rivendell. As a completely transformed human, Rivendell possessed an ability that was close to immortality. But at the same time, he also lost the pleasure and ability to be a human. Therefore, Rivendell, who had no relatives or friends, did not trust anyone. His trusted aides could not gain his complete trust either. Especially after completing the complete transformation, Rivendell could no longer be called a human. In his eyes, all natural creatures were inferior beings. As a result, the only thing he could trust was his own kind Malachi. As an artificial intelligence, Malachi was recognized by Rivendell as his own kind. Therefore, Malachi knew almost all of Rivendell's secrets. Now that Malachi had joined Jiang Fei, in that case, finding Rivendell's treasure vault would be as easy as taking something out of a bag for Jiang Fei. Malachi, do you know Rivendell's treasury? Jiang Fei asked Malachi, who was residing in the spatial ring. Master, I know. Malachi replied immediately. Send me the coordinates. Jiang Fei said. Okay. Malachi immediately sent the location of Rivendell's treasury to Jiang Fei. Good God! No wonder you can't find it. When Jiang Fei saw the location of the treasury, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Rivendell's treasury was not on planet Pycenes. Sir, where is the old fox's treasure house? Jupiter asked curiously. On Crew. Jiang Fei smiled. Crew was the third satellite of Pycenes. It was about 1/10 the size of the moon. It was one of the 8 satellites of Pycenes. Moreover, there were no resources on Crew. It was not suitable for human life. Therefore, the place had been abandoned. Occasionally, it was used to store the garbage produced on planet Pycenes. The fact that Rivendell had built the treasury on Crew was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. After all, no one would have thought that the Emperor's treasury was on a garbage planet. Get ready. Let's go take a look, Jiang Fei said to Jupiter. Yes, sir. Jupiter was delighted. Since Jiang Fei had called him, it meant that he had a share in the treasury. To be honest, after Jiang Fei had asked for the coordinates of Rivendell's treasure house, Jupiter had never thought that he had anything to do with it. Out of respect for Jiang Fei, Jupiter did not dare to lay his hands on Jiang Fei's property. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked him to go with him, Jupiter was overjoyed. After all, Rivendell was the largest business empire in the Merchant Alliance. His wealth was unimaginable. Even the second-ranked Jupiter was far from being as rich as Rivendell. Therefore, Jupiter was very interested in Rivendell's treasure vault. How could a treasure that could be collected by Rivendell be of poor quality? It did not take long for the few shuttles to be ready. After all, Crew was only a satellite of Pycenes. There was no need for a large spaceship. As the few shuttles rose into the air, Jiang Fei and the rest flew toward Crew. In just a few minutes, they had landed on the surface of Crew's planet. Sir, this is the latest spacesuit. It is very light. Jupiter handed Jiang Fei a set of clothes. This high-tech spacesuit was very light. There was only a tight leather jacket and a helmet. After putting it on, it looked like he was going for a ride on a motorcycle. It did not look like he was going for a spacewalk. However, this set of clothes might look thin, but its functions were very complete. Not only could it provide breathing support for the person wearing it, but it could also isolate the external temperature and maintain the internal pressure. It was perfect to ensure that the person wearing it could survive in space, which was close to a vacuum. I don't need it. Jiang Fei smiled. With his strength, he could survive in space. Therefore, he did not need this kind of support equipment. Moreover, if he encountered danger, this kind of clothes would become a burden. After Jupiter and the others changed their clothes, Jiang Fei and the others left the shuttle and stepped on the surface of Planet Crew. According to the coordinates, the entrance should be here. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest found the location that Maleki had described. Master, the third boulder on the left is the mechanism to open the door. Maleki reminded Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Maleki's instructions to open the mechanism. Boom! As the earth trembled, the ground not far away cracked open, revealing a dark tunnel. Is there a defensive weapon inside? Jiang Fei asked. Although he was not afraid. If the tunnel suddenly opened fire, it would be a disaster for Jupiter and the others. After all, Jupiter's strength was not even worth mentioning. Master, I have already turned off the automatic defense weapon, Maleki said. This was Rivendell's treasure trove. How could there not be a defensive weapon? Unfortunately, Rivendell trusted Maleki too much. Therefore, he told Maleki everything. In Rivendell's opinion, although Maleki was a sentient artificial intelligence, it was developed by himself. It would never betray him. However, Rivendell clearly did not expect that after an artificial intelligence gained self-awareness, the thing that he could not tolerate the most was being enslaved. Therefore, Rivendell ultimately died at Maleki's hands. Let's go in. Since Malachi had already disarmed the place, Jiang Fei had nothing to worry about. He was the first to step into the tunnel. The two of you follow me. The rest of you wait here. Jupiter nodded and called for his two subordinates. The rest of the people were left outside by him. Boom! Just as Jiang Fei and the others entered the tunnel, the door to the treasure house closed. Master, go to the left. Maleki kept guiding Jiang Fei in the direction of the maze-like treasury. Jiang Fei went straight to the core of the treasury. Maleki, what treasures are in this treasury? Jiang Fei asked. Master, I only know some ordinary things, because there are no cameras in the core. I don't know, Maleki replied. All right. Jiang Fei shrugged, since they had already reached this point. Even if he wanted to know what was inside the treasure house, he did not need to wait any longer. As Jiang Fei and the others moved forward, they finally reached the core of the treasure house after about 30 minutes. Ka! Shi! Maleki opened the door for Jiang Fei. Good God! When the door opened, a colorful light shone into Jiang Fei's eyes. These lights came from all kinds of rare treasures. All kinds of treasures were piled up in the huge room that was hundreds of square meters. Help me find the energy core first. At the same time that Jiang Fei ordered Malachi, he also said to Jupiter and his men. Yes, Master. Malachi immediately used Jiang Fei's ring to activate the scanning function and began to look for traces of the energy core among the many treasures. Master, don't worry. As long as there is an energy core here, we will definitely help you find it. Jupiter and his men also promised. Chapter 2057, Chapter 2053 was exposed. While Malachi, Jupiter, and the rest were busy searching for the energy core, Jiang Fei was not idle either. He was shuttling back and forth between the treasures in Rivendell, looking for something that was valuable to him. Speaking of which, although the treasure vault in Rivendell was priceless, in the eyes of people like Jiang Fei, these protections were mostly wealth that only ordinary people would pursue. Although the leaders of the Merchant Alliance were all powerful, they were all very weak. However, their personal strength was very weak. As such, their goals were often the same as ordinary people. Therefore, the treasures in their eyes were really meaningless to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei walked around the treasure vault and looked around. He picked up the items on his hand and carefully felt the energy aura emitted by these items. Suddenly, Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He picked up a small oil lamp from a storage compartment. This oil lamp seemed to be made of pure gold. However, In the era of the cosmos, the value of gold was no different from that of copper and iron. However, because gold was not easy to oxidize, therefore, many ornaments were still made of gold. This was the case for the oil lamp in Jiang Fei's hand. Not only was it made of gold, the entire body of the oil lamp was inlaid with inlaid jewels and jades. This made it exquisite and at the same time, it gave off a luxurious aura. However, although this thing was priceless in the eyes of mortals, to cultivators, this thing was simply too flashy. When Jiang Fei swept past the oil lamp, he actually did not pay much attention to it. After all, such an artifact meant nothing to him. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, his sharp mind power detected a trace of energy fluctuation from the oil lamp. If it was just a normal energy fluctuation, Jiang Fei might not have paid too much attention to it. After all, the oil lamp was inlaid with a large number of gemstones. Many of the gemstones contained a certain amount of energy, just like the spiritual stones of the 5 directions. However, Jiang Fei could sense a life force on the oil lamp. Although this life force was well hidden, it still could not escape Jiang Fei's sharp senses. Just as Jiang Fei picked up the oil lamp and was ready to observe it carefully, he could sense the life force in the oil lamp tremble. Clearly, the other party was afraid. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. It seemed that this was still a living thing. After that, Jiang Fei led Jupiter, and the others continued to search for the energy core. Meanwhile, he brought the oil lamp alone to the lounge next to the treasury. This was the place where Rivendell looked at the treasures. This is really interesting. Jiang Fei held the oil lamp in his left hand and wiped it gently with his right hand. Whoosh! At that moment, a huge shadow appeared in front of Jiang Fei along with a puff of blue smoke. Who is summoning me? The shadow's voice was deep and majestic. Yo! Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He stared at the blue fatty in front of him. Did you summon me, mortal? The blue monster said in an arrogant tone. Hee hee. I guess so. Jiang Fei laughed. Alright then. Since you're the one who woke me up, I can fulfill one of your wishes. The blue monster said. Fulfill my wish? Jiang Fei smiled slightly and said to the monster. Alright then. Let's talk about world peace first. Can you ask the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army to cease fire? Who is the Imperial Army? And who is the Resistance Army? The blue monster muttered with a confused expression. However, he quickly recovered his holy and solemn expression. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Mortal, you better think about yourself. World peace is not something that you should worry about. World peace is not something that you can control. Then, give me a few hundred energy cores. Jiang Fei said. Mortal, your greed is simply outrageous. The blue monster said in a reprimanding tone. You can't do it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. This is not a problem of being able to do it or not being able to do it. It's just that you are greedy. How about this? It'll give you 10 energy cores to fulfill your wish. The blue monster said. 10? Jiang Fei nodded in his heart. Although the blue fatty kept calling Jiang Fei a mortal, Jiang Fei never took him seriously. When it came to pretending to be 13, Jiang Fei was an ancestor-level character. Ever since he started his career, Jiang Fei had relied on the tiger's skin to build his family. Back then, he had relied on the non-existent master Zhuge Shanzhen. Jiang Fei had intimidated countless old men that he could not match up to. Now, this fatty blue was actually pretending to be 13 in front of Jiang Fei. Wasn't that just showing off in front of the Guangdong? Mortal, have you thought about it? The fatty blue clearly did not realize that Jiang Fei had already seen through him. I've thought about it. This lamp is not bad. I'll take it, Jiang Fei said as he used his big hand to break open the exquisite oil lamp. At that moment, Jiang Fei was a terrifying expert with more than 60 million combat power. A mere decorative grade golden lamp in his hand was just like a fake. When Jiang Fei broke open the golden lamp, he found that there was indeed something mysterious inside. Ah! What are you doing? The blue fatty saw that Jiang Fei had broken the lamp without a word. He was terrified. Shut up! I'll play with you later. After Jiang Fei broke the golden lamp open, he found that there was a small matrix in the space inside the lamp. Spatial folding matrix? Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This kind of spatial folding matrix was not a particularly advanced technology. It could be said that in the mainstream civilizations in the universe, everyone had already mastered this technology. Therefore, they had made some simple spatial devices. This kind of spatial device could not only be used to carry materials, but it could also isolate the presence of materials. Therefore, It was very convenient to use. Swish! Jiang Fei opened his eye of violets, and quickly found the spatial node of the spatial folding matrix. Pa pa pa! Jiang Fei used his understanding of spatial knowledge, and used his spiritual power to trigger these nodes in turn. Very quickly, he cracked the password of the spatial device. After the spatial device was opened, a precise energy confinement device rolled out. Jiang Fei was very familiar with this energy confinement device. Previously, when he had obtained the energy core, he had used this device to store it. Due to the uniqueness of the energy core, there could only be one energy core of a certain attribute in every galaxy. If he did not use the energy confinement device to isolate its energy aura, then another energy core of the same attribute will escape. Chapter 2058, Chapter 2054. The Origin of the Jinn. Jiang Fei picked up the energy confinement device, and tapped on it a few times. The screen on the energy confinement device lit up. Hee hee! You're quite observant. When Jiang Fei saw the data on the screen, he was happy. The screen clearly showed that there were 15 energy cores stored inside. However, this fatty blue only wanted to use 10 energy cores to fool Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei put away the energy confinement device. He did not check the attributes of the energy cores in detail. Now, he was going to deal with this fatty blue. At that moment, the fatty blue looked at Jiang Fei in a daze. He was clearly at a loss. Tell me, who are you? Jiang Fei asked. I am the god of the lamp. The blue fatty wanted to pretend again. God your ass. Jiang Fei was almost angered by the blue fatty. At this point, this guy still refused to admit it. How dare you? Don't you dare. The blue fatty glared at Jiang Fei. He wanted to scare Jiang Fei. But Jiang Fei did not fall for his trick. If you scream again, do you believe that I will crush this heart crystal? Jiang Fei said, as he pulled out a blue crystal from the base of the golden lamp. You? In an instant, the blue fatty was dumbfounded. He was only a fusion of spiritual power. Unless he was a master of spiritual power, he could not do anything to him. However, that heart crystal was his lifeline. The reason why he was able to maintain his current state was because of the energy in the heart crystal. If this thing was destroyed, he would really become a ghost. Moreover, it would not be long before he would disappear into thin air after losing his energy source. Although there were many existences like the blue fatty in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Although they also existed in the form of a fusion of spiritual energy. That was because there was no concept of time in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Without the passage of time, their spiritual energy would not be depleted. That was why they could exist for a long time. However, the blue fatty was different. He lived in the real world. He could not absorb the free energy in the space to cultivate. He could only rely on the pure energy in the heart crystal to replenish his energy. Once this thing was destroyed, he was completely done for. What? Are you afraid? Jiang Fei said calmly. Who are you? What do you want? The fatty blue no longer pretended to be mysterious. He looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. It seems that you still do not understand the situation. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he crushed the crystal with a bang. You? I'm going to fight you to the death. The blue fatty's eyes turned red. Once the spirit crystal exploded, he lost his last shelter and his last source of energy. Now, even if no one killed him, he would become weaker and weaker until he eventually died. Therefore, the blue fatty became anxious. He summoned his spiritual power and charged at Jiang Fei. To be honest, Fatty Blue's strength was not bad. His spiritual power was comparable to that of an ordinary true immortal. Moreover, he knew many spiritual attack techniques. This way, even a true immortal powerhouse would be caught off guard by his attack. However, although Fatty Blue's spiritual attack was not weak, it still depended on who he used it with. Jiang Fei was a super powerhouse with a 3-stage will core. If Fatty Blue wanted to use his spiritual power to fight Jiang Fei, he would have to kill Jiang Fei. That was like selling tap water in front of the Dragon King. You're courting death. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, a surge of spiritual power surged out and directly pressed down on the blue fatty until he could not breathe. I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. The blue fatty was not a person with a backbone. When he saw that Jiang Fei was far stronger than he had imagined, he simply surrendered. Humph. You're asking for it. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he said to the blue fatty, Tell me, who are you and what's your background? Yes. 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 I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The blue fatty nodded repeatedly. Then, he told Jiang Fei about his background. It turned out that this blue fatty was called Ram. He used to belong to a civilization called the Jeld's race. This civilization had once prospered, but later on, it declined. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere in the long history of space civilizations. However, because this Ram was lucky enough to advance to the hermit level, he escaped the fate of extinction. However, he was the only one left in the entire Jeld's race, so there was no difference between extermination and extinction. Later on, Ram was killed by another hermit-level powerhouse in a battle. However, his powerful spiritual power did not dissipate immediately. Coincidentally, there was a soul crystal that was not buried deep near their battlefield. With this soul crystal, Lamu managed to survive. After who knows how many years, the universe ushered in an era of great development. The Merchant Alliance rose up and occupied many resource planets. Then, they began to mass produce. The planet Lamu was on was also in the process of being developed. Coincidentally, Rivendell was the one who managed this planet at that time. At that time, Rivendell was still a natural creature. He had not yet modified himself into a cyborg. Coincidentally, Rivendell found Rom's soul crystal. After that, Rom performed the same trick as Jiang Fei. The young Rivendell was quickly fooled. He began to wear Rom by his side. At that time, Rivendell could be said to be obedient to Rom. Of course, Rem also helped Rivendell deal with many of his competitors without leaving a trace. Gradually, Rivendell's business grew bigger and bigger. Ram had become Rivendell's henchman. Of course, in return, Rivendell would help Ram search for the soul crystal. After all, every time Ram used his power, it would speed up the consumption of energy. Later, Rivendell was close to his death, so he transformed himself into a cyborg. In this way, Ram's status was no longer guaranteed. He and Rivendell could be said to be teacher and friend. The two of them were more like collaborators. However, after Rivendell completed the transformation, he treated Ram as his slave. Although Ram was very dissatisfied, he realized that he could not do anything to Rivendell. If it was before, Ram could kill Rivendell with just a spiritual attack. However, after Rivendell completed his transformation, would a robot be afraid of a spiritual attack? However, Llama could not use a physical attack without a physical body. Therefore, under the threat of Rivendell cutting off the supply of the spirit crystal, Llama became Rivendell's subordinate. Later on, after Rivendell became the emperor of the empire, he no longer had any competitors to deal with. Therefore, he simply left him in the treasure vault to guard the treasure until Jiang Fei barged in. Ram did not know that Rivendell had been killed. Chapter 2059, Chapter 2055. The treasure in hand. Although Ram did not know that Rivendell was dead, ever since Jiang Fei had found him, Ram had been thinking about his future. In Ram's opinion, fighting for Rivendell and protecting his treasure house was not worth it. Now that Jiang Fei had found him, he could do the same thing as he did to Rivendell. Find himself a replacement. After all, ever since Rivendell had transformed himself into a cyborg, Ram had been having a hard time. In his opinion, it was not a big deal to switch to someone else. Moreover, if he could fool Jiang Fei, then he could continue to live a comfortable life for a few more years. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not a cyborg like Ram. With his extraordinary spiritual power, Ram was still able to negotiate with Jiang Fei. However, it was clear that Ram had found the wrong person to negotiate with. Jiang Fei was a master of pretense. His tricks were nothing in Jiang Fei's eyes. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the spiritual power that Ram was proud of was even less worth mentioning. Back then, when Jiang Fei's Korabel had just been fused into 2 parts, he already had spiritual power that was comparable to a true immortal. Now that his Wakor had been fused into 3 parts, coupled with the spiritual attack skills that he had inherited from Tyrion, Jiang Fei had an absolute advantage when facing Ram. He was not able to scare Jiang Fei, and he was not a match for Jiang Fei when he was fighting with his life on the line. Therefore, Ram had completely lost the ability to negotiate with Jiang Fei. After listening to Lama's story, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Although Lama's story could be considered as a twist, there was nothing strange about it. Moreover, this kid actually dared to play tricks on Jiang Fei. Naturally, Jiang Fei would not let him off easily. "Tell me, do you plan to die or do you plan to live?" Jiang Fei asked expressionlessly. "What do you mean by die? What do you mean by live?" Lama asked. "It's easy to die. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant," Jiang Fei said casually. However, Lama also knew that Jiang Fei was telling the truth. After all, the difference in their mental strength was obvious. Lama did not have any other means of resistance. Moreover, Even if Jiang Fei did not kill him, without the heart crystal, he would not be able to last long. What about life? Ram, who did not want to die, naturally looked for another way out. Life. How about I give you a new home? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. A new home? Ram was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. The broken lamp that you used to live in is really weak. Let me get you a new one, Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had heard Aladdin's story since he was young. Now that he had a ready-made blue fatty, he also knew how to craft artifacts. If he did not make a real magic lamp, Jiang Fei would feel sorry for the story that his mother told him when he was young. Sir, you must have some conditions. Right? Ram asked carefully. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Fei did not seem like a philanthropist. Now, not only did he not kill him, he even wanted to give him a new home. There must be something fishy about this. Hee. My request is similar to Rivendel's. Jiang Fei laughed. Do you also want me to help you guard the treasure vault? Llama asked. I am a poor man. There is no treasure for you to guard. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, what do you want me to do for you? Lamu asked again. I hope that you can listen to Master's orders when the time comes, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Master? What master? Lamu instinctively felt that something was not right. However, before he could react, he was grabbed by Jiang Fei's henchman. He could not move. It would be a pity if you did not become an item spirit. After Jiang Fei said that, he swung his hand and threw Lamu into his inheritance space. After dealing with Lamu, Jiang Fei came out of the lounge to take a look. Jupiter and the others were still focused on searching for the energy core. However, their hard work was destined to be fruitless. This was because the energy cores that Rivendell had collected had already fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. Alright, you guys continue to search. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. These people had work to do, so they would not bother him. After that, Jiang Fei returned to the lounge and took out the energy confinement device. Previously, he did not have the time to look at the attributes of these energy cores. Jiang Fei kept tapping on the control panel of the energy confinement device. Very soon, he was able to show the specific attributes of these energy cores. There were 3 energy cores, 4 life cores, 2 space cores, 3 time cores, and 3 will cores. These were the energy core data stored in the energy confinement device. Only 3. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. Actually, it was already very good that he could find 3 will cores in one go. After all, these things were not like cabbages on the streets. They could be found anywhere. However, perhaps it was because the energy cores this time were too easy to come by. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt a little greedy. Although 3 cores of will were not enough for Jiang Fei to advance again, he had obtained 4 life cores this time. This was enough for Bella to advance her life core by another level. Not only that, Jiang Fei had also obtained a space core and a power core from Jupiter. With these 2 energy cores, Hua Mulan and Nina could advance again. Sigh! It would be great if I could get 2 more spatial cores. Jiang Fei began to be greedy again. Due to the limited number of spatial cores before, Nina had only fused to 1 section. Unlike Bella and Hua Mulan, who had fused to 2 sections, she could only level up once even if she had 4 spatial cores this time. After that, there were 2 remaining spatial cores. She could only level up again when she could find a new one in the future. After putting away the energy confinement device, Jiang Fei stood up and left the lounge. Alright, you don't have to look anymore. I've already found what I want, Jiang Fei said to Jupiter and the others. Congratulations. Sir, it seems that these energy cores are indeed fated to be with you. Sir, we searched for a long time, but still could not find them. Those energy cores went to look for their owners themselves. Jupiter's skill in flattery was not ordinary. Even a person like Jiang Fei felt comfortable being patted on the head. Alright, I'm not interested in the things here. It's up to you. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. These gold, silver, treasures, calligraphy, and paintings were meaningless to him. However, big profiteers like Jupiter liked them very much. Therefore, Jiang Fei was happy to give these things to Jupiter. It was not in vain for him to run errands for him. Chapter 2060, Chapter 2056 Collecting Energy Cores. Jiang Fei did not care how Jupiter and the rest looted the treasures here. Therefore, after obtaining the energy cores, he prepared to fly the shuttle back to Bazernes. My lord, aren't you going to pick 2 more? Jupiter said with a smile. No, you can take care of these things yourself, Jiang Fei said. Thank you for the reward. My lord, Jupiter immediately said happily. Oh right. You can help me ask about the other guys. It would be best if you can buy the energy core from them. If they are not willing to part with it, I can only go and get it myself, Jiang Fei said to Jupiter. Don't worry, my lord. I still have some relations with them. Leave this matter to me, Jupiter said as he patted his chest. All right. After you're done here, go and help me do it. I won't be staying in Paisenis for too long, so you have to do it as soon as possible, said Jiang Fei. Don't worry, sir. I'll go back with you later. Once we reach Paisenis, I'll do it immediately, said Jupiter. All right. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although this Jupiter was already sitting on the throne of the Emperor of the Empire, he had a good sense of propriety. He knew who was the real boss. He had always treated Jiang Fei with sufficient respect. After that, Jupiter began to instruct his followers to transport the treasures from the treasure vault. After everything was settled, Jupiter and Jiang Fei took the shuttle back to Pazerns. When Jiang Fei and the others returned to Jupiter's manor, Bella and the other girls had already returned from shopping. As Jupiter had provided them with unlimited amounts of shopping cards, the girls had gone on a shopping spree this time. They had almost bought everything that they liked back. Did you guys go to the mall and bring it back? Jiang Fei said as he looked at the mountain of clothes and shoes in the living room. It seemed that no matter what kind of girls they were not immune to these things. Yeah. It's not easy to get such a rare opportunity to rob the rich and give to the poor. Of course, we have to eat the rich, Ariel said with a smile. That's right. That's right. Boss Ju, you won't feel sorry for us. Right. Si Tang chimed in. Of course not. As long as the ladies are happy. Jupiter laughed. He could even give Jiang Fei a big hotel in the central area of the capital star. What was the big deal about such a small amount of money? If these girls could read his mind and give Jiang Fei some pillow talk, he would be willing to give them a mountain of gold. After that, Jupiter accompanied Jiang Fei and the others to chat for a while. Then, he turned around and left to do some work. After all, Jiang Fei rarely asked him to do anything. Therefore, he would not allow anything to go wrong this time. After leaving his manor, Jupiter's first stop was Lu Sai's home. As the two of them had the best personal relationship, Jupiter chose this place as his first stop. Old Ju. No. It's His Majesty. Why are you here? Lust asked in surprise. Although they were old friends, Jupiter's identity was different from before. After all, Jupiter had already ascended the throne and become the emperor of the empire. Their identities had changed from simple friends to rulers and ministers. Enough! My title of emperor is just a title. We are still brothers. Jupiter smiled. Speak. You're someone who doesn't come to the temple for no reason. You must have something to come here for. Right. Lust smiled. His relationship with Peter Zhu was too good. Peter Zhu even told Lust how he rose to the throne. Therefore, Lust also knew that Peter Zhu, the emperor, was half a puppet. So the relationship between the two was not so strange. Hey! Brother! I have something to ask of you, Peter Zhu said with a sigh. Beg me! You are much more capable than me. What can I help you with? Asked Luster. I know you have some treasures here, so I beg you to give up your love, Peter Zhu said with a smile. Okay. Don't mock me. Your family's business is more than 3 times bigger than mine. What do I have that you don't have? Luster rolled his eyes. Energy core. Facing his old friend, Peter Zhu didn't beat around the bush. Energy core? Why do you want this thing? Luster was stunned. He wasn't a high-level cultivator, so although he had a few such cores in his family, he didn't really care. High-level ordinary people like him pursued antique calligraphy and paintings from the past. It's not me who wants it. It's the person behind me who wants it, said Jupiter in a low voice. Little Fei? Why didn't that kid open his mouth to me directly? Asked Lu Sai. His relationship with Jiang Fei was not bad. Moreover, he had always treated Jiang Fei as a junior with great potential. Although this junior was already powerful enough to support Jupiter to become the emperor of the empire. However, in Lu Sai's eyes, Jiang Fei was still the kid who had just joined the Merchant Alliance. Hence, he could still occasionally speak with a hint of indulgence. He wants too many of them. I still have to go to a few other shops later, Jupiter said. Sigh. These things are only needed by cultivators like them. I have no problem with them. I will get them for you later. Oh right. Remember to pass a message to little Fei. Tell him to come and see me when he is free, Lu Sai said with a smile. as he had no interest in Jiang Fei. He did not expect Jiang Fei to bring him any benefits. Therefore, he could naturally consider himself as an elder. He was unlike Jupiter, who could only be respectful when facing Jiang Fei. Sigh. I really envy a guy like you who has no desires. Jupiter sighed. Although Lu Sai was the weakest among the big shots, he was the only one who dared to be so open in front of Jiang Fei. Alright. I'll bring the things to you later. You should hurry and go to the other old guys. They are not as easy to talk to as I am. Lust laughed. If they dare to reject me, it would be a miracle. The person behind me has already said that it's best if I can handle it. If I don't handle it well, he will personally go and get it. Jupiter laughed coldly. Air. Lust's expression froze. Then, he said to Jupiter, Then, don't play any tricks. Tell those old guys everything clearly. Don't worry. I will not deliberately harm them, said Jupiter. If he had really thought about it before. As long as he did something, those people would definitely not hand over the energy core. When that time came, Jiang Fei would personally go. There was a high chance that it would be a bloodbath. However, now that Lu Sai had said that, Jupiter finally gave up on the idea. After all, with those few old guys around, the entire empire would be more stable. After all, he was the emperor of the empire now. Jiang Fei did not really interfere with him, so he did not want to mess up the empire. Chapter 2061, Chapter 2057 Promotion of 2 Women. After coming out from Luster, Jupiter went straight to his second target. Because he got 3 energy cores from Luster, Jupiter felt much more at ease. And when he went to the next house, he had a lot of confidence in his heart. When he was talking to Luster, Jupiter looked as if he did not care. It was as if those people were courting death if they did not hand over the energy core. When Jiang Fei went to retrieve it personally, they would not only lose face, and you're gonna die. However, in Peter's heart, he was also afraid that those people would not cooperate. Although it did not matter if those people cooperated or not, Jiang Fei would be able to get the energy cores in the end. However, if he did not complete the mission, that would obviously reflect his incompetence to the fullest. At that time, it might attract Jiang Fei's disgust. Because the strong often hate the incompetent. That was what Jupiter was most worried about. In his own private car, Jupiter quickly arrived at his next stop, Kulachi's official residence. Kulachi was ranked 4th among the original 5 big shots in the Merchant Alliance. He was slightly stronger than Lust. His relationship with Jupiter was not bad. After all, back in the Merchant Alliance's era, Jupiter deliberately made friends with a few big shots who were ranked lower in order to fight against the strongest. Rivendell. Therefore, his relationship with these people was not bad. Your Majesty, why are you here? I didn't prepare anything. Kuratsi smiled and came out to welcome him. It's okay. We brothers still need to use those red tape. Peter Zhu smiled. After the 2 people exchanged greetings, Peter Zhu was led into the living room by Kuratsi. Hee. Brother, you've been doing well these 2 years. Is this house newly equipped? Peter Zhu smiled after entering the door. It's just a small amount of money. It can't be compared to your Majesty's Imperial Palace. Kuraki laughed. My place is just a bunch of common things. It's not worth mentioning. On the contrary, brother, your place is very elegant. Peter Zhu rambled on, but he didn't want to talk about serious matters. Your Majesty, do you have any orders for your visit this time? Kuraki finally couldn't help but ask after chatting with Peter Zhu. Yes, I do have something to trouble you with this time. Peter saw that Kuratsi couldn't help but speak first. So he said slowly, Your Majesty, please speak to me face to face. Kuratsi said, I'm working for someone else this time. That person is interested in the energy core in your hand and wants you to part with it. Peter said slowly, I don't have an energy core. Kuratsi was shocked. He subconsciously lied. Although the energy core didn't mean much to ordinary people like them, the rarity of such a treasure was the highest in the universe. He didn't want to lose this collection easily. Brother, I'm just working for someone else. If you really don't have it, then forget it. Peter Zhu didn't insist. Your Majesty, may I ask, who wants the energy core? Kulachi asked. You don't have it. Why do you ask? Peter Zhu glanced at Kulachi and said, Hee. I'm just curious. Kulachi laughed. Hee. Okay. Anyway, it's not a secret. I'll tell you. Peter Zhu smiled. Then, he said to Kuratsi, I'm sure you can guess how I got to the top. I don't need to tell you who I can help him with. Is it the Grand Marshal who wants the energy core? Kuratsi asked tentatively. Yes, and he's very determined. I don't know where he got the information from. He said that if I can't get it, he will get it himself. Huh? Although Jupiter's voice was not loud. However, it almost scared the shit out of Kuratsi. Back then, Jiang Fei had single-handedly wiped out Rivendel's palace. This matter had caused quite a stir in the capital star. Although Jupiter had ordered for the information to be sealed. How could such a matter be hidden from a big shot like Kuratsi? Therefore, Kuratsi knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. Now, when he heard that Jiang Fei was the one who was collecting the energy core, and that he did not take the initiative to give it to Jiang Fei, he had to personally go and get it. This had really scared Kuratsi. However, he had already lied earlier. If Kuratsi changed his words and said that he had the energy core, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Jupiter? Although Peter Zhu was half a puppet emperor, his influence was not small. Moreover, even if he did not use force, just by relying on commercial means, Kuratsi, who was ranked 4th, would not be able to defeat Peter Zhu. Therefore, at this moment, Kuratsi's heart was very conflicted. Fortunately, this old fellow had been in the business world for so many years. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly had an idea. Then, he said to Peter Zhu, Your Majesty, since the Grand Marshal wants the energy core, then although I, Kuratsi, do not have it now, I will immediately go and collect it. The fastest tonight. At the latest tomorrow morning, I will collect at least 3 energy cores and send them to your palace. Hee. Brother, you are really thoughtful. Peter Zhu sneered. He did not believe Kuratsi's nonsense at all. If this old fellow really did not have the energy core, not to mention giving him a night's time, even if he was given a year, he might not be able to find it. This energy core was a treasure that only produced a few pieces in a galaxy. How could it be so easy to find? Although he did not believe Kuratsi's nonsense. For the stability of the empire, Peter Zhu was not willing to completely fall out with Kuratsi, so he did not expose him on the spot. However, this old fellow did not give him face. Zhu Peter remembered it in his heart. When he found the right opportunity, he would definitely not let Kuratsi go. After leaving Kuratsi's place, Zhu Peter went to the next house without stopping. At this time, Jiang Fei had already handed the power core and the space core to Hua Mulan and Nina respectively. Then, he let the 2 of them cultivate in isolation to absorb the energy core. Although it would take a few days to absorb the energy core, a wealthy family like Zhu Peter naturally did not lack a place like the Time House. Although Zhu Peter was not very strong, his family still had such facilities. In the Time House, Hua Mulan and Nina absorbed the energy core that they had received respectively and entered closed-door cultivation. Although the other girls also had looks of envy in their eyes. However, most of them were happy for them. After all, when the 2 of them became stronger, they would be able to help Jiang Fei even more. Sister Bella, do you think that Sister Mulan will become a true immortal after absorbing the energy cores? Ariel asked curiously. I don't know. Bella shook her head. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and asked, Husband, what do you think? Chapter 2062, Chapter 2058 Fei's Walk. Time passed quickly in the time room. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 hours had passed. As Jiang Fei and the others waited anxiously, Hua Mulan was the first to open her eyes. Swoosh. Just as Hua Mulan opened her eyes, 2 cold lights shot out from her eyes like 2 bolts of lightning. Mulan has woken up. Jiang Fei's heart stirred, and he appeared beside Hua Mulan. How do you feel? Jiang Fei asked. This feeling of being filled with power is unprecedented. Hua Mulan said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he activated the scanning function of his goggles and began to check Hua Mulan's combat power. 24 million. This was Hua Mulan's current combat power. She has broken through to true immortal. Jiang Fei was stunned. When he had fused with the 3 cores of will, how could he increase his strength? However, Jiang Fei thought about it and understood. His core of will was different from the energy cores of the other 4 attributes. It could not directly increase a person's combat strength. However, it could open up the brain region and increase a person's mental strength. Moreover, it could expand the inheritance space. It was not the same as the other 4 energy cores. On the other hand, Hua Mulan had absorbed the power core. Therefore, the increase in her own strength was the most obvious. Once the 3 cores were fused, her strength would directly increase to the level of a true immortal. Moreover, this was not the 5 directions heaven and earth. Therefore, Hua Mulan didn't need to undergo the tribulation at all. However, when she returned to the 5 directions heaven and earth, the lightning tribulation would still come knocking on her door. Although the tribulation was extremely dangerous, it was also extremely helpful to cultivators. After experiencing the lightning tribulation, there would also be 5-colored lightning to pour into the body, which was a great tonic for cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators of the 5 directions heaven and earth were not only stronger than the experts outside in terms of martial skills, but also in terms of physical fitness. After experiencing the lightning tribulation, they were also more powerful than ordinary hermits. It was just that there were too few hermit-level experts in the outer universe, so they could enjoy resources that far surpassed the experts of the 5 directions world. Therefore, if they had the same combat strength, the hermit would definitely not be able to defeat a true immortal. However, because the hermit's division of strength was not particularly precise, other than those who had just advanced, most of the hermit-level experts had reached the level of blood concubine or even Siazin because of the abundant resources. For an old veteran like Tyrion, his combat strength was even comparable to the Black Widow Mo Li Shang at her peak. Take a rest first. I will bring you to the tribulation later, Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. Although they were also going to the tribulation, Hua Mulan and the others were much happier than the cultivators of the 5 directions. They would only go to the tribulation after they had rested after they had advanced. The cultivators of the 5 directions did not have such treatment. Once they had advanced, the thunder tribulation would come to them. They did not even have time to rest. Okay. Hua Mulan nodded. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. She needed to recover to her peak condition as soon as possible to prepare for the tribulation. On one side, Hua Mulan started meditating. On the other side, Nina also opened her eyes. However, after Nina had absorbed the spatial core, she became more reserved. Although she was standing there, Jiang Fei and the others could not sense Nina at all. However, they could not sense Nina's existence at all. Nina, have you advanced? Jiang Fei asked curiously. At this time, not only could he not sense Nina's existence, even the goggles could not scan Nina's combat strength. Yes, my strength has indeed increased a lot. Nina smiled faintly. However, before she could do anything, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that Nina had become real. Then, the goggles began to detect Nina's combat strength. 18 million. This was the value that Jiang Fei had detected at that moment. Because Nina had once given a part of the spatial core to Ariel, she had only fused to one section previously. Now that she had obtained more spatial cores, she had just completed the second section of the fusion. Therefore, although her strength had increased significantly from 12 million to 18 million, she still had not advanced to the true immortal level. However, although Nina had not reached the true immortal level, she had obtained a new ability, Phase Walk. This ability allowed Nina to travel between the main space and the phase space at any time. Once Nina entered the phase space, unless she also had powerful spatial power, other than being able to see her, one would not be able to sense or touch her. As for attacking, that was even more so. This ability is not bad. Although it does not have much combat power, its life-saving ability is top-notch. Jiang Fei smiled. Nina was not a main combat member. Her ability was spatial projection. She could send main combat members to the designated battlefield and use spatial power to provide a certain level of protection. However, no matter what, she was just a support. There was no need for her to go up and risk her life. Therefore, this life-saving skill was very suitable for her. Hee hee. That's true. With this ability, at least I won't drag you guys back. Nina smiled. She was not as competitive as Bella, nor did she pursue the pinnacle of martial arts like Hua Mulan. Therefore, she did not particularly care about how strong she was. With Nina's gentle personality, Jiang Fei actually did not have the heart to let her fight and kill. It was actually quite good for her to obtain this ability. He thought that Nina did not need to go through the tribulation, so she did not need to rush to recover her strength. Therefore, she was surrounded by the girls and started chatting with them. After about 2 to 3 hours, Hua Mulan opened her eyes again. At this time, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that Hua Mulan's strength was beginning to be restrained. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl was indeed very talented. She was able to adapt to her own strength in such a short time after becoming a true immortal. Moreover, she was able to restrain her strength. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. At least, Jiang Fei was not so fast back then. How is it? Are you ready? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Yes, I'm ready. Hua Mulan nodded. Then, let's go! Jiang Fei then took out the 9 Revolutions astrolabe. Hua Mulan was only there to transcend the tribulations. She could be teleported to any place in the 5 directions. Moreover, according to the characteristics of the 9 revolutions astrolabe, when they returned from transcending the tribulation, they would be able to return to Peter Zhu's manor. Sister Mulan, are you guys leaving? The girls who were chatting happily immediately surrounded them. Yes. Hua Mulan nodded. Sister Mulan, good luck. I have high hopes for you. Sister Mulan. The girls cheered for Hua Mulan. Alright, don't worry about it. With Mulan's talent and strength, crossing the tribulation is a piece of cake. We will be back soon, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although crossing the tribulation would take a few hours. However, as the time difference between the 5 directions and the main world was 12 times, Jiang Fei and the others did not need to leave for too long. Okay. The girls nodded. Then, Jiang Fei and the others came out of the time house. After all, no one needed to train anymore. Staying in the time house would only make people feel more bored. Chapter 2063, Chapter 2059, Mulan's Tribulation. After giving instructions to the girls, Jiang Fei took out the 9 rotating astrolabe. As the 9 rotating astrolabe opened, a white light flashed and the teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Mulan, are you ready? Jiang Fei asked. No problem, Hua Mulan replied. Alright, let's go in. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Hua Mulan stepped into the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei followed closely behind. When Jiang Fei entered the teleportation portal turned into a flash of light and disappeared. Then, it returned to Jiang Fei's hand. Following the disappearance of the white light in front of him, Jiang Fei and the others appeared on a vast ocean. It looks like we have arrived at the Year Star. Jiang Fei nodded. Although this place was also the Year Star, it was completely different from the cold weather at the year mark. The climate here was very warm. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless sea around them. This place is pretty good. There are no people waiting here now. It's perfect for transcending the tribulation, Hua Mulan said from the side. At this time, the weather above her head had already begun to change. After all, the moment Hua Mulan appeared in the 5 directions, the thunder tribulation had already begun to operate. Mulan, you can do it! Jiang Fei smiled at Hua Mulan and then left. When transcending the tribulation, it was a personal matter. No one else could help. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to help others, they would even harm themselves and others. Not long after Jiang Fei left the range of the lightning tribulation, the dark clouds above Hua Mulan's head had already blotted out the sky. Come on! Let me see just how terrifying this legendary lightning tribulation is. Hua Mulan gritted her teeth and revealed her long spear. Hua Mulan's long spear was also a magical artifact that Jiang Fei had carefully crafted. Although this long spear did not have an artifact spirit, its forging technique could be said to have been passed down from the valiant Martial Hall's blacksmith master, Su Tianhua. In Hua Mulan's hands, this long spear was almost indestructible. Crack! Following a loud sound, the first bolt of lightning struck down. Come on! Hua Mulan shouted. Then, she did not dodge. Instead, she raised her spear and pointed the tip of the spear at the rolling lightning. Crack! The lightning struck Hua Mulan's silver spear. The energy on the tip of the spear burst out and instantly destroyed the lightning. Well done! Jiang Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, cheered loudly. Crack! Crack! The rolling lightning bolt seemed to have been angered by Hua Mulan. 2 lightning bolts fell from the dark clouds. Come on! Hua Mulan soared into the sky again. With a shake of her wrist, the silver spear in her palm seemed to come alive. It instantly turned into a silver dragon. The dragon spat out 2 energy bolts and directly faced the lightning bolt in the air. Boom! Boom! Hua Mulan's astral energy was instantly destroyed. However, the 2 lightning bolts were also weakened by the astral energy. Break! At this moment, Hua Mulan suddenly exploded with a powerful force. The silver spear in her hand shook and turned into a sky full of stars, scattering the 2 lightning bolts that had already been defeated. Mulan's combat talent is indeed outstanding. This pistol skill is simply amazing, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although Hua Mulan had received some pointers on her martial arts skills for a period of time, that was when Jiang Fei was still learning martial arts in the Valiant Martial Hall. The time was not very long. Moreover, unlike Jiang Fei had received the true teachings of Ji Chunheng and Su Tianhua. On the other hand, Hua Mulan had only learned her skills from a large group of disciples and the strength impartation elders. The effect was completely different. Even so, Hua Mulan had learned a set of exquisite spear techniques. She had even created a set of unique skills. Boom! 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 The lightning in the air continued to fall. However, Hua Mulan had used the silver spear in her hand to neutralize it. However, as the lightning tribulation continued to deplete, Hua Mulan's spiritual power was gradually running out. Moreover, the silver spear in her hand also let out a series of wails. Clearly, the terrifying lightning tribulation had caused it considerable damage. Crack! Another lightning tribulation rolled down. Hua Mulan once again raised her spear and charged forward. Boom! In this collision, Hua Mulan, who was already at the end of her rope, finally could not hold on any longer, as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Hua Mulan had blocked the lightning tribulation, she had also suffered considerable internal injuries. Mulan! Hold on! If you really can't, sacrifice your magical equipment! Jiang Fei shouted from afar. At the final moment of the tribulation, there were many cases of cultivators self-detonating their magical equipment to withstand the lightning tribulation. Although magical equipment that was close to their body was very precious, compared to the time when they had failed to overcome the tribulation, sacrificing one magical equipment was nothing. The spear is here! The spear is destroyed! The person dies! Hua Mulan gripped the silver spear in her hand tightly. This was a weapon that Jiang Fei had personally forged for her. It was also the only gift that Jiang Fei had given her. She would never sacrifice this spear in exchange for successfully transcending the tribulation. Hua Mulan's initial setting in the game was that she was a heroic female general. As a soldier, she did not know how to sweet-talk, nor did she know how to please men. However, her feelings for Jiang Fei were no less than any other girl, because she was not good at expressing her feelings. Hua Mulan ultimately placed all of her feelings on the long spear in her hand. Holding the long spear in her hand, it was as if Jiang Fei had always been by her side. This was also the reason why Hua Mulan had been training so hard. She felt that when she held the long spear in her hand and reached the point of being one with the spear, it was as if Jiang Fei had always been by her side gently. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was busy and could not meet her, Hua Mulan would practice martial arts crazily. To Hua Mulan, the spear was not just a weapon. It also had other symbolic meanings. Therefore, she would never self-detonate the spear to block the thunder. Crack! The last thunder struck. This was also the final test of the heavenly tribulation for Hua Mulan. Come on! Hua Mulan gritted her teeth, and her aura suddenly increased. Her body soared into the sky, and the long spear in her hand pointed straight into the air. Star power! Following Hua Mulan's delicate shout, she unleashed her own domain. This was the domain power that Hua Mulan had grasped after obtaining her first power nucleus. This domain could allow Hua Mulan to collect the remaining energy on the battlefield to strengthen her ultimate attack. During the process of transcending the tribulation, Hua Mulan's remaining power was spread around. The remaining power of the thunder tribulation was also spread around. At this moment, all of them were gathered together by the star power domain. The remaining energy that was originally scattered around. At this moment, it was like the stars in the sky were gathering around Hua Mulan. In the end, all of them were gathered at the tip of her spear. For a moment, Hua Mulan's spearhead was as bright as a star. The terrifying power contained within it was something that even a powerhouse of Jiang Fei's level would have to take seriously. Boom! Hua Mulan's ultimate attack collided with the last bolt of lightning. The terrifying power that exploded out caused all the energy creatures within thousands of miles to tremble in fear. Chapter 2064, Chapter 2060, Accident. As the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Jiang Fei saw Hua Mulan kneeling on the surface of the sea. The girl seemed to be in good condition. Although she could no longer fly, she could still maintain the buoyancy of the sea surface. Phew! Silly girl! Just self-destruct your weapon! Jiang Fei could not understand Hua Mulan's obsession with the long spear. Therefore, when he saw the girl forcefully withstand all the thunder tribulations, his heart ached. However, no matter what, the lightning tribulations had already ended. Now, it was Hua Mulan's turn to receive the benefits of the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation cloud in the sky contracted and rolled. After a period of brewing, it formed a sky eye at the center of the tribulation cloud. Swoosh! A seven-colored ray of light shone down from the sky eye and enveloped Hua Mulan, who was half kneeling on the surface of the sea. The seven-colored ray of light nourished Hua Mulan's injured body, regardless of whether it was the burn on the surface of her body or the shock damage in her body. She instantly recovered. After Hua Mulan's body recovered, she floated up into the air under the guidance of the seven-colored ray of light. Then, She continued to receive the baptism of the seven-colored ray of light. Hee hee. This seven-colored ray of light actually lasted for such a long time. Mulan is really blessed. As someone who had been through this before, Jiang Fei was naturally very pleased to see the scene from the side. However, just as Jiang Fei was watching happily, as Hua Mulan absorbed the rainbow energy, a powerful aura came rushing over from afar. There's actually someone who dares to come and mess with me? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. The rules among cultivators were that when other people were transcending their tribulations, the experts would usually sense the aura from afar. At most, they would only come to congratulate the other party after they had transcended their tribulations. To rush to the place where one was transcending their tribulations before they had finished transcending their tribulations, one did not need to ask to know that they were up to no good, especially when one was enjoying the benefits of transcending the tribulations after transcending the tribulations. If they were interrupted, then it was very likely that someone would take over the magpie's nest. This was also the reason why when cultivators were transcending their tribulations, they would usually look for experts to protect them. During a proper tribulation, no one would dare to cause trouble. After all, the lightning tribulation did not care about how much one was being struck. The stronger one was, the more powerful one would be, the stronger the lightning tribulation would be. Disrupting the lightning tribulation at this time was simply courting death. However, in the final welfare phase, there were many dishonest people who risked the world's condemnation. This was because the benefits were too great. Even if they managed to snatch all the rainbow lights, they would still benefit greatly. If they could snatch even more, that would be even more profitable. Therefore, many dishonest experts would rush over to cause trouble after others had completed their tribulation. After all, the person who had just undergone the lightning tribulation was in a state of physical and mental exhaustion. Moreover, those who had just completed their tribulations were only new true immortals. These people who had rushed over to snatch the rainbow light did not care at all. However, today, this guy had indeed found the wrong target. If Hua Mulan was the only one who had completed her tribulations alone, she might really have been killed by him. However, with Jiang Fei's help, this guy would be kicked into an iron plate. Ha! Little girl, you have absorbed quite a lot of this colorful light. Next, you shall honor your grandfather Feng. As the person approached, there was a wild laughter. That was because Jiang Fei had blocked his own aura. With a huge difference in strength, this fellow had not discovered Jiang Fei's existence at all. This way, this fellow really thought that Hua Mulan was going through the tribulation alone. Therefore, he was extremely happy. This was because most cultivators would have their teachers or elders to protect them when they were going through the tribulation. This way, it was very difficult for bandits like them to succeed. Therefore, when he found out that Hua Mulan was going through the tribulation by herself, he was really excited to death. In fact, this guy was indeed very excited. Moreover, he was really going to die because his next move had completely infuriated Jiang Fei. Go away, girl. Only your grandpa Feng deserves to enjoy this colorful light. After your grandpa Feng has finished enjoying the colorful light, he will come back to enjoy you. The man laughed maniacally as he reached out to grab Hua Mulan in the colorful light. However, just as his hand was about to touch the colorful light, the guy's heart suddenly throbbed. An unprecedented fear surged into his heart. It was the feeling of death behind him. It had to be said that this guy's sixth sense was indeed very strong, because the death god had indeed arrived behind him. Pa! This guy with the surname Feng felt a big hand on his shoulder. But in his perception, he did not notice that there was someone behind him. It's over. Feng's heart was like a clear mirror. This time, he had hit an iron plate. The strength of the person behind him was so strong that he had never seen it before. At least several times stronger than him. And that was the only way. He would not be able to sense the existence of the other party at all. At this moment, Feng's heart was rapidly calculating. He was guessing the identity of the person behind him. If this person was a guardian for the person undergoing the tribulation, then he, Feng, would definitely die. However, if this person's goal was the same as his, he was also here to seize the rainbow light, then he might still have a chance of survival. Because in this case, the person who stopped him only wanted to take the rainbow light for himself. The probability of killing him was not very high. At this thought, Feng immediately shouted, Friend, I did not mean to offend you. Since you are interested in the rainbow light, I will take my leave immediately. You want to leave now? It's too late. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he dragged Feng a few thousand meters away like a chicken. The The reason why Jiang Fei did not kill him on the spot was because he was afraid that it would affect Hua Mulan's absorption of the rainbow energy. As for this guy, he had long been sentenced to death by Jiang Fei. Oh no! Seeing that he was being dragged away by the person behind him, Feng knew that he would not be able to escape today. Since he was doomed to die, Feng could be considered a ruthless person. He immediately decided to go all out. Because his left arm was restrained, Feng was really ruthless. He reached out his right hand and cut off his left arm. After he broke free from Jiang Fei's imprisonment at the cost of losing his arm, Feng knew that it was pointless to go all out against the powerhouse behind him. The opponent was way stronger than him. As for escaping, Feng did not even think about it. The opponent's speed was not something he could shake off. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to drag the person who was going through the tribulation along with him before he died. Thinking of this, Feng immediately took out his natal magic treasure. Then, without even looking at Jiang Fei, he took out his magic treasure and tried to kill Hua Mulan, who was not far away. How dare you! Jiang Fei did not expect this guy to be so ruthless. After he took out his magic treasure, Jiang Fei shot out like lightning. Before the magic treasure could reach Hua Mulan, Jiang Fei had already blocked it in front of him. Bang! A terrifying energy barrier was erected by Jiang Fei, blocking the way of the magic treasure. Boom! The magic treasure crashed into Jiang Fei's barrier and instantly exploded into pieces. However, the shield that Jiang Fei erected did not even cause a single ripple. It's over! At that moment, Feng closed his eyes. He knew that his opponent was much stronger than him. This kind of terrifying difference in strength was not something that he could make up for with his life. In front of such an expert, no matter what tricks he used, it would be useless. Chapter 2065, Chapter 2061, Complete the Quest. Peter Zhu. After blocking the opponent's magic treasure attack, Jiang Fei immediately used his killer move. This guy was obviously a desperado. When he saw that he could not do anything, he actually did not want to escape. Instead, he chose to drag Hua Mulan down with him. This was something that Jiang Fei could not accept. Therefore, at the moment that Jiang Fei attacked, a spiritual hammer directly hit the opponent's sea of consciousness. That Feng guy did not even have the chance to call out before he directly bled from his 7 orifices. The dead body fell from the air. The corpse fell into the sea, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, those who were quietly observing from afar could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Although Feng was unpopular, his strength was quite good. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do such a thing. However, he did not expect that the guardian of the person who had transcended the tribulation was even more ruthless. Feng did not even manage to survive a single round in front of this person. He died for no reason. With the death of the person surnamed Feng, the people who had the same goal as him were all deterred. These people originally had the same intention, wanting to plunder the 7-colored divine light after Hua Mulan had transcended the tribulation. However, now that they had learned from the previous experience, they felt that their strength was inferior to that of the person surnamed Feng. So they all stopped fighting, and did not dare to approach Hua Mulan anymore. After another 10 minutes, Hua Mulan had completely absorbed the 7-colored divine light after transcending the tribulation. This time, Hua Mulan did not use any tricks and relied solely on her own strength to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the 7-colored divine light after the heavenly tribulation was exceptionally generous. It gave her more power than an ordinary person. At this time, in Jiang Fei's goggles, Hua Mulan's combat strength had already exceeded 20 million from before. It had soared to more than 25 million. This was not a level that an ordinary person could reach after just transcending the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Hua Mulan's combat strength was basically comparable to those senior true immortals. Although she could not compare to an ancient mutant beast like Blood Mistress, she was definitely not considered weak among the human powerhouses. How do you feel? Jiang Fei came to Hua Mulan's side and asked. I feel great. My entire body is filled with power now. Hua Mulan smiled and said, Okay, let's go back. Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of bringing Hua Mulan back to the 5 directions was to overcome the tribulation. Now that the quest was completed, there was no need for him to stay here anymore. All right. Hua Mulan nodded. She had always been obedient to Jiang Fei's words. Swoosh! The 9 rotating astrolabe opened once again. Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan entered it one after another. Only the experts, who were observing from afar, were left stunned. According to the characteristics of the 9 rotating astrolabe, when Jiang Fei teleported to the 5 directions heaven and earth, the location was random. However, in the outer universe, the treasure would come and go wherever it went. Therefore, When he came out of the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan still returned to the manor of Jupiter. Ah! They're back! Ariel was the first to notice Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan, who had returned. How is it, Sister Mulan? Did it go well? The girls immediately surrounded Jiang Fei. Yes! Everything went well! Hua Mulan and Jiang Fei looked at each other and smiled. As for the incident with Feng, the two of them did not tell anyone about it, since Feng did not pose a threat to them in the first place, and Hua Mulan had successfully transcended the tribulation. There was no need for them to say anything about it to make the girls worry for nothing. When the girls saw that Hua Mulan had successfully transcended the tribulation and returned safely, they immediately pulled her along to celebrate. Jiang Fei had nothing better to do, so he went over to join in the fun. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were celebrating Bella's successful transcending of the tribulation, Jupiter had also returned to his manor. Grand Marshal, I'm back. Jupiter smiled at Jiang Fei. It seemed that his quest had been completed well. How was it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Looking at Jupiter's smug look, he could guess that this guy must have gained a lot. Hee hee. I did not fail you. This time, I successfully helped the Grand Marshal bring back all the energy cores, said Jupiter with a smile. After he came out from Kuratzi's place, he went to Zunk's place. Shuinka was the same as Kuratzi. At first, he did not intend to give up the energy cores. However, when Jupiter carried Jiang Fei out, he immediately gave up. Hence, he obediently handed over all the energy cores he had collected with both hands. When Peter Chu returned to his own manor, Kuratzi's men were already waiting for him at the door. The butler of Kuratzi held 2 brocade boxes in both hands. One of them was naturally the energy core that Jiang Fei wanted. The other was a gift for Peter Chu. What did he not understand about Kuratzi's status today? When Peter Chu left, he knew that he had offended the emperor. Therefore, when he gave him the energy core, he did not hesitate to give him a treasure that Peter Chu had been coveting for many years. After all, as the emperor of the empire, and the business empire was even bigger, it was too easy for Peter Chu to take revenge on Kuratzi. Therefore, Kuratzi did not dare to bet all his treasures on Peter Chu's magnanimity, because there's no such thing as magnanimity in the Pygmy Dictionary. Therefore, when Jupiter met Jiang Fei, he had already collected the energy cores from the other big shots. Not only that, he had also obtained a treasure that he had admired for a long time. So naturally very happy. Well done! Jiang Fei laughed. How could I not do my best for the Grand Marshal? Jupiter immediately expressed his loyalty. At the same time, he took out 3 energy confinement devices from his storage space and handed them to Jiang Fei. Okay! Jiang Fei took the 3 energy confinement devices and checked them. There were quite a lot of energy cores in there. Other than Lust 3, Kuratzi and Shuinka had 4 each. After getting what he wanted, Jiang Fei chatted with Jupiter for a while. Jupiter quickly took his leave. After Jiang Fei talked to the girls for a while, he returned to his room. He needed to carefully check the attributes of these energy cores. Among the 11 energy cores that Jupiter brought back, there were 2 will cores that Jiang Fei needed. Among the remaining 9 energy cores, there was 1 power core and 1 space core. There were 3 time cores and 4 life cores. Moreover, the 18 energy cores that Jiang Fei had obtained from Giant Scorpion had 1 power core left. Therefore, if they were added together, Jiang Fei still had 2 power cores and 5 will cores. There were 2 space cores, 3 time cores and 4 life cores. As Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan had already completed 3 stages of fusion, they would need 8 energy cores of the same attribute. Nina had also just completed 2 stages of fusion. 4 space cores would be required for further fusion. Therefore, these remaining energy cores were not enough for them to advance. However, Xavier, who needed the time core, and Bella, who needed the life core, had already fulfilled the conditions. The 2 of them could completely fuse. Chapter 2066, Chapter 2062, Bella's Advancement. After counting the energy cores in his hands, Jiang Fei picked out 2 time cores and 4 life cores. This was what Sylvie and Bella needed to advance. Jiang Fei kept the other energy cores again. When Jiang Fei returned, the girls were still celebrating. However, in order to seize the time, Jiang Fei had to interrupt the girls' celebration. Just now, Jupiter came back. He brought back some energy cores. Bella and Xavier, you 2 follow me to the time house, Jiang Fei said to the girls. Okay. Bella and Xavier's eyes lit up. They knew very well why Jiang Fei called them. However, compared to Bella and Xavier's excitement, Some of the girls were very resentful. After all, not every girl had the opportunity to fuse with energy cores. Girls like Cirilla and Si Tying. At first, they did not have the chance because they were too weak. Later on, Jiang Fei had obtained more energy cores. However, the girls who had previously obtained energy cores needed to advance again. Therefore, in order to maximize their combat power, they could only give these energy cores to those who had previously obtained energy cores. However, although these girls were somewhat envious and resentful, at least they understood the meaning of justice. They also knew that if these energy cores were evenly distributed, everyone would be able to obtain some. However, they were unable to increase their combat power to the point that they could help Jiang Fei. If that was the case, they would only be a burden to Jiang Fei. Under the resentful gazes of the girls, Jiang Fei brought Bella and Sylvie into the time house. After that, he began to help the two absorb and fuse their energy cores. Very soon, Bella and Sylvie entered a meditative state. Their energy cores had already been absorbed into their bodies. They were currently in the process of fusing. Jiang Fei stood by the side and watched quietly. After all, he could not be of much help at this time. During the long wait, Jiang Fei did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was tens of minutes. Or perhaps it was a few hours. Finally, Sylvie opened her eyes first. At that moment, Jiang Fei actually saw Mulberry Cabin in Sylvie's eyes. He saw the ancient past, and saw the changes in the universe. Swoosh! Sylvie's eyes regained their clarity once again. It was as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. How do you feel? Jiang Fei asked. Just like that. Sylvie shrugged. That's not right. Jiang Fei frowned. Both of them were two-stage fusion. Nina, who had the spatial core, had already obtained the ability to walk in phase. There was no reason that Sylvie did not have any ability at all. Let me see! In a moment of desperation, Jiang Fei reached out his hand to grab Sylvie's wrist. He needed to use his spiritual power to probe into the girl's body to find out the reason. Swish! Sylvie raised her hand slightly. Jiang Fei actually missed her. Moreover, Sylvie did not dodge by relying on her speed. In Jiang Fei's eyes, her speed was as slow as a snail. However, she still managed to dodge. How is this possible? Jiang Fei reached back and tried to grab Sylvie's wrist again. However, this time, he still missed. After all, Jiang Fei's combat power was above 60 million. Sylvie had only raised his combat power to 18 million after the second stage of fusion. He had not even broken through to the true immortal level. The difference between the two could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, when Jiang Fei was grabbing Sylvie, he actually missed twice. Moreover, it was when Sylvie had not activated the power of space. Isn't this fun? Sylvie hugged Jiang Fei's arm and laughed. How did you do it? Jiang Fei asked curiously. If Sylvie had activated the power of time, Jiang Fei could completely understand why she was able to dodge Jiang Fei's big hand. However, when Sylvie had not activated her power, Jiang Fei had missed her easily. Take a guess. Sylvie blinked at Jiang Fei. How could I have guessed that? Your speed is obviously not fast. But you can dodge my hand. It's as if you can predict my movements. This is too strange. Jiang Fei's words were originally an unintentional description. However, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. You can predict my movements? Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. Husband, you're so smart. Sylvie confirmed Jiang Fei's guess. Foresight. Jiang Fei was shocked. This was an amazing ability. If one could predict the enemy's next move in a battle, even if the opponent was stronger than him, they could still find a chance to counterattack. Impressive. Isn't it? Sylvie laughed proudly. Although her foresight ability was only for a short period of time, in a battle between experts, she could predict the enemy's next move. Even if this kind of foresight was only for an instant, it was enough to affect the battle situation. It is indeed a very powerful combat ability. Jiang Fei nodded and laughed. After Sylvie woke up, she did not need to undergo the tribulation because she had not reached true immortal level. She just sat beside Jiang Fei and chatted with him. Bella was still not awake. After another hour or two, Bella finally opened her eyes. I'm finally awake. Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. If Bella did not wake up, he would be really anxious. After Bella woke up, Jiang Fei did not sense too much powerful aura from her body. Although the goggles had already indicated that Bella had reached the true immortal level and had a combat power value of over 20 million, Jiang Fei could sense that Bella seemed to only have around 16 to 17 million combat power. This was the unique camouflage ability of the life attribute. Bella did not even need to suppress her own aura. However, to outsiders, her strength had already been hidden. Although the strength of the life attribute was more focused on defense and was less effective in attacking. Because of this camouflage ability, the opponent would often have the thought of underestimating the opponent. This gave the life attribute cultivator a chance to defeat the opponent. Bella, take a rest. I will bring you to the tribulation later. Jiang Fei walked over and said to Bella, Husband, I am in good condition now. I don't need to rest. Let's go to the tribulation. As a life attribute powerhouse, especially with the support of the 3 life cores, she had a recovery ability and battle endurance that far exceeded the average person's. Although she had just leveled up, she was already at her peak condition. That's good. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took Bella and Sylvie out of the time house without stopping. How is it? Has Sister Bella leveled up? Ariel and the other girls came up again. Of course she made it. Sylvie rolled her eyes. She had never been on good terms with Bella. This time, Bella was the first to reach the true immortal level. Naturally, Sylvie was unhappy. Chapter 2067, Chapter 2063 set off again. Bella's tribulation was much smoother than Hua Mulan's. This time, Bella didn't meet anyone who came to cause trouble during the tribulation. And because she happened to be teleported to the constellation star, the wood attribute life energy here was very suitable for Bella to absorb. So during the tribulation, Bella could be said to be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of which, things like transcending the tribulation were indeed more friendly to cultivators of the defensive attribute. Even though cultivators of the offensive attribute possess powerful martial strength, they couldn't possibly disperse the tribulation clouds. Right? Forget about not being able to do it. Even if they were able to do it. Even if the tribulation clouds were dispersed, where would they find the 7-color divine light after the tribulation? Therefore, most of the cultivators of the offensive attribute would use their offense against their offense to withstand the heavenly tribulation. However, the cultivators of the defensive attribute were much more comfortable. Their offensive strength, which wasn't considered too strong, couldn't be displayed here. Anyway, as long as they could survive the heavenly tribulation, everything would be fine. Bella was just like that. With a powerful life shield above her head, the first few bolts of lightning were unable to break through the shield. Although the later bolts of lightning were even more powerful. They not only broke through the shield but also injured Bella. However, the life-type energy in Bella's body instantly healed her injuries. Moreover, as she happened to be in constellation, the life-type spiritual energy around her was very dense. Therefore, Bella was not worried about running out of energy at all. After a few rounds of thunder tribulations, Jiang Fei saw that Bella was completely fine. Other than her clothes being damaged by the lightning, Bella was completely unharmed. That's good too. It saves me from worrying. Jiang Fei smiled. As Stellar Star was mostly wood attribute cultivators, they were more peaceful by nature. Therefore, it was less common for them to rob the divine light. Moreover, when Bella was transcending the tribulation, there were people guarding her. Therefore, no one came to cause trouble. After more than an hour, Bella successfully transcended the tribulation. When Jiang Fei saw Bella's calm expression, he could not help but feel a little sorry for Hua Mulan. When Hua Mulan, who was purely a strength type, transcended the tribulation, it was much worse than Bella, who was a defense type. After Bella completed her tribulation, Jiang Fei and Bella left the 5 directions of heaven and earth through the 9 rotating star plate. Swoosh! The teleportation portal opened and Jiang Fei and Bella returned to Jupiter's manor. Sister Bella, is everything okay? The girls gathered around. After Bella changed her clothes, there was not a single trace of her passing the tribulation. When Hua Mulan returned from her tribulation earlier, although her eyes were filled with the spirit of victory, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. However, when Bella returned, she was in high spirits. Those who did not know better would think that she had thought of a way to deceive the laws of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. She had not transcended the tribulation at all. Of course, transcending the tribulation easily, Bella said proudly. Then, tell us about it. The girls surrounded Bella. You guys continue to chat. I have something to do. We will leave Bethany's tomorrow. Jiang Fei saw that the girls were chatting fervently. He could not interrupt them. So he told the girls to take a leave of absence. The main purpose of Jiang Fei's trip this time was to visit Aurelia. This trip to Bethany's was just a side trip. Now that Jiang Fei had achieved all of his objectives in Bethany's, he decided to leave. However, before he left, Jiang Fei wanted to visit Lust. After all, before Jiang Fei had even made a name for himself. Lust had treated him well. Moreover, when Jupiter asked for the energy core, Lust had already asked Jiang Fei to visit him. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not reject this old acquaintance. When it was almost evening, Jiang Fei returned to Jupiter's manor from Lust's place. Actually, Jiang Fei did not have any specific things to do at Lust's place this time. He just wanted to sit down and catch up with his old acquaintance. Luster was very impressed by Jiang Fei's rapid development over the years. It was as if he had witnessed the rise of a genius. Moreover, Luster did not seem to be satisfied with Jiang Fei's decision to promote Jupiter to the throne. In Luster's opinion, Jiang Fei's personal ascension to the throne was the most beneficial to the development of the empire. A half-puppet emperor would only be a burden to the empire. The reason why Lust said that was partly for the good of the empire. On the other hand, it was also for his old friend, Jupiter. Although the puppet emperor looked impressive on the surface, it was extremely dangerous. Lust was worried that one day, Jupiter would be really ambitious and end up like Rivendell. Therefore, he took the opportunity to ask Jiang Fei to take back those rights. However, Jiang Fei did not listen to Lust's suggestion. It did not matter to Jiang Fei whether he became the emperor or not. He did not want to attract the attention of the development team for such an empty title. As for whether or not Jupiter would be ambitious, Jiang Fei did not care. After all, he had absolute power. Whether it was his personal power or the empire's fleet, they were all under Jiang Fei's control. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not afraid that Jupiter would betray him. After bidding farewell to Lust, Jiang Fei returned to Jupiter's manor. That night, everyone rested in Jupiter's manor. The next morning, Jiang Fei bade farewell to Jupiter. "General, are you leaving already?" Jupiter seemed to be urging Jiang Fei to stay. In fact, he wanted Jiang Fei to leave as soon as possible. This was not because Jupiter had any evil intentions. Even if it was just an ordinary employee, no one would want the boss to stand behind them. "Yes, I still have things to do on this trip. Staying in Pizerns for so long has already exceeded my plan," Jiang Fei said. "All right then. You have your own matters to attend to. I have already asked someone to provide sufficient supplies for your scout ship. Generalissimo, you can set off at any time," Jupiter said. After bidding farewell to Jupiter, Jiang Fei did not meet anyone else. He led the group of girls and boarded the scout ship. Then, they left planet Pizerns. As the battleship left planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei and the rest entered the long interstellar journey once again. For a girl like Hua Mulan, of course, she was completely immersed in her training. Although the reconnaissance ship could not allow her to practice martial arts, meditating was still possible. Although Bella, Sylvie, and the others did not work as hard as Hua Mulan, they still had a fixed time to practice every day. However, girls like Ariel and Si Tying were more bored because their personal strength was lower. They had a very low utilization rate of spirit stones. Even if they meditated, it would not be very effective. After all, the spaceship was in the void of space. Under the circumstances where they could not efficiently refine spirit stones, there was not much spirit energy for them to absorb. Therefore, when they were bored, the girls would pester Jiang Fei to chat with them. After all, Jiang Fei had not been able to spend much time with them recently. Chapter 2068, Chapter 2064 The Fleet Outside the Stargate. After almost a month of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the others had finally crossed the dominant galaxy and entered the territory of the Vizari army. "You guys have fun. I have to go to the cockpit," Jiang Fei said to the girls. As they had already entered the territory of the Vizari army, they could encounter enemies at any time. Therefore, Jiang Fei could no longer rely on autopilot to control the spaceship. Although with Jiang Fei's strength, he could escape unscathed even if he encountered a fleet. The problem was that the scout ship under him was not that tough. Once the scout ship was destroyed, even if Jiang Fei protected the girls, they would still be trapped in the void. One had to know that in the endless space, human strength was too small. Even a top powerhouse would not be able to travel through the interstellar space alone. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a group of girls with him. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to be on high alert. He had to prevent himself from entering the enemy's encirclement. After arriving at the cockpit, Jiang Fei released all of his spiritual power. His divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, together with the powerful radar system of the scout ship itself. Not even the slightest trace of the surroundings could escape Jiang Fei's eyes. In the first few interstellar jumps, Jiang Fei and the others had everything going smoothly. They did not encounter any obstacles at all. This was mainly due to the strength of Aurelia. In this 1 year or so, Aurelia had led the fleet to wreak havoc in the hinterland of the Vasily Empire. Because of the existence of Vinland, Aurelia was able to avoid the main force of the resistance every time and plunder the Vasily Legion. Logically speaking, Aurelia, who was from a regular military academy, would not attack a civilian planet. However, the current situation did not allow her to do so. As they were fighting behind enemy lines, it was impossible for Aurelia to receive supplies from her side. Hence, if she wanted to maintain the combat strength of the fleet, she had to use battle to sustain the battle. Hence, the battle supplies had to be taken care of on the spot. However, using a fleet that could not be replenished to fight on the fortress planet was no different from courting death. Even if they could win once or twice, Aurelia's fleet would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, in the end, Aurelia chose to target those administrative planets. Although these administrative planets had a certain degree of defensive ability, those local garrison fleets would not be able to stop Aurelia's Tiger and Wolf army. Therefore, every time Aurelia's fleet arrived, the administrative planets there would quickly fall and become a temporary supply point for Aurelia's fleet. In the end, these administrative planets simply did not resist. Since they could not resist anyway, they would just let their garrison fleets die for nothing. After all, those soldiers were people from their own planet, and their casualties would be great. The people of this planet would be dissatisfied. They could not retaliate against Aurelia's fleet, but they could impeach the administrative planet's government. Therefore, in order to protect their votes, these administrative planets' government simply did not resist. Anyway, Aurelia's fleet would not burn, kill, or plunder. As long as they were replenished, they would leave. The administration stars within the territory stopped resisting. This made the Vasily Legion's higher-ups lose face. However, when they blamed the administration stars, they had a very good reason. If the main fleet of the Legion could not stop the intruders, how could the local garrison fleet resist? The Vasari higher-ups, who were rendered speechless by the question, had no choice but to mobilize all the fleets to attack Aurelia. However, because of the existence of Vinland, the actor, it was impossible for the encirclement to succeed. It was also because Aurelia had caused too much trouble in the hinterland of the Vasari army, that the Vasari army had mobilized all the fleets to attack her. Therefore, Jiang Fei was able to slip into the territory of the Vasari army so easily. However, when Jiang Fei passed through a few galaxies and began to get closer to the Vasari army's hinterland, he felt the pressure. In order to prevent Aurelia's fleets from wandering in the hinterland of the army, the Vasari army had arranged local fleets near the Stargate in the hinterland. Although these fleets were unable to repel Aurelia's army, they could at least delay it for a while to buy time for the main fleet to arrive. These fleets were nothing in Aurelia's eyes. However, it was different for Jiang Fei. He was riding a scout ship. Although it had undergone some modifications, it was only a scout ship. It could not withstand a volley of fire from the enemy. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to carefully pass through the Stargate. He had to make use of the scout ship's small target, fast speed, flexible turn, and quick activation of the warp engine to escape the enemy's lock. Jiang Fei piloted the scout ship to and fro in the Vasari army's hinterland. Every time he reached a star system, he would send out a communication signal in an attempt to establish contact with Aurelia. However, 3 days had passed. Jiang Fei still did not have any results. Damn it! Why is there such a large fleet here? Just as Jiang Fei was about to pass through the Stargate, when he was about to go to the next galaxy, the radar of the scout ship showed a large group of red dots. Moreover, these red dots were near the Stargate. Bella, you guys stay here for now. I'll go over there and take a look at the situation. Jiang Fei did not dare to get any closer to the scout ship, because if he got any closer, his scout ship would appear on the enemy's radar. Okay, you can go, Bella replied. Then, she brought Blood Mistress to the cockpit. As Jiang Fei had a powerhouse like Blood Mistress to protect the scout ship, he was able to leave with ease. After he left the scout ship, he flew towards the Stargate. However, without the ship's acceleration, Jiang Fei's speed was much slower. After a few hours, Jiang Fei finally approached the Stargate. The battleships were densely packed near the Stargate. Moreover, they were already in an attacking position. It was obvious that they were preparing to ambush the enemy. Jiang Fei frowned. In the Vasari army's hinterland, their only enemy was Aurelia's fleet. Could it be that these guys were preparing to ambush Aurelia? Time passed by slowly. However, there was no movement from the other side of the Stargate. Instead, the battleships in front of Jiang Fei started to become restless. Sir General, is our information accurate? Will Aurelia's woman's fleet really come here? A commander of a subfleet asked in the communication, because it had already exceeded the time described in the information. The information is absolutely accurate. Everyone, wait patiently. The general of the Vizari Legion comforted. In fact, he was not confident. But this information was given to him by Ano, one of the higher-ups of the Legion. So he still chose to believe it. Chapter 2069, Chapter 2065, Blood-Soaked Breakout. General Pavlov was very confident about this ambush. Although they did not communicate with their ally, the Holy Advent emissary. Due to the lack of time, Pavlov believed that the fleet under his command alone was enough to deal a heavy blow to Aurelia. After about half an hour, a star flashed and a Lone Star unmanned reconnaissance ship appeared in the Stargate. It's here! Pavlov's heart skipped a beat. Sir, the capture net is ready, the adjutant reported. Capture! With Pavlov's order, more than 10 frigates swarmed forward. These modified frigates were removed from the weapons system, but they were equipped with tractor beam launchers. A few frigates instantly surrounded the unmanned reconnaissance drone, and with a few tractor beams, the unmanned reconnaissance drone was imprisoned. Another star shone, and another unmanned scout ship entered the Stargate. It was clear that Aurelia was very cautious. She had sent more than one scout ship. However, because Pavlov was prepared, the unmanned scout ship was soon captured. A few minutes later, the third unmanned scout ship passed through the Stargate, and was captured by Pavlov's fleet. Udonyeva, it's up to you now, Pavlov said as he faced the big screen. Yes, General. A blonde beauty appeared on the big screen. If Jiang Fei was on General Pavlov's flagship, he would definitely be able to recognize that this Udonyeva was no longer just an AI. She had already begun to evolve into an artificial intelligence. Moreover, her level of evolution was not low. Although she was not as advanced as 0541, she was at least on par with Malachi, who was by Jiang Fei's side. With the existence of an artificial intelligence like Parasolyeva, it was naturally not difficult to modify the data of the scouting ships on board computer. Therefore, very soon, the data of the 3 Lonely Star-class unmanned scouting ships was completely modified by Parasolyeva. Release them back. Following Pavlov's order, the 3 unmanned scout ships were thrown into the Stargate. Because of the modified data, the 3 unmanned scout ships had completed their reconnaissance mission in the program. There was no trace of the enemy on this side of the Stargate, so they could return through the Stargate. Not long after the 3 scout ships passed through the Stargate, Aurelia's fleet started moving. Because Lux had let Bella borrow it, there was no artificial intelligence on Aurelia's side. Therefore, when the 3 unmanned scout ships returned, she did not find anything unusual. Furthermore, during the battle for more than a year, Aurelia had already trusted Vinland very much. Once the enemy ambushed her, Vinland would definitely inform her in advance. If another commander came, with such strong intelligence protection, when he passed through the Stargate, he might not even send a scout ship first. However, Aurelia was already cautious enough, but she still fell into the enemy's trap. Under Aurelia's orders, the army started to pass through the Stargate. Schwa schwa schwa. Along with the specks of starlight, Aurelia's fleet passed through the Stargate and appeared in the encirclement of Pavlov one after another. The main cannons hit the firepower. Hit them hard! With Pavlov's order, the Vasari fleet fired 10,000 cannons at the same time. Boom! 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 In an instant, Aurelia's fleet suffered heavy losses. Because they had just jumped through the Stargate, the shields of the Aurelia fleet had not been raised. Even though the skin of the brown bear was thick and tough, under the circumstances of not being focused on, they had escaped the ending of being dismembered and killed. However, those frigates, and even the functional cruisers were in a terrible situation. A large number of warships turned into fireworks. Those crew members did not even have the time to enter the lifeboat before they were buried in the flames. Damn it! How could there be an ambush here? Aurelia hammered the armrest of the chair. This time, Vinland did not warn them in advance. Furthermore, the scout ship had brought back information on the other side of the Stargate. Who would have thought that they would be ambushed here? However, Aurelia was a commander who had been through many battles. She knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. The most important thing was to break out of the encirclement first. If she allowed the fleet to stop at the enemy's concentrated firepower, then when the second round of attacks arrived, her losses would be even more severe. Order the fleet to activate their shields at full strength. Brown Bear, go forward and block the enemy's artillery fire. Starship, follow up and provide supplies to Brown Bear at any time. Aurelia gave the order while asking her adjutant to report their losses. Although the exact figures had not been calculated yet, Aurelia was very clear in her heart that she had just experienced the biggest loss in more than a year. Reporting. Commander. In the ambush just now, we lost 22 frigates, 4 heavy patrol ships, and 7 light patrol ships. Moreover, there are 5 heavy patrol ships and 4 light patrol ships that were seriously damaged and can no longer participate in the battle. The adjutant handed Aurelia the war damage report. Sigh. Aurelia sighed. The loss of so many battleships was secondary. The key point was that her fleet was different from the player fleet. These spaceships were filled with crew members. There were tens to hundreds of people in a frigate, close to 1,000 in a cruiser, not to mention a heavy patrol. There were 2,000 to 3,000 crew members, and not many of them were lucky enough to escape into the lifeboats. Most of them would die in the void of space. In just a few minutes, Aurelia's fleet had been dispatched. Don't think that a few minutes was too long. In space battles, adjusting the formation was not an easy task. To be able to complete Aurelia's request within a few minutes was enough to prove that this fleet was seasoned veterans. At this moment, the Vizari fleet's main cannon was almost fully charged, and their second attack was about to arrive. Charge over! Don't break out with your back! Aurelia was different from normal commanders. When normal commanders saw the enemy surround them from 3 sides, they would definitely turn around and run to the back, because there was no one there to stop them. However, the problem was that if you showed your back to the enemy, wouldn't that be asking for a kick? Being chased by the enemy all the way. Even if you could run, you wouldn't be able to escape. Just this loss alone could completely destroy the fleet. Therefore, at this crucial moment, Aurelia made a prompt decision. She ordered to charge into the enemy formation and kill a way out from the enemy fleet. When the bow of the ship was used to attack the enemy, not only would the shield be the thickest, after killing a way out, if the enemy wanted to turn around and chase after them, it would be a waste of time. At that time, it would be enough for Aurelia's fleet to start the warp engine. Chapter 2070, Chapter 2066. One-on-one combat fleet. When they saw the Vizari army's bow glowing white, it was clear that their main cannons had been fully charged. However, at this time, Aurelia's fleet had just adjusted their formation. It was clear that they would have to take this wave of attacks head-on. Fire! Pavlov waved his hand. All the Vizari warships fired 10,000 cannons at the same time. Destructive energy being shot toward Aurelia's fleet. Buzz! At that moment, a huge barrier blocked the front of Aurelia's fleet. Jiang Fei had finally arrived. Boom! 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 The main cannons fired continuously. Even a powerhouse like Jiang Fei was forced to retreat. After activating his infinite battle intent domain, it was quite difficult for Jiang Fei to fend off a fleet's direct attack alone. After all, there were only 2 main ships in the Vizari fleet. If there were a large number of main ships, even Jiang Fei would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, it was a coincidence. Pavlov's fleet was very short of main ships. With only 2 main ships, it was impossible for him to break through Jiang Fei's shield. Of course, he had to say the same thing again. If Pavlov wanted to gain the support of a stronger fleet, he would have to ask the Holy Messenger for help. If that happened, then Lon would definitely warn Aurelia. Aurelia's fleet would not be able to dive into the enemy's encirclement. Therefore, all sorts of coincidences came together. Although Pavlov's fleet was not particularly powerful, it caught Aurelia off guard and caused her the biggest loss since the invasion of Vizari's territory. Of course, it was also because Pavlov's fleet did not have enough firepower that Jiang Fei was able to withstand all the damage. Although Jiang Fei was able to withstand the wave of attacks, he did not feel good. His own power consumption was secondary. Jiang Fei was mainly concerned about the soldiers who had died in battle. The fleet under Aurelia was Jiang Fei's direct line of descent. Those were the most elite officers of the Imperial Army. Their deaths made Jiang Fei's heart ache. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Although Jiang Fei had already rushed to the Stargate at full speed when he discovered that Pavlov's fleet was ready to ambush Aurelia. The problem was that Jiang Fei did not even have a shuttle under him. Flying in the universe with only 1 person would be too slow. Even with Jiang Fei's speed, he would still be slow in light seconds. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not able to catch up with Pavlov's first wave of attack. This caused Aurelia's fleet to pay a heavy price. However, when Pavlov's fleet was preparing for the second attack, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the battlefield and blocked the attacks for the fleet. What is that? Jiang Fei's shield blocked all the attacks. This scared Pavlov. He had never seen such a powerful defensive weapon, because a person's size was too small. The fleet's radar would not show his existence. Otherwise, the radar soldiers would be annoyed by the amount of space dust. Therefore, in Pavlov's eyes, the sudden appearance of the shield must be the enemy's secret weapon. In fact, other than Pavlov, all the commanders of the Aurelia fleet were also stunned. These guys were prepared to take the attack. But who would have thought that? These attacks did not even reach them. Could this be the God-blessed empire? Yeah. Such a miracle actually happened. It seems like God has really blessed our universe empire. Just as Jiang Fei was in a state of shock twice, he picked up the call from the Aurora flagship. I came in time. Didn't I? Jiang Fei's profile picture suddenly appeared on the big screen in front of Aurora. The female general was stunned. Although she was the most outstanding female fleet commander in the entire universe, Aurora was still a woman. She had led the fleet to battle alone for a year. There was no logistical support and no allies to support her. The only thing that supported Aurelia in such a difficult environment was her feelings for Jiang Fei. Therefore, when the fleet was in a desperate situation, Jiang Fei's sudden appearance made Aurelia find it hard to believe that everything in front of her was real. Ah, Fei, is it really you? Aurelia asked in a trembling voice. Thank you for your hard work. I'm here to bring you all home, Jiang Fei said. Home. Once Jiang Fei said the word, Aurelia could no longer hold back her tears. Home was a safe haven for a woman. Aurelia had been alone out there for so long. Moreover, the battle environment was still so difficult. She had wanted to retreat from the Visari army's hinterland more than once. However, as she could not contact the rear, she did not know how Jiang Fei was doing. If Jiang Fei had not done his job well, once she withdrew, Jiang Fei would be in trouble. Therefore, Aurelia gritted her teeth and persevered. She knew that today, Jiang Fei's return had completely shattered her defenses. Aurelia knew that she could finally put down the burden on her shoulders. She could finally snuggle by Jiang Fei's side and be a little woman for once. All right. Don't cry. I know that you have suffered. All right. Let the fleet rest for a while. Leave the rest to me, Jiang Fei promised Aurelia. But what about your fleet? Aurelia was not a powerhouse who focused on training. Therefore, she did not have much of a concept of Jiang Fei's strength. In her eyes, if she wanted to defeat the fleet, she could only rely on the stronger fleet. I don't need a fleet. Just wait and see. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he did not cut off the communication. He directly rushed toward the Visari army's fleet. Swish! The Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. Jiang Fei then grabbed it in his hand. When he was close to the Visari army's battleship, Jiang Fei casually swung his sword. Then, he used his sword to cleave through the mountains and slashed toward the Visari army's fleet in the distance. Swish! Jiang Fei's full-powered sword carried a sword aura that was more than 10,000 meters long. The terrifying energy aura caused the Visari army's battleships to sound the alarm in unison. Warning! Warning! We have detected a superpower reaction on the port side. Warning! Warning! We have detected a superpower reaction 500 meters ahead. What? One had to know that Jiang Fei's size was so small that the battleship's radar could not notice him at all. His sudden outburst made all the battleship commanders dumbfounded. What did the superpower reaction alarm mean? It meant that the main battleship had a terrifying attack that was at the level of a super weapon. Moreover, the source of the attack was so close that it was impossible for the huge battleship to turn around and dodge in time. Chapter 2071, Chapter 2067. Total Annihilation. Swish! Jiang Fei's sword slashed across the middle of one of the Visari Legion's main ships. The invincible sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It did not encounter any resistance at all. Swish! 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 After the sword slashed across, Jiang Fei brandished the Chungying sword in his hand and charged recklessly into the Visari Legion's fleet. It was not until he was far away that the main ship exploded with blazing flames. Boom! Jiang Fei's sword hit the main ship's engine compartment. The violent explosion caused the battleship to explode into 7 or 8 pieces. Every part of the battleship was on fire. What? Pavlov widened his eyes. This was one of the only 2 main ships in his fleet. While Pavlov was in a daze, Jiang Fei was slashing at the center of the fleet. One by one, the battleships turned into fireballs under the light of his sword. Damn it! The Marines are on the move! Stop him! Pavlov shouted. Although Jiang Fei's size was not enough to attract the attention of the battleship's radar, his 10,000-meter-long sword light was too eye-catching. Therefore, the radar quickly increased its scanning accuracy and locked onto Jiang Fei's position. When he saw that it was only a person who attacked his fleet, Pavlov was almost driven mad. However, As he was a rare commander-type high-level general in the Vizari army, his own strength was not strong. Therefore, Pavlov did not realize how powerful Jiang Fei was. Therefore, in Pavlov's eyes, since the other party had sent a marine team to destroy the fleet, he should send a marine team to block it. Moreover, the Vizari army had used the powerful marine team to make the entire universe afraid. Therefore, he immediately ordered the marine team to stop Jiang Fei's destruction. However, at that moment, Pavlov was indeed confused. The loss of a main ship had thrown him into a panic. Otherwise, even if he was not a practitioner, he would have thought of someone who could destroy a main ship by himself. How could an ordinary marine stop him? Regardless, as the commander of the fleet, Pavlov had given his orders. Even if the marines were unwilling, they had to carry out their orders. After all, in Vizari's military law, disobeying orders on the battlefield was a capital offense. Not only would they die, but they would also implicate their families. Therefore, even though these marines knew that they were sending themselves to their deaths, they still had to die at Jiang Fei's hands. After all, they could still be considered martyrs. Their families could still receive compensation. However, if they died at the hands of the supervising team, not only would their families not have any money, they would also be punished. Therefore, a large number of marines were quickly released from the cabin. Many of them only had a combat power of around 100,000. There were even recruits with tens of thousands of combat power. These people were not even cannon fodder in front of Jiang Fei. Actually, before Jiang Fei introduced the experts from the 5 directions into the main universe, these marines from the Vizari Corps were already considered quite powerful. After all, in the entire universe, most civilizations were not suitable for cultivation. Take the Earthlings for example. Even if they trained their entire lives, it would be very difficult for them to break through 10,000 combat power. Therefore, these marines with tens of thousands of combat power were exceptionally valiant in the Galactic War. However, the times were different now. These tens of thousands of valiant marines were like ants in front of Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei did not fight back, they would not be able to break through Jiang Fei's own defense. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei continued to swing his sword. His sword aura was directed at the Vizari Corps battleships. As for the marines that were moving out, Jiang Fei had indeed noticed them, but he did not bother with them at all. Swish! Jiang Fei swept his sword across. A few frigates and a heavy patrol ship were destroyed by the sword aura. Even the hundreds of thousands of marines that were charging forward were destroyed by the sword aura. When Jiang Fei's sword aura attacked the main ship, it was as easy as crushing a dead tree. The defense of the main ship was equivalent to the defense of a true immortal powerhouse when he used his full strength to activate his shield. Even so, he could not block Jiang Fei's sword aura. These marines who only had tens of thousands of combat power were not even worth mentioning. As long as the sword aura passed by them, they would be destroyed by the sword aura on the spot. Tens of thousands of marines tried to get close to Jiang Fei, but it was impossible. At that moment, Jiang Fei brandished his long sword. The sword aura swept out for more than 10,000 meters. No one could get close to him, seeing that the marines had launched a desperate charge. But there was no effect at all. The fleet under his command was constantly being attacked. General Pavlov finally could not stand it anymore. Order the fleets to prepare to retreat. After saying that, Pavlov slumped into his chair, as if all his strength had been taken away. It was originally an ambush full of confidence, and this ambush had been rather smooth from the start. Pavlov had obtained the greatest victory of the Vizari Legion ever since the invasion of Aurelia. After the first attack, Pavlov was certain that even if they could not completely destroy Aurelia's fleet, they could still completely destroy it, making it impossible for them to pose a threat to the Vasily Legion. But now, just because of one person, the entire battle had been reversed. Pavlov's fleet, which had the absolute advantage, had suffered heavy losses, and they had no choice but to flee. Can individual strength really be this strong? Pavlov muttered to himself. As a commander-type general, he himself was not a cultivator. So in the past, Pavlov looked down on the warriors of the Vasily Legion. In Pavlov's eyes, no matter how strong they were, what could they do? Could they still fight against heavy patrol? When the main ship appeared, Pavlov was even more certain of this. He firmly believed that the fleet was the living space of the universe. These martial artists would only be eliminated by the river of time. However, Jiang Fei's appearance today had completely overturned Pavlov's understanding, because Jiang Fei had relied on his own strength to beat his fleet to the point that they could not retaliate at all. Those powerful battleships could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Fei. Therefore, Under Pavlov's orders, the Vasari army's fleet immediately gave up resisting. They immediately shut down their engines and shields and activated their warp engines. Meanwhile, the Marines who had not died in battle also returned to their own spaceships. Although giving up their shields and power and directly activating their warp engines would allow the battleships to be completely exposed to the enemy's firepower, this was no longer a problem for Pavlov. After all, they would not be able to escape Jiang Fei's attack range in a short period of time with their engines on. As for their shields, it would not make any difference. They might as well make the best use of their time to escape. If they could escape, they would take their chances. Chapter 2072, Chapter 2068. When Jiang Fei saw that the Vasari army's fleet was about to escape, he swung his sword and stopped attacking. This was not because Jiang Fei was merciful. He could not bear to kill the entire fleet. In his heart, these people had killed tens of thousands of Jiang Fei's soldiers in the ambush just now. Jiang Fei wished that he could kill them all. However, for the sake of the long-term plan, he had to leave some seeds for the Vasari army. At this time, it had been more than a year since Aurelia had invaded the Vasari army's hinterland. During this time, the Vasari army could be said to have suffered a lot, because most of the players were grinding on the battlefield at the Salhu cloister. The rewards there were much better than PvE. A small number of players who did not like PvP did not cooperate with the Vasari army. They all listened to Vitalin's command. After all, only Vitalin could give them quests. This way, the Vasari army's own fleet was almost wiped out by Aurelia. Otherwise, how could the mighty Vasari army only gather 2 main ships? If Jiang Fei wiped out the Vasari army's fleet again, the Vasari army would be greatly weakened for a long time. Eventually, the balance of the universe would be destroyed. This was exactly what Jiang Fei hoped to see. Now, Jiang Fei's goal was the same as the development team. They both hoped that the universe could continue to operate smoothly within a controllable range. Jiang Fei needed to buy time to find a way to enter the gamma space. The development team hoped that the game would run longer so that they could earn more money. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Fei or the development team, they did not want the universe to collapse in a short period of time. Therefore, although Jiang Fei wanted to kill all of the Vasily fleets, he could only let them live. As the Vasily fleets jumped into the phase space, the entire Stargate became quiet once again. "Ah, Fei! You can do this now?" Aurelia had been watching Jiang Fei's live broadcast of the battle. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. "Hee hee! This is nothing!" Jiang Fei smiled faintly. "This is really unbelievable." Aurelia was not an orthodox practitioner. Her ability to have 10 million combat power was entirely due to her race's talent. Therefore, when she saw that her sweetheart was like a god that had descended from heaven, she was shocked but also proud. "Alright, Bella and the others are here too. They are not far away. Let's go over and meet up. Then, we can go home," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Alright." Aurelia ordered someone to release the flagship's shield so that Jiang Fei could be teleported in directly. Then, the fleet set off to meet up with Bella and the others. As they were in the same galaxy, Jiang Fei quickly established a connection with Bella and the others in Aurelia's flagship. "Ah, Fei! Have you found Aurelia and the others?" Bella asked happily. "Yes. I've already caught them," Jiang Fei replied. "That's great. Where are you now?" Bella asked. "Well, come and meet up with you immediately. There's still a few hundred light seconds left," Jiang Fei said. The distance of a few hundred light seconds was neither too long nor too short. Previously, Jiang Fei had taken a few hours to cross the distance by himself. However, this speed was already very exaggerated. If it was not for a master like Jiang Fei, he would not even dare to think about it. However, it was different now that he had a battleship. A short distance warp could greatly reduce the travel time. In just half an hour, the fleet of Aurelia saw Bella and the others on the scout ship. After the fleet had gathered, Bella and the rest boarded the landing ship and arrived on Aurelia's flagship. Jiang Fei and all of his girls were finally reunited. "Let's go home," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Yay! We're going home!" Ariel cried out happily. The other girls were also very happy. Of course, the happiest one was Aurelia. After all, no one knew more about the hardships of the past year than she did. No one knew more about the meaning of home than she did. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were happily beginning their journey home, the Vasari army was in a state of mourning. After all, Pavlov's ambush could be said to have pulled the last remaining fleet of the Vasari army together. Initially, they thought that they would achieve an unprecedented victory in this battle. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei's appearance completely changed the outcome of the battle. As such, although Pavlov's fleet was not completely wiped out, they had suffered heavy casualties. They had lost nearly 50% of their frigates, more than 30% of their cruisers, and more importantly, one of their main ships had been sunk. This loss was too great. It could be described as a bone-breaking injury. Most importantly, the Vizari's army did not know that Aurelia had withdrawn her army. In their opinion, Aurelia's fleet had such a destructive powerhouse. Would she not be able to wreak even more havoc in the Vizari's army's hinterland? What? The one who destroyed your fleet is a powerhouse? Just one person. In the Vizari Legion's council, Ano's brows were tightly furrowed. Yes, just one person. But that person is ridiculously strong. Although more than 10 days had passed since the last battle, the memory of it was still fresh in Pavlov's mind. Then it must be a hermit-grade powerhouse, Ano said with a frown. Isn't there a rule in the Hermit Alliance that forbids hermit-level powerhouses from participating in the war? A big shot asked. That's true. This guy has violated the rules, Ano said. Then, let's invite the elders to the Hermit Alliance to sue him. We must punish this kind of person who does not abide by the rules. A big shot shouted. The Vizari army had been established for so many years. It was not that there were no hermit-level powerhouses. However, due to the rules of the Alliance, these people had basically retired. However, this time, Jiang Fei was the one who did not abide by the rules first. Therefore, they had been bullied. Of course, they had to go home and seek help from the adults. Yes, that's right. Go and invite the elders. Very quickly, the Supreme Council made a decision. This matter involved hidden masters. They could no longer handle it themselves. They had to report it to the elders. They had to see what the elders would decide in the end. Should they report it to the Hidden Alliance or find a hidden master to settle it in private? This was not something that an ordinary person could handle. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had no idea that his actions would bring about so much trouble. However, even if he knew, Jiang Fei would still make a move to save Aurelia. Moreover, with Jiang Fei's current strength, even if the Hidden Alliance came to denounce him, he might not necessarily be afraid of them. Chapter 2073, Chapter 2069 Expansion of Military Power. When Jiang Fei and the rest of the fleet returned to Skoda Star, it had already been more than 4 months since their departure. Although everything was going smoothly, the interstellar journey was a waste of time. After returning to Skoda Star, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about the compensation of the soldiers who died in battle. The staff below would handle it. However, he had to take charge of the reception of the new battleships. In these 4 months, the new batch of main ships that Bella had chosen had been completed. As it was a new type of battleship, it required a completely different production line. This resulted in the production of the new battleships being more time-consuming. In these 4 months, only one battleship was launched from each production line. However, because the production line had been expanded, the production of the next battleships would be much faster. The new main ships were lined up in a row. They were all parked in the large military port outside the orbit of Skoda Star, waiting for Jiang Fei to inspect them. Among these warships, the Coal-class battleship was the most ferocious. It was like a giant beast with cannon barrels all over its body. Jiang Fei did not even need to listen to the engineers to explain its abilities. He could already guess its terrifying firepower. In comparison, the Dunov battlecruiser was much more elegant. This functional main ship that was modified from an old-fashioned cargo ship did not have many firepower points. Its ability was to support friendly ships and weaken the enemy's main ship. Therefore, its slender body could ensure that it had the smallest area of impact when facing the enemy head-on. There was nothing much to say about the Sova-class aircraft carrier. It was in a normal shape. On both sides of the slender hull were hatches for drones to enter and exit. The only difference was that it was different from other heavy aircraft carriers. The Sova-class aircraft carrier was also equipped with a missile platform launcher, because it had a large number of drone production lines. The Sova-class heavy aircraft carrier could start production lines to produce some simple missile platforms when it did not need to produce drones. These missile platforms were simple in structure. It would not last long before it collapsed on its own. However, during this period of time, it could completely release all the missiles it carried to provide firepower support to its allies. The Martha-class dreadnought ship behind it was unusually arrogant. It was different from the Coal-class battleship that was covered in cannons. The most eye-catching part of the Martha-class dreadnought ship was the vast number of missile launchers. Jiang Fei could almost imagine how Martha-class dreadnought would look like in battle. The last main ship that was waiting for acceptance was the Vassiv-class battlecruiser. At first glance, no one thought of this ship as a main ship because of its appearance alone. It was no different from an ordinary strategic transport ship. On the Vasif, one could not see any weapon devices. The few small cannons were only at the level of heavy patrol. They were not worthy of the title of main ship. However, this ship was equipped with the most advanced teleportation device. It could send special forces to any corner of the battlefield. It could even ignore the shield and send special forces to the enemy's battleship. A main ship like Krasov would be useless in the previous era of the Merchant Alliance. On the contrary, the Vizari army was very interested in this kind of battleship because in that era, the Vizari army's marines were the strongest in the universe. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei had a group of experts from the 5 directions. These people were able to completely crush the Vizari army's marines. Therefore, with the help of this spaceship, it would be a piece of cake for Jiang Fei's fleet to seize the enemy's battleship. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. After Jiang Fei finished inspecting these new main ships, he first bowed to the engineers. Hula! When Jiang Fei bowed, the engineers around him all moved away. No one dared to accept his bow. After all, Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Empire, the actual ruler of Skoda Star. Some of the more well-informed people even heard that Jiang Fei had abolished Rivendell to become a new ruler. Who would dare to accept a bow from such a big shot? Grand Marshal, this is what we should do, an elderly engineer said. He was clearly the leader of these engineers. No matter what. Thank you all. With these new battleships, our fleet will be even stronger. Only when the fleet is strong will our losses in the war be reduced to the minimum. I thank you all on behalf of the soldiers at the front line, Jiang Fei said from the bottom of his heart. In essence, Jiang Fei was not a person who liked to fight. This was especially true for war. This was the last thing that Jiang Fei wanted to happen. However, there was no other way. The world was like this. It would not change for one person. One could only adapt to this world. Therefore, war could not be avoided. Only by expanding one's strength could one reduce one's losses in the war. Although Jiang Fei did not want anyone to die in the war. If someone had to die, of course, it would be the enemy. After inspecting the warships, Jiang Fei ordered all the military factories on Skoda Star to start operating at full capacity. Other than replenishing a large number of main ships, the other warships had to be produced at full capacity. Although the Vizari army had suffered heavy losses, Jiang Fei had a nagging feeling that trouble was coming. Jiang Fei had no reason to have such a premonition. Moreover, based on the current situation, it was impossible for any faction to threaten the safety of the empire. However, Jiang Fei was very confident in his sixth sense. Therefore, he planned to meet Vinolin again. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he had just brought Aurelia back. Moreover, he had only been reunited with the girls for a few days. If he left right away, it would not make sense. Therefore, Jiang Fei stayed on Skoda Star for more than a month. During this period of time, Jiang Fei did not do anything else. He stayed by the girl's side all day long. Everyone was chatting and sharing their feelings. During this period of time, although Jiang Fei and the rest had lived a peaceful life, Skoda Star had been operating at full speed. A large number of battleships sailed out of the space dock. Batch after batch of battleships sailed towards the temporary military port. This was because the previous military port could no longer accommodate so many battleships. Previously, when Jiang Fei and the rest had left, the main reason why the construction of the main battleships had been so slow was because all of the production of Skoda Star had been placed in the construction of the dock. Now, in the gravity well of Skoda Star, there were battleship factories everywhere. There were space shipyards everywhere. During this 1 month, a large number of transport ships came from all corners of the Empire to Skoda Star every day. A large number of raw materials were transported here. Under the full operation of Skoda Star, a large number of battleships were launched into the sea. This allowed Jiang Fei's fleet to be greatly expanded. After a month, Jiang Fei finally decided to leave because the sense of danger in his heart was becoming more and more clear. Chapter 2074, Chapter 2070 Meeting an Old Friend. As Jiang Fei had already told Bella and the other girls about his plans, Jiang Fei's departure this time was not too sudden. The girls were all mentally prepared. Moreover, Jiang Fei would not be leaving for too long this time. He was only going to Pizerns to meet Vinolin. Although Skoda Star was very far from Pizern Star, there were many stargates within the Empire. It would not take too long to travel through the galactic jump. Jiang Fei would be back in 2 to 3 weeks. Therefore, after talking to the girls for a while, Jiang Fei set off on his journey alone. This time, as Jiang Fei was setting off alone, he did not drive a battleship. Instead, he used his own shuttle. Although the internal living environment of this thing was not comparable to a battleship-level ship. However, it was small, fast, and agile. It was very suitable for traveling alone. After Jiang Fei's shuttle left the spaceport of Skoda Star, it headed in the direction of Pizerns. Jiang Fei turned on the autopilot function and returned to the 5 directions through the 9-turn astrolabe. As it would take almost a week to travel to Pizerns Star, Jiang Fei did not want to waste this time. Therefore, he planned to return to the 5 directions to take a look. After all, it had been almost a year and a half since he last left. For the 5 directions, it had been 15 to 16 years. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared on a vast expanse of white snow. As he felt the dense and cold water element spiritual energy around him, Jiang Fei knew that he had arrived at the Year Star again. Hee hee. Looks like I really have fate with this Year Star, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. When he returned to the 5 directions through the 9 rotating star plate, the teleportation point was random. However, Jiang Fei was often sent to the Year Star. It had to be said that he did have some fate with this place. Let's return to the town star first. Jiang Fei made a decision in his mind. He had to go to the town star first to contact Lu Bingyuan. After all, he had left for 15 to 16 years. Lu Bingyuan was the only one left to contact the 4 great families. After so many years, he did not know how his special envoy was doing now. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei identified the direction for a while. Then, he flew in the direction of the time star teleportation formation. On the way, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. He slightly released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly because it was not too far ahead. Many cultivators had set up a pocket formation, as if they were waiting for someone to take the bait. Of course, Jiang Fei knew in his heart that these people were definitely not lying in wait for him, because he had just arrived on Time Star. No one in the entire world of 5 directions would know. Moreover, Jiang Fei had not appeared in the world of 5 directions for 15 to 16 years. Many people had even forgotten about his existence. The most important thing was Jiang Fei's strength. With his combat power of over 60 million, these cultivators lying in wait for him were simply not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Who are these guys trying to trick? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, the people in front of him had also noticed Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei was only using his sword to travel, he did not deliberately hide himself. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to find him. As Jiang Fei continued to get closer, the people who were waiting to ambush him became anxious. From their point of view, Jiang Fei had clearly not noticed their ambush. If he were to barge in, wouldn't that expose their formation in advance? However, it was already too late to stop Jiang Fei now. The person they were waiting for was already not far behind Jiang Fei. If they were to stop Jiang Fei from entering the formation at this time, it would also alert the person they were waiting for. Just when the group of people were at a loss as to what to do, Jiang Fei took the initiative to stop. He was not afraid of these people. He just felt that there was no need to get involved in this kind of thing. Whether they were seeking revenge or killing for money, it had nothing to do with Jiang Fei at all. Not long after Jiang Fei stopped, someone caught up to him from behind. Actually, Jiang Fei had already noticed this guy, but he did not pay attention to it. At first, Jiang Fei only thought that this person was someone from the same path, so he did not pay attention to it. Moreover, this person's speed was not as fast as Jiang Fei's, so he was able to pull away from Jiang Fei. However, now that Jiang Fei had stopped, this guy naturally caught up to him. When this person passed by Jiang Fei did not pay too much attention to him. After all, this person was not very strong. He had only just entered the true immortal level, so Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to him. However, when this person caught up to Jiang Fei, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he stopped in front of Jiang Fei. "Sir, is that you?" The person looked at Jiang Fei and asked. "You are?" Jiang Fei also felt that this guy was a little familiar. Moreover, its aura seemed to be familiar. That's right. It was, because this guy was not human at all. Moreover, it was a ferocious beast that had taken form. "Sir, have you forgotten me? I am the Python Slayer," the person said excitedly. "Python Slayer?" Jiang Fei immediately remembered. This guy was the guy who wanted to elope with the 9-headed Python clan. He had even helped Jiang Fei infiltrate the 9-headed Python clan. However, in the end, The girl he loved chose to marry into the Myriad Beasts mountain in order to protect her parents' safety. In the end, Python Slayer left dejectedly. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not expect to meet Python Slayer here. Back then, Jiang Fei had wanted to break into the Dragon Clan to save him, as he was afraid of implicating Python Slayer. He had given him some spirit stones so that he could leave early. According to Jiang Fei's plan, Butcher Meng had a large amount of spirit stones. He should have left Time Star. After all, this was the nest of the nine-headed python race. As a traitor of the nine-headed python race, it was almost impossible for him to survive here. However, he did not expect that not only did Butcher Meng not leave Time Star, but he had also advanced here. Now that Butcher Meng was an adult, he had the strength of a true immortal. In addition, it was because of the ancient mutants. Therefore, his power could be considered to have a foothold in the true immortal realm. "Why are you here?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. Butcher Meng hesitated for a moment, and then knelt in front of Jiang Fei in the air. "Get up quickly. What happened to you?" Jiang Fei asked. "Sir, I have nowhere else to go. Please take me in," Butcher Meng said as he took out an item from his pocket. Then, he raised it above his head and said to Jiang Fei, "If my lord is willing to take me in, I am willing to give this treasure to you first." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at the item in Butcher Meng's hand. It was a jade ring. It was light yellow in color and had a gap in the shape of a ring. The jade ring looked ordinary. However, when Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to probe it, the item was like a black hole. It devoured all the spiritual power that Jiang Fei had probed into it. There was no feedback at all. Chapter 2075, Chapter 2071. The Forgotten Reputation. "You want to give this to me?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Yes, my lord. Although I am not very talented, I have known for many years that a man with a treasure is guilty of having a treasure. This treasure is not something that I can have. Moreover, because of it, I have been hunted down by people. Therefore, I am willing to give it to you, my lord, so that you can protect me," said the python with its head lowered. "Is this the reason why you were hunted down?" Jiang Fei asked. "Yes. Although I had managed to escape death a few times, I did not know if I would be able to escape the next time. Previously, because I could not bear to part with this treasure, even though I was being hunted down. I could not bear to hand it over. However, since I have met you, sir, I am willing to hand this treasure over," said Butcher Meng. Actually, there was a reason why he had given this treasure to Jiang Fei. Although he had already obtained this treasure for a year, he had yet to find a way to crack this treasure. Therefore, this treasure was basically useless in his hands. Even so, Butcher Meng had never thought of giving this treasure to anyone else. Firstly, he felt that he had a chance to crack this treasure. Secondly, Butcher Meng did not trust anyone. If he handed over the treasure, they would not let him off. What if they wanted to kill him to silence him? However, after seeing Jiang Fei, Butcher Meng immediately made a decision. As he had dealt with Jiang Fei before, he knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. At the same time, he also understood Jiang Fei's character. He knew that as long as he gave up the treasure, Jiang Fei would already protect his own safety. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he said to Butcher Meng, "All right. In that case, you can stay by my side. Thank you, my lord." After seeing the jade ring under Jiang Fei, Python heaved a sigh of relief. After all, ever since he obtained the treasure, he had been in a panic for the past year. He had been busy like a fish that had escaped the net. Not a single day could pass peacefully. However, things were good now. With Jiang Fei's protection, Python no longer had to worry about being hunted down. After Butcher Meng, Jiang Fei raised his head and looked ahead. There was still a group of people lying in ambush there. Initially, Jiang Fei did not want to bother with these people. However, it was no longer possible now. These people were lying in ambush for Butcher Meng. Since Butcher Meng had followed him again, Jiang Fei could not ignore this matter. "Let's go. There are still a bunch of your friends waiting for you up ahead," Jiang Fei said to Butcher Meng with a smile. "My friends?" Butcher Meng was stunned. He had been wandering around alone all these years. How could he have any friends? "Follow me," Jiang Fei said and continued to fly forward. Although Butcher Meng did not know what was going on, since he had submitted to Jiang Fei, he would follow Jiang Fei. "He's coming. He's coming." The guy who was lying in ambush muttered to himself. "Who is that kid?" Someone asked curiously. It was obvious that Jiang Fei was acquainted with Butcher Meng. As they were too far away, they could sense Jiang Fei and Butcher Meng's aura just now. They knew that the two had stopped talking for a while. However, they did not see that Butcher Meng had already offered the jade ring to Jiang Fei. Who cares? Just do it together. The young man who was leading the group said. That's right. Young master. You're right. We can just kill them all. Who knows? We might even get some extra rewards. The young masters never lack sycophants. As Jiang Fei and the young master got closer and closer, these guys kept their mouths shut. Then, they quietly laid an ambush at the bottom of a mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the young master flew through the air as if nothing had happened. Jiang Fei knew that there was an ambush down there. However, because of his skill and courage, he did not care about it at all. On the other hand, the Snake Slayer had just advanced to the true immortal level. Therefore, he really did not know that there was an ambush down there. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Fei and the Snake Slayer passed by the bottom of the mountain, a sword light shot into the sky. Its target was the Snake Slayer. After all, he was the main target of these people's ambush. Jiang Fei was just a side character. Of course, if they knew that the jade ring was already on Jiang Fei's body, it would be a different story. Python Slayer really did not know that there was an ambush here. Therefore, this sudden attack really gave him a shock. Moreover, the person who ambushed him was even stronger than him. Therefore, when Python Slayer realized the danger and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. I'm finished, Butcher Meng cried out in his heart. Although he had already given the jade ring to Jiang Fei and found himself a backer, Butcher Meng did not expect that he would still lose his life today. Ding! The sharp sword light stopped in front of Butcher Meng. Butcher Meng looked closely and saw that there was already an air shield that was as thin as a cicada's wing standing in front of him. Although the spiritual shield was thin, it was extremely despicable. No matter how hard the terrifying sword light tried, it was unable to break through the air shield's defense. Kid, you have some skills. A group of people charged out from the call and surrounded Jiang Fei and Tu Meng. The young man in the lead sneered at Tu Meng. Clearly, he thought that this was Tu Meng's own trick. Who are you? Tu Meng was stunned. He did not know these people at all. Ha. You do not need to know who I am. What you need to know is that you do not deserve to have the All Spirits ring, the young man said coldly. All Spirits ring? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he know the name of the jade ring. Actually, even though Butcher Meng had obtained the jade ring for so long, and he had been hunted down for a year, actually, he only knew the real name of the treasure today. Butcher Meng did not say anything. He secretly glanced at Jiang Fei. After all, the All Spirits ring was already in Jiang Fei's hands. He'll handle this. Jiang Fei smiled at Butcher Meng and said, Kid, who are you? Are you trying to be a big shot here? The young man clearly did not take Jiang Fei seriously, because Jiang Fei was too young. He looked about the same age as him. However, in this time star, no one was more powerful than their family. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. I've never heard of you. Kid, I advise you to stay out of this, the young man said coldly. As Jiang Fei had already left the world of 5 directions for more than 10 years, his legend had long been forgotten. Jiang Fei? Although the young man did not know who Jiang Fei was, an old man behind him seemed to be deep in thought. However, he did not remember for a moment. All right then. Since the registration is not working, let's talk with our fists. Jiang Fei smiled. Since these guys were looking for trouble, Jiang Fei did not mind bullying them. Sir, they have the advantage in numbers. Why don't I take care of the rear? You can leave first. Butcher Meng was a person who was quite loyal. Don't worry. If I can't handle this situation, what future do you have if you follow me? Jiang Fei said calmly. Chapter 2076, Chapter 2072. The Descent of the Dragon Lord. After Jiang Fei finished speaking, he took a step forward and said to those people, This 10,000 spirit ring is in my hands. Don't make things difficult for him. Jiang Fei's words immediately attracted the attention of those people on the opposite side. Why did they ambush the Python Slayer? Was it not for the 10,000 spirit ring? If it was not for the 10,000 spirit ring, a mere Python Slayer would not be worthy of their attention. Kid, looks like you're really going to stand up for yourself? The young man walked up and said, am not really standing up for myself. I just can't bear to see my little brother being bullied. Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Fine. You have guts. The young man was clearly used to being spoiled. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Therefore, Jiang Fei's indifferent attitude instantly infuriated him. Young master! Wait! Just as the young man was about to flare up, the old man behind him stopped him. Elder Wei, what do you think? The young man was still very respectful to the old man. I'm afraid this person is not simple. Young Master Chao Yin, it's better for us to be more cautious, Elder Wei said as he stared at Jiang Fei. Although in his eyes, Jiang Fei was only at the beginning stage of true immortal. However, deep in the old man's heart, there was a sense of unreality. Moreover, there was a faint sense of unease. Elder Wei, although you say that you are cautious, aren't you being a little too cautious this time? On this your star, no matter how extraordinary he is, no matter how powerful he is behind the scenes, could he be stronger than our Ginseng Water Ape clan? The young man laughed. That's right. This kid wasn't human either. His clan was the Ginseng Water Ape clan from the Myriad Beast Mountain. The Ginseng Water Ape clan wasn't a native of the Time Star. They originally lived on planet Taibai. But after the Myriad Beast Mountain rose, they joined the Myriad Beast Mountain. More than 10 years ago, the nine-headed python clan suddenly declined. Their leader, Emily Shang, was missing. In order to survive, the nine-headed python clan chose to form a marriage alliance with the Ginseng Water Ape clan from the Myriad Beast Mountain. Unexpectedly, the Ginseng Water Ape clan had used the marriage alliance as a pretext to take over Suixing City. They had become a powerful clan here, while the nine-headed python clan had become the Ginseng Water Ape's vassal. After more than 10 years of development, the Ginseng Water Ape clan had become the local emperor of Suixing City. Not only did the fierce beasts of Suixing City submit to them, even the nominal owner of Suixing City, the Xiao family, had no choice but to give them some face and tell the local human forces not to provoke them. That was why, as the eldest young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan, Chao Yin dared to be so arrogant. This, although Elder Wei felt that Jiang Fei was not simple. He could tell from his aura that he had just become a true immortal. Moreover, young Master Chao Yin was right. There was no one more powerful than the Water Ape race on the Year Star. Could there be someone more powerful than the Water Ape race? Alright, Elder Wei, don't worry too much. Leave this kid to me. Chao Yin smiled and said to Jiang Fei, Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 1,000 spirit ring yourself so that you won't have to suffer. Hee hee. That's true. It's been too long since I've been active in the 5 realms. Now, there are people who dare to threaten me. Jiang Fei laughed self-deprecatingly. Now, he was not only the guardian of the valiant Martial Hall, he was also the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Chao Yin was the first person in a million years to dare to threaten the Dragon Race's Sage Lord in front of him. Threaten you? Just because you're so arrogant. It'll let you understand that there's always someone better than you. Chao Yin saw that Jiang Fei was even more arrogant than he was. Chao Yin was furious on the spot. Ever since he left the Myriad Beasts Mountain and came to Suixing, no one had dared to speak to him like that. Attack! Cripple this kid first. As Chao Yin gave the order, the goons of the Ginseng Water Ape clan swarmed forward and pounced on Jiang Fei. Master, I will cover you. Butcher Meng was a loyal fellow. He was a true immortal who had just entered the true immortal realm. However, these goons of the Ginseng Water Ape clan were all stronger than him. If he stood in front of Jiang Fei, it was no different from sending himself to his death. Hee hee. There's no need. Jiang Fei reached out and pulled Butcher Meng behind him. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head. Boom! An overwhelming draconic aura spread out and instantly engulfed the entire Year Star. Pa La! Pa La! The moment Jiang Fei unleashed his draconic aura, the water ape thugs that rushed in front of him fell from the sky like dumplings. After they fell to the ground, the water apes did not even have the time to scream. They all curled up on the ground and trembled. There was nothing that could be done. First of all, the difference in level was too big. What kind of strength did Jiang Fei have? That was a strength that was comparable to the Dragon Emperor level. These water apes had only just reached adulthood. They were just beginning to become true immortals. The difference between the two was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Secondly, Jiang Fei's body was currently flowing with the pure dragon bloodline. The green-eyed white dragon race was the overlord of the world in ancient times. This was especially true for the ferocious beasts race. Regardless of whether they were ancient mutants or something else, their identities were all the same food for the dragon race. Moreover, ancient mutants like the water apes had the power of inheritance in their bloodlines. they could inherit some scattered memories. This included their fear of the dragon race. Therefore, when Jiang Fei unleashed his dragon's might, the ginseng water apes instantly trembled in fear. Some of them were so timid that they even wet their pants. This did not mean that the ginseng water apes were weak and could become true immortals. It meant that they had some ability. However, the fear that came from their bones was not something that could be resisted by an individual's will. You? Chao Yin could not say a word. If it was not for Elder Wai's trembling support, he might have fallen into the clouds. What? What is going on? This is Dragon's Might? The dragon race has descended? Oh my god! The green-eyed white dragon is returning? As Jiang Fei's dragon's might had engulfed the entire time star. No matter which corner of the time star. As long as one was a true immortal or above, they would be able to feel the terrifying dragon's might. Especially those old fellows from the ferocious beast race. They felt the same way. It's over! It's over! The dark days are coming again! The Grand Elder of the Water Ape race muttered to himself in an ice cave. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the clan leader. Old ancestor, why have you come out of your closed-door cultivation? The clan leader of the Water Ape clan hurriedly bowed and asked. Stop talking nonsense! The Dragon Clan has appeared! Follow me to welcome them! The Grand Elder said. Age? The clan leader was shocked. Although he had also felt Jiang Fei's dragon's might, and was thinking of a countermeasure, he had not thought of welcoming them. Age my ass! If I go too late, my life will be over. Although the Grand Elder had not experienced that darkest era, but his grandfather had survived from which era. He had learned from his grandfather how fierce the Dragon Clan was. So he did not dare to waste any time at this time. Chapter 2077, Chapter 2073 was completely dumbfounded. Is it that serious? After hearing the ancestor's words, the leader of the Ginseng Water Ape clan was shocked. Stop talking nonsense and follow me quickly. The ancestor of the Ginseng Water Ape clan pulled the leader's shoulder. It could be said that he was half pulling and half pulling as he led the leader in the direction of Jiang Fei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flashed across the entire year star. These people were all rushing to where Jiang Fei was. Moreover, they did not dare to use teleportation skills. They were all flying. They were afraid of angering the dragon god. These powerhouses, who were rushing to Jiang Fei, were all from the ferocious beast race. Moreover, they were all ancient races that had been passed down from ancient times. This was because they were the only ones who remembered how powerful the dragon race was. Only they knew how terrifying the dragon race was. These people rushed towards Jiang Fei's direction. Even if they bumped into each other along the way, they would only nod their heads. No one spoke. However, in the eyes of these people, there were two distinct expressions. The first was confusion. This kind of expression most likely appeared in the eyes of the relatively young leaders of the beast race. After all, they had not experienced that dark era. Therefore, although they always heard about how the dragon race was like. However, those who were younger than 100,000 years old had never seen the dragon race because the dragon race had already retired at that time. However, those old fellows were different. Even if they had not experienced the most terrifying era, they had seen the power of the dragon race with their own eyes. Therefore, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. This was because no one knew what was going to happen. No one knew what it meant for the dragon race to appear in the world. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, all of them were unknown. Of course, other than these ancient beasts, there were also some people who were looking at Jiang Fei's location. They did not rush over personally because Jiang Fei's powerful aura made them feel uneasy. However, these people wanted to know what was going on with the sudden appearance of the draconic aura. Therefore, these human-based powerhouses opened their divine senses at the same time, wanting to find out what was going on over here. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, streams of light had arrived several hundred meters away from Jiang Fei. These people did not dare to fly directly in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, my lord. Those old fellows knelt down at a place very far away from Jiang Fei. The slightly younger clan leaders had no idea what was going on. However, their ancestors had already knelt down. Then, they would kneel down as well. Grandpa! As the ginseng water apes were quite far away, their ancestors and clan leaders were not the first wave to arrive. However, their arrival emboldened Chao Yin. As the eldest young master of the ginseng water apes, Chao Yin was deeply loved by the clan leader's grandfather. The reason why he had been so arrogant and domineering all this time was because he had the support of the clan leader's grandfather. Just now, when Jiang Fei raised his imposing manner, his thugs were so frightened that they fell to the ground and trembled. This had really frightened Chao Yan. However, now that the clan leader's grandfather had come, Chao Yan's back stiffened. His chest also straightened up. His head was also raised up. He had returned to his previous stance as the eldest young master. "Kid, you're finished." Chao Yan pointed at Jiang Fei's nose and said, "My young master, are you really blind?" At that moment, Elder Wei felt his vision darken. Although the clan leader and the ancestors had come, the situation before his eyes could not be compared to the past. In the past, no matter how much trouble the young master had caused, the clan leader could solve it as soon as he came. However, it was different today. Didn't you see that the big shots of the ancient races did not dare to come near Jiang Fei? Instead, they knelt down and crawled around. Although these races were not as powerful as the ginseng water ape race, they were not much weaker. Their clan leader would also call their clan leader as a brother, even if they could give the ginseng water ape race some face. It was impossible for them to be like this. They would kneel on the ground from 100 meters away and still call him their master. Just as Chao Yan finished shouting, his clan leader's grandfather and a stranger rushed over. Because the ancestor of the ginseng water ape race had been in seclusion for too long, Chao Yan did not know him at all. However, when the two arrived, just as Chao Yan was about to ask his grandpa chief to back him up, he was completely dumbfounded by what happened next. "Chao Huyuan of the Water Ape Tribe and our chief. Chao Yi, pay our respects to you. My lord, please forgive me for taking you so long," the ancestral master of the Water Ape Tribe said while kneeling on the ground. Behind him, the chief of the Water Ape Tribe was also kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. "Grandpa, why are you?" Chao Yan was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a complete blank. There was a time when his grandpa, the chief of the tribe, was so heroic that he could be said to have stomped his feet and trembled all over Sui Xing. But today, he was prostrating in front of someone else, not even qualified to speak. For a moment, Chao Yan's worldview collapsed. His grandfather, who had been like an emperor on the year star, was now prostrating himself before someone else's feet. The eldest young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan couldn't accept such a huge difference. "It's over! It's over!" Elder Wei was covered in cold sweat. Although he had guessed it after seeing the actions of those big shots from various clans, as a member of the Ginseng Water Ape clan, he still had some hope in his heart. But now, that last bit of hope was gone. "Young master, you have really caused a huge disaster." Elder Wei did not know what to say at this time. However, he knew that he would not be able to escape death today. As Chao Yan's teacher and bodyguard, his mission was to look after the young master. However, he did not expect that the young master had caused such a huge mess right under his nose. Therefore, no matter what the final outcome was for Chao Yan, he could not escape responsibility. At that moment, Chao Yan was completely dumbfounded. His mind was completely blank. He did not even remember being afraid. He just stood there in a daze not far from Jiang Fei and stared straight at his grandfather, the clan leader. In fact, other than Chao Yan, there was another person who was completely dumbfounded. That was Butcher Meng. Among everyone present, he could be said to be the person who understood Jiang Fei the best. When Jiang Fei went to the Dragon Clan to seek revenge, he was still with him. It was only when he was about to reach the dragon race that Jiang Fei let him leave in order to avoid implicating him. At that time, although Jiang Fei had a little dragon bloodline, the purity was far from that. Moreover, Jiang Fei's strength at that time was far from being as exaggerated as it was now. Other than these two people who were completely dumbfounded, the beast race leaders present also had their own thoughts. They had long seen Chao Yan standing in front of Jiang Fei. They also knew that this young master was a direct descendant of the Ginseng Water Ape race. However, they still did not know whether Chao Yan had received the favor of this dragon god, or whether he had angered this god by standing in front of Jiang Fei. Chapter 2078. Chapter 2074 was almost scared to death. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fei realized that there were no more experts within the range of his perception. Then, he said to the big shots of the beast race, "Everyone, what do you mean by coming here?" Jiang Fei's indifferent words caused the big shots of the beast race to be stunned. The big shots of the beast race looked at each other. They did not know what Jiang Fei was up to. Moreover, they were afraid of the dragon race's might. These guys did not dare to express their opinions casually. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, they all turned their eyes to Chao Huyuan. After all, the Ginseng Water Ape race was the strongest race on this year's star. Now that the dragon god had spoken, he naturally had to answer. Chao Huyuan saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He knew that he could not hide anymore. He had to take the lead. At this thought, Chao Huyuan took half a step forward and knelt down. Then, he said, "My lord has arrived on the Year Star. We should be here to receive you. May I know what your orders are?" "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded slowly. To be honest, he did not expect that his display of dragon's might would lead to such a result. At the beginning, he really just wanted to intimidate Chao Yin and his thugs. He also wanted to see how wide his dragon's might could cover. In the end, he did not expect that his draconic aura could cover the entire planet. Moreover, it had even alarmed the big shots of the beast race. However, as a veteran who pretended to be 13, Jiang Fei's greatest ability was to remain calm. He would take his time whenever he encountered something. This way, the other party would not be able to figure out his background. Jiang Fei also took the opportunity to figure out what was going on. After listening to Chao Huyuan's words, Jiang Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. When he recalled the information he had read in the Dragon Clan, Jiang Fei could more or less understand why these guys were so afraid. It was true that the green-eyed white dragon clan was powerful. However, their reputation was not very good in the ancient times. This was proven by the Dragon Clan's recipe that Jiang Fei had read before. They were a perverted race that treated the intelligent creatures of other races as food. It was no wonder that these people were afraid of him. After understanding the situation, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had a plan in mind. "I am the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Today, I have come to the Old Star to announce something to you," Jiang Fei said in a slightly divine tone. He was already an expert at pretending to be 13. Moreover, this time, he was really awesome. Therefore, his words and actions were even more intimidating. "We will listen to the Sage Lord's teachings," the Beast Race leader said in unison. Because Jiang Fei's presence was there, none of the Beast Race leaders doubted Jiang Fei's identity. "The Dragon Race will be returning soon. If you have any intention of submitting, I can take you in on behalf of the Dragon Race. If you are not willing to be with the Dragon Race, I will not force you," Jiang Fei said in a very dignified tone. "The Dragon Race is returning?" The orcs present were all breaking out in cold sweat. Although they had guessed this possibility after sensing Jiang Fei's aura, they were still shocked when they heard Jiang Fei say it out loud. After all, when the Dragon Race ruled over the 5 corners of the world, that was the darkest period of history for the other races. These big shots of the Beast Race sneaked a glance at Jiang Fei, and then turned to look at the others around them. For a moment, no one knew how to answer. Joining the Dragon Race sounded very nice. But history had proven that the Dragon Race had never treated the races that had joined them as humans. Those races that had joined them had to offer up boys and girls for them to eat. However, none of the old fellows present dared to say that they did not submit. This was because there was only one result for disobeying the Dragon Race: extermination. The cruelty of the Dragon Race was still fresh in these old fellows' minds. They had lived under that shadow during their childhood. One had to know that at that time, the 3rd-generation Sage Emperor of the Dragon Race was still in power. The Dragon Race had already begun to decline. But they had never treated the other races as human beings. Now that the Dragon Race had come back, they must have accumulated even more power. Would the other races still have a chance to survive? "Sage Lord, the Ginseng Water Ape race is willing to pledge allegiance to the Dragon Race and follow the Sage Lord to the death." At that moment, Chao Huyuan, the Grand Elder of the Ginseng Water Ape race, suddenly said. In fact, Chao Huyuan was not willing to join the Dragon Race so rashly. After all, he was well aware of the cruelty of the Dragon Race. However, the Ginseng Water Apes were at a critical moment of life and death. If he did not take the initiative to accommodate Jiang Fei, the entire Ginseng Water Ape race would definitely be exterminated. It turned out that Elder Wei had told Chao Fei everything that had happened through telepathy just now. Once Chao Fei heard that his grandson had caused such a huge disaster, he did not dare to take responsibility for it himself. Therefore, he quickly told Chao Huyuan through mental telepathy. As a result, Chao Huyuan had no other choice. He had never expected such a useless junior to appear in his Ginseng Water Ape clan. He had practically forced the Ginseng Water Ape clan into a dead end. "Don't even think about taking the grandson. If we keep him alive, our clan will be exterminated." Chao Huyuan glared at Chao Yi fiercely. He hated Chao Yin to death in his heart. This guy was simply putting the troubles on the ground aside. If he wanted to mess with the heavens, he would have directly dragged the Ginseng Water Apes into this mess. "Sigh," Chao Yi sighed. What else could he say at this time? The old ancestor was already angry. Moreover, Chao Yan's trouble this time was indeed unforgivable. Even if he wanted to save him, he could not. "Good. From now on, the Ginseng Water Apes will be my green-eyed white dragon clan's retainers, Jiang Fei said. Thank you, Sage Lord. Chao Huyuan quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. At this time, as long as Jiang Fei did not implicate the entire Ginseng Water Ape clan because of Chao Yan's incident, he would accept any conditions. My lord. Just as Chao Huyuan was expressing his gratitude, Tu Meng, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. It was they who occupied the Black Demon Pool and enslaved our nine-headed python clan. Although Tu Meng had been driven out of the clan, he was still a nine-headed python after all. Although he was very resentful towards his own clan. However, he could not bear to see others enslaving their own kind. Especially the old monkey, who was kneeling beside Chao Huyuan. Butcher Meng gnashed his teeth in hatred because Xiang Ling, who was his childhood friend, had married Chao Fei as a concubine. Oh! Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not expect the nine-headed python race to be in such a dire state. Oh my god! Chao Huyuan felt his vision go black. The incident with Chao Yan had already frightened him. However, one of Jiang Fei's trusted aides was actually a nine-headed python. This was even worse. Although he had been in seclusion for a long time, he knew how his clansmen oppressed the nine-headed python clan. Therefore, if Jiang Fei stood up for his trusted aide, the Water Ape clan would not be able to escape the fate of eternal damnation. Chapter 2079, Chapter 2075. Ruthless Characters. Sage Lord, we are willing to return the land of the nine-headed giant python clan, withdraw from the Black Demon Pool, and compensate the nine-headed giant python clan for all their losses, said Chao Huyuan before Jiang Fei could say anything. Chao Huyuan's words could be said to be giving away the business of the Water Ape clan for more than 10 years. However, there was no other way. If Chao Huyuan did not take the initiative to give up the land, once Jiang Fei opened his mouth, then the Ginseng Water Apes would not only lose their financial land, it would be another matter whether their race could survive or not. Therefore, Chao Huyuan could be considered a ruthless person. He knew that if he made a decision, it would lead to chaos. Therefore, without waiting for Jiang Fei to open his mouth, he took the initiative to give up this huge benefit in exchange for the lives of the Ginseng Water Apes. What do you think? Jiang Fei turned around and looked at Butcher Meng, who was behind him. Aye. Butcher Meng did not want to let the Water Apes off so easily. After all, the benefits that they spat out were all taken away from the nine-headed giant python. However, Butcher Meng also did not want to leave a greedy impression in Jiang Fei's heart. After all, he had already joined Jiang Fei's side. If his boss left a bad impression on him, it would be very bad for his future. I will listen to your orders. After thinking for a moment, Butcher Meng left the decision to Jiang Fei. However, he was a little unwilling to accept it. Therefore, he said to Jiang Fei, however, they have taken over the women of our nine-headed giant python clan. They have to stay. What do you think? Jiang Fei looked at Chao Huyuan again. Actually, to Jiang Fei, it was not a big deal to deal with a Ginseng Water Ape or support Butcher Meng as long as they felt that it was okay. After all, Jiang Fei did not have any deep hatred towards the Ginseng Water Ape clan. Moreover, he was not that close to Python. Although he had taken him in, it was not to the extent that he could satisfy all of his requirements. The Sage Lord has instructed. We will do as he says. Chao Huyuan nodded. He could give up so many benefits. As for the nine-headed python clan's women, they were nothing to him. Since you all have no objections, let's do it this way. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you for your decision, my lord. Butcher Meng was very happy. Although he did not punish the Ginseng Water Ape race harshly, he had taken back the land and wealth of his race. He had helped the women of his race regain their freedom. He had become the savior of the nine-headed python race. When he returned to his race, he would definitely be glorious. In addition, Python Slayer was currently Jiang Fei, the Dragon Sage's follower. When he returned to the nine-headed python clan, his position would no longer be that of the traitor who had been expelled from the clan. Instead, he would be the nine-headed python clan's greatest backer. Therefore, when he thought of this, Python Slayer's heart was filled with longing for his return home. Moreover, he had another thought in his heart. You guys can take this kid back as well. After Jiang Fei finished dealing with Python Slayer, he saw Chao Yan still trembling by the side. Actually, Jiang Fei was not very angry with Chao Yan. Although this kid was very good for nothing and spoke very arrogantly. What kind of status did Jiang Fei have now? Would he be angry with such a person? Therefore, since the leader of the Water Ape clan was here. He would just let them take him back and teach him a lesson. Jiang Fei had no intention of killing such an insignificant person. Sage Lord, don't worry. I will teach such an unfilial son a lesson. Chao Huyuan glanced at Chao Yi beside him. Sigh. Chao Yi sighed. However, he had no choice because he knew that his ancestor had already made up his mind. Therefore, Chao Yi could only point at Chao Yan and say, Evil creature, hurry up and get over here. Oh, Chao Yan answered. When his grandfather called him, he thought he was saved. After all, his grandfather had always doted on him since he was a child. So when he heard Chao Yi calling him, he ran over happily. Sigh. Young master, I'm sorry. Chao Yan ran to Chao Ye's side in a daze. But Elder Wei behind him was no fool. How could he not know what kind of ending Chao Yan was about to face? However, Elder Wei's sigh was not for the spoiled young master, but for himself. He knew very well how much Chao Yi loved his grandson. Today, Chao Yan was going to be executed. How could his bodyguard get away with it? After all, Chao Yan had caused such a huge disaster right under his nose. Hey, clan leader, ancestor, it's my fault for not taking good care of the young master. I'll take my own life. With that, Elder Wei slammed his palm on the top of his head, shattering his body and his true spirit. Huh? Elder Wei's suicide sent Chao Yan into a panic, but he clearly had not realized what he was about to face. Child, it's Grandpa who let you down. It's me who indulged you too much. Chao Yi looked at Chao Yan with tears streaming down his face. Grandpa, it'll be good from now on. Seeing the clan leader's grandpa crying, Chao Yan felt rather sad. From now on. Hee. It would be great if there was a future. At this moment, Chao Foi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. However, he could only harden his heart and say to Chao Yan, Good grandson. Close your eyes. Ah? Although Chao Yan did not understand his grandpa's words, he still closed his eyes obediently. Bang! As Chao Foi's palm rose and fell, Chao Yan's brain was smashed into pieces. His corpse fell to the ground and died along with his true spirit. Sage Lord, the sinner of our race has been executed. Chao Huyuan kneeled in front of Jiang Fei and said, Jiang Fei frowned. To be honest, he did not like Chao Huyuan because he was too ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. Not only did Jiang Fei not like this kind of person, but he was also very wary of him. However, things had already come to this point. He had already killed his direct descendant's grandson. It was not good for Jiang Fei to pursue any further. Alright, you can all leave now. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Previously, he had only released his draconic aura to intimidate Chao Yan. He did not expect the matter to blow up. Therefore, Jiang Fei took this opportunity to spread the news of the return of the dragon race. As for the punishment of the ginseng water ape race, it was just a trivial matter. Yes, Sage Lord. The big bosses of the beast race felt as if they had been granted amnesty. After all, the dragon race's cruelty was still fresh in their minds. Therefore, when they saw that Jiang Fei did not really kill anyone this time, they quickly thanked him and ran away. They did not want to change their minds for the Sage Lord later. Master, what are your plans next? After the people had left, Butcher Mang asked. Me? I want to go to the town star. Jiang Fei said. Master, can I take a day of your time? Butcher Mang asked tentatively. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked. As the time difference between the world of the 5 directions and the outside world was 12 times. He was not in a hurry to go to the town star. I want to go back to the Black Demon Pool to take a look, said Butcher Mang. He had been through a lot. There was a saying that if one did not return to one's hometown, it would be like walking in the night. How could he not want to go back and show off? Chapter 2080, Chapter 2076, Return to the Black Demon Pool. Return to the Black Demon Pool? Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, he instantly understood what Butcher Mang was thinking. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. After understanding Butcher Mang's thoughts, Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. This was because he also wanted to go to the 9-headed Python clan to take a look. When he went there later, he could also tell Mo Lishang about the situation of the 9-headed Python clan. After all, compared to Butcher Mang, Mo Lishang was the one who was most concerned about the 9-headed Python clan. Although the Black Demon Pool was also above the age star, it was not close to the place because it was near the remote age mark. Moreover, with the Python Slayer as a burden, Jiang Fei could not run at full speed. Therefore, It took them 5 to 6 hours to reach the Black Demon Pool. The current Black Demon Pool was no longer as quiet and solemn as it was when Jiang Fei came. Now, what appeared in front of Jiang Fei was a chaotic scene. There were women and children crying everywhere. Occasionally, he could hear men shouting and urging him. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up and pack up. Bring only the necessities. Give up all those belongings. Mom. I want Mom. Your mom is from the nine-headed python tribe. She can't come with us. Please, take me with you. Don't let me leave the child. I want to take you with me too. However, the tribe leader has given the order. You must stay. This is all of our family's property. I only brought some food. The rest is for you. What's going on? I don't know either. The patriarch said that we must leave today and that we can't take any of the nine-headed giant python tribe's plants. He said that the nine-headed giant python tribe is now prosperous and we can't afford to offend them. We must get lost immediately. That's great. Ha ha ha. You finally got rid of the hateful guy. I wonder who's so capable to actually scare the ginseng water apes into fleeing. Do you think clan leader Mo Lishan has returned? Perhaps. Only clan leader Mo Lishan has the strength to do so. That's great. With clan leader Mo Lishan back, our nine-headed python clan will be able to revive. Unlike the ginseng water apes who were in a hurry and fearful state, the majority of the nine-headed python clan were elated. Only a few people appeared to be so helpless. Most of them were women from the nine-headed python clan. Furthermore, they were all pretty women. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by the nine-headed python tribe. After all, it had been more than 10 years since these women had married the nine-headed python tribe and given birth to children. Some of them even got along well with their men and had a good relationship with them. However, due to orders, they had no choice but to part with their husbands and children. Of course, other than these unlucky women, there were also some people who appeared to be panicking. They were the cowards of the nine-headed python tribe. Because they had pledged allegiance to the nine-headed python tribe, they had become the lackeys of the nine-headed python tribe. They had been acting arrogantly in the nine-headed python clan all day long. In fact, their persecution of their compatriots was even more brutal than the ginseng water ape clans. Today, the ginseng water ape had been chased away. These lackeys who had lost their backers were all terrified. At this moment, they wanted to leave with the ginseng water ape, but the other party did not dare to take them in. Nor did they want to. However, if they stayed, these people did not need to look like they knew that they would definitely be torn to pieces by the enraged clansmen. Looking at the mess before him, Jiang Fei sighed. He had never expected that the once prosperous nine-headed python clan would be reduced to such a state after Mo Lishang had only left for more than 10 years. Greetings, Sage Lord. At that moment, Chao Foil, who was in charge of the evacuation, saw Jiang Fei and quickly came up to pay his respects. Greetings, Sage Lord. Although they did not know what was going on. When the clan leader knelt down, the other water apes also knelt down. All of you, get up. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Thank you, Sage Lord. Chao Foil bowed and stood in front of Jiang Fei. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. All right, you don't have to accompany me. Do what you need to do. When Jiang Fei saw Chao Foil's nervous look, he waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to care about him. Yes. Chao Foil felt as if he had been pardoned. Even his ancestor was prostrating on the ground in front of the dragon sage. Although he was the leader of the ginseng water apes, he was still terrified when he faced Jiang Fei. Damn! Who is that guy? So arrogant? Those ginseng water apes actually look like grandsons when they see him. Why do I feel that this person looks familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. The kid behind him looks very familiar too. F***CK. I remember now. That kid's name is Jiang Fei. He came here before. It was because of him that clan leader Mo Lishan removed his reverse scale to atone for his sins. What? I'll fight him to the death. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you see how scared those water apes are of him? I reckon that these water apes are related to him when they scram. Moreover, even clan leader Mo Lishan was not his match back then. With just you. Don't bring disaster to the clan. After seeing the water apes kneeling before Jiang Fei, the nine-headed pythons began to discuss among themselves. Although these fellows did not know that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, they still remembered the incident when he had barged into the Black Demon Pool. Now that you mention it, I remember too. The kid behind him is a bastard. As Butcher Meng was an orphan, he was always bullied by children of the same age. No one called him by his real name. Everyone called him a bastard. This was also the reason why he later changed his name to Butcher Meng. It's him. Yes. Yes. Hearing what you said, it does look like him. It really is that little bastard. It seems that this kid is hooked up with someone. D*M*. Could the kid that the ginseng water ape mentioned be him? It's very possible. Those ginseng water apes said that a 9-headed python has hooked up with someone. So they have to get lost. F***CK. If that little bastard gains power, wouldn't we be in deep trouble? These people who had once bullied Python Butcher were panicking. Although they could not remember the details of how they had bullied Python Butcher, they knew that as the victim, Python Butcher would not forget all of this. Now that he had gained power, would they still be okay? Greetings, Sage Lord. We have come late to welcome you. Please forgive us. At this moment, a large group of 9-headed pythons came forward. They had also heard of Jiang Fei's identity, so they quickly came over to thank him. Everyone, please get up, Jiang Fei said as he looked at the old men in front of him. Jiang Fei had never liked the elders of the 9-headed pythons since the beginning because in Jiang Fei's impression, back then, these elders could do nothing but drag down Emily Shang. Thank you, Sage! The elders of the 9-headed python clan scrambled to their feet and saw Butcher Python behind Jiang Fei. Ah Chung! Are you Ah Chung? We've been looking for you all these years, said the great elder sincerely. If Jiang Fei had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was the old man who had insisted on breaking up Butcher Python and Xian Ling. He had even wanted to execute Butcher Python. Chapter 2081, Chapter 2077 didn't follow the rules. Hee hee. You've been looking for me for a long time? You've been chasing me for a long time, haven't you? The python said coldly. It wasn't that he hadn't returned to the Black Demon Pool in the past 10 years. However, at that time, not only did he not feel the warmth of his clansmen, he had almost died here. Speaking of which, the python had indeed had a tough time in the past 10 years. When he had left the Black Demon Pool, he hadn't fully matured and his strength wasn't very strong. In this 5-sided world, where the strong preyed on the weak, he would definitely not be doing well on his own. No matter what, the 9-headed python was still considered a ferocious beast. It was impossible for Python Slayer to enter the human society. Moreover, it was impossible for him to blend in with the other ferocious beast races. This was because the ostracism between different ferocious beast races was quite obvious. Therefore, Python Slayer could be said to have been drifting around in the past. It was common for him to be hunted down because of various conflicts. Later on, he really could not survive anymore. At that time, not only was he hungry, but he was also covered in wounds. Therefore, Butcher Meng had no choice but to return to the Black Demon Pool. However, at that time, everyone, including the Great Elder, viewed Butcher Meng as a traitor. It was because he had lured Jiang Fei over that caused the 9-headed python clan to fall into such dire straits. Therefore, not only did Butcher Meng not receive any help in the Black Demon Pool, he was even despised by everyone. He was even besieged. He was lucky to be able to escape in the end. Otherwise, Tu Meng might have died in the Black Devil Pool back then. With this kind of experience, how could Tu Meng easily let go of the past when he saw the first elder's face full of joy? Child, there might be some misunderstanding between us. But no matter what, we have the same bloodline in our bodies. We are all 9-headed pythons. We are all one family. The first elder's face was full of a kind smile. He knew very well that the current Butcher Python was completely different from the kid from before. This kid now had the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. This was the thickest leg in the entire 5 directions. Therefore, the entire 9-headed python race had to build a good relationship with him. Even if they, the old fellows, had to throw away their old faces, they would not hesitate to do so. Misunderstanding? Butcher Python laughed coldly and did not say anything more. After all, he still wanted to return to his own clan. Therefore, he could not completely fall out with these elders. Although Butcher Meng was now Jiang Fei's man, and the elders of the 9-headed python clan had to curry favor with him, Butcher Meng had been wandering outside for so long. He was much more mature than before. He knew that he could use Jiang Fei's reputation to humiliate these elders. He could even kill 1 or 2 of them. However, that would make the elders hate him and ostracize him. He would never be able to assimilate into the 9-headed python clan. This was something that Butcher Meng did not want to see. This time, he had another reason for returning. For this reason, he did not want to cause trouble for the elders. He also did not want to cause trouble for those who had once bullied him. just as Butcher Mang was meeting with the elders and Jiang Fei was watching the show. The Ginseng Water Ape clan had almost finished cleaning up. Sage Lord, we have finished cleaning up. Can we leave now? Asked Chao Foil as he came to Jiang Fei's side. Where do you guys plan to go? Jiang Fei asked casually. Actually, he did not care about that. We plan to return to the Myriad Beast Mountain. Chao Foil did not dare to hide anything. Back then, they had taken the opportunity to enter the Black Demon Pool. Now that they could not stay here, they could only return to where they came from. That's good too. I plan to visit the Myriad Beasts Mountain in a while, Jiang Fei said casually. When the Sage Lord arrives at the Myriad Beasts Mountain, we will definitely be ready to welcome him, Chao Foil said quickly. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Sage Lord, we will be taking our leave then. Chao Foil was eager to leave as soon as possible. His favorite grandson had died because of Jiang Fei. Therefore, he really did not want to see Jiang Fei for another second. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. After receiving Jiang Fei's approval, the Ginseng Water Apes began to leave one after another. They were divided into families. They all brought their families, their young and old, as well as some of their personal belongings. As for the precious items, all of them were left to the nine-headed python clan. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Xiangling, Butcher Mang blurted out. He had called this name countless times in his heart. If it was not for this name supporting him from the depths of his heart, he would not have been able to endure until today. Jiang Fei turned his head to look. A young woman was quietly walking past the cheering nine-headed giant python tribe members with her head lowered. She was following a family of ginseng water apes from afar as she quietly walked forward. Dot! The woman did not raise her head or respond to Python Butcher. She just walked forward silently. Stop! Python Butcher leaped forward and blocked the entrance of the ginseng water ape family. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chao Foil quickly ran forward because it was his family that was blocked by Python Butcher. Why didn't you follow the rules? Why did you take away the girls of our nine-headed python tribe? Python Butcher questioned loudly. No! I gave them my own orders. They are not allowed to take away any of the nine-headed python clan's women. Chao Foil looked puzzled. No one in the clan dared to disobey his orders, let alone his family. Look! The python pointed at Xiangling, who was following behind him from a distance. Huh? Chao Foil was taken aback. He then turned around and walked up to a middle-aged ginseng water ape. Smack! Chao Foil slapped the ape across the face, then said angrily, You bastard! How dare you disobey my orders? Plop! The middle-aged ginseng water ape fell to its knees in front of Chao Foil. Then it said with an aggrieved expression, Dad, I told her, but she wouldn't listen. What can I do if she insists on following me? Do you think I can hit her? Chao Foil was also in a difficult position. He knew Xiangling. She was one of his second son's concubines. To his family, Xiangling's status was not important at all. It was not a big deal to abandon her. However, now that she insisted on following him, it was difficult for Chao Foil. After all, the nine-headed python clan had found a backer. They could not use force anymore. If that woman insisted on following them, there was nothing they could do. Sage Lord, look! Chao Fu, who was at a loss, could only look at Jiang Fei. Xiangling, did they threaten you? Without waiting for Jiang Fei to speak, Butcher Mang walked up to Xiangling in a few steps. Dot! Xiangling lowered her head and did not say anything. Master, they must have threatened Xiangling. Butcher Mang saw that Xiangling was ignoring him, so he complained to Jiang Fei angrily. In his opinion, this must have been caused by Chao Fu and the others. Oh! Jiang Fei snorted softly. However, Chao Foil was scared out of his wits. He knew that if he did not handle this matter properly, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 2082, Chapter 2078, was a parting of the ways. Seeing his father in a difficult position, Chao Foil's second son crawled to his knees and came to Xiangling. Xiangling, I know I've let you down over the years. Now that you're free, you can stay here and never follow me again. Chao Foil's second son said to Xiangling. Now that I'm married to you, and part of your family, now that you're leaving, I naturally have to follow you, Xiangling said expressionlessly. But I really can't take you with me. Chao Foil's second son was on the verge of tears. If Xiangling insisted on going with him now, their family would be in big trouble. Dot! Xiangling remained silent. I'm begging you. Okay? I know I haven't been good to you all these years. It was my fault. Now, Please let our family go. Chow Foil's second son pleaded. Dot. Xiangling remained silent. Well? At that moment, Chow Foi's second son found himself in a difficult position. He had indeed not been very good to Xiangling all these years, because his marriage to her was a political marriage. The water apes just wanted an excuse to take over the Black Devil Pond. That was why he had no feelings for Xiangling as a concubine. Although he did not go so far as to beat or scold her. She was merely a tool to vent his desires. There was nothing romantic about her. But now, the second son was afraid. If Xiangling insisted on following him because she wanted revenge, he and his family would be in deep trouble. Xiangling, I know you hate me. Having said that, the second son steeled his heart and continued. In order to make you forgive me, I will die right in front of you. Please stop making things difficult for my family. With that, the second son raised his right hand and poured his spiritual essence into it, ready to slap his head. Don't! Xiangling finally spoke. Please, let us go. I've let you down. If you want, you can take my life at any time. The second son began to play the emotional card, hoping that Xiangling would soften her heart. You guys can go, Xiangling said quietly. There was no expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Thank you. Thank you. Chow Foi's second son kowtowed 3 times to Xiangling before he stood up and left. Sage Lord, can we leave now? Chow Foi looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Xiangling had also stayed, he naturally had no reason to stop her. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to interfere in such matters. After obtaining Jiang Fei's approval, Chow Foi took the ginseng water apes and left as if they were flying. He was afraid that something would happen again. Xiangling looked at her man's back as he left. There was neither joy nor sorrow on her face. However, there was a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. Xiangling, I finally see you again. Butcher Mang came to Xiangling's side and held her hand. Dot! Xiangling didn't say anything, but she subconsciously pulled her hand back. Xiangling? Butcher Mang was stunned. They were so close back then. But now, he clearly felt a gap between them. Big brother! After a long time, Xiangling opened her mouth with difficulty, as if calling him Big Brother had used up all her strength. But even so, calling him Big Brother seemed so awkward. Xiangling! Hearing this long-lost Big Brother, Tu Mang's heart was rekindled with hope. Big Brother! It's impossible for us! Xiangling's tears fell. The memories of her childhood were still vivid in her mind, as if it was just yesterday. But now things had changed. No! Xiangling, I don't mind your past. I will take care of you. Tu Mang held Xiangling's hand again. Brother, please have some self-respect. I'm already married. Xiangling pulled her hand back forcefully. But? Tu Mang looked at Xiangling in a daze. He doesn't want me anymore. But I won't be with anyone else either. Brother, forget about me. There are many girls who are better than me. You will always meet the one who belongs to you. Xiangling turned around after saying that. As she walked out of the Black Devil pool, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. However, the girls did not wipe them away. They just let them slide across their cheeks and drip down. Xiangling, where are you going? The python butcher shouted. To a place where no one knows who I am. Xiangling replied in her heart. This was because she knew that there was no place for her to stay in the 9-headed python clan. Although Brother Ah Chung had returned, she also believed that Brother Ah Chung would treat her the same as before. However, Xiangling knew that Brother Ah Cheng's identity was different from before. Her existence would only drag him down. Moreover, she was once the daughter-in-law of the chief of the Ginseng Water Ape clan. If she continued to stay in the 9-headed python clan, she would definitely be criticized by others. Even if Brother Ah Chung protected her, it was inevitable that others would gossip about her and make her parents look bad. Therefore, the best way was for her to leave. Only if she disappeared into the 9-headed python clan would Brother Ah Cheng not be tied down and be free to do whatever he wanted. Only if she left. Only then would her parents not be criticized by others. Moreover, she also believed that Brother Ah Cheng would take good care of her parents' lives. Looking at Xiangling's receding figure, Tu Mang's emotions were very complicated. If they were still that unworldly couple in the past, Tu Mang would definitely chase after them without hesitation. But now, he was no longer the same person as he was in the past. And she was no longer the same person as she was in the past. Therefore, Butcher Mang just stood there, watching Xiangling leave with mixed feelings in his heart until she completely disappeared. When Jiang Fei saw that the former couple did not manage to get together in the end, he could not help but feel a little sad. However, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. so he just wanted to be a spectator. Alright, you can stay here and deal with your own matters first. When you are done, come to the Valiant Martial Hall of the Town Star and look for me, Jiang Fei said to Butcher Meng. Thank you, my lord. Butcher Meng bowed to Jiang Fei. I will stay in Town Star for about 2 months. If you are late, it means that our fates have come to an end. Jiang Fei gave Butcher Meng a deadline. After all, his time in the Five Directions world was limited. Although the time difference between the Five Directions and the outside world was 12 times, the shuttle had only arrived in Pizerns for more than a week. Therefore, he would not stay in the Town Star for too long. Master, I will be there as soon as possible, Butcher Python promised. After leaving the Black Demon Pool, Jiang Fei went straight to the teleportation portal. Then, he left the Year Star through the teleportation portal. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Jiang Fei returned to the old star that he had not seen for more than 10 years. Bing Yuan, are you there? The first thing Jiang Fei did when he arrived at the old star was to contact Lu Bingyuan. My lord, is that you? You're back? A moment later, Lu Bingyuan answered the call. His voice sounded extremely excited. Lu Bingyuan had not been having an easy time during this period of time. Although the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect had treated him warmly, Jiang Fei had left without any news for more than 10 years. Lu Bingyuan had also been under pressure from the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect. After all, Jiang Fei had taken away their most elite disciple for so many years. There was no news at all. Lu Bingyuan was also anxious. Chapter 2083, Chapter 2079 gathered the 3 forces. Yes, I'm back, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Master, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up right now, Lu Bingyuan asked. I just arrived at the Town Star. I'm at the teleportation formation now, Jiang Fei said. Master, please wait a moment. I'm not far from you. I'll be there soon, Lu Bingyuan said. All right, Jiang Fei replied and then cut off the communication. After about half an hour, Lu Bingyuan arrived in front of Jiang Fei on his sword. Greetings, sir. Lu Bingyuan came before Jiang Fei and bowed. Hee hee. No need to be so polite. How have you been all these years? Jiang Fei laughed. Hee hee. Thanks to you, sir. I have been living much better than before. Lu Bingyuan laughed. He was not complimenting Jiang Fei. But the truth, in the past, when Lu Bingyuan was on planet Taibai, he was just a small deacon of a small sect. Although his status was not low, it was not something that could be put on the table. But now, he went to places like the 4 great families or the Moon Goddess sect. Those who came and went were all true immortal level powerhouses or the leaders of powerful sections. This was something that Lu Bingyuan did not even dare to think about in the past. Moreover, Lu Bingyuan knew very well in his heart who had given him everything that he had today. If it was not for Jiang Fei, with his status, he would never have been able to obtain the blood alchemy pill. Without the blood alchemy pill, with his talent, he would definitely not be able to reach the tribulation stage. Therefore, his strength could be said to be entirely thanks to Jiang Fei. As for his status, it was all thanks to Jiang Fei. After all, in the entire planet, it was not like the other 4 planets. There were many masters here. It was not uncommon for a mere crossing calamity stage master to be here. With such strength, he was treated so politely by the 4 great families and the Moon Goddess sect. There was only one reason. They were doing it for Jiang Fei's sake. Therefore, Lu Bingyuan knew very well how he got what he had today. He was also very loyal to Jiang Fei. It's been so many years. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. After all, he had taken away the young elites of the 3 great families and the Moon Goddess sect. Moreover, he had not heard from them for more than 10 years. If it were him, he would be anxious too. There is pressure, but they did not make things too difficult for me. Lu Bingyuan smiled. Although the families often came to him to ask about the situation, their tone and attitude were very polite. However, Lu Bingyuan had also cut off contact with Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not know how the disciples of the families were doing. Leave this matter to me to explain to them. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Lu Bingyuan, later, you will go and do something for me. Sir, please don't hesitate to tell me. Lu Bingyuan replied. Yes. Go and contact the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect. Tell them that I'm back. I want to meet them, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Sir, Do you have any other instructions? You'll do it together later, Lu Bingyuan asked. After you meet the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect, tell them that I'll wait for them at the sacred Wuji Mountain. Then, go and find the Xia family members. If possible, gather them together, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. All right, I will do it right away. Lu Bingyuan nodded and turned around to ride his sword and left. After Lu Bingyuan left, Jiang Fei did not stay any longer. He stepped on the inherited Shadow sword and flew straight towards the sacred Wuji Mountain. After receiving the order, Lu Bingyuan went straight to his first stop, the Xiao family. He wanted to pass on Jiang Fei's words to them. At the same time, Lu Bingyuan had also guessed something from Jiang Fei's words. This time, Jiang Fei did not let the Yuan family know. This meant that Jiang Fei had given up on the family. Jiang Fei went on a sightseeing trip. It took him 3 days to arrive at Sacred Wuji Mountain. As it was not the time for the immortal feast, Sacred Wuji Mountain seemed a little deserted. On the second day after Jiang Fei arrived at Sacred Wuji Mountain, the Xiao family arrived first. Old master, why are you here in person? Jiang Fei saw that the Xiao family was personally led by Xiao Tingsu. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang. It has been more than 10 years since we last met. How are you? Xiao Tingsu greeted him. Thanks to you, young man. Everything is fine. Jiang Fei was still very polite to these older people. Mr. Jiang, is my daughter okay? Xiao Chang'an looked around, but did not find any trace of Xiao Yuhan. So he asked, Master Xiao, there's no need to look. Yuhan did not come back with me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Oh. Xiao Chang'an nodded. Although his daughter did not come back this time. From Jiang Fei's tone, he knew that his daughter was safe and sound. This time, I came back at the last minute, so I did not have the time to bring them back to visit their families. Jiang Fei explained slightly. It's all right. They're young people after all. There's nothing wrong with spending more time training. Xiao Tingsu waved his hand and said, Yes. Since the old man had said so, Xiao Chang'an naturally could not say anything else. About those disciples, let's talk about it together when everyone is here. Jiang Fei saw that Xiao Chang'an still wanted to ask more questions, so he spoke first. All right. The 2 members of the Xiao family nodded. They knew that the other families would arrive soon. It would be too troublesome if Jiang Fei had to explain everything to them every time. After Jiang Fei and the others chatted for a long time, the other families arrived one after another. The person from the Wang family was Wang Shifang, while the leader of the Moon Goddess sect was Yu Wuhan. All right. Everyone is here. Let's get down to business. When Jiang Fei saw that the people from the Wang family, Xiao family, and the Moon Goddess sect were all here, he stood up and said, Huh? The people from the 3 families looked at each other. Back then, Jiang Fei had taken away the 3 families and the 4 forces of the Moon Goddess sect. Now, he had only gathered 3 families. There must be something wrong with the remaining Yuan family. Everyone, you are right. Something has happened to the Yuan family, Jiang Fei said. Something has happened? Everyone was stunned. They did not know what Jiang Fei meant by something had happened. There are no living people in the Yuan family outside the 5 directions of heaven and earth, Jiang Fei said calmly. What? The people present were shocked again. Although they had thought that the Yuan family might have suffered heavy losses, they did not expect that the elite sent by the Yuan family had been wiped out. What about our children? Wang Shifang asked. There were some losses. 2 disciples were sacrificed, Jiang Fei said. Sigh. Wang Shifang sighed. At the same time, she was relieved. After all, they were out training. It was not a big deal to lose 1 or 2 disciples. Moreover, judging from Jiang Fei's appearance, his daughter should be fine. The Xiao family and the Moon Goddess sect are similar. They both lost 2 or 3 disciples, Jiang Fei said when he saw that the other 2 families were about to speak. Chapter 2084. Chapter 2080. Brother was not in Jianghu, but Jianghu still had the legend of brother. The 3 families present were confused. Since their losses were all within the acceptable range, how could the Yuan family be wiped out? I'm very curious why all the members of the Yuan family are dead. Right? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. Mr. Jiang, please don't keep me in suspense. Wang Shifang had a bad premonition. Because they betrayed us. They were surrounded and killed by my people and your 3 families. In the end, they were all killed, Jiang Fei said. What? Although the people from the 3 families had already vaguely guessed this possibility, No one really thought about it. Moreover, the disciples that you lost were also killed by the Yuan family, Jiang Fei added. This is too much, Xiao Chongyan said angrily as he swung his sleeves. Mr. Jiang, can you explain in detail what happened? Yu Wuheng asked slowly. Of course. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. He said directly, I have enemies in the outside world. I have mentioned it to you before. 15 years ago, I brought your young disciples out of the world of the five directions and came to my territory. After that, my people warmly welcomed your disciples. When your people return, you can ask them about this. However, the Yuan family seemed to think that I was easy to bully. They wanted to take my territory as their own. Naturally, I could not agree to that. However, since we were acquaintances, I did not make things difficult for them. I sent them out of my territory and lost contact with them. Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued, however, when I was fighting with the enemy, the Yuan family had already surrendered to my enemy. Therefore, they ambushed your disciples and caused some losses. However, with the help of my men, the elite disciples that you sent out finally won and all of them were annihilated. I see. Yu Wuhen nodded. Although Jiang Fei's words were short, he could roughly guess what had happened. Other than Jiang Fei's subjective opinion, the Yuan family members were not willing to become Jiang Fei's fighters. Instead, they had submitted to others. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to fight against the disciples of the other three families. It was common for the disciples of large families to go out to gain experience. It was common for them to fight against each other. This was common in the world of the five directions. Generally speaking, this was considered as an individual act. It would not cause a war between families. However, Yu Wuhen noticed another meaning in Jiang Fei's words and actions. This Yuan family is too outrageous. Since we have left the world of the five directions, we are fellow countrymen. How can we help outsiders fight against our own people? Yu Wuhen rolled his eyes and put on a righteous and indignant expression. Huh? Wang Shifang stared at Yu Wuhen for 2 seconds and then looked at Jiang Fei. Brother Shifang, what do you think? Xiao Chongyan asked. I think, Wang Shifang said as he pondered. He began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. As the head of a family, what he had to consider was definitely not the morality and etiquette, but the interests of the family. Chongyan, this Yuan family is too much of a bully. I think we should talk about this properly, Xiao Tingsu said from the side. Grandfather, what do you mean? Xiao Chongyan was stunned. As the head of the Xiao family, he was usually the one who made the decisions in the family matters. Although Xiao Tingsu was his grandfather, he rarely meddled in government affairs. But today, the old man actually spoke. Fight! Xiao Tingsu's eyes closed slightly, but his tone was completely unquestionable. Yes! Since the old man spoke, Xiao Chongyun naturally did not dare to disobey. Our Wang family will also join. At this moment, the cunning Wang Shifang also nodded and said, the situation was very clear. Jiang Fei was also punishing the Yuan family. Meanwhile, the Hard Moon sect had long wanted to expand their strength. However, they had always had no excuse. If they attacked other forces, it might cause a righteous group to retaliate. However, things were better now. Jiang Fei had provided them with the perfect excuse. The Yuan family had betrayed the world. This was no longer a fight between the good and evil. Instead, it was to eliminate the rebels. Therefore, it was justified for them to use force this time. The Xiao family practiced water-type martial arts, while the Yuan family practiced fire-type martial arts. Water and fire were incompatible. The two families were already at loggerheads. One of Xiao Ting's sons had died at the hands of the Yuan family. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. How could he not want to take revenge? On the other hand, the Wang family's thoughts were much simpler. Although they did not have any grudges with the Yuan family, everyone would push them down. If they were to stay out of it, they would only become estranged from the Xiao family and the Moon Goddess sect. Moreover, those two forces were enough to destroy the weakest of the four families, the Yuan family. If the Wang family did not participate, they would not have a share in the spoils of war. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Yu Wuhen looked at Jiang Fei. I am an outsider. I will not participate in the affairs of the five directions. Jiang Fei waved his hand. His goal had been achieved, since the three families were willing to contribute to the crusade against the Yuan family. Then, he would not share the spoils of war with them. After all, if he wanted the horses to run, he had to feed the horses. There was always a faint sense of unease in his heart. Jiang Fei knew that something big was about to happen. Therefore, He would not allow any problems to arise within his own faction, even though the Yuan family was not a threat to him. However, their young elites had all died at the hands of Jiang Fei and the other three factions. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not betray him at the critical moment. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to cut off any future trouble in advance just in case. The Shao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect had formed an alliance. Jiang Fei did not have to worry about how they were going to attack the Yuan family. If the three forces joined forces, their strength could completely crush the Yuan family. Victory was only a matter of time. Therefore, after giving a few more instructions to these people, Jiang Fei left the sacred mountain of Wuji and headed to the Valiant Martial Hall. It had been a long time since he last came. It was time for him to go back and visit his two masters and the disciple of the Saintess. After traveling for a day, Jiang Fei arrived outside the Valiant Martial Hall. After activating his guardian token, two disciples on duty appeared from the teleportation door. May I know who you are? The two disciples were stunned when they saw Jiang Fei. The guardian token was real, but Jiang Fei and the others did not know him. After all, Jiang Fei had left the Five Directions world for more than 10 years. Moreover, he had not been staying in the Valiant Martial Hall for long. Therefore, it was normal for many of the new disciples not to know him. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei introduced himself. Revered Jiang Fei. The two disciples looked at each other. Although they did not know Jiang Fei, the legend of Jiang Fei had always been circulating in the Valiant Martial Hall. Chapter 2085, Chapter 2081, Return to the Valiant Martial Hall. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the two disciples on duty quickly brought him into the Valiant Martial Hall. After that, the news of Jiang Fei's return spread like wildfire. The entire Valiant Martial Hall instantly became lively. Where is my disciple? Where is my disciple? Su Tianhua was the first to rush over. He had always regarded Jiang Fei as his successor. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Su Tianhua, who was proficient in the art of crafting, was more like a craftsman. Therefore, he placed more importance on the inheritance. Over the past 10 years, he had always missed his precious disciple. All right. Isn't little Fei back? Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of those disciples? Ji Chunhong said from the side. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. It was obvious that he missed Jiang Fei very much. Master! When Jiang Fei saw that the two masters had taken the initiative to come out to see him, he was extremely excited. He rushed to the front of the two masters. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of the two masters and said, Masters, please accept my bow. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Su Tianhua helped Jiang Fei up. Master, it's my fault for being unfilial. I've been gone for so many years. As Jiang Fei spoke, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears. Other than missing the two masters, Jiang Fei also thought of his parents. From the perspective of Jiang Fei's parents, his son had only left home for 2 to 3 years. However, from Jiang Fei's perspective, it was different. There was a time difference of 12 times in the 5 directions. The time difference in the time house used for training was even 30 times. From Jiang Fei's perspective, he had left his parents for decades. Jiang Fei was always busy. Danger was always pressing on his shoulders. So he did not have much time to think about his parents. However, at this moment, after seeing his two masters, who had been separated for many years, the longing that Jiang Fei could read in their eyes instantly ignited the feelings that were still buried in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Fei made up his mind. He had to bring his parents to Skoda Star. In the past, because Jiang Fei was living a precarious life, he could not even guarantee his own safety. Therefore, he did not dare to bring his parents over. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei was now the dragon race's sage lord. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his influence, there were very few people in the entire universe who could be on par with him. Therefore, it was a matter of course for him to bring his parents over. On the other hand, after Jiang Fei chatted with his two masters for a while, he followed Ji Chunhong back to his cave abode. Disciple, you have not been around all these years. Have you forgotten all the things that I have taught you? Su Tianhua valued the inheritance of his craft very much. Therefore, the first thing he asked after he sat down was this. How could I? Second master, you don't know. I have been refining a lot of magical artifacts over the years. Moreover, I have also collected a lot of precious materials. Jiang Fei laughed. Precious materials? Su Tianhua raised his eyebrows. Jiang Fei's words had provoked the master craftsman. I want you to take a look at this. As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out the divine lamp that he had obtained from Rivendell's treasure vault. Although the base of Lamos' residence had been crushed by Jiang Fei, the upper part of the oil lamp was still there. When Jiang Fei put Lamu into the inheritance space, he also threw this thing in. Therefore, this thing became Lamos' temporary residence. What kind of broken thing is this? Su Hua glanced at it. In the eyes of a master blacksmith like him, this oil lamp was simply a toy for primary school students. He could not even be bothered to look at it. Hee hee. Second master, I'm not showing you the finished product. This is just a material. Jiang Fei laughed. Material? There's nothing strange about it. Su Tianhua looked at it again. The material of this oil lamp was quite ordinary. After all, Ram had once lived in the heart crystal. Although the oil lamp outside was gorgeous, it was just some ordinary gold, silver, and jewelry. In Su Tianhua's eyes, these things were just like mud. They were no different from mud. Hee hee. Second master, take a good look. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and began to rub the oil lamp. Following a puff of blue smoke, Ram was summoned out. Who is summoning? Ram was used to saying his opening words. However, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer the same as before. He had seen Jiang Fei's ferocity with his own eyes. So he quickly changed the topic. He smiled sheepishly at Jiang Fei and said, Hee hee. Master, why are you looking for me? Huh? A true immortal's primordial spirit? Su Tianhua was stunned. It was not easy to find such a thing. One had to know that those who could become true immortals used a lot of willpower, even if they fought until their primordial spirits were shattered. It was impossible for them to be captured and used as weapon spirits. Only some evil sect martial arts techniques had methods to forcefully capture an expert's primordial spirit. However, those were extremely cruel and heartless moves. A righteous person like Su Tianhua would definitely not use them. But today, when Su Tianhua saw Ram, he immediately recognized that it was the primordial spirit of a true immortal. But it seemed that this guy didn't have any backbone at all. He actually became the tool spirit of such a broken thing so subserviently. This was really beyond Su Tianhua's understanding. In fact, this was also because Su Tianhua didn't know much about the outside universe. In the outside universe, cultivators mainly relied on their extraordinary talent, and they didn't need to go through tribulations to advance to the hermit level. They lacked this kind of experience. Naturally, they could not be as determined as the masters of the 5 directions. Therefore, even among the hermit-level masters, who were equivalent to true immortals, there were quite a number of weaklings. How is it? Second master, this is a treasure. Right. Jiang Fei smiled and said, if he is willing to cooperate, then it is really a treasure. Su Tianhua nodded. Although there were people in the 5 directions who captured primordial spirits and refined them into artifact spirits, none of them cooperated. In the eyes of these masters, freedom was far more important than life. Therefore, when they were refined into weapon spirits, most of their minds had been wiped out. Naturally, their power had been greatly reduced. My second master is going to give you a new home. Will you cooperate? Jiang Fei glanced at Ram. Cooperate! Cooperate! I will cooperate! Ram quickly nodded. Previously, when he was in Jiang Fei's inheritance space, because time had stopped, his energy had almost not been drained. However, when he came out now, Ram felt that his power was constantly weakening. If he did not quickly change to a new home, with the nourishment of the heart crystal, he would disappear very soon. Therefore, in order to survive, what reason did he have to not cooperate? Sigh! Su Tianhua sighed. Although this kind of true immortal primordial spirit was very rare, he really looked down on this kind of weakling who did not even want his freedom in order to survive. Chapter 2086, Chapter 2082 Bloodletting. Second Master, what do you think? I'll give this to you as a gift. Why don't you forge something? Jiang Fei smiled and said to Su Tianhua. Su Hua pondered for a moment. He did not want to accept it, but this material was too rare. His hands were really itchy. Alright, I'll do it. I'll forge a magical artifact for you. Su Tianhua nodded in the end. Second Master, what other materials do you need? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee. Why? Are you looking down on your second master? Do I need more materials? Su Tianhua rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. He was the chief blacksmith of the Valiant Martial Hall. He could mobilize all the resources in the Valiant Martial Hall. What materials could he not get? Then he'll have to trouble second master, Jiang Fei said with a smile. On the other side, Su Tianhua was busy turning on the oil lamp. The blue fatty Lamu had already retreated into the oil lamp. Anyway, he had no room to resist. Moreover, in order to survive, he did not intend to resist. Therefore, he was very cooperative with Su Tianhua's actions. On the other side, Su Tianhua was busy preparing for the weaponsmithing. Jiang Fei started chatting with Ji Chunhong. Little Fei, how have you been all these years outside? Unlike Su Tianhua, who was most concerned about Jiang Fei's progress in crafting, Ji Chunhong did not mention anything about training, because he had clearly sensed the powerful aura from Jiang Fei's body. This powerful aura had even surpassed him. Not bad. My luck is not bad. I've encountered a great opportunity. Jiang Fei smiled. What opportunity? Can you tell me about it? Ji Chunhong asked. Master, look at what you're saying. How could I hide it from you? Jiang Fei smiled and continued. I'll keep you in suspense for now. I'll only tell you the results. Okay, tell me. Ji Chunhong smiled. Am now the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Dragon Race? Which Dragon Race? Ji Chunhong was stunned. It was obvious that he did not react for a moment. After all, humans did not have to inherit the long-established fierce beast race. Moreover, because humans had a short lifespan, their memories of the dragon race were indeed not as deep as the fierce beasts. Green-eyed white dragon, Jiang Fei replied. What? Ji Chunhong was so excited that he broke the armrest of the chair. Hey, old Ge, what are you so excited about? Su Tianhua, who was working hard, looked at Ji Chunhong with dissatisfaction. Little Fei, is what you said true? At this time, Ji Chunhong was not in the mood to bother with Su Tianhua. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Fei as if he did not recognize him. Of course. Jiang Fei laughed. What exactly happened? Ge Chunhong forced himself to calm down and asked. It's like this. Jiang Fei gave a rough description of what had happened. He did not hide much from Ji Chunhong. However, he did not mention some things in the outer universe. You actually became the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Up until now, Ji Chunhong still could not believe what he had just heard. After all, it was a little too illusory. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed foolishly. Looking at his master's shocked gaze, he indeed felt a sense of satisfaction. Disciple, come over and take a look. Su Tianhua was trying to let Jiang Fei choose the type of magical artifact, but he was interrupted by Ji Chunhong. What are you looking at? Old man, didn't you hear? Our disciple has become the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Ji Chunhong roared. Due to his excitement, his voice was very loud. If it was not for the fact that his cave was relatively quiet, this matter would probably have spread out. What Dragon Race's Sage Lord? Su Tianhua was also at a loss. At this moment, his mind was focused on refining artifacts. He could not react at all. Dragon Race! Green-eyed white dragon! Ji Chunhong shouted. Age? Su Tianhua immediately ran in front of Jiang Fei. Then, he held Jiang Fei's hand and asked, Disciple, have you really become the Dragon Race's Sage Lord? Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, don't you have the Dragon Race's bloodline? Su Tianhua asked. Hee hee. This kid didn't have it at first. But he's really ruthless. He actually captured a Dragon Race noble and changed his blood. Ji Chunhong explained. After all, Jiang Fei had just said that. That's great. Su Tianhua was overjoyed. Then, he pulled Jiang Fei and said, Come! 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 Put some dragon's blood on me. This is a treasure. Jiang Fei never expected that his second master, who was obsessed with crafting, did not care about his identity as the dragon sage. Instead, he cared about the dragon's blood on his body. However, since Su Tianhua had brought it up, Jiang Fei naturally could not refute him. Therefore, he forced out a small ball of blood from his fingers and then gave it to Su Tianhua in a porcelain bottle. Ha ha ha! Dragon's blood. This is really a treasure. After Su Tianhua said that, he looked at Jiang Fei. Clearly, this precious disciple of his had become his mobile blood bank. In the future, when he needed dragon's blood for crafting, he would not have to worry about it anymore. Don't bother with him. He will be able to react tomorrow. Ji Chunhong knew his junior brother too well. It was not that Su Tianhua had not heard about Jiang Fei becoming a sage lord. However, matters related to crafting were too important to him. That was the first thing that came to his mind. When he was done, he would remember about the sage lord and then be happy for Jiang Fei. It's okay. It's okay. Jiang Fei knew his second master very well. so he did not mind. Just as Jiang Fei and Gu Chunhong were chatting, the news of the dragon race's return and the Sage Lord's arrival spread around the old star and the town star. When Jiang Fei arrived at the Four Seasons, he did not keep it a secret. Moreover, he had specially announced it. Therefore, it was normal for the news to spread to the Four Seasons. On the other hand, the news about the Four Seasons was not caused by Ji Chunhong's shout. It was because the ginseng water apes had returned to the mountain of beasts. Because of Jiang Fei, the ginseng water apes had been destroyed and abandoned the Black Demon Pool. After losing their new home, they could only choose to return to their old nest. Therefore, the group of people returned to the mountain of beasts. Then, the news of the arrival of the dragon sage spread from the mountain of beasts. At first, the news was only spread among the ferocious beasts. However, it gradually became known to the human society. Soon, it spread to the entire world of the Five Directions, from Suixing and Jinxing. The return of the Dragon Clan was not a small matter to the entire world of the Five Directions. Back then, the Dragon Clan had dominated the world. The entire world of the Five Directions had submitted to them. Now that the Dragon Clan had returned, would they be willing to cower in a corner? If the Dragon race still wanted to rule the entire world of the Five Directions, then what should the other races do? Whether they were willing to submit or unite and resist. This had become the focus of debate among the various races. With the strength of the Dragon race, it was actually not a big deal for the various races to submit to the Dragon race. However, the cruelty of the Dragon race had left a deep impression in the hearts of the various races. Before they had obtained their freedom, they might be used to this kind of exploitation and oppression. But after experiencing tens of thousands of years of freedom, it would be a little too difficult for them to accept if they were to return to that dark era. Chapter 2087, Chapter 2083. Hall Master Summon. Jiang Fei stayed with his two masters for 2 to 3 days. During this period of time, Su Tianhua had been busy preparing for the crafting. He thought that a true immortal's primordial spirit was too rare. Su Tianhua did not want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to start the crafting. Instead, he gathered all the good materials that he could possibly use. As Ji Chunhong was not very proficient in crafting, he could not help Jiang Fei. He would only chat with Jiang Fei occasionally. However, most of Jiang Fei's time was taken up by Su Tianhua, because Su Tianhua planned to use this opportunity to. He had given Jiang Fei all of his trump cards. Therefore, whenever he had the time, he would explain to Jiang Fei the experience that he had accumulated over the years in crafting. However, today, a valiant Martial Hall disciple came to Gu Chunhong's cave abode. His appearance had broken the silence. Yan Hui, why are you here? Ji Chunhong asked. Because this disciple named Yan Hui was the Hall Master's trusted aide. He must have come here with the Hall Master's order. In reply to Chief Worship's words, I am under the orders of the Hall Master to invite you to the main hall to discuss an important matter. Yan Hui replied. Did the Hall Master say what the matter is? Ji Chunhong asked. The Hall Master did not say. However, I reckon that it has something to do with the appearance of the dragon race. Yan Hui said. Is that so? Ji Chunhong glanced at Jiang Fei, who was helping Su Tianhua. Then, he said to Yan Hui, You go back first and tell the Hall Master that I will be there soon after I pack up. Yes, Chief Consecrator. Yan Hui bowed and left. After Yan Hui left, Gu Chunhong returned to his cave abode. Then, he shouted at Jiang Fei, who was selecting materials with Su Hua. Kid, don't be so busy. Come over and I'll talk to you. Senior brother, can't you see that we're busy here? If there's anything, we can't talk about it later. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Su Tianhua was already displeased. He hated people disturbing his work the most. I really can't wait for this. Ji Chunhong shook his head. All right, disciple, you can go first. Su Tianhua sighed. However, he knew that his senior brother would not interrupt him for no reason. Master, do you need something? Jiang Fei ran to Ji Chunhong. The Hall Master wants me to go over. It seems to be related to the dragon race. Ji Chunhong said. I'll go with you. Jiang Fei nodded. There were only so many people who knew that he was the dragon race's sage lord. First of all, the dragon race would not spread the news. The Python Slayer and the nine-headed Python race would not dare to spread the news. As for the Ginseng Water Ape race, although they knew that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, they did not know Jiang Fei's name. When Jiang Fei told them his name, only Elder Wei and Chao Yin heard it. However, one of them committed suicide and the other was killed. Neither of them had the time to tell others Jiang Fei's name. Therefore, although the Ginseng Water Ape clan had spread the news about the appearance of the dragon race and the arrival of the dragon sage, no one knew that the dragon sage was Jiang Fei.
That's good too.
Ji Chunhong nodded. He was one of the few people who knew Jiang Fei's identity.
Oh right. I haven't asked you. What are you thinking? Do you really intend to lead the dragon race to dominate the entire world?
Ji Chunhong looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. To be honest, if Jiang Fei really intended to do that, Ji Chunhong did not know what to do. He did not want the human race to be enslaved by the dragon race. Nor did he want to be Jiang Fei's enemy. Therefore, if Jiang Fei really intended to let the dragon race dominate the 5 directions of the world, he would be in a very difficult position.
Master, you are overthinking it. Although I have changed the dragon's blood, I still consider myself a human,
Jiang Fei said with certainty.
Then, what are you trying to do by making such a big fuss?
Ji Chunhong asked.
Of course, in trying to drag a group of ferocious beast sunderlings into the outer universe to work for me,
Jiang Fei said matter-of-factly.
I see.
Ji Chunhong nodded. He had heard from Jiang Fei that the 3 major families and the moon goddess sect had been kidnapped by Jiang Fei. Now, he was targeting the ferocious beasts and the dragon race. This was not unexpected.
Master, don't worry. I will not let the 5 directions return to the ancient dark ages,
Jiang Fei promised again.
That's good. Let's go. Don't let the temple master wait for us for too long,
Ji Chunhong said.
Hee. What's wrong with letting him wait?
Jiang Fei muttered. With his status as the dragon race's sage lord, it would not be too much to let the temple master wait for a while. Even if he had to take a bath, change his clothes, burn incense, and pray in advance, it would not be too much.
Sigh.
Ji Chunhong sighed. For a moment, he could not get used to Jiang Fei's new identity. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Gu Chunhong left the cave together to meet the valiant martial hall master. On the way, Ji Chunhong was a little worried because he knew the valiant martial hall master's personality too well. This person was jealous of talents. Moreover, he placed a special importance on the chair under his butt. If he were to malign Jiang Fei because of something, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was in the past, Ji Chunhong would be worried about Jiang Fei. After all, even he was not a match for the hall master. If the hall master insisted on dealing with Jiang Fei, he would not be able to stop him. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord. Although he had never displayed his power in front of Ji Chunhong, Ji Chunhong could roughly guess it. If the martial hero hall master had any ill intentions towards Jiang Fei at this time, he would be the one to die. The 2 of them did not say anything throughout the journey. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the main hall. After a disciple informed them, Jiang Fei and Ji Chunhong walked up to the main hall together.
Honored Jiang Fei, you're back as well?
The valiant martial hall master asked with a smile. Actually, he had already known that Jiang Fei had returned. However, because he did not like Jiang Fei very much, he had pretended not to know. However, now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to come over, it would not be right if he did not greet him.
Greetings, Palace Master.
Jiang Fei bowed slightly. He was only bowing to the valiant martial hall's palace master to give Gu Chunhong face. Otherwise, with Jiang Fei's current status, the one who should be bowing would be the valiant martial hall's palace master, who was sitting on the high seat.
All right, take a seat.
The valiant martial hall's palace master waved his hand. Naturally, Ji Chunhong was the first to sit with his hands hanging down. As Jiang Fei was the valiant martial hall's newest consecrator, he could only sit at the end. After the 2 of them took their seats, the valiant martial hall master was ready to get down to business. Before they arrived, the other guardian and elders had already arrived.
I believe everyone has already heard that the dragon race has appeared. With the arrival of the Dragon King, the 5 directions of heaven and earth may be in chaos.
The valiant martial hall master sighed.
That's right. The dragon race has been dormant for tens of thousands of years. I did not expect them to appear again.
An elder with a higher status also sighed.
Everyone, don't be in a hurry to sigh. Let's share our thoughts. How should our valiant martial hall deal with this matter?
The valiant martial hall master asked.
Hall master, I think it's best for us to make preparations in advance and join forces with the 4 great clans and even the 1,000 Beast Mountain to fight against the Dragon Clan together.
An elder who was of the warring faction said. Chapter 2088, Chapter 2084. A short-term pain is better than a long-term pain.
Hall Master, you must not act rashly.
Another elder stood up and said.
Oh!
The valiant martial Hall Master raised his eyebrows.
Hall Master, the strength of the dragon race is not to be underestimated. Although they have been dormant for tens of thousands of years, they will definitely be more powerful this time. We must not clash with them,
the elder said.
What do you mean by that? Do you want the people of the valiant Martial Hall to kneel at the feet of others?
Another elder stood up. It was obvious that he was also from the warring faction.
You? You idiots! You are dragging the valiant Martial Hall into a state of eternal damnation.
The elder from before was so angry that he was panting.
Humph! Don't boost the morale of others and destroy the prestige of your own people. The Dragon Clan has been dormant for tens of thousands of years and has long lost contact with the outside world. Now that this world is ours, how can we allow the Dragon Clan to get their hands on it?
The elder from the warring faction said. Obviously, among these elders, the battle sect was the majority. Except for the elder who was in charge of the logistics of the valiant Martial Hall. Almost everyone else was in charge of the battle.
Honorable elders, what do you think?
Seeing that the battle sect was the majority of the elders, the valiant Martial Hall Master showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at the honorable elders sitting here.
I think we might as well wait and see. Let those ferocious beasts take the lead. When it comes to their hatred towards the dragon race, they are much deeper than us humans,
said one of the temple masters.
Yes, I also think that it's better to be more cautious. I have read some records. The dragon race's talent is far beyond that of us humans. Even the ancient mutants among the ferocious beasts would not be able to withstand a single blow from them,
said another temple master.
Hall Master, I think that we should first join forces with other human forces. It's best to be fully prepared. However, when we're fighting against the dragon race, there's no need for us to rush to the front line and become cannon fodder for others,
said one of the guardian beside Jiang Fei. Clearly, compared to the elders, these guardian were much more cautious. The reason for this was very simple. If they were to really fight, these guardian would have to rush to the front line. Being a consecrator in the Hall of Martial Meritocrats was more like a soldier protecting his country. They were very powerful. When they were fighting against the outside world, they were all at the front line. As for those elders, they were more in charge of internal affairs and managing the operation of the Hall of Martial Meritocrats. Therefore, when it came to war, these people were the most radical, because they did not need to rush into the war. And the ones who died in the war were not them. Therefore, they could be at ease and shout loudly to participate in the war. However, those consecrators were different. They really wanted to go to war. So they had to consider whether they could win the war or not. If they couldn't win the war, they had to think of ways to find an additional advantage outside the battlefield. Otherwise, if they rashly started the war, not only would they have to die in the war, the entire valiant Martial Hall would also fall into a disaster because of this. The valiant Martial Hall Master pondered for a moment. But no one said anything. He wanted to participate in the war. But most of the consecrators didn't support it. Therefore, although he was the Hall Master, he couldn't say anything.
Consecrators, are you afraid?
At this time, an elder stood up. He was the Hall Master's trusted aide and was very good at guessing his master's thoughts. Now, Hall Master Wuying couldn't say anything. Then he had to speak.
What did you say?
The consecrators couldn't keep their faces straight, whether it was the consecrators or the elders. They were all true immortal level experts. No one could stand being called cowardly in front of others.
If the elders aren't cowardly, then why are they so timid? Are those dragons really that powerful?
The rumors of the ancient times may not be reliable. You have to know that the times are improving. Our martial skills are no longer comparable to those of the past. Calling them dragons is just a compliment. In my opinion, they are no different from fierce beasts,
said the elder trusted by the Hall Master.
Yes. Yes. I think what Elder Wang said makes sense. Yes. Today is not like the past. And those dragon clans might not be as terrifying as the rumors say.
Some of these elders were the Hall Master's trusted aides, so they naturally had to follow their boss idea when speaking. Others were purely arrogant. After all, the history of mankind was too short. Their records of the Dark Ages were not as detailed as those of the dire beasts.
Hee. A bunch of idiots. You know nothing about power.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. This group of elders actually thought that they could challenge the dragon race. This was truly an ignorant and fearless person.
Hall Master, this is definitely not the time to act rashly. Please reconsider.
When the deacon saw that they could not convince the elders, They had no choice but to turn to the valiant Marshal Hall's Hall Master. However, they did not know that these elders were so eager to participate in the battle. They had received the Palace Master's orders. Junior Ji, what do you think? The valiant Marshal Hall's Palace Master looked at Ji Chunhong. After all, Ji Chunhong was the valiant Marshal Hall's second strongest expert. It was impossible for the Palace Master to be the one to personally lead the external battle. Therefore, it was almost always Ji Chunhong who led the team. Of course, he had to seek Ji Chunhong's opinion on this matter. Ji Chunhong was stunned. When he came, he was only thinking about how to persuade Jiang Fei to stop using his weapons. He did not expect the valiant Marshal Hall to take the initiative to fight. Now that the Palace Master had asked him, he really did not know how to answer. Master, do you think the valiant Marshal Hall's inheritance is more important or the Temple Master? At this time, Jiang Fei sent a voice transmission to Ji Chunhong. Moreover, when he sent the voice transmission, he used his mental strength to set up a barrier. With Jiang Fei's mental strength, even the valiant Marshal Hall's Temple Master could not eavesdrop. Of course, the valiant Marshal Hall's inheritance is important, Ji Chunhong said, as if it was a matter of course. He was the valiant Marshal Hall's guardian, not the Temple Master's fighter. He had a sense of belonging to the valiant Marshal Hall, but he was definitely not loyal to the Temple Master. Then let's fight, Jiang Fei said calmly. However, this sentence made Ji Chunhong break out in a cold sweat because he knew that his disciple had the intention to kill the Hall Master who sat on the throne. Have you decided? Ji Chunhong asked. Although Jiang Fei was his disciple, Jiang Fei was also the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. Therefore, sometimes, when Jiang Fei made a decision, he could not interfere. Yes, our Hall Master does great things, but cherishes his own life. He forgets his own life for small benefits. Moreover, he is narrow-minded and opinionated. The valiant Marshal Hall will be finished in the hands of such a person sooner or later. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Sigh. Ji Chunhong sighed. Jiang Fei's words left him with no room to refute. He had been in the valiant Marshal Hall for so many years. He knew very well what kind of person the Hall Master was. Master, it's better to let the pain go by itself. Don't worry. I will pass down the order. Other than him and his henchmen, the valiant Marshal Hall will not suffer too much damage. Jiang Fei said. Forget it. Ji Chunhong hardened his heart. Jiang Fei had already said so much. He had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if the Hall Master really provoked Jiang Fei, the entire valiant Marshal Hall would be finished. Chapter 2089, Chapter 2085, each with his own agenda. After Jiang Fei made a promise that he would not cause too much damage to the valiant Marshal Hall, Ji Chunhong sighed. Although he did not have any personal grudges against the Hall Master, his personality would sooner or later bring disaster to the valiant Marshal Hall. Therefore, he had no choice but to be ruthless and make a decision. In fact, the valiant Marshal Hall Master's self-opinionated personality was very common among those in power. After all, these people heard the flattery of the people below them all day long. It did not matter if it was just one or two sentences. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would become complacent. All day long, they were the only ones who thought that they were the most powerful, and only they were the smartest. The others were not worth mentioning at all. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation did not matter because they did indeed sit at a certain high position. Even if they were headstrong and opinionated, no one could shake their position, let alone challenge their power. But now it was different. The sudden appearance of the Dragon Clan had caused the entire 5 directions of the world to change. Originally, they were almost invincible in human society. Even the Marshal Valiant Hall, which was on equal footing with the Thousand Beasts Mountain, was no longer as invincible as before. Therefore, Ji Chunhong had to consider the sect. Although the Dragon Race's Sage Lord was Jiang Fei, he would not do anything to the Marshal Valiant Hall due to the master-disciple relationship. However, Ji Chunhong was also a person of high status. He knew that it was one thing for Jiang Fei to give him face. However, if the Marshal Valiant Hall's master really angered him, then it would be useless even if he were to speak up for him. Therefore, Ji Chunhong finally sighed. Then, he calmed his mind and said to the valiant Marshal Hall Master, Hall Master, I am only a consecrator. Whether or not I will participate in the war is not something that I need to consider. My duty is to charge into the battle when the valiant Marshal Hall needs me. What I need to consider is how to defeat the enemy. Okay. Hearing Ge Chunhong's words, Hall Master Wu Ying's eyes lit up.
This chief consecrator's words had clearly set the tone, which was that the consecrators would not participate in political affairs. When the time came, they would only need to carry out the attack order.
Senior Brother Gu, you?
The other consecrators all stared blankly at Ji Chunhong. They did not expect him to make such a decision. After all, Ji Chunhong was the chief consecrator. After he set this tone, the other guardians couldn't argue with the elders anymore.
I have my own ideas now.
Ji Chunhong gave the guardians a reassuring look. But who could be at ease at this time? After all, they were about to face the Dragon Clan.
Guardians, do you have any other opinions?
Hall Master Wuing pretended to look at the other guardians.
The
other honorable elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. As the chief honorable elders, Ji Chunhong's words had silenced everyone.
All right. Since everyone has no objections, then it's decided. Elder Qin, you immediately go and contact the 4 great clans. Elder Wang, you go and contact the Myriad Beast Mountain. We have to form an alliance as soon as possible and then fight against the strong enemy together.
The valiant Martial Hall Master said with a high-spirited expression.
Yes. Hall Master. Yes. Hall Master.
The 2 elders left after receiving the order. After all, no one had a specific time frame for when the Dragon Clan would be born. So the matter of forming an alliance naturally had to be done as soon as possible. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Only the valiant Martial Hall Master and a few of his trusted aides were left in the hall.
Luo Bin, how confident do you think this matter is?
The valiant Martial Hall Master asked his most trusted military advisor.
Hall Master, are you asking about forming an alliance or defending against the Dragon Clan?
Luo Bin asked in return.
Both,
the valiant Martial Hall Master said.
Forming an alliance should be 80 to 90% certain, but defending against the Dragon Clan.
Luo Bin fell silent at this point.
What do you mean?
The valiant Martial Hall Master asked.
Most likely, it will end in failure,
Luo Bin said, as he carefully observed the Hall Master's expression. He knew this Hall Master too well. Don't think that he was the person he trusted the most right now. However, if the Palace Master turned hostile, his head could fall at any time.
Tell me your reason,
the valiant Martial Palace Master said expressionlessly.
The 4 great clans have a long history, even longer than our valiant Martial Palace. Their records of the Dragon Clan should be more detailed, so they know how cruel the Dragon Clan is. So there is a high chance that they will choose to resist. The Fierce Beast Clan is even more so. In the Dark Era, humans are still relatively weak and rarely enter the Dragon Clan's field of vision. Therefore, the Fierce Beast Clan is the most oppressed, so their desire to resist should be stronger. Therefore, the alliance shouldn't be a big problem.
Luo Bin first analyzed the problem of the alliance.
Right.
The valiant Martial Temple Master nodded, then gestured for Luo Bin to continue.
As for the matter of resisting the dragons, I don't think the success rate is very high. According to the records, the dragons are so powerful that we can't even imagine them. As long as they are adults, they have the power of a supreme human true immortal. A small leader can fight against the female beast empress. Against such an enemy, even if we join forces, we won't be able to resist them at all.
Luo Bin saw that the temple master's face didn't change at all. Only then did he continue speaking.
That's right. With the arrival of the dragon race, how could we humans possibly resist?
The valiant Martial Palace Master actually revealed a smile.
But Palace Master, since you know that you can't resist, why do you propose to form an alliance to resist?
An elder beside him asked.
Sigh, if you have half of Luo Bin's brain, then I won't have to worry.
The valiant Martial Palace Master shook his head, then said to Luo Bin.
You explain it to them. I don't know what you mean. Hall Master, I'm just saying what I think.
Of course, Luo Bin didn't dare to say that he understood Hall Master's thoughts. After all, this kind of thing was quite heart-wrenching.
Say it.
Hall Master Wuing nodded.
First of all, when the dragon race descends into the world, it is unavoidable for them to inform the 5 directions of the world again. However, if they surrender directly, it will inevitably let the dragon race see clearly about humans. This is because when they ruled the 5 directions of the world previously, humans were the weakest race. To put it bluntly, when they asked the other races for food ingredients, they couldn't think of humans. If we don't resist and hurt the dragon race, then even if we surrender, we won't have any status and can only live at the bottom.
Luo Bin said until here. He stole a glance at the Palace Master's expression before continuing his topic.
That's why we must have some say in the Alliance army. When the time comes, we only need to attack once and cause a little loss to the Dragon Clan before we surrender. This way, we can show our strength and obtain a good position after surrendering to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it will also look better on our face, Luobin said. But what if the Dragon Clan suffers losses, and they want to take revenge? An elder asked worriedly. Then we'll hand over those consecrators. In any case, these guys are getting more and more disobedient. They've already forgotten their identity as thugs. Yet they still think of interfering in the palace master's decision-making, Luobin said coldly. Chapter 2090, Chapter 2086. Master and Disciple Refining. Great. Really great. A few sycophantic elders praised the valiant Martial Hall Master one after another. Speaking of which, the valiant Martial Hall Master's trick was indeed insidious. In the battle against the Dragon Clan, those consecrators had to charge into the battle. Facing such a powerful Dragon Clan, they would suffer great casualties. After surrendering, the valiant Martial Hall once again handed over the revered elders who fought bravely. The valiant Martial Hall Master once again achieved his goal of eliminating the dissidents. However, the valiant Martial Hall Master had calculated everything. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be the Dragon Sage Lord. His perfect plan was nothing but a joke in front of Jiang Fei. While the valiant Martial Hall Master was discussing with his trusted aides, Ji Chenhong's cave abode was unusually lively. The revered elders who opposed the war were all gathered at Ji Chenhong's place. They hoped that he could give them a reason. Senior Brother Ge, why did you start off like this? Aren't you forcing our brothers into a dead end? One of the deacons said with a bitter expression. That's right. Senior Brother Ji, our brothers know that you're powerful. In the past battles, you've led your brothers to victory. However, it's different this time. We're facing the Dragon Clan. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. Another deaconess also said, Everyone, don't be anxious. This time, I can assure everyone that nothing will happen to the valiant Martial Hall. Everyone's lives will not be in danger. Ji Chenhong said. Senior Brother Ji, could it be that you have an inside story? A guardian asked. They all knew Ji Chenhong's character. If he was not really confident, he would not force everyone into a dead end. Senior Brother Ji, is the rumor of the arrival of the dragon race false? Someone suddenly asked. Huh? Everyone was stunned. If that was the case, then it made sense that Ji Chenhong had agreed to participate in the battle so decisively. The arrival of the dragon race is true. Ji Chenhong poured cold water on everyone. All of a sudden, the consecrators at the scene all raised their hearts again. Although the descent of the dragon race is true, I can assure everyone that the valiant Martial Hall will not be destroyed. As long as everyone does not do it themselves, they will not die. Ji Chenhong said. Senior Ji, what exactly do you know? Tell everyone. Otherwise, everyone will really be uncertain. The worshippers shouted. Although Ji Chenhong had repeatedly promised. Such a big matter. How could they believe it so easily? I really can't say much about this. Everyone, please try to believe me. Ji Chenhong glanced at Jiang Fei. In the end, he did not tell them the truth, because Ji Chenhong refused to tell them. The guardians had no choice but to leave resentfully. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, Ji Chenhong's reputation in the valiant Martial Hall was very high. Therefore, his words gave these people some confidence. After the people had left, Ji Chenhong looked at Jiang Fei with a serious face and asked, Little Fei, tell me, what exactly are you thinking? In the beginning, I did not have many thoughts about the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, the temple master's performance today made me feel a little uneasy. Jiang Fei said. Uneasy? With your current strength and power, he can't threaten you at all. Ji Chenhong said with a frown. Indeed, he can't threaten me. However, this kind of person will disturb my rear. When Jiang Fei said this, he had unknowingly treated the 5 directions world as his backyard. Sigh. Ji Chenhong sighed. Although he did not want to see this kind of situation, he could more or less understand Jiang Fei's ambition. After all, his strength and influence had already reached such a level. If he did not have any thoughts about the entire 5 directions world, that would be a problem. However, Master, don't worry. I will not unify the 5 directions world, nor will I change the overall situation. I will at most remove those dangerous factors. I will definitely not let the 5 directions world return to the darkest era. Jiang Fei promised. Sigh. Alright. I can't care about such things anymore. You can do as you see fit. Ji Chenhong sighed. For Jiang Fei to make such a promise, it was already a very big concession. If it was another person with Jiang Fei's power,
Who would not want to rule the entire 5 directions? Just as Jiang Fei and Gu Chunhong were chatting, the elders sent by the valiant Martial Hall Master were also making preparations to form an alliance as soon as possible. In the next few days, Jiang Fei did not have much to do. He stayed by Su Tianhua's side all day long, accompanying him to choose various materials for crafting. Finally, on the 7th day, Su Tianhua was ready to start the furnace.
Disciple, melt this piece of blazing gold essence. I want to see how well you have mastered the flame.
Before crafting, Su Tianhua wanted to take Jiang Fei's test while he was still in the initial stages of refining the materials.
Okay.
Jiang Fei took a small piece of crimson metal from Su Tianhua's hand and held it in his palm.
Don't you use a magical tool?
Su Tianhua asked. Most people would still use a magical tool when they were in the initial stages of refining the metal. This was because not only would it increase the temperature of the flame, but it would also save a lot of effort.
There's no need to go through so much trouble.
Jiang Fei smiled confidently. Then, he closed his eyes slightly, and a white-hot flame appeared in his palm. Ever since he had mastered the flame of will, Jiang Fei had become more and more fond of using this flame to forge weapons or pills. This was because this flame itself had spirituality. It was better than other flames, and it was faster. Moreover, it could give the materials being refined a unique spirituality.
What kind of flame is this?
Su Tianhua looked at the flame in Jiang Fei's hand and was stunned. As far as he knew, the highest level of crafting was the flame of the heart. Anyone who could use this flame was already a top-notch craftsman. This was because under this kind of flame, there was no need for any external assistance. A top-grade magical item could be crafted in the palm of one's hand. However, the flame that Jiang Fei was using right now was something Su Tianhua had never seen before. This was because the speed at which the flame was melting the blazing gold essence was too fast. In just a few breaths' time, the blazing gold essence was completely melted.
I call it the flame of the will,
Jiang Fei replied.
Huh?
What surprised Su Tianhua even more was that Jiang Fei was actually able to divert his attention to answer his question.
This is a flame that is catalyzed by highly condensed spiritual power,
Jiang Fei explained.
I see.
Su Hua nodded. Although he understood the origin of this flame, he was even more shocked. An expert who could condense spiritual power into a physical form was already a rare occurrence in 10,000 years. There was no need to even talk about catalyzing this kind of near-physical spiritual power into a flame.
Disciple, you will be in charge of the smithing this time. I will just guide you from the side.
After his shock, Su Tianhua decisively gave up on the idea of personally refining the weapon. He was ready to guide Jiang Fei to complete the smithing this time. He also wanted to see what kind of magical effect Jiang Fei's magical flame would produce in the smithing process. Chapter 2091, Chapter 2087. Heart of Whiteness.
Alright, you'll give it a try.
Jiang Fei saw that Su Tianhua had given him the heavy responsibility of crafting. He did not reject it immediately. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him to personally craft an artifact under Su Tianhua's guidance.
Use the flame crystal into it as well.
After Su Tianhua made his decision, he no longer held the furnace in his hands. Instead, he handed the materials in his hands to Jiang Fei one by one.
Wait a moment. If there are too many flame crystals, quickly remove some of them. Otherwise, if there are too many fire elements, this magical item will easily explode.
Su Tianhua had a very accurate grasp of these materials. Although Jiang Fei was the one who started the crafting process, he was still able to keenly capture the subtle differences in the amount of each material. This was the experience gained from hundreds of years of specializing in one thing.
Okay.
Jiang Fei did as he was told while secretly memorizing Su Hua's experience.
Use the blood essence stone. Refine all the impurities. Don't leave these things behind.
Su Tianhua's eyes were fixed on the materials in Jiang Fei's palm. Under the flame of will, these materials melted and fused very quickly. This was something that even an expert like Su Tianhua could not do. However, his disciple had managed to do it. This made Su Tianhua sigh in his heart. But more than that, he was proud. Under Su Tianhua's guidance, the first step of Jiang Fei's smithing process was very smooth. Very soon, the basic materials were almost completely melted.
Disciple, since you are the one who is in charge of refining this time, have you thought about what you want to refine?
Su Tianhua asked.
I want to forge a weapon,
Jiang Fei said.
A flying sword?
Su Tianhua subconsciously thought of a flying sword. After all, this kind of weapon was the most commonly used among cultivators.
No, I want to forge a long spear,
Jiang Fei said. Naturally, He had prepared this long spear for Hua Mulan. At that moment, Hua Mulan was not only the second most powerful expert in Jiang Fei's faction, but she was also the one who valued weapons the most. Although Bella in Jiang Fei's faction had successfully transcended the tribulation and reached the true immortal level, she only believed in her own fists. She did not need any weapons at all. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei had crafted a long spear for her, it would only be a decoration. However, Hua Mulan was different. Not only was her spearmanship excellent, but she also valued the long spear in her hand very much. She had even reached the level of being one with the spear. This was unique among the people around Jiang Fei, especially Hua Mulan's love for the spear. It was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. After all, when Hua Mulan was undergoing her tribulation, the scene where she would rather be injured than damage her weapon was still fresh in Jiang Fei's mind. It was precisely because of these reasons that Jiang Fei decided to forge a new spear for Hua Mulan this time. After all, although the previous spear was also made by the Flame of Will, that was only Jiang Fei's first try. This time, not only did Jiang Fei obtain the best materials, but he also had Su Tianhua to guide him. He believed that he would definitely be able to forge a top-grade magical weapon this time. Spear. Su Tianhua pondered for a moment. This kind of weapon was more common among ordinary martial artists. However, it was rarer among cultivators. After all, although this thing was powerful, it was far less flexible than a flying sword. Therefore, it was not liked by most cultivators. Wait for me. After a moment, Su Tianhua stood up and walked to his room. Jiang Fei waited for about 10 minutes before Su Tianhua came out of his room. This thing has been treasured for many years. Let's use it this time. Su Tianhua held a small brocade box in his hand. The entire box was only the size of a fist. Master, what is this? Jiang Fei asked curiously. For Su Tianhua to have such a treasure, it must not be an ordinary item. The Heart of Great White, Su Tianhua said with a serious face. The Heart of Great White? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, this is a treasure that I obtained by chance. Su Tianhua then explained the origin of this treasure to Jiang Fei. It turned out that the Heart of Whiteness was one of the supreme treasures of the 5 directions. It was a rare treasure that was produced by the Whiteness Star. It could be said to be the pinnacle of gold. Therefore, it was also known as the Supreme Gold. It's that powerful! Jiang Fei was stunned after listening to it. Yes! According to the legends, this treasure was formed from the star core of the Whiteness Star. The 2 Supreme Gold-type treasures among the 10 Directions clear artifact were formed from this item. Su Tianhua nodded and said, Does that mean that this treasure is second only to the 10 Directions clear artifact? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. These 10 Directions clear artifacts were all innate supreme treasures. They were not man-made. They were formed from the star core of the planet they belonged to after 10,000 years of evolution. The White Heart was the remnant of their evolution. Su Tianhua said. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Since you want to refine a long spear, this treasure can indeed help you. The Heart of Whiteness is the strongest gold. With it as the spearhead, it will definitely be invincible. Su Tianhua said. Thank you, Master. Jiang Fei took the Heart of Whiteness with both hands. Alright. This thing is not easy to melt. Now, it's up to your flame of will. Su Tianhua smiled. Actually, Su Tianhua had obtained the Heart of Extreme Whiteness for many years. During this period of time, it was not that he did not want to refine it into other magical artifacts. However, the flame of will could not melt it, so he could only put it aside. Therefore, although this thing was precious, there was no way to use it. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he held the Heart of Extreme Whiteness with both hands and catalyzed the flame of will in his palms. Under the burning of the flame of will, the Heart of Whiteness did not change at all. This made Jiang Fei's forehead sweat. Could it be that the Heart of Whiteness could not be artificially refined? As time passed, the Heart of Whiteness was burned red by Jiang Fei's flame of will. However, there was no sign of melting at all. Damn it! Looks like I can only give you more strength. Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. Then, he began to draw the energy from the will's core. As this energy was injected into the will's flame, the white flame became even more transparent. If one did not look carefully, Jiang Fei's palms seemed to have nothing at all. Moreover, Su Tianhua, who was so close to him, could not even feel the hot temperature. What's going on? Su Tianhua was stunned. He thought that something had happened to Jiang Fei's will's flame. However, at that moment, the white heart in Jiang Fei's palm finally began to melt. That's great.
Disciple, hurry up and shape it. Su Tianhua prompted. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he began to change the shape of the melted white heart through his spiritual power. Because the entire white heart was only the size of a human pinky finger, it was unrealistic to use it to make the entire spear tip. Therefore, Jiang Fei only planned to use this indestructible treasure to make the outer L of the spear tip. The inner part would be filled with the metal that had just been fused with the blazing gold essence and other precious materials. This was because this metal had excellent spiritual power transmission. It could maximize the power of the user. Chapter 2092, Chapter 2088. The Unruly Divine Weapon. With the activation of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, the white heart was quickly formed into the shape of a spearhead. Moreover, the spearhead was wrapped in an alloy that was mainly made of blazing gold essence. Next, engrave the inscription. Su Tianhua prompted. Inscription. Jiang Fei was really not very good at this. He had omitted this step when he was refining it previously. Engrave the sharp metal formation and violent metal formation. Su Tianhua waved his hand and displayed the glyphs of the two formation diagrams. Alright. Jiang Fei glanced at the two formation diagrams that Su Tianhua had displayed and memorized them. Although these formation diagrams were complicated, Jiang Fei's memory was still able to record them down accurately. Following that, Jiang Fei began to use his mind power to carve the two formations on the core of the blazing flame essence gold in the spearhead. This was because if it was carved on the outside, it would easily be destroyed during the battle. Although the heart of extreme white was known as the supreme gold. However, if he encountered a strong enemy, the energy that erupted during the intense battle would be quite terrifying. After about an hour, the two formations were completely imprinted on the core made of blazing gold essence. After that, Jiang Fei used his mind power to guide the outer L of the spearhead formed by the heart of Great White to close. Finally, it completely fused into one. After the spearhead was completed, Jiang Fei began to refine the spear shaft again. The materials here could no longer be used with a hard and violent nature. Instead, they needed to be made with extremely tough materials. Fortunately, Su Tianhua had already prepared the materials beforehand. Jiang Fei could immediately take it over and refine it. This time, Jiang Fei spent the longest time refining the weapon ever since he came into contact with it. After more than 10 hours, he finally completed the fusion of the spearhead and the shaft. Moreover, it was an inscription. The inscription on the shaft of the spear did not need to increase the power of the weapon. Instead, it needed to make the energy flow more smoothly. When Jiang Fei finished drawing the last inscription, a 7-colored light flashed across the body of the spear. Following that, a sharp aura rushed towards him. Good job! Su Tianhua's eyes lit up. Although the long spear had not been completed, the power it emitted was not weaker than some top-tier magical equipment. Jiang Fei took a spiritual crystal from Su Tianhua. This spiritual crystal was much stronger than the ones that Ram used to live in. Whether it was the transparency or the purity, it was of a few grades. Finally, Jiang Fei placed the spiritual crystal cup on the position of the spear and protected it with a very strong metal. Get in there! Jiang Fei waved his hand and pulled Ram out of the inheritance space. Then, he used his immense spiritual power to seal Ram into the spiritual crystal. As he was going to refine Ram into a tool spirit, Jiang Fei did not need to show himself to fight anymore. He only needed to increase the power of the tool in the magic tool. Therefore, after pressing Ram into the spiritual crystal, the flame of will under Jiang Fei's control began to burn fiercely. Ah! As the flame of will burned, Ram's screams echoed throughout Ji Chunhong's cave. Although the flame of will was the best weapon-making flame and had the effect of improving the weapon spirit. Under the flame of will, if the weapon spirit wanted to increase its power, it would have to endure unimaginable pain. It was a pain that would burn one's soul directly. Even if one wanted to faint, it would be impossible. Only under such cruel torture would the weapon spirit's strength increase significantly. When Jiang Fei was finally refining the long spear, Jiang Fei's flame of will had directly fused Lamu with the heart crystal. The heart crystal had also fused with the entire long spear. Therefore, the current Lamu was this long spear. This spear was the incarnation of Lamu. Clang! Just as Jiang Fei finished refining, a 7-colored light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the spear. Quickly bring it out! The apocalypse is coming! Su Tianhua shouted loudly. At the same time, he was very excited because only top-grade magical equipment could trigger the apocalypse. This kind of apocalypse with the 7-colored divine light as a precursor was even more powerful. Therefore, it could be seen from this.
The magical equipment that Jiang Fei had crafted this time was extremely powerful. After Jiang Fei extinguished the flame of his will, he did not care about his physical and mental fatigue. He picked up the long spear and immediately teleported outside the Valiant Martial Hall. Sob sob sob. Just as Jiang Fei was teleported outside the Valiant Martial Hall, a strong wind blew around him. Dark clouds gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they covered the blue sky above Jiang Fei's head. Ram, the rest is up to you. During the tribulation, it was a personal matter. Outsiders could not help at all. It was the same with divine equipment. Therefore, Jiang Fei gave an order and left the range of the tribulation clouds. Okay. Ram perked up. Although he had just suffered the pain of having his soul burned by the flame of will, he knew that his real test had come. Although after he successfully transcended the tribulation, he could only be someone else's magical equipment. However, if he failed to transcend the tribulation, he would face the end of eternal damnation. A moment later, the tribulation clouds above Lama's head had already accumulated to a critical point. Following that, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Swoosh! Seeing that the first heavenly tribulation had fallen, Lama stood up and used the tip of his spear to meet the lightning tribulation head-on. Boom! The lightning tribulation and the tip of the spear collided. A bright light burst out. When the light dissipated, Jiang Fei found that the tip of the spear made of the heart of Great White was intact. Although the entire body of the spear was surrounded by electric currents, it was not damaged at all. Crack! The second thunderbolt fell. Rem attacked again. Crack, 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 crack. One thunderbolt after another rolled down. The long spear did not show any signs of weakness. Every time it met the attack head-on, it was not at a disadvantage. There were 9 tribulations in each group. After a total of 6 groups fell, the clouds in the sky finally dispersed. However, the long spear stood proudly in the air. Under the infusion of the 7-colored light, its power once again improved. At the same time, the long spear gave off a wild aura. Jiang Fei could even feel it from afar. Yo! Am not convinced. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that Lama was feeling a little uneasy after obtaining new power. Swoosh! Thinking of this, Jiang Fei's spiritual power turned into a large hand and grabbed the long spear that had completed the tribulations. Paw! Lama controlled the long spear and used a divine dragon tail swing. At the same time that he shook off Jiang Fei's large hand, he actually dared to fight back. I've really given you face. Jiang Fei's face darkened. Immediately after, his spiritual power had increased by several levels. Before Lama could react, he was enveloped by Jiang Fei's vast spiritual power wave. Ah! Ram's miserable cry was heard. Although the spearhead made from the heart of Great White was invincible, and the entire magical equipment had passed the 69 heavenly tribulations, there was almost no one who could match up to Jiang Fei in terms of spiritual power. Not to mention a mere Ram. Chapter 2093, Chapter 2089. Ah! It hurts! My lord! Please spare me! I beg you! I know I'm wrong. Please spare me! Lama was begging for mercy in the air. Although this guy was once a hermit-level master, he had never experienced the heavenly tribulation. He had never worked as hard as the cultivators of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. He would not be as strong as a true immortal. I'm warning you. Your life is in my hands at all times. If you have any more evil intentions, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Fei said coldly. Master, I won't do it again. Lama kept begging for mercy. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he was still worried. Although Lama was scared to death of him, he was prepared to give the spear to Hua Mulan. If Lama played tricks and did not cooperate, Hua Mulan, who had just become a true immortal, might not be able to control him. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei grabbed the spear. At the same time, the will of the audience began to burn again. This time, Jiang Fei did not try to refine the entire spear because the magic weapon was already quite perfect. Jiang Fei only refined the heart crystal that Lama was residing in and added an additional formation on it. This formation did not increase the power of the weapon. It was only a function similar to the binding curse. As long as the blood was used to bind the weapon, Hua Mulan could use this formation to punish Ram at any time. With just a thought, it could make Ram wish he was dead, or even kill his immortal soul. As Ram screamed in pain, the additional refining was completed. There was an additional formation on the spiritual crystal, which also gave Ram an additional restriction. Done! Jiang Fei smiled faintly and kept the spear into the inheritance space.
After everything was done, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the Valiant Martial Hall. At this time, Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were chatting idly. To Ge Chunhong, he did not know much about refining equipment. However, since his junior brother had personally made a move, this magical equipment must not be wrong. Su Tianhua had personally seen the long spear being forged. With his eyesight, he naturally knew the power of this long spear. Therefore, he was not worried about the tribulation at all. When Jiang Fei returned, he saw that the two teachers were talking about other things. They did not mention anything about the long spear at all. Instead, he was very surprised. My two teachers, why don't you ask me about the matter of my artifact's tribulation? When Jiang Fei returned, he saw that the two teachers did not pay attention to him. Therefore, he licked his lips and took the initiative to ask. After all, he had forged such a divine weapon-grade long spear. He wanted to show off. Didn't he? Do you even need to ask? Looking at your smug face, I can guess that you have already gotten married. Ji Chunhong scolded with a smile. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly. Then, he told his two masters about the magical artifact's tribulation. Sigh. This artifact spirit is really a disgrace to true immortals. Su Tianhua sighed again after hearing it. He had never seen such a spineless true immortal essence soul. Xiao Fei, have you given this artifact a name? Ji Chunhong asked. Not yet. I would like to ask the two masters to give this artifact a name. Jiang Fei flattered him a little. Look for your second master for this matter. I won't get involved. Ji Chunhong smiled. Although he was not proficient in the art of artifact making, he was a senior and junior to Su Tianhua. Therefore, he more or less understood some of the rules in the circle. The naming of this magical artifact was not a small matter. Therefore, as an amateur, he did not get involved blindly. This spear is made from the heart of whiteness. Moreover, it has been added with a lot of fire-type materials. Therefore, it is invincible in terms of attack. I think we should call it Void Shattering. Su Tianhua said. Void Shattering. Void Shattering? Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He did not expect Su Tianhua to give such a high evaluation of this spear. After all, in the hearts of cultivators, Void Shattering was the highest realm. He was able to use Void Shattering to name the spear. From this, it could be seen how high Su Tianhua's expectations of the spear were. Why? Are you not satisfied? Su Tianhua asked. Yes. Thank you, second master. For the name. Jiang Fei bowed to Su Tianhua. After that, the three of them had 2 days of peace. However, trouble soon followed. Chief Minister. Jiang Fei Minister. The Hall Master invites you to the main hall for a meeting. One of the Hall Master's trusted disciples came to Ge Chunhong's cave. Alright, we will go over now. Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei and said. He thought to himself that the Hall Master had finished contacting Jiang Fei and was ready to challenge the dragon race. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Since the valiant martial arts Hall Master was courting death, if he did not fulfill the request, wouldn't he be letting down the Hall Master's efforts? Soon, Jiang Fei and his disciple followed the disciple to the main hall. By then, the main hall was already filled to the brim. Since everyone is here, let me announce a piece of good news. After Jiang Fei and the disciple sat down, the valiant martial hall master stood up and began to announce the official business. Valiant martial hall master, what good news do you have? At this time, there was no lack of requests from the valiant martial hall master. Therefore, one of the valiant martial hall master's trusted elders took the initiative to ask. Our alliance with the Myriad Beast Mountain has been reached. The valiant martial temple master announced loudly. That's great. With the Myriad Beast Mountain united, we will have a lot of hope in our fight against the Dragon Clan. The temple master's trusted aides immediately cheered. At this moment, if they did not support their leader, wouldn't they be too lacking in judgment? Hall Master, what about the 4 great clans? A deacon asked. The valiant martial hall's hall master was originally excited. But at this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. This was because the Xia family of the 4 great clans could not be contacted at all. And among the other 3 clans, the Wang and Shao families did not pay any attention to the valiant martial hall's emissary. Only the Yuan family had decided to form an alliance. Therefore, only one of the 4 great families agreed to form an alliance. This result was a bit of a slap to the valiant martial hall's chief's face. The 4 great families did not really care about the valiant martial hall to begin with. Although the valiant martial hall was known as the leader of the righteous path, The four great families' attitudes toward the righteous and evil paths were actually very ambiguous. Among their disciples, there were people from the valiant Martial Hall. There were also people from the Hard Moon God sect. Although the four great families were on the valiant Martial Hall's side on the surface, for the sake of their reputation, the actual situation where they stood on the side had always been based on profit, regardless of whether they were righteous or evil. This time, when the valiant Martial Hall master sent an elder to contact the three great clans, although they were initially very tempted, they were used to living a free life after all. No one wanted to be overpowered by the dragon race and become someone else's slave. However, the three great clans were different from before. At this time, the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect had formed a strong alliance because of Jiang Fei. They were even prepared to join forces to attack the Yuan family. Therefore, the valiant Martial Hall's emissary had asked Jiang Fei for his opinion. They asked Jiang Fei about it first. Although Jiang Fei had never left the valiant Martial Hall, he did not turn off his communicator. Therefore, when the Wang and Xiao families asked him about it, he gave them some information. Once the two families heard that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, then, who would still rush to die together with the valiant Martial Hall's master. Chapter 2094, Chapter 2090. The birth of the Dragon Clan. The Yuan clan of the four great clans has already agreed to form an alliance. As for the other three clans, the Xie clan isn't easy to contact. The remaining two clans are almost done with their negotiations. Feeling helpless, the valiant Martial Hall master could only use some vague words to try and deceive them. What do you mean by almost done? Do they agree to form an alliance or not? The deacon asked stubbornly. The more he pressed on, the more embarrassed the valiant Martial Hall master became. The more he resented these disobedient high officials. All right, High Official Qian. Since the Hall Master has said that we are almost done talking, then it should be about time. Don't press on so closely. Jiang Fei took the initiative to mediate the situation. Now, the valiant Martial Hall Master was rushing to his death. Moreover, he could even bring the Yuan family along. How could Jiang Fei go against his enthusiasm? What do you mean by not asking? What if the other three families do not agree? Then, wouldn't it be just us and the Yuan family working alone? Deacon Qian seemed to be a little stubborn. He continued to ask relentlessly. Old Qian, you can trust the temple master on this matter. At this moment, Ji Chunhong could only speak. He felt that if he did not speak, Deacon Qian might anger the temple master. When that happened, he would inevitably suffer a loss. Senior Brother Gu, do you also think that this matter is feasible? Guardian Qian asked. Whether it is feasible or not, we can only do our best. I can assure everyone that before I, Ji Chunhong, die, all junior brothers will be fine, Ji Chunhong said. All right, since senior brother has already said so much, then I will not say any more. Guardian Qian nodded. To the others, Ji Chunhong's words seemed to be a symbol of loyalty. It was as if he was sworn to protect the martial meritocrat's palace and the other deacon. However, what Ji Chunhong really meant was that he was Jiang Fei's master. As long as he was still alive, Jiang Fei had to give him some face. He would not kill the martial meritocrats. Hee. Jiang Fei looked at Ji Chunhong and smiled. Of course, he knew that his master's words were meant for him to hear. Therefore, he quickly nodded at Ji Chunhong. Once again, he promised that he would not harm the lives of the deacon. After Ji Chunhong said those words, the other sinecures gave him face and did not pursue the matter further. When the valiant Martial Hall master saw that everyone was silent, not only did he not thank Ji Chunhong for speaking up for him, but he also became even more resentful towards Ji Chunhong. On the contrary, he became even more resentful towards Ji Chunhong. In the valiant Martial Hall master's heart, he did not feel that he should be grateful for Ji Chunhong's words. He felt that Ji Chunhong and the other sinecures should work for the valiant Martial Hall. As long as his orders came, those sinecures would be willing to die even if they had to. They had to be willing to do so. And just now, those consecrators were making things difficult for him. But with a single word from Ji Chunhong, these people all shut up. This was not a pleasant feeling in the heart of Hall Master Wuing. It was as if Ji Chunhong's words were more effective than his. It made him feel that Ji Chunhong was a threat to him. Actually, Ji Chunhong's status in the Hall of Martial Heroes was far lower than the Hall Master's. The reason why his words were effective was because he had to sacrifice his life to protect these consecrators. But the Hall Master let those consecrators die. This was a big difference. Everyone's choice of Ji Chunhong was within reason. However, the Hall Master of Martial Meritocrats, who was always worried about the chair under his butt, did not think so. He felt that Ji Chunhong posed a threat to him. And those consecrators were also disobedient. Hence, the best way was to get rid of them. After making up his mind to get rid of these consecrators, the Hall Master of Martial Meritocrats said to everyone, "Although there are still a few negotiations that have not been completed, time waits for no man. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Hence, I have discussed it with the female beast empress of the Thousand Beast Mountain and decided to form an alliance army to go against the Dragon Clan." H? All the guardians were stunned. Didn't they say that they were going to resist the dragon race's counterattack at the beginning? How did it become taking the initiative to go against the dragon race? Moreover, do you know where the dragon race is now? Regarding the location of the dragon race, the female beast empress has already sent people to investigate. I heard that there are already some clues, the valiant martial hall master said. Hall master, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I know where the entrance to the dragon race's territory is. Jiang Fei took the initiative to step forward. If he waited for the myriad beasts mountain to gather information, how long would he have to wait? Jiang Fei would only stay in the 5 directions for another 40 to 50 days at most. He did not want to wait any longer. You know? The valiant martial temple master was stunned. Yes. When I was training in the past, I accidentally found their teleportation formation, Jiang Fei said casually. Alright. Then I will immediately inform the Thousand Beast Mountain. Our alliance will set off immediately, the valiant martial temple master said. He could not wait for these sinecures to die so that his position in the valiant martial temple would be unshakable. Following that, Jiang Fei sent a set of coordinates to the valiant martial hall master. The coordinates were not the entrance to the dragon's territory, but a place near the year mark, although that place had nothing to do with the dragon race. However, if Jiang Fei said that there were dragons there, how could there not be dragons there? After getting the coordinates from Jiang Fei, the valiant martial hall master could not wait to set off. After all, he was discussing an important matter with the female beast empress. He could not just send an envoy. He had to talk about this matter himself. Little Fei, you have to make sure that this matter is handled properly. After returning to his cave, Ji Chunhong reminded him again and again. The dragon race was too powerful. Once they seemed to be afraid to start a massacre, the entire valiant martial hall would be destroyed. Don't worry, Jiang Fei promised Ji Chunhong again, and then said goodbye to his 2 teachers. After all, he had to go back to the dragon race to explain. Otherwise, how could the dragon race appear at the appointed time? At the appointed place? After coming out of the valiant martial hall, Jiang Fei flew straight up into the sky. Then, he continued flying until he left the planet's atmosphere and entered outer space. Then, Jiang Fei directly summoned his own shuttle and drove the shuttle to the satellite of the dragon race's territory. Under the high speed of the shuttle, Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the entrance of the dragon race's territory. When he activated his identity token, a patrol general immediately came out to pick him up. Welcome back, Sage Lord. The dragon general greeted Jiang Fei. Okay, let's go in. Jiang Fei had been gone for more than 10 years. It was actually not bad for the dragon race. After all, they had been trapped on this satellite for tens of thousands of years. More than 10 years was not too bad for them. Greetings, Sage Lord. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, Jiang Fei sat high on the dragon throne. The dragon race's higher-ups were gathered below. All of you, stand up. Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for the higher-ups of the dragon race to stand up. Thank you, Sage Lord. After the higher-ups of the dragon race stood up, they all looked at Jiang Fei. The last time Jiang Fei had suddenly left, he had left them hanging for more than 10 years. This time, Jiang Fei had returned. They did not know what Jiang Fei was up to. Chapter 2095, Chapter 2091 was ready. I have only one thing to announce for my return, Jiang Fei said directly. What is the sage's order? The great elder asked on behalf of everyone. The dragon race has been cooped up here for tens of thousands of years. It's time for them to return to the human world, Jiang Fei said loudly. What? Sage, can we finally leave this place? Great. We finally don't have to stay here anymore. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Those inferior races have probably forgotten about the dignity of the dragon race. Right. As Jiang Fei spoke, the dragon race members below immediately became excited. In fact, after Jiang Fei's identity as the Sage Lord was confirmed, these people had been looking forward to this day, although they had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. However, because there was no hope, these dragons could only settle down in a corner. However, with the appearance of the sage, the ancient prophecy was awakened from the bottom of the hearts of these dragons. Every day, they looked forward to Jiang Fei's return. Every day, they looked forward to being able to return to the five corners of the world. After all, there had been such a scene where the emperor ruled the world. No one wanted to live on such a small satellite anymore. All right. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the people below immediately quieted down. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were a race with strict levels. Therefore, when Jiang Fei's henchmen pressed down, the people below immediately became silent. This time, I have a detailed battle plan for my return to the human world. Moreover, my goal is not just a mere five directions world. Jiang Fei first drew a big picture for the dragon race. Not just a world of five directions. All the dragons were stunned. Although they were powerful, their ancestors had been confined to this world that was almost isolated from them. In their eyes, the world of five directions was the entire universe. I will bring you out of the world of five directions and into the wider galaxy. Jiang Fei said passionately. That's great. The prophecy has come true. Yes. The new Sage Lord is really going to lead us to unprecedented glory. For a moment, the dragon race's higher-ups were all excited. They were not confident in Jiang Fei himself. Instead, they were filled with confidence in the ancient prophecy. Since the prophecy had said that the third Sage Lord would lead the dragon race to unprecedented glory. In the hearts of the dragon race, Jiang Fei would definitely be able to do it. In order for my plan to be carried out smoothly, I hope that you will strictly follow my orders. If anyone dares to act on their own accord, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Fei's face darkened as he said, Yes, Sage Lord. We will follow your orders. The dragon race was a race with strict levels. They were very disciplined. Even the most powerful people like the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen would not easily challenge the Sage Lord's authority. This was because offending their superiors was a death sentence for the dragon race since ancient times. Jiang Fei had sentenced them to death with this crime. Even an old pervert like Yu Ting had no reason to stop him. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told the dragon race's higher-ups the time and place of the dragon race's appearance. At the same time, he told the dragon race's higher-ups that when they brought their troops back to the human world, they were not allowed to casually kill or injure anyone. Everything was at his command. The higher-ups of the dragon race accepted his orders one after another. To them, being able to return to the human world was already a joyous event. As for slaughtering the various races, the dragon race was actually not particularly concerned about it. In the eyes of the other races in the five directions of the world, the dragon race was incomparably brutal. They killed innocents indiscriminately, and even treated the people of the various races as food. However, in the eyes of the dragon race, the other races were all inferior races. They were no different from pigs. They did not even bother to slaughter the other races. They would only think of them when they were hungry. It could be said that the dragon race did not deliberately bully the other races. It was just that they did not treat the other races as intelligent creatures of the same level as them. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not allow them to kill as they pleased. The dragon race did not find anything strange about it. It was just like how the factory manager of the pig farm told the butchers not to kill pigs today. The butchers would only think that the pigs were not fat enough or that the factory manager was ready to sell them. They would not think too much about it. After Jiang Fei had explained everything to them, he left the dragon's territory. After all, he had to return to the Valiant Martial Hall to deal with other matters. After leaving the dragon's territory, Jiang Fei took the shuttle back to Jinqing very quickly. He had just reached the entrance of the Valiant Martial Hall when he saw a group of people staring at each other. Sigh! What a worry! Jiang Fei sighed. The kid who confronted the gatekeeper was none other than Tu Meng, who had rushed over from Sui Xing to join him. All right. We're all on the same side now, Jiang Fei said to the gatekeeper of the Valiant Martial Hall. Master Jiang, do you know this person? The gatekeeper asked. Yes. He is one of my people, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. Then, he beckoned to Python Slayer and said, Let's go in. Master Jiang, the temple master has ordered that no one from the Valiant Martial Hall is allowed to enter during these times of emergency. The disciple who was guarding the door actually blocked Jiang Fei's way. Jiang Fei looked at the disciple carefully. He seemed to have some impression of this face. This kid seemed to be one of the temple master's personal disciples. He did not expect that it would be his turn to be on duty today. Since the hall master has given the order, bring me the written order, Jiang Fei said. At this moment, he was already feeling a little unhappy. Although this disciple was carrying out orders on the surface, he was just doing his job. However, people always had tempers. Jiang Fei had never considered himself a saint. Therefore, when he saw the Hall Master's disciple being so disrespectful, his face immediately turned ugly. The Hall Master's orders are verbal. The Hall Master's disciple did not give in. He was one of the Hall Master's confidants. Therefore, he naturally knew that the Hall Master was planning to get rid of these sinecures. Therefore, he naturally did not put Jiang Fei and the others, who were about to die, in his eyes. So, you think you can stop me with just your mouth? Jiang Fei's face was gloomy. He was already slightly angry. I am only a low-level disciple. Naturally, I cannot stop you. However, if you insist on bringing people in and the Temple Master investigates, don't blame me for not warning you, said the Temple Master's disciple in a sarcastic manner. All right. Then, you can let the Temple Master come and find me to punish you. However, you are not worthy. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he said to Butcher Mang, follow me in. You'll see who dares to stop me. Yes, my lord. Butcher Mang followed behind Jiang Fei and swaggered into the valiant martial hall. The Temple Master's disciple's face was red. However, he did not dare to stop Jiang Fei, although he had the Temple Master's support. If Jiang Fei killed him in a rage, his master would not be able to resurrect him. Chapter 2096, Chapter 2092. After Jiang Fei brought Python Slayer back to the valiant martial temple, he stayed in Ji Chunhong's cave. 2 days later, the valiant martial temple master returned. However, he did not mention anything about Jiang Fei disobeying his orders. At this moment, in the valiant martial temple master's heart, Jiang Fei and the other revered elders were all people who were about to die, as long as they went to ambush the dragon race. No matter what the outcome was, these people would die without a doubt. Therefore, the valiant martial temple master did not want to cause any more trouble at this time, because once he wanted to deal with Jiang Fei, it was very likely that Ji Chunhong would retaliate. If this chief high-ranking official refused to fight, then the other high-ranking officials would definitely respond accordingly. By then, the valiant martial temple master's plans would all be ruined. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, the valiant martial temple master gave up on the idea of dealing with Jiang Fei. After another 2 days, the troops from the Myriad Beast Mountain arrived. Once the troops from the Myriad Beast Mountain arrived, the valiant martial hall master sounded the war drums and gathered all the sinecures to head to the main hall to prepare for the expedition. On the other hand, Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei had also brought Python Slayer to the main hall. Logically speaking, Python Slayer did not have a position in the valiant martial hall, so he was not qualified to go to the main hall. However, the valiant martial hall master could not wait for Jiang Fei and the others to send themselves to their deaths. Therefore, he did not care about these details anymore. Everyone, the great army of the Myriad Beast Mountain has arrived. This time, we will join forces. We will definitely be able to achieve victory and defeat the dragon race. The valiant martial hall master passionately encouraged the morale of the troops. However, the consecrators below were a little listless, facing the powerful dragon race. These consecrators were all uncertain. Each and every one of them felt like the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Therefore, they were naturally not in high spirits. The hall master of valiant martial hall spoke with confidence in the high hall. Since he was not the one who was going to die, what he said only gave people the feeling that it was easy for him to speak. Although this hall master also felt the dissatisfaction in the hearts of those consecrators, he did not care at all. After the hall master of valiant martial hall finished his speech, this army of consecrators of valiant martial hall was handed over to Ji Chunhong. After all, he was the one who commanded every expedition. Junior brother Gu, I wish you victory and success, the valiant martial hall master said hypocritically. Don't worry, hall master. I will definitely bring these junior brothers back alive. Ji Chunhong's words were true. With Jiang Fei watching from the side, the dragon race would definitely not do anything to these consecrators. When the valiant martial hall master heard Ji Chunhong's words, he felt a little disgusted. However, he could not say anything. Could it be that he could say to Ji Chunhong, no, all of you must die in battle. Don't come back alive? Alright, junior brother Gu, there's no time to lose. All of you should set off as soon as possible. Having nothing else to say, the valiant martial hall master could only urge Ji Chunhong and the others to set off. Alright, well, set off immediately. Ji Chunhong couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this hypocritical fellow. He directly turned around and said to the consecrators in front of him, Junior brothers, I, G, will still say the same thing. As long as I'm still alive, I will bring all of you back safely. Senior brother G, your words are enough.
The sinecures gritted their teeth. As the saying goes, a sad soldier will always win. They were already prepared to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of.
Let's go!
With Ji Chunhong's order, more than 100 sinecures from the valiant martial hall swarmed out. The morale of these people was extremely low before, but after they were prepared to die, the morale of the people who were prepared to face death began to rebound. After coming out of the valiant martial hall, Ji Chunhong led his people to meet up with the people from the Thousand Beast Mountain. This time, among the people from the Thousand Beast Mountain, the leader was a guy that Jiang Fei did not know. When he was in his human form, he was a bald, strong man. He was about 2.5 meters tall and had a big waist. Jiang Fei did not know what his real body was. After seeing the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei quietly took a few steps back and hid himself among the experts of the valiant martial hall. Since he was powerful, as long as he hid his aura, it would be difficult for others to find him in the crowd. The reason why Jiang Fei wanted to hide his whereabouts was that he was afraid that there were people from the Shinshui apes among the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain. After all, these people had seen him before. If they were to recognize him, wouldn't this scene be exposed in advance?
I am Ji Chunhong, the chief guardian of the valiant martial hall. May I know who you are?
Ji Chunhong stepped forward and cupped his fists at the burly man.
Oh, it is Mr. Ji Chunhong. I have heard a lot about you. I am the commander of the Imperial Guards under the Empress of the Mountain of Beasts. My name is Bao Wei.
The burly man replied politely.
Didn't you say that the three families are allied? Where are the members of the Yuan family?
Ji Chunhong looked around. There were only over 1 million experts of the Mountain of Beasts here, but there was no sign of the members of the Yuan family.
They said that they would arrive soon. I think they will arrive soon,
Bao Wei said.
I hope so.
Ji Chunhong nodded. He actually did not really want the members of the Yuan family to rush over. Previously, Jiang Fei had told him that he wanted to get rid of the Yuan family, although Ji Chunhong did not have much of a relationship with the Yuan family. After all, they were a big family that had been passed down for 10,000 years in the 5 directions. It would be really sad if they were wiped out just like that. However, things did not go as planned. The members of the Yuan family seemed to be overconfident. Not only did they want to fight against the combined forces of the Wang and Shao families, and the Moon Goddess sect on their own in the outer universe, but they also wanted to challenge the Dragon Race's authority. Moreover, the members of the Yuan family in the 5 directions were even more exaggerated. They even wanted to challenge the Dragon Race's authority. Therefore, after the time it took for a meal, a stream of light appeared in the distance. Soon after, the auras of those powerhouses rushed toward them.
Hee hee. They really went all out.
Jiang Fei counted to himself. This time, the Yuan family had set over 30 true immortal level powerhouses. After all, the Yuan family could not be compared to behemoths like the Myriad Beast Mountain or the Valiant Martial Hall. They probably had 30 to 40 true immortal level powerhouses. From the looks of it, the Yuan family was going all out. A moment later, the Yuan family's powerhouses arrived in front of everyone.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
This time, the Yuan family was personally led by the Grand Elder, Yuan Shirkui. This old man was the ancestor of the Yuan family, the final decision maker of the Yuan family.
Hee hee. Senior Yuan is too polite. We have just arrived,
Ji Chunhong said with a smile. Although he was stronger than Yuan Shirkui, he was much younger than this old man. It was not common for humans to live like Yuan Shirkui.
Since everyone is here, let's set off.
Bao Wei was not a human. As a fierce beast, he only recognized strength. Moreover, in terms of age, he had lived much longer than Yuan Shirkui. Therefore, Bao Wei was very polite to the powerful Ji Chunhong. However, he did not say anything to the slightly older Yuan Shirkui.
In! All right.
Ji Chunhong and Yuan Shirkui nodded one after another. Then, the 3 groups of people rushed towards the teleportation array together. Chapter 2097, Chapter 2093, Taking Advantage of One's Seniority. The Alliance Army's journey to Suixing was very smooth. After all, regardless of whether it was the Valiant Martial Hall or the Thousand Beast Mountain, they were all giants in the 5 directions. No one dared to go against them. Not even the relatively weak Yuan family. That was also one of the 4 great families. So when they wanted to use the teleportation formation, the guards there were very cooperative. After arriving at Suixing, Ji Chunhong took a look at Bao Wei and said,
There are still 5 days before the Dragon Clan will appear in the world. Should we go over to ambush them now? Yes. The earlier the better. If the Dragon Clan moves ahead, we will be very passive, Bao Wei said. Okay.
Ji Chunhong nodded.
Little Ge, what do you think about our ambush on the Dragon Clan this time?
Yuan Shirkuei asked Ji Chunhong in an elder's tone.
Humph!
Before Ji Chunhong could say anything, Bao Wei snorted first. As a fierce beast, he looked down on people like Yuan Shirkuei. What kind of ability didn't he have? He felt that he had always regarded himself as a senior when he was old.
Ha ha! What do you think? Senior?
Ji Chunhong was still very polite. After all, as a human, he couldn't be as unscrupulous as Bao Wei.
About that, I think.
Yuan Shirkuei spoke shamelessly. He said a lot of things, but in the end, it was just one sentence. He wanted to get the command of the operation. However, Yuan Shirkuei knew that Bao Wei, as a ferocious beast, would not buy it. So, he could only use his seniority to convince Ji Chunhong. If Ji Chunhong was willing to listen to his command, then everything would be easy. The strength of the valiant Martial Hall was not weaker than the troops of the Thousand Beast Mountain to begin with. With the addition of the Yuan family, their strength would be superior. This way, they would be able to form a dominant position in the Alliance army.
Dot!
Ji Chunhong listened to Yuan Shiki's spittle flying everywhere, and his heart was filled with disdain. This old fellow was indeed a little shameless. Even though he called him senior. But you should at least have some self-awareness. Right? You've lived for so long. Don't you know how many bowls of dry rice you're eating? If only Ji Chunhong participated in this operation alone. Then on account of your high seniority, Ji Chunhong might be able to let Yuan Shirkuei be the commander. But the problem was that this time, Ji Chunhong had brought out the vast majority of the worshippers of the valiant Martial Hall, other than Su Tianhua, who was a non-combat type of worshippers. The other brothers had only come because of Ji Chunhong's face. If Yuan Shirkuei had entrusted the lives of his brothers to him just because he was old, then Ji Chunhong would really have lost his mind.
What are you talking about? You idiot! Are you done?
Ji Chunhong did not flare up. But Bao Wei did not like this habit of his. You? As the retired emperor of the Yuan family? Who dared to talk to him like this? Even outside, he was respected because he was the only surviving member of the older generation of the human race. Now that he was reprimanded by Bo Yi, his old face turned red with anger, and he was unable to speak.
All right. Let's hurry up and set off. There's still some distance to the year mark.
Ji Chunhong quickly came out to smooth things over. Although he didn't like Yuan Shirkuei, who was taking advantage of his seniority, Ji Chunhong didn't want to see Bao Wei exterminate the members of the Yuan family in a fit of anger.
Humph!
Yuan Shirkuei snorted coldly. But he could only go down the slope. After all, Bao Wei's strength was there. He didn't dare to really provoke these hotheads. After all, fierce beasts weren't like humans. When faced with a situation, they would weigh the pros and cons. They would kill with a glare.
Old trash!
Bao Wei didn't mutter in a low voice. His voice was loud enough for all the experts present to hear. But even so, Yuan Shirkuei didn't dare to fart. People like Yuan Shirkuei, who didn't respect their elders and only took advantage of their seniority, were most afraid of brainless people. In front of people who cared about their face and reason. If they were powerful, she would definitely not dare to touch them. They were afraid of being scolded for bullying their seniors. However, when they met someone as ruthless and stupid as Bo Yi, they immediately cowered. After all, these hotheads did not care about that. If Yuan Shirkuei dared to take advantage of Bo Yi's seniority, he would slap you with his hand and kill you with a glare. Even though Bo Yi had slapped Yuan Shirkuei in the face, he still gave Ji Chunhong a lot of face. Therefore, with Ji Chunhong in the middle, both sides quickly quieted down. After the internal conflict was resolved, the army set off for the year mark. Halfway there, Jiang Fei quietly asked Butcher Meng to leave the team because the Black Demon Pool was near the year mark. Since this scene was going to be staged, it naturally had to be more lively. Although Ji Chunhong saw Butcher Meng leaving the team, he did not say much. Of course, he knew that Butcher Meng was Jiang Fei's follower. Moreover, Ji Chunhong could guess what this kid was going to do when he left the team. Bao Wei and the other experts from the Wanshou Mountain did not mind that Tu Meng had left the team. Firstly, these boorish people did not think too much about it. Secondly, Ji Chunhong's strength had also won Bao Wei's recognition. Therefore, someone in his team had left the team. Bao Wei did not say much. However, the Yuan family was not very open-minded. After Tu Meng left the team, Yuan Shirkuei quickly came over. He did not dare to go to Bao Wei's side. However, when he saw that Ji Chunhong still gave him some face, he licked his old face and came over again.
Little Ge.
Yuan Shirkui patted the older generation and came over again.
He really needs a beating.
Jiang Fei could not stand watching from the side. This old fellow was really shameless. With Ji Chunhong's strength, even Bowie would have to call him Mr. Ji. On the other hand, Yuan Shirkui was not very close to Ji Chunhong. His mouth, Little Ge, shut up, Little Ge, was indeed annoying.
Senior, is something the matter?
Ji Chunhong smiled. When Jiang Fei saw that Ji Chunhong was still smiling, he could not help but admire his master's self-restraint.
Why did someone in your team leave the team?
Yuan Shirkui asked.
He has some private matters here. Let's go take care of them first.
Ji Chunhong said perfunctorily.
How can he go about his private matters when he is facing a great enemy? The discipline of your valiant Marshal Hall isn't good enough.
Yuan Shirkui said with a pout.
What does the discipline of our valiant Marshal Hall have to do with you? Old man, we have tolerated you for a long time. Senior brother Ji is well-mannered and doesn't want to argue with you. If you continue to bicker with me, do you believe that I will let you off the hook?
A person behind Ji Chunhong was angered. This fellow was also one of the revered elders of the Hall of Martial Meritocrats, and he had a rather violent temper.
You?
Yuan Shirkui was stunned by the scolding. He had initially thought that he had Ji Chunhong in his pocket, and had even wandered over to find a sense of presence. However, he had not expected that the Hall of Martial Meritocrats would also have such a hothead. Chapter 2098, Chapter 2094. The show began.
Junior brother, don't be rude.
Ji Chunhong reprimanded the consecrator, who had scolded Yuan Shirkui.
Senior brother Ji, I know you have more self-restraint than us. You have given this old fellow enough face. But this old fellow is not going to take it lying down. Senior brother, you are not representing yourself now. You are representing the entire valiant Marshal Hall.
That consecrator also argued based on reason. If it was Ji Chunhong's identity alone, he wouldn't care about how he tolerated that old man. But now that he represented the entire valiant Marshal Hall, if he just tolerated blindly, wouldn't it make outsiders think that the valiant Marshal Hall was afraid of their Yuan family?
Ji
Chunhong took a deep breath. Although this consecrator was rash, his words weren't without reason. Moreover, Ji Chunhong also hated Yuan Shirkui in his heart. He had self-restraint, but this didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. When Yuan Shirkui saw Ge Chunhong's ugly expression, he immediately didn't dare to be an eyesore anymore. Thus, he returned to his own team dejectedly. As the members of the Alliance army were at least true immortal level experts, their speed was extremely fast. After half a day, they arrived at a call near the year mark. This was the place where the Dragon Clan was about to be born.
There are still about 5 days before the birth of the dragon race. Let's take a rest first,
Ji Chunhong said.
Yes, but in order to prevent the dragon race from being born early, we shouldn't camp too far away.
Bao Wei nodded and said,
All right, we'll camp here. What about you guys?
Ji Chunhong chose a location.
We're over here.
Bao Wei extended his hand and pointed. That location was in perfect harmony with Ji Chunhong and the others, forming a triangle. While Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei were talking, the two of them completely ignored Yuan Shirkui. Bao Wei had looked down on that old fellow from the beginning to the end, and the Yuan family's strength was not too strong. Although with them, they would be able to increase their combat strength, Bao Wei still did not look down on them. Meanwhile, Ji Chunhong's side was also a little annoyed with Yuan Shirkui. After all, this old fellow had been acting like an old man in front of him ever since he came here, which made Ge Chunhong very sick of him. Therefore, when the valiant Marshal Hall and the Myriad Beast Mountain had agreed on the location of their camp, the Yuan family was left to the side. This made the Yuan family members very bored. Not only did Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei ignore Yuan Shirkui when they set up camp, but even after they set up camp, the two families kept in touch with each other. No one cared about the people of the Yuan family, as if they were a group of outsiders who didn't want to do it. The reason why the experts of the two families did not bother with the people of the Yuan family, other than Yuan Shirkui being a nuisance, was that the Yuan family was slightly weaker, so they were looked down upon. It must be known that the revered elders of the valiant Marshal Hall and the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain were not like Ge Chunhong, who knew the details of this operation. In their eyes, this time, it was almost a life and death struggle. At this time, no one was willing to hand their backs to a weakling, because if that was the case, their own little lives would be too uncertain. In this way, the valiant Marshal Hall and the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain regarded each other as close comrades. After all, everyone's strength was very strong, and they could rest assured to hand their backs to each other. And the people of the Yuan family were weak, and no one wanted to take the risk to hand their backs to them. So naturally, when they were bonding, they couldn't be bothered with them.
Old ancestor, let's go! Since these guys don't like us, why do we have to stay here and take the risk?
An expert from the Yuan family complained. After all, fighting against the dragon race was not a joke. This was a business where one's head was tied to one's belt. The slightest carelessness would result in death.
Sigh. Do you think I'm willing to get involved in this mess?
Yuan Shirkuei sighed. He felt very bitter in his heart. There was no such thing as an airtight wall. The Yuan family had also heard about Jiang Fei's return and the secret meeting between the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect. Although Yuan Shirkuei did not know what Jiang Fei and the others had said during the meeting, it was very obvious that the Yuan family had been excluded from this small group. This time, the four families had sent their troops together. When Jiang Fei returned, the Yuan family had suddenly been excluded. This was clearly something that had happened in the outer universe. Moreover, it was very likely that the people of the Yuan family had fallen out with the others. Now that the remaining three families had gathered and not called the Yuan family, the other three families might be preparing to attack the Yuan family. It had to be said that Yuan Shiki's analysis was really accurate. At this time, the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect were indeed preparing to attack the Yuan family. If it was not for the news of the arrival of the dragon race being too sudden, at this time, the Yuan family might have already met with a disaster. Facing the combined attack of the three families, the Yuan family couldn't possibly withstand it with their own strength. Therefore, at this time, the Yuan family had to find an ally. And it had to be a very strong ally. But in such a short period of time, how could the Yuan family find an ally? At this time, the news of the arrival of the dragon race had arrived. Moreover, Hall Master Wu Ying had personally come looking for him. Yuan Shirkuei felt that an opportunity had come. If he could take this opportunity to get into contact with the Wu Ying Hall and the Thousand Beast Mountain, then the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect would no longer be a cause for fear. What could be better than experiencing a life and death battle together to establish a friendship? Therefore, Yuan Shirkuei resolutely used all the experts of the Yuan family, because this operation was their only chance to turn the tables. It was precisely because of this reason that Yuan Shirkuei could not wait to establish his own voice in the Alliance army. This was because a follower was not qualified to become an ally with his big brother. He could only grasp a certain degree of voice in the Alliance army. And then the Yuan family's people would be more heroic in battle. It would be best if they could save a few valiant warriors from the valiant Martial Hall or the Thousand Beast Mountain. This way, the friendship between them would be unbreakable. Only then would the valiant Martial Hall and the Thousand Beast Mountain be able to lend a hand when the three families might appear in the future to besiege the Yuan family. However, Yuan Shiki's plan was pretty good, but he was a little too eager for immediate success. Therefore, not only did he not get the right to speak, but he was also loathed by the valiant Martial Hall and the Thousand Beast Mountain. However, at this point, it was already too late for the Yuan family to retreat. Their only way out was to bravely kill the enemy in the following battle, so as to regain their impression of the experts from the Thousand Beast Mountain and the valiant Martial Hall. The alliance of the three families stayed near this small hill for 3 days. During these 3 days, everything was peaceful, although the members of the Yuan family were somewhat ostracized. After spending 3 days together, the relationship between them had become much better. However, on the 4th day, the first good show began. After receiving Jiang Fei's order, Butcher Meng left the team midway. Then, he returned to the Black Demon Pool. At this time, Butcher Meng's position in the Black Demon Pool was already quite high. He looked like an imperial envoy with a sword in his hand. Therefore, after he returned to the Black Demon Pool, he quickly gathered a group of experts and rushed to the small hill at the time that Jiang Fei had specified. Chapter 2099, Chapter 2095, Appetizer. A large group of 9-headed python experts charged towards the small hill. It was impossible for the experts stationed here to not react. Before the 9-headed pythons could get close, everyone had already gathered.
Someone is charging over.
The expert in charge of guarding shouted.
Is it the dragon race?
Someone asked.
It doesn't feel like it.
An expert from the Thousand Beast Mountain said. They understood the dragon race better than humans.
Why do I feel like this aura is a little familiar?
Another expert from the Thousand Beast Mountain said to himself.
Oh, now that you mention it, I also feel like it's a little familiar.
Very quickly,
The experts from the Thousand Beast Mountain resonated with these words. They also felt that these people's auras were a little familiar. Seeing the large amount of light approaching from afar, the experts in the call all became nervous. They were all focused on looking into the distance. Even Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei had grim expressions. It was very obvious. They also felt a powerful aura from these people who were attacking.
These people are coming aggressively. It looks like they have bad intentions.
Yuan Shirkuei also came over.
Nonsense! Of course. These people are not here to drink tea.
Bao Wei glared at Yuan Shirkuei.
With a great enemy in front of you, don't quarrel.
Ji Chunhong mediated the situation. In a moment, the nine-headed pythons were right in front of him. This time, the leader was the great elder of the nine-headed python tribe. The python slayer did not show himself because he was afraid of being recognized.
Lu Haoyuan? Nine-headed python?
Bao Wei recognized the great elder of the nine-headed python tribe at a glance. After all, they had worked together in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had seen each other before.
Damn it! These guys actually betrayed the Myriad Beast Mountain.
A Beast Clan expert said hatefully.
Forget it. These nine-headed pythons were the Dragon Clan's retainers tens of thousands of years ago. When the Dragon Clan retreated, they abandoned them. That was why they had no choice but to join the Myriad Beast Mountain. Now that the Dragon Clan is about to come into being, they will naturally go back and lick their master's boots.
Another Beast Clan expert said disdainfully.
In any case, I have long disliked those fellows. If it wasn't for Black Widow protecting them back then, I would have long exterminated them. Now, they have delivered themselves to my doorstep. I can't defeat the Dragon Clan. So can I exterminate them?
Bao Wei's expression was extremely unsightly. Back then, Black Widow Emily Shang was a top expert in the Myriad Beast Mountain. She had suppressed all the males under her feet. So many people were dissatisfied. Bao Wei was one of them. Therefore, now that he had met the nine-headed python clan, Bao Wei could be said to have accumulated old and new grudges. Whether it was because the nine-headed python had joined the Dragon Clan, both sides were working for their masters, or because of the personal grudges that had been suppressed by Emoli's Hang for many years. Now, Bao Wei could not wait to exterminate the nine-headed python clan immediately.
This Dragon Clan will only be born one day. Right.
Ji Chunhong frowned. It seemed like he was asking someone else. But he was actually asking Jiang Fei. This was because he did not know if the nine-headed python clan was arranged by Jiang Fei.
I say, Mr. Ji, aren't you asking about the time and place of the dragon race's birth provided by your martial meritocracy palace?
Bao Wei was a little dissatisfied when he heard Ji Chunhong's words. If the martial meritocracy palace's time was wrong, if the dragon race and the nine-headed python came out together, the enemies they would have to face would be doubled.
Perhaps these nine-headed pythons are here to activate some kind of formation?
Maybe the ritual of the Dragon Clan's emergence was activated by these nine-headed pythons. Maybe as long as we kill these nine-headed pythons, the Dragon Clan won't be able to descend.
Yuan Shiki's imagination helped Ji Chunhong out of the predicament.
Hey, if that's really the case, that's great.
Bao Wei was overjoyed when he heard that. After all, Yuan Shiki's guess was indeed very reasonable. The Dragon Clan hadn't been able to return to the human world for so many years, so they must have been restricted by something. These nine-headed pythons were also the Dragon Clan's retainers, so they had rushed here a day earlier. Perhaps they really were going to start some kind of ceremony, when they thought that as long as they killed the nine-headed pythons, they would be able to stop the Dragon Clan from descending. Whether it was Bao Wei,
Yuan Shirkuei, or even the experts of the three families present, all of them became excited. Although the nine-headed python clan was powerful, compared to the Dragon Clan, they were nothing. If they said that fighting head-on with the Dragon Clan was equivalent to sending themselves to their deaths, then it would not be difficult for the allied forces of the three families to destroy the nine-headed pythons.
Little Fei, what exactly is going on?
Gu Chunhong asked Jiang Fei telepathically. He did not believe that the nine-headed pythons were here to guide the ritual.
Hee. Don't we have to have some appetizers before the main meal begins?
Jiang Fei smiled calmly.
Sigh. Remember your promise to me.
Ji Chunhong sighed. Although Jiang Fei was his disciple, with his current status and strength, he could not ask him to listen to everything he said. Therefore, Ji Chunhong did not interfere with Jiang Fei's decision. He only reminded him to keep his promise. He did not want to hurt the worshippers of the valiant Martial Hall. As for the members of the Thousand Beast Mountain and the Yuan family, Ji Chunhong could not care less.
Don't worry, Master. I know what I'm doing.
Jiang Fei smiled at Ji Chunhong. Okay.
Ji Chunhong nodded, and did not say anything else. The experts of the nine-headed python clan did not land after they arrived above the small hill. They just hovered in the air, and quietly looked at the experts below.
Hey! Lu Haoyuan! Aren't you coming down to talk to your old friend?
Bao Wei shouted into the sky.
Brother Bao, I have something important to do, so I won't go down to reminisce.
Lu Haoyuan smiled in the air. He knew that he couldn't beat Bao Wei, so there was no need for him to go down and be humiliated. Moreover, the order he received was to come here for a walk, so there was no need for him to go down and risk his life.
You want come down?
Bao Wei was stunned for a moment. He thought that the nine-headed python had to come to this small hill for the ceremony. So he just stood there and waited for Lu Haoyuan to come. In the end, he didn't expect Lu Haoyuan to not come at all.
You people really know how to pick a place. This small hill is really not bad. After you die, I will save the time of digging a hole to bury you. Just fill the soil directly.
Lu Haoyuan did not continue Bao Wei's words. Instead, he said to himself,
Old Ghost Lu, what do you mean?
Bao Wei said angrily.
Nothing much. You guys are busy. I will leave first.
After Lu Haoyuan said that, he turned around and left with the experts of the nine-headed python clan.
Huh? Leaving just like that?
Bao Wei and Ji Chunhong were dumbfounded. They had no idea what Lu Haoyuan was up to.
Go after them. We can't let them go.
Bao Wei firmly believed that as long as he killed these nine-headed pythons, the dragon clan wouldn't descend into the world. So, of course, he wouldn't let these nine-headed pythons escape. Seeing that Bao Wei and his men had caught up, Lu Haoyuan turned his head and revealed a thought-provoking smile. Then, he led his men to speed up their retreat and didn't engage Bao Wei's men at all.
Don't chase. Be careful not to fall into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain.
Yuan Shirkuei suddenly shouted loudly on this side. Chapter 2100, Chapter 2096, The Appearance of the Dragon Clan.
This
Bao Wei, who was going to chase after them, suddenly hesitated. Although Bao Wei firmly believed that killing the nine-headed python clan would stop the descent of the dragon clan. If this was really a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Lu Haoyuan would transfer them away. Another group of nine-headed pythons would secretly come here to complete the ceremony, and then things would be bad. However, he was very unwilling to let Lu Haoyuan and the others leave just like that. So, he turned to Ji Chunhong and said,
Mr. Ji, you take care of this place. I'll be right back. Okay.
Ji Chunhong nodded. Seeing that Ji Chunhong had agreed, Bao Wei immediately led his men to chase after them. Bao Wei had a rough idea of the strength of the nine-headed pythons. Although Lu Haoyuan did not bring out all the experts of the tribe, he had brought more than half of them. As long as he bit them to death and didn't let them get rid of them, even if the remaining nine-headed pythons came, they wouldn't be able to break through the blockade of Ji Chunhong and the experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy. Although Bao Wei looked down on those people of the Yuan family, he was still very assured of Ji Chunhong and the Hall of Martial Meritocracy.
Hey, little Ge, these fierce beasts are so brainless and disobedient.
Once Bao Wei left, Yuan Shirkuei began to pat the old man in front of Ji Chunhong again. Although Ji Chunhong was very cultured, he was a little too lazy to pay attention to this old fellow at this time.
All of you, keep your spirits up. Don't let anything go wrong.
Yuan Shirkuei shouted to the other experts.
Yes, old ancestor, don't worry.
The experts of the Yuan family were of course very respectful, but the people of the Valiant Martial Hall looked at Yuan Shirkuei as if they were looking at an idiot. No one listened to his orders at all.
Senior Ji, what should we do?
An expert from the Valiant Martial Hall asked.
Everyone, take a rest. Just be on your guard,
Ji Chunhong said. He knew that as long as Jiang Fei was here, there would not be any trouble. This was because everything was arranged by this brat.
Yes, Senior.
The experts from the Valiant Martial Hall sat down one after another. Some of them chatted while others sat cross-legged and meditated. Although everyone was tensed up, they were not as nervous as the people from the Yuan family. More than half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sky gradually darkened. However, Bao Wei and his people still had not returned.
What's going on? Why aren't Bao Wei and his people back yet?
Yuan Shirkuei moved closer to Ji Chunhong.
I don't know.
Ji Chunhong could not help but look up at Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he wanted to find some answers from Jiang Fei's face.
Master, don't worry about it,
Jiang Fei said with a chuckle. At that moment, the people from the Myriad Beasts Mountain had left. Even if the people from the Yuan family knew him, they would not be associated with the Dragon Sage. Therefore,
There was no need for him to hide anymore.
Sigh.
Ji Chunhong sighed. The current Five Directions world was no longer the Five Directions world that he was familiar with. All of this had caused the Five Directions world to change because of Jiang Fei's appearance. The night passed peacefully. It was the 5th day, which was the time for the dragon race to descend into the world. However, there was no news of Bao Wei and the others. It was as if they had evaporated.
Old ancestor, am a little afraid,
said a young expert from the Yuan family. The reputation of the dragon race was quite intimidating.
It's okay. We have so many experts here. There's nothing to be afraid of with just a few dragons.
Yuan Shirkui emboldened his disciples.
Oh, just a few dragons or nothing?
Suddenly, a voice sounded in the air.
Who is it?
In an instant, even Ji Chunhong turned pale with fright. Because before this voice was heard, he had not sensed any experts approaching. If this expert had launched a sneak attack in the dark, it was very likely that he would have fallen for it.
Who is it? Are you waiting for me?
A figure appeared in midair. From the looks of it, he seemed to be in his 60s or 70s. He wore a yellow talus robe and held a horsetail whisk with a sword on his back. He also looked like a celestial being.
Are you from the dragon race?
Ji Chunhong asked with a frown.
That's right. I am the dragon race's great elder,
the old man said proudly. However, at the same time, he did not forget to send a message to Jiang Fei to apologize. After all, it was against the rules of the dragon race to speak to Jiang Fei with such a condescending manner. The dragon race was a race with strict levels. Although the great elder could argue with the dragon emperor in the past, he had to be respectful in front of the prophesied sage lord.
It's all right. It's just a show. You can continue.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Humph. A mere dragon race. Let's fight it out with him.
An expert from the Yuan family shouted. Moreover, he was the first to charge forward. Actually, this Yuan family disciple was not brave and fearless. Instead, he was completely terrified. People who were terrified to the extreme would be angry. This kid was just like that. Now, he bravely charged toward the great elder of the dragon race. In fact, it was an attack caused by fear.
Kill!
When the Yuan family's experts saw that someone had taken the lead to charge forward, they immediately drew their weapons and charged towards the dragon clan's great elder.
Senior brother Gu, what should we do?
The experts of the valiant martial hall all looked towards Ji Chunhong.
Wait and see.
Ji Chunhong waved his hand. He didn't want his brothers to rush forward and throw their lives away.
But aren't we here to defend against the dragon race?
The experts of the valiant martial hall were puzzled.
I don't care about the dragon race or not. My goal is to bring all of you back alive,
Ji Chunhong said.
Senior brother.
The experts of the valiant martial hall were all very touched. At this moment, they recalled what Ji Chunhong had said in front of the hall master. He had indeed said nothing about fighting against the dragon race. However, he had repeatedly stressed that he wanted to bring his brothers back alive.
Damn the dragon race! Don't even think about ruling the entire world.
The experts of the Yuan family roared and charged at the great elder of the dragon race.
Well said. But this is meaningless.
The great elder of the dragon race sneered. He looked at the humans charging at him, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant ants.
Kill him! Stop the dragon race from descending into the world.
Yuan Shirkui also drew his sword and pointed it at the first elder's throat.
Humph! You're courting death.
The first elder of the dragon race roared. And then his aura suddenly changed. Just now, the first elder had appeared as a human. Although he was strong, he couldn't face the combined attacks of more than 30 true immortal level experts at the same time. Therefore, in order to fully display his strength, he had already returned to his green-eyed white dragon form. In an instant, a giant silver-white dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared in midair. After the great elder revealed his true form, he spat out a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl expanded in the wind and then released a dazzling light.
Ah!
The bodies of the experts of the Yuan family that were enveloped by the light immediately began to disintegrate. Their attacks were also completely eroded by the light. They were unable to harm the great elder at all.